Welcome to Always a Bigger Fish, the Star Wars show with two Star Wars exports. Yep, we're doing it live. Two Star Wars exports, and me, a guy who kind of I'm not fussed on Star Wars, if we're being honest about it.
Liar!
And we are playing through Jedi, the worst title in the world, Star Wars Jedi Fallen Order. Just a combination of words that no one is ever going to remember in their brain ever. Now, I want to give a bit of background here. So, what's y'all's experience with this game? I'll lay out the stakes and how the show's going to work in a sec, but like, have you guys heard of this? Have you touched it? What's your experience coming into it?
I've heard very good things about it. I had a friend that played it when it was new, or actually I had a number of friends that played it when it was new, and they were all very positive about the experience.
I was incredibly hyped when it was first announced, and all the trailers and stuff, because it was made by Respawn Entertainment, which was the company that made Titanfall, which is one of my most played, most loved games of all time. I had multiple clans that had multiple competitive teams. I was deeply into Titanfall. So the fact that they were making a Star Wars version of quote unquote Titanfall is what a lot of people expected. So I was all about it. Ironically, didn't care to actually play it once I saw some gameplay footage and stuff.
You were like, there's not even any guns. Where are the big mechs?
But I'm very, very PvP focused when it comes to gaming. So I have not really played campaigns until someone forced me to. So I really enjoyed this opportunity to be forced to play a campaign, because I adored this one, just even the first level of it. I was over
felt
the
like
moon.
Felt like a weird drive-by, but that's okay. Have you played the campaign of Titanfall 2 at least?
I honestly didn't make it through the campaign of Titanfall 1.
Don't just play the campaign of Titanfall 2. It's one of the best. I think it could be one of the best single-player campaigns that exists. It is so good. Anyway, that's just my advertisement for Titanfall 2 single-player. Okay, so basically y'all are coming in fresh vanilla babies. So I have, so I played this when it first came out. I played it when they did, I played it when I bought a PS5, and then I played it when they released the PS5 remaster. I've played this game maybe 4 or 5 times, so I kind of blazed through it.
And
my first question
which one of us is the Star Wars nerd?
Right? He's like, I'm not a Star Wars nerd.
Yeah, I was gonna. I mean, I feel.
I'm
Darth. On behalf of both of us, I feel bad.
Yeah, no. Let me tell you. The reason I have is not because it's Star Wars, and this is the most obnoxious opinion of all time. It's because of the game series it's based off of. So this game is a Souls-like, which means it is gameplay wise styled after the FromSoft, Dark Souls, Bloodborne lineage of games, where it's basically a corpse run game. So you come into a level, you have a checkpoint, and if you die, you will respawn at that checkpoint, and wherever you die, your levels or souls, in this case it's skill points for some reason, wherever you die, your skill points stay there. And so when you die, they stay in that place and you have to make your way back to it, otherwise you lose them if you die again. So I've been playing these games since 2010, kind of religiously, every single entry that comes out. So the reason that I'm obsessed with this is I turn the difficulty all the way up and I punish myself for fun.
I was the opposite. I put it on baby mode so I wouldn't get frustrated with it.
Yeah,
see, I think we have a good spread, because I went in the middle, because I was like, I don't want the hardcore experience and I don't want just the story. So I'm like, give me some challenge here. Let's thread the needle. Let's go right in the middle. I think that's pretty good that we actually got the full spread on there. And
so Rise,
I remember
playing it the intended way.
There were a couple of thoughts that I had, and I was thinking about what you said about Dark Souls, where you do, if you get killed or whatever, you have to go back and damage the thing that killed you to get that stuff back. Now I recall the original Dark Souls, and there was a buddy of mine that I was working with at the time when that first came out, and he was like, "Oh, it's so good, it punishes you," and I went to play it, and I was like, "This is not my jam." It is not. Yeah,
you got to the skeleton graveyard. Yeah. And you're like, no.
No, I was like, this is no. It was the bridge. Do you remember the bridge?
Oh, sure.
Like right at the beginning, it was
big demon.
The bridge, and it was like a dragon or something like that. I'm like, nope, I'm out. I'm done.
Taurus demon. There. Yeah. Yep. Yeah, that'll do you. I mean, what's kind of interesting, I guess, as like a genre piece here is there are so many things it's cribbing from that series that it's afraid to commit to. Because it's trying to be accessible to like a really broad audience, right? So like even the fact that when you hit the thing that killed you, you get your skill points back. Dark Souls would consider that to be like a cop-out. Like even Bloodborne, where that's where that mechanic comes from. If like it goes to the enemy that killed you, you have to kill the thing or you lose the souls. So there's this loop you get into with Bloodborne where if a particularly difficult enemy kills you, you go, fuck, shit, I don't know this. I don't have this guy's number. I don't have a beat on him. But if I don't kill him, I lose all those souls. And so you get into these loops where like, you're just in like a fucking, you're just in this hole where you're trying to kill the same thing over and over again. You're just losing your souls over and over until you figure it out.
See, I'd like,
it incentivizes you to like learn that.
I'd like to go into a potential rabbit hole here.
6.5 hours later.
Before we
Oh wait, I should hang on. Let me explain. Sorry, how the show's gonna work. It's like everything I do. So we're gonna play a segment each episode and talk about it, and we'll tell you the segment for like in this episode. We're gonna tell you the segment for next episode. So if you want to, you can play. You can hit pause, come back. So we're gonna talk about the prologue in chapter 1, and the stopping point if it's your first time playing is you want to play right up until you have a crew. You land on this grassy planet. You go out, do a bunch of shit, and you come back to the ship with a new destination. So all the way up, we'll be basically finish the first pass at the grassy planet, come back to the ship. That's the stopping point.
Right. Before we proceed any further, any long-term viewers of Darth or David or whatever will understand the term that you used. But if for those of you who have not, can you define diegesis?
So diegesis is basically the internal logical consistent world. So something to be diegetic means it actually occurs within the text. Something non-diegetic occurs outside of the text. A classic example is in a sitcom, right? A piece of music starts playing to set the mood for the audience in a montage, but it's not actually happening in the sitcom. Versus a song actually playing in
the Empire March was playing when he went to sign up for the Empire. In the world it was playing. Do you remember that?
Oh, was it? Oh, no.
I'm pretty sure that was. Am I right on that, Darth?
Yeah. And actually,
I've
had my brother.
What you're talking about, correct?
Yeah, I've had my brother working on a script for me that's all about diegetic music in the Star Wars universe, and it's fascinating. I can't wait to delve into that video essay. I'll probably get y'all involved.
This game opens with diegetic music, y'all.
I've got a note on it because I love that opening. It's beautiful.
I'm pretty sure it's jizz too. The genre.
I had to look up that word.
They changed it recently, and they're like, it's actually not called jizz. It's called jazz. It's like, no, y'all, we know it's jizz. Don't even try coming at me like that. We know. All right, let's do it. Hit us with it.
Among the graveyard of Imperial cruisers, separatist space stations, and rain, young Cal Kestis scraps alongside his partner, Poff. During a treacherous job for extra pay, Poff falls, and Cal saves his friend using the Force. The two agree to keep it quiet. The train back to the city comes rolling to a halt. The passengers are forced outside by the 2nd and 9th Sisters, Inquisitors hunting for Jedi. Poff steps forward, laments the Empire's treatment of their labor as replaceable. The 2nd Sister runs Poff through with a lightsaber, and Cal lashes out, revealing himself as a Jedi, just as the 9th Sister throws him from a cliff. Cal survives and fights his way across a speeding train filled with stormtroopers. Just as Cal is about to escape, he's confronted by the 2nd Sister. In a losing sword fight, Cal makes his getaway with the help of Cere Junda and Grease. See, I'd never learned their names, so this is not fair.
Cere Junda and Grease Dridus.
Aboard the Mantis, the trio travel to the remote planet Bogano.
Oh my god.
Ready to discover the secrets of an ancient vault.
I don't know, but I feel like Drunk Rye would have done it better. That was incredible.
Let me give it a shot. Let me give it a shot here. Cal survives and fights his way across a speeding train filled with stormtroopers. Just as Cal is about to escape, he's confronted by the second sister. In a losing sword fight, Cal makes his getaway with the help, that should be one word, with the help of Cere Junda and Grease Dritus aboard the Mantis. The trio travel, there's a whole bunch of T's here. The trio travel to the remote planet Bogano, ready to discover the secrets of an ancient vault.
Oh, I'm sorry. You weren't dazzled by my copy? Jesus. Why am I getting notes on my goddamn show?
Getaway is one word. Not only that, but Google thinks you spelled labor wrong.
Yeah, Google's wrong because you're fucking American. You guys take the U's out of everything. It's weird.
Yeah, like color.
Yeah, it's weird, man. Y'all are doing it weird. It's so strange. Why? Like, what? You trying to save money? Okay, so what did y'all think? So yeah, we open with this diet. So Cal, it's so funny. Cal has on we start with this big panning shot and it kind of pans into Cal and he has on like a little pair of headphones and he's listening to music. On what device? One might ask.
A Zune.
They didn't get iPods in this universe.
There was some, what was the original question? What device is he using?
Yeah, have we seen Star Wars fucking iPods before? Like, there's just so much stuff in this game where I go, what's going on here?
That was actually one of the points that I think my brother had brought up is that, like, you only ever hear live music played in the Star Wars universe. You never hear the Millennium Falcon, like, you never hear radio, you never hear music playing while they're driving anywhere as people would, these days. It's only ever live music performances, and it's almost exclusively aliens performing the music. So there's a whole lot that you can unpack there. But no, I don't know of any. Like, I'm sure the books mention at some point someone listening to music, but I can't immediately think of anything. So yeah, it's like rare.
It's kind of an interesting like genre note, I think, from a sci-fi perspective, because, when we think about like Star Wars as originally being a fantasy is like, that's exactly it, right? Like it's all like bards in taverns playing music and shit.
Yeah.
There's no DJs laying down, records and shit. Like it's all kind of like music is a communal experience. It's not a individual one. And it's just, I think from a framing perspective, right? Cal is doing his work. He has on the little headset. He's doing whatever it is that he's doing. If you think about like working and having your headset in, that really is just like a, hey, fuck off world, I'm doing my jam. I mean, like immediately it's just like, it's like, oh, this guy is just in his own world. He's kind of like isolated or whatever. Really like simple shorthand storytelling stuff. What do you guys think? I mean, obviously the visuals in this, I don't know what y'all are playing on, but I'm playing this on the PS5 version. That opening little sequence in the shipyard with the rain and stuff. This is like one of the best looking games I've ever seen. It is just like stunning. And to see like you have like the AT-ST, whatever they're called, the walkers in the far background with their little like headlights walking around doing stuff. And you have like the big separatist ship. And I was like, oh, that's the one, from the prequels. Like it's all just the whole sequence for me is moments of like, there's a Star Wars one. And it all really works for me, I think, in a way that I never expect, but it hits me every time. Did y'all have a similar experience? I was expecting you, Darth, to be like, but they did the one from the Star Wars, because I was in the same.
Oh yeah, I was literally giggling like a happy child.
So the thing that kept coming back to me about this whole sequence was I don't know if I want to use the word mundane, but possibly I want to say that, or the concept of the everydayness of living in Star Wars, where these guys are they're coming up and they're breaking up, like, they go to work, they clock it. It's very much the way that Andor did, where they projected that everydayness of just living in the Empire. And these guys are like, they're clocking in and they're scrapping ships, and this guy's welding and this guy's breaking stuff up over here, and this guy's like and then they get on the ship and they go home. And just the everydayness of that, and how far removed that feeling is from the high adventure that we get in the in the mainline movies. Does that make sense? The concept that I'm trying to communicate there.
Yeah, well, and I guess, like, to me, this isn't going to be a surprise to anybody. I think the most interesting thing about Star Wars is the conception of labor under the Empire, and like what a totalitarian state does to the people that the labor is exploiting, and the way it treats them, and like the idea, like, this is basically like, this is the same thing as, like, you know, a bunch of people working in a mine, right, where they fly in, fly out work type thing. It's the same concept as, like, yeah, people junking and scrapping and doing like everyday work. And it's the stuff I'm most interested in sci-fi settings, because the ability to abstract out labor from reality and be like, it's just, you know, they're junking like starships that we watched as kids on screen that were like models that they shot miniatures on a soundstage and had to splice in physical film to make it happen. Like, and it's so magical to watch as a kid. And for them, it's just like mundane, shitty labor where they're being mistreated and underpaid. Like, for me, that contrast is where you really get the range and kind of interest in sci-fi. For me, that's the stuff I'm interested in, is like the contrast of that, right? How do you take this big, it's all the stuff Gene Wolfe did in the 80s, right? How do you take these big, heady, kind of crazy ideas and go, yeah, but like, what is it like to just be, what if you're not the what if you're not Luke Skywalker? What if you're just Joe Blogs trying to make a buck to eat and pay for your family to survive? What does that look like? And this is like, I mean, in some ways, I don't think a whole game of this would be very interesting, but it is the stuff I think that I'm most interested in. And I like the texture that's here. You know, they find a kind of like a broken Jedi starfighter. And they kind of like, you know, and Cal touches it and you can feel him. There's really good like non-verbal communication in this, and like the amount of the performance they get through with their motion capture is incredible. He sort of touches this broken, it almost looks sort of just through age melted into this steel surface, and it's this busted up Jedi starfighter, and he touches it and he kind of wipes away the muck to see the symbol, and you feel this like. You can, like, in that moment, it's the distance between what was and what is. And Cal feels every minute of that. And for me, that is where this really hits for me as like an emotional beat too, right? Like, it's not just the conception, like at a genre level and at a story level, but it's also like for Cal as a character, he is and was part of that. So like he was part of that big adventure sci-fi world. He was the protagonist. He was going to be a hero. And now he's just a guy who's forced to, like, you know, he's stacking shelves at the supermarket kind of thing. And that's really effective for me.
There's another feeling that they tap into, which is, I'm trying to look for the right word here, but I want to say quintessentially Star Wars, or either gets back to the basic roots of A New Hope, where one of the things that set A New Hope apart from all the other science or sci-fi stuff that was it either came out before or the stuff that came out after that tried to imitate it. Like there's a really terrible James Cameron Star Wars ripoff. I don't know if you've ever seen it. It's on YouTube somewhere, because it's like, it was so bad that nobody's bothering to protect that copyright. But like, but there is a particular look where they're like, it's in the future and this is what the future looks like. And there is a cleanness and a sterility to it that the original A New Hope doesn't have, because it's the future, but it's the past, but it's also more scientifically advanced as far as technology, but it's old and it's lived in. And that is the feeling that the original New Hope, I guess episode 4, whatever the fuck you want to call it, like the very first Star Wars with Luke and Vader and etc. has this, like, it's futuristic, but it's lived in and it's old. It's been this way for some time. And it has that look. And that is the same sort of feeling and texture, to use your word, that they paint with in Andor, and also this. I very much
Ridley
got
Scott
that feeling.
He called it the used future.
Yes.
The used future,
Yeah,
right?
like that's a perfect description of it. Yeah.
Yeah. I don't know. It's just, and like you could just like walk through this level and just like put the controller down and just like, there's so much detail. Like it's difficult to try and think about like, what I think is most impressive about this, other than you don't do that because you want to see what happens next. I think that's the piece that like this really nails. Like, it's among all the spectacle and stuff, you're just there to do a job, and you're there to do a job that's like, you're getting a little bit of extra hazard pay, and you're doing it because your partner needs the money.
There was also a very important line, which I very much appreciate the writers thinking about and putting in there, which was because I'm looking at this and I'm going, from a logistical standpoint, why are they scrapping these ships? Why don't they like keep using them? They're totally usable. Why are they scrapping these ships? And you have what's the guy's name? Poff?
It's
Poff?
Poff or I've written down Poff, so
yeah,
we'll go with Poff.
We're going with Poff. Like his buddy Poff, he says that. He's like, why are they scrapping? Like, I don't get it. Like, why we're scrapping these ships? Like, they're just going to build new ones. And it's like, and like, I very much appreciate the acknowledgement of that thought of, and not only that, but this is for anybody that looks at something from a logical standpoint or whatever, like this is 100% like logical thing to happen when you get to like government spending. Is that like, we're going to scrap these and we're going to build completely new stuff.
You also, this is also like historically based, right? So like, this is something that
this is happening with the U.S. Navy right now.
Uncomfortable, because I was about to say it's a big project of totalitarianism, which is and fascism, which is like, you have to erase certain parts of the past and rewrite it, and a big way to do that is like at an industrial level, to take old machinery, break it down, and reform it into a new form, in order to avoid, like, you want to erase the memory of what was as much as possible, because it prevents people from recalling that, like, hey, things were different. And we didn't all used to be like slaves that were treated like shit.
To be clear, that's not what I'm saying is happening with the U.S. Navy right now.
No, I know. I'm saying that's what's happening in Star Wars, in the video game.
Getting back to what we were originally talking about, yeah.
So they're scrapping all these things. You got, something I don't know what y'all read on this was, but I also really like the fact that they're using these machines of military, right? They have like the ATSTs and the walkers and stuff, and they're actually using them for like non-military applications. Like, they're using those presumably to find valuable scrap and stuff. We don't really get to see that in mainline Star Wars. Obviously, every time I say that, outside of Andor, what do you guys make of that? Like, have you guys seen that before? Is that like, where does that land for you? Because I feel like some people, when this came out, they were like, well, obviously, they would never use an ATST because it's not so, like, there was a bit of that, like, people going like, well, why would they? It doesn't make sense.
I'm pretty sure that I've read a lot of stuff about them repurposing, but I can't immediately recall like where I've read it. So I also don't know why that's being immediately seen as like a fallacy, because a lot of people reuse stuff for purposes not originally intended. And if you don't believe that, then come to the southern United States, because you will see so much that is not being used for its intended purpose and has been repurposed into something else, because rednecks do all kinds of amazing, creative, stupid stuff.
I have two things on this. First of all, one of the scenes that very much impressed me in Mandalorian Season 2 was when they went to the water planet in episode 3 or 4, and he crashed the Razor Crest into the water, and it was picked up from the water from what looked like to be an AT-AT that had been repurposed into sort of like a dock working machine type thing. That's the first thing. The second thing is, what repurposing is going on at the current time? Because most of that stuff, like what they're scrapping, is Republic era stuff. Does that make sense? Like they're scrapping Republic era stuff.
I hadn't thought about that.
And so like, why would they be repurposing Empire era stuff?
Yeah, they're kind of not. They're just using it because they just made it. Like that's presumably what they're using the repurposed stuff to build, right?
Well, I'm trying to think of an example of where they repurposed something in that. If it happened, I might not have noticed it.
It's in the background of a couple of shots that you walk through where it's like they're using walkers and ATSTs and stuff to like find valuable scrap. They're using the headlights and they're kind of like walking, looking for stuff. It's a really small detail. I just remember at the time people making a big hoo-ha about it. Yeah. We're not going to dwell on that. Some other stuff I really like here. So we get this train sequence, which it's like again, like it just looks incredible. It's on some Blade Runner energy, is what it is. Like it's this grimy, gringy, fucking weird train. And Cal falls asleep, and you get this little dream sequence with when the klaxons kick in. You know, they're like, wow, wow, wow. I like that shit gets me it's the sound design is so good. And you're walking through them like Death Star ass hallways and you just, it's so good.
Do you remember that transition, how amazing it is?
So, regale me. I don't remember the specific way that
That
works.
is one of the most mind-blowing scene transitions that like I've ever seen ever. Like I just like sat there and like spun in circles for like a full minute because I was so blown away. So you wake up, but you're in like a dream and you can't interact with anyone, or maybe not, maybe that everyone disappeared from the train car, but you go through a door, and then you get to a door that won't open and you're like pressing the open button and it won't open. You turn around and you're in the Empire hallway and you didn't see the transition. You're just in the train trying to open a door and you turn around and you're in the Empire hallway, and it blew me away. It was beautifully shot. Like I just sat there thinking of how beautiful that scene was. And I want to gush about it some more. I loved it.
It's so good.
I loved it.
It has that like Inception quality to it. That scene always reminds me of like in Inception when they're on the bridge and she pulls the two mirror doors and then like breaks one of them, and then the new bridge appears. It's like that level of like weird optical shit. And it's so surprising. And you're like, oh shit. And then the klaxons kick in. Oh, it's great. Is that so? I'm assuming that's a famous sound from Star Wars.
I swear I don't remember that sound until Rogue One came out, and that was one of the first like trailers that I remember. Was one of those teasers, and it just had the klaxon alarm blaring, and you saw like little blips of people running and stuff. And then after that, you saw it or you heard that sound like everywhere, and they constantly reused it. So I don't know if that was like newly introduced. I'm gonna feel ashamed if it was actually like in the originals all over the place, and I just never noticed it. You have any thoughts, Ryan?
It's possible.
There were 2 points that really stuck out to me in this initial sequence that I wrote down on my notes here, which is what I used to prop up the alcohol that in the picture that I sent you. The first one is I very much had the feeling of Uncharted when I was playing through this sequence. Specifically Uncharted 2, which also opens on a train. And I also had the feeling that like while I was playing through it, I'm like, I feel like Uncharted 2 did this better back in like whatever year that was, like 2010, 2011, long time ago. But like I feel like Uncharted 2 did this better, where you were climbing and like different things were happening, and like there was sort of like pre-scripted events and so on and so forth, and like you were progressing through the environment, and the way that the camera worked and everything like that. And also I was thinking about Assassin's Creed, where Assassin's Creed, for all its faults, has really, really been able to nail like the whole parkour, like climbing aesthetic.
Used to nail it.
Used to
nail it. It's really bad now.
I haven't played the newest one. What's the newest one called?
Mirage. I've nearly finished it. It's a bad video game.
By the way,
everything after Origins is trash.
Yeah, I think didn't we talk about that on the original solo podcast? The Assassin's Creed Odyssey. Like that was my game of the year in like 2019. Like that was that game.
We would have talked about it because Pat loves that game.
Yeah, that game was so fucking good. But like, anyway, so I felt that like Assassin's Creed really nailed that like that parkour flow and like smoothness, and in their initial games. I don't know what they're currently like, but like where was I going with that? Yeah, so like there was a lack of smoothness, it felt like to me, as far as like gameplay wise and like the parkour stuff like that. I felt like I've seen this done better like 10 years ago. That was one thing. The second thing was the fact of trains in Star Wars, which to me has seemed like a hotly debated topic. And
is it?
Yeah. Or where people are like, well, they got ships in Star Wars. Why the fuck are they using trains? And I'm just like, bitch.
We got to get these people outside more.
Well, I have very strong feelings about trains in Star Wars. Or rather via
what?
Yes.
He reached that age. Remember, he said we got to focus on trains.
Oh my god, he's a train guy now.
Yes. So because like there was one I forget, there was somebody on the internet. They were wrong and I had to fight them. But like because you know how that goes. There was some guy on the internet that was wrong.
Oh yeah.
So they were talking about like, well, they have ships. Like, why would they use trains? And I was like, bitch, we have planes now that move cargo and transport and everything, and we also have trains. Like, if you are going to be regularly moving a large amount of stuff from this point to this point, it would make sense for a train to exist or some sort of heavy transport. Like, outside of the fact that, like, or I would say, and this is relevant to some of the stuff that we've talked about over the past like years, because I'm pretty sure we got into it initially 3 or 4 years ago when we were talking about Solo and the concept of the introduction of fuel, which had not existed in Star Wars previously. And it's like, all right, so fuel is a thing now, ergo you have to think about efficiency in logistics. And in that case, a train would make sense. So specifically Solo is what usually gets called out. I was like, why do they have a train moving from here to here with this stuff? And like, why not just use a ship? And that's like,
right. It's sort of also like, if you think about it, right? Like the Empire doesn't care about these people. They are cargo to the Empire. And so they use a cargo train to move them from where they live to where they work. Like, even just at a purely thematic level, it works for me as well, right? It's cheap, it's efficient. They're not going to put them on a fucking ship. Ships are for people, and workers aren't people, right? There's also like there's a really clean thematic divide.
You got to pay extra for that. It's like, you want priority one, you got to pay extra for that.
Yeah,
put it on a train. You can't afford that cheap.
Shit. You're getting paid mining chips that you can only spend at the mining store.
My bottom line is I'm 100% down with trains in Star Wars.
Pro train stance. Yeah. Darth, what's your train stance? Are you pro or anti-train?
My only argument, and I don't know if this is fair or not, but my only argument is the track. I am fine with the train, but my argument would be, does it make sense for the track to exist? Because they have levitation. So what are the fuel/resource consequences of having the track there for it to levitate on? Because it's not using like metal on metal. It's still a hover car, but it's on a track, right?
It depends on the train.
We don't know, because
you remember Book of Boba Fett, they didn't need a track for that train.
That doesn't count. That show doesn't count.
No, you're wrong.
That was
you're
a
wrong.
whoopsie.
Just sit there and be wrong. That sequence was awesome.
It was a whoopsie.
No.
The train heist was sick.
train heist.
Sorry, let me rephrase.
Now, after that is where it
first
goes.
two
After that,
episodes
hang in here because this is going to be a pun for Darth. But after that is where it goes off the rails. But like prior to that. Prior to that, like the sequel, like Book of Boba Fett, when he's with the Tuskens, is when it is peak Book of Boba Fett. After that is where it goes to shit.
I forgot there was good stuff in it. Yeah, that's true. Yeah,
that was the only part of Book of Boba Fett that I was interested in. After that, I was like, this show is bad.
This is going to be controversial. I like his knee rockets.
That's controversial.
He shoots little rockets from his knees sometimes. I just think that's a fun idea.
I thought it was stupid, but it's also a fun idea.
Yeah, it's dumb, but it's fun. But for a show so not fun, like it's a fun idea.
Knee rockets is not controversial. That is old school Boba Fett.
I never know with Star Wars. I didn't realize trains was a landmine I could step on. Like, what the fuck are you guys doing? Like, it's just insane to me the shit people care about.
Well, there is the what's the thing that you always say? People aren't characters. Was that the thing that you say?
Yeah. Well,
so
old man yells from long.
Yeah. Old man yells at cloud, and the application of logic to stories and worlds and stories and made up worlds especially isn't always there, and the presence of a train in Book of Boba Fett is not so much them thinking about does it make sense for there to be a train here, as opposed to them going, I think it would be cool if we had a train heist, That's what that is. However, my feeling or approach to that sort of thing is like, yes, if you want to sit here and have an argument about the logic of a train existing in the Star Wars universe, like I will sit here and I will defend the logicness of that. Logicality?
Gotcha.
I don't know.
I see what you're saying. Logic.
I've been thinking about this for a couple years. This has been cooking in the back of my mind for a while.
So was Solo the first? Was it the first train then?
I believe it was, and that was the first instance where somebody brought up the logical implausibility of trains in Star Wars, and I was like, no, that doesn't make sense to me. Or no, rather, right. No, it does make sense to me why they would have a train. What doesn't make sense to me is why they have guards on this train, like that this train gets held up all the freaking time. Like let's extrapolate a bit,
I think someone watched that episode of Firefly and went, we could do that in Solo. Oh wait, because it's Joss Whedon. Anyway, look, I just think, I'm not saying that Ron Howard doesn't have any original ideas. That is kind of what I'm saying. Anyway, people got really mad at me for saying Ron Howard was mid. Like that's not been the case forever. People are like, it's so funny in that 7-hour edit that you did, Darth. People are like, you said that Ron Howard, the world-acclaimed director, wasn't very good. Are you out of your fucking... It's like, yeah, he's not. Like, he is self-admittedly a guy who can make films competently, but he just isn't interesting. And like, that's not a new opinion. I was so surprised that people were salty about that. Again, people care about the weirdest shit. Like, it's just bizarre. One other thing on this sequence. So you go through the train sequence, like Bryce said, it's Uncharted is happening. You get to the end of the train sequence and you kind of get into this mix up with the second sister, who I imagine for you guys, like, did you guys survive long in that fight before the cutscene, or was it like a few exchanges and then the cutscene happened?
Bro, I was playing on story mode. That was like a 10-minute fight.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Wow.
I was just like dodging around and rolling and swinging and just like giggling, and yeah, it was It was super. It was super baby mode.
You're pig and shit. Yeah.
I don't remember it being that long. Like I was holding my own. She didn't really. I mean, yeah, because it was like it was still tutorial mode. They're like, if she's glowing red, like you can't like block this. Like get the fuck out the way. And I think that was when that was happening. Yeah, that was a tutorial fight. So it was fast, I think, on my end. But the whole time I was looking at her,
I got one hit in.
Well, I might have hit her a couple times, but like the whole time I was looking at her, I'm thinking cosplay. It's all I was looking, or all I was thinking when I was looking at her. I'm like, all I can see is people dressing up in cosplay. Like that's a very clear, very distinctive, or not so challenging outfit to do.
Now, some have pointed out that this is the same character, some claim, as the chicken Kenobi, whose name I forget, even though we did a whole episode about
Reva?
it.
No way that's Reva.
And it's not. And that's really confusing. And I'm not saying that it is or isn't, but a bunch of it was so weird. A bunch of people were like, oh, they're rewriting this. It's like, no, the canon still works. It's fine. Don't worry. Because they want to bring Cameron Monaghan into the Star Wars live action at some point, which I think they should. That's the guy who plays Cal. I think they should do that at some point. But yeah, it's not that character, is all I will say. I'm not going to say who it is, but
I think Second Sister is just a title from what I would assume. So multiple
and
people
wasn't
could
she
have had
the
it
third?
over the years.
She's the third sister.
Wasn't Reva the third? I mean,
yeah.
This was the second. Reva was the third. Like,
so even that doesn't track. Yeah, exactly.
It ain't Reva. It ain't Reva. I don't care what you say.
It's not. One other thing that I thought was really, she kicked my fucking teeth in immediately. That's just impossible on the hardest difficulty. Like I blocked one chain of attacks, got a hit in, and then she just killed me in one hit. It was pretty brutal. And then it goes to the cutscene. One thing I did like, I just wanted to call this out because I know someone's going to say it if I don't say it out loud. When they get everyone off the train, they're obviously looking for kind of imagery from the Nazi occupation of Poland, where people, a lot of Jewish people used trains to try and get across borders and things like that because they were fast and efficient modes of travel. The Nazis would frequently wait at borders and stop people to check papers, even in between cities as well. And they would stop the trains.
Time out. Fast and efficient modes of travel, he said. Pay attention to that. Continue.
Obviously, this imagery gets called on all the time. It's in that third Harry Potter film. You get it in the Grand Budapest Hotel, right? It's kind of this enduring cultural memory of like what fascism looks like, which is like there is literally nowhere to go. The exploited people are walked off of the transport that was their only option for safety, and basically at gunpoint, who among you is Jewish, who among you is a Jedi, right? Like it's pretty clear, like 1-to-1, which is just like noteworthy. And one can think about the politics there and question if it's like appropriate imagery, but it is at least here and kind of clear to me anyway that it's happening. But the way this all ends is, so the ship turns up, starts shooting at the second sister, and Cal escapes on the ship, where he meets Grease and Cere, which are two names that you're both going to forget, but that's fine. So Grease is the little weird guy with all the arms. Ooh, is that he's not, that might have been racist, but he's a little weird guy with arms. Don't at me. And then Cere, who's the human person. There's two things that happen here that are really interesting to me. The first is that Cere seems to immediately know that Cal is a Jedi because of the laser sword. And the second thing is that Cal like picks up this little musical stringed instrument that looks kind of like a lute. And he plays a song that Cere wrote, and then she kind of tells us she tells us by telling him that he has this ability to like, he can hear memories through the force of objects that he touches, which Wikipedia tells me it's called psychotelemetry and is a Jedi special power, which they invented for this game apparently. But it's cool. And he plays a little song and then they have a little conversation where she's like, hey, you're a Jedi. You've been hiding for too long. We got to go find this temple. We got to see what's up. She kind of gives you that. She's sort of, it seems like a test of some description, but we kind of don't really know why. What did y'all make of this little setup, and like how does that force power work for y'all?
I think that actually has been around in the EU for a good minute. I can't immediately remember anyone who used that power, but I know that existed before the game did. But that may have been them officially like making it canon because Disney changed everything. There are multiple interesting things in that scene that I thought that was a really eloquent way of introducing some, backstory about the characters' powers and stuff like that. But that's also the scene where you find out that she used to be a Jedi, and there's a whole lot of this that to me is tying into The Force Awakens with them retroactively trying to change or make some things more believable. Because a lot of people were saying that Rey also has the same Force power, which is why when she touches the lightsaber, it was not the Force just randomly doing stuff. It was her using accidentally that Force power to see the history of the lightsaber through the years. So
right.
By them reintroducing that same idea with a main character in this popular video game, they're like, oh, Rey's not really broken. She had this Force power. And you saw the same thing with that the female that I'll never remember her name, who used to be a Jedi, and she says, I cut myself off from the Force because blah, blah, blah. Historically, I don't remember anywhere in the EU where someone was able to cut themselves off from the Force, but because Luke did it in Episode 8, now they're going to introduce a character who does it in this video game to say, oh yes, this happens all the time, so we can condone what happened in Episode 8 with Luke, because now this character is saying, I did it too. So it was interesting to me to note these things that seem to emphasize what had happened in the sequel trilogy that is now being made canon in a different way in these games.
And Disney's ongoing project to rehabilitate those films is like so extensive. It's kind of crazy. Like they can't just let them be bad. They have to like they got to keep like reframing and retouching the play until it looks like it was a touchdown. Like it's so fascinating to me.
I mean, that sounds like I have like a really negative reaction to the game, but not at all. Because like the number of notes that I have here, like they did this so well. Like the fact that I was sad when Poff died, and I was like, we've had like 5 minutes of dialogue with this character, and it still like tugged at my heartstrings for him to be killed. Like that emphasizes how good that his character was built up just in those 5 minutes of screen time. When you talked about the Jedi Starfighter that they found on the top, and then Poff goes into this little explanation. Like until that point, I didn't really understand what the time period was that this game was set in. But when that little bit of exposition started, then it really solidified the time period of where we were, and it just felt so eloquently done that it wasn't like thrown in my face. It was just part of the story. It was part of this conversation between these two characters. So there was so much about this world building and the character building and the story crafting that just I loved how they did it. And something that I've been waiting to ask to see what y'all think is, in this prologue, what do you think I spent the most time doing?
In this prologue? I'm trying to think what you have access to do. So you can't meditate and you can't craft lightsabers. So I expect that you found out that if you push right on the D-pad, your lightsaber comes out, and if you push left, it goes away. I think you stood there and did that.
I did do that a lot. I ran around a lot trying to like see what I was able to slash, what bits of the wall would glow if you slashed them and what wouldn't. But no.
Rye, what do you mean? Oh, he's got foot. He's swinging. He likes the rope physics. I see.
I spun around on this rope for I don't know how long.
You're a psycho. What? This clip's still going. What is wrong with you? You just like the rope physics?
Yes.
Bro, you gotta play The Last of Us Part 2 because the rope physics in that is wild. That's incredible. I would have never guessed that.
And then there were a couple of those. There were a couple of those. There were either 2 or 3 different ropes that you had to climb up and down. And I was always just like, whoop, whoop, and down. And then say like,
a child.
Yeah, totally. And there was a bunch of them because I think I had said this privately to y'all in the chat that I don't play games like these all that often. Normally, most of the games I play have like really obvious indicators, like Destiny or Anthem or whatever. Like if you're doing story stuff, there's a big old thing that says go here. And so you know where you're supposed to go. So I spent so much time just like running in circles around a tiny room and then figuring out, oh, wait, you're supposed to like slide between these 2 things that are like this. And you got to turn sideways and do that. I'm like, I've never done that in a game before. And then all the times, like I jumped off so many ledges to see if that was what I was supposed to do. I just killed myself over and over and over.
Yeah, I do that constantly in this game. There's a moment where you come to like a section and you're looking out at this big vista and there's again, it's nighttime and it's raining, right? And there's a single rope that is like, it's a dark rope that's dangling down. Every single time I play this game, and I played it like 4 times, I don't see that rope and I walk around in circles on that platform for like 2 minutes until I see the rope. It's bad. That little moment, bad game design, but the rest of it, fantastic. I just never see the rope because it's fucking nighttime. Also, fucking cinema sins. Ding. Okay? That's ding 1. Ding 2 cinema sins ding is Cal's lightsaber doesn't fizz in the rain. You guys wouldn't know this because y'all don't play video games, but in the Jedi Knight, Outcast, and the old Jedi games that were back on the original Xbox, when you pull out a lightsaber in those games and you're in the rain hits the lightsaber and like causes steam and stuff because it would in the rain. It's a big gripe I have with, among some other stuff, in the second prequel film when Obi-Wan and Fett are mixing it up on the roof and Obi-Wan has his laser sword out in the rain and it's not fizzing and hissing in the rain. Just little details like that. This game doesn't do that. And a lot of people were very upset. They were like, oh, the lightsaber isn't a physical object in the world. It doesn't react to the rain. And like, yeah, because it's a video game. They can't program for everything. Programming's hard, but I did note that wasn't there. It's my only 2 CinemaSins thing for this episode, but you know, small grievances. It's good stuff. Do you have anything else on the prologue, or should we talk about chapter 1?
Okay, so I already
Darth's read a note.
I already said swinging around on the cables, pretending I'm Tarzan. The other thing that I did that I just thought was hilarious was I constantly tried to loot everybody that I killed. I don't know why, but I kept running to the stormtroopers and tried to bend down and loot the body.
Is that a thing?
Expecting to find what?
I don't know where that's from. I've never played a game where you do that, but I sure tried to do it in this one.
Huh.
I have no idea what to make of that.
I mean, coming from Baldur's Gate 3, it makes absolute sense. But like, I never once had the inclination to loot anybody in this game. It was just like I killed them and I just moved on.
Maybe I was like really into the story and I was like, okay, I got to gather stuff up. I need to survive. What am I going to take from this dude? I don't know.
Can you loot them?
It's like, well, he's a stormtrooper. No, you get experience, which adds up to skills. It's souls from Dark Souls. There's no stuff to get from. You do find stuff in the world later, but there's no stuff to get from killing dudes. And where there is, it just automatically happens. You don't have to like pick it up. So keep that in mind. You don't have to loot moving forward, Darth. I promise.
And then you already mentioned how good the graphics were, even though I didn't realize until like, it may have been nearly the grass planet when I realized that I had just set my settings too dark, and that's why I couldn't see anything. So like all of my, like I recorded a whole bunch of clips so I could use them, and like all of them are so dark I have to go in and like brighten up everything. So I was like, wow, it looks even better once you get the correct graphics settings. It's amazing.
God. I don't know how you have lived this.
I know, right?
Sometimes
I've heard
it's crazy.
I've heard that a lot, to be fair.
Yeah, that would make it, especially that first level.
Yeah.
It's mostly dark to start with.
Yeah. And when I first, this is gonna make you laugh and cringe, because when I first started, I was like, well, I could tell that this is a really old game because the graphics are terrible.
Like, it's really muddy and I can't see anything.
Yeah.
It's shit. B-. That's funny. That's funny. Rye, anything else on the prologue, or should we move on to Grass Planet time? Take silence as consent. Darth,
Did we lose him?
He's dashed off to get more booze, I imagine. He's downstairs making a cocktail.
What happened?
Huh? Where'd you go? Was you back?
Oh, I'm dipping in and out here. What are we talking about?
I asked if you had anything else on the prologue before we move on to chapter 1.
The section where they hauled everybody off the train, and they were like, there was a feeling there that didn't sit quite right with me, where they were like, you need to give this person up or something like that, or like for the good of the Empire or something like no, you need to give this a person up or all of you are going to die. And I was like, that's a little bit different than what I'm used to. Or
it's a little on the nose, yeah, right?
It's a little bit too much. Because like that.
Yeah, it's kind of comic booky villain.
Yeah.
And the scale of it also kind of hit me as being weird, because they had 6-8 people lined up there. And like, apparently that was the entire population of the train. And that was all of the workers that had just come off their shift. And they knew that the Jedi was one of these only 8 people. So like the scale of that didn't make sense to me. Like normally that would be like a crowd of 100 or something, in that type of scene.
Yeah.
There was one other thing that I want to talk about is how it was. I feel a couple ways about this. Is on the one hand, I feel obviously that it was telegraphed that his buddy was going to die, but I was getting a couple of different vibes watching that, or that sequence, because it didn't happen. It wasn't done. I think the correct term would be, or the correct adjectives would be like heavy-handedly, where he goes, it's like, you need to get out of here because tomorrow you're going to wake up and you're going to be 50 and you're going to be just like me. And like, oh, in the very next scene, I'm like, and I'm dead. Like, not like that. Like there was enough separation where that wasn't too heavy-handed. Like it was clearly telegraphed that this guy's going to die, but there was sort of a crossover there between Good Will Hunting and Rudy, where he's like, you need to get out of here, kid. And have you seen either of those movies? Hopefully both.
Yeah, I've seen both.
Okay, yeah. So, but like, you have his best friend in Rudy who like dies in the steel manufacturing plant or whatever, and that inspires him to go off and actually seek his dreams and become, create a complete fiction about what he actually did at Notre Dame. And then you have Good Will Hunting, where he's that speech where he gives him is like, no, you owe it to me to get out of the situation that we're in, because tomorrow I'm going to wake up and I'm going to be 50 and I'm going to still be doing this, and you have the opportunity to not do that, so you owe it to me to get out of here. So I kind of felt like that was the vibes that I was feeling, and I felt that there was enough separation between that sort of speech and him actually dying to keep it impactful. Like telegraph that, set the expectation that this was something that was going to happen, and then have it happen, but not feel like forced. Does that make sense?
Yeah, it does. He didn't say like, I'm one day away from retirement.
Yes.
Like, yeah. You could imagine a different version of this.
Yeah.
Yeah, the writing here is really strong in that sense, I think, where sometimes it kind of, this is going to sound derogatory, it's not quite how I mean it. Sometimes it is too Star Wars for its own good, like that, we were just saying, like the train scene where it's like, give him up or we'll kill you all. And it's like, yeah, that's not a compelling argument. Like, I think the moments when it crosses that threshold and becomes kind of cartoony, I don't know, I don't have a better word for it. I think that's where it's the weakest. But yeah, I mean, for the most part, especially as like an emotional beat, like Darth said, we've met this guy for like 2 minutes and you still give a shit that he gets murked. And that's impressive, you know?
Oh, I did not write this down, and I should have, because I was thinking about you, Rye, when I went on this ship. So you come out of your room, you go down a short hallway, and then you enter what I'm going to call like the living room. And it's actually like kitchen/living room. And the first thing that I noticed was like, oh snap, you know what they eat? Like there was like food and plates and stuff like all over the counters there. And like there were cupboards and there was like something that looked like maybe where they like grow vegetables or something. And like, I'm sure that's in a lot of games, but I really appreciated seeing that. Cause like immediately I was like, if this wasn't here, I would feel so like it would feel wrong. But this feels like a home. It feels like a living space where characters could exist.
Mm. The Ubisoft level of detail.
You also get the answer to the question, what do they do for fun? Because Cal plays that little musical instrument.
That was the first thing I did.
Yeah. I forget that's what you have to do to trigger the next sequence. I was walking up, because I know how the game works. I was walking up to the point where I'm like, open up the ship menu. And it's like, there's no prompt. Why isn't this working?
So I was thinking about that on the meta level while I was playing through there, where like I walked in there and I was like, there's a fucking guitar, and I'm like, I'm gonna play the guitar. I'm gonna do it. And I was doing it, and then it went to a cutscene. I'm like, oh, I was supposed to do that, but obviously I would do that because it's fucking there.
Because it's there.
Yeah.
This game is really good at stuff like that, where it's sort of, Darth was talking about like the lack of waypoints and stuff like that. There's no like radar or compass in this game. Like the map is garbage. We'll talk about that in a second. But
hot garbage.
They fixed it in the second.
I don't
one,
feel so bad now.
Bad.
Okay, I was so lost on that second level.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. It's a bad thing. They did a bad map. Because anyway, let's okay, Darth, let's hear the summary for chapter 1, and then we can talk about the terrible map. And it's Cere. The character's name is Cere.
After revealing she no longer uses the Force, Cere sends Cal to an ancient vault. Along the way, Cal meets a friendly little droid named BD-1, who joins his quest to beep and boop and be charming. On their journey, Cal reaches out to the Force, remembering his ability to wall run. Inside the vault, BD projects a message from Jedi Master Eno Cordova, detailing how he hid a holocron containing a list of known Force-sensitive children within. To access it, Cal must find the tombs of 3 Zepho sages. With BD's aid, Cal embarks on a journey to rebuild the Jedi Order.
Is that what happened?
I have so many problems with this storyline. Yeah. I was angry when I heard that was like the story. Okay. Go ahead.
Well, no. You lead.
Okay, so how old is this freaking vault? How long ago was the holocron sent there? And we are still going after the children that the holocron mentions, who are now possibly dead because that holocron is 100 years old. Right?
Wrong.
Well, no, wrong. Because the holocron was hidden there after the fall of Jedi. So the holocron's new, the tombs are ancient.
How firmly does the story set the timeline from when the Jedi have fallen to where we are now?
So that isn't the question. It's because I was a bit confused, I think, on possibly the wavelength that you are initially, where I was like, huh? As far as the timeline. And then I was like, oh, this shit's really old. And this guy just put his stuff here.
Okay.
Yeah.
Even
So
then,
he's obsessed.
That makes more sense. But even then, I'm still like, they're talking about how older these people wouldn't be in the same place they used to be. I guess you have their names, but still, that time gap was really confusing when I first.
So we're somewhere between Revenge of the Sith and A New Hope, probably prior even to Solo, I would imagine. Because
it's you can put it together schematically. It's about 10 years after Order 66.
Even that far, I'm on Darth's level of like, these kids are not where the holocron says they are.
Yeah, I'll be honest, it's a bad idea for a plot, and I have so many thoughts about this. This is why I wanted to cover this game with you guys.
Well, I'm glad we're talking about this because I didn't clock this at all. I don't know what we're doing.
Well, so, okay, here's the thing. There's a couple things happen. There is the holocron of it all. Doesn't really make a lot of sense. The other thing is they have to invent a whole race of ancient aliens that we didn't know existed before called the Zepho in order to have these tombs. And I don't know why so many franchise games do this. This has happened in a bunch of franchise games where they're like, it's set in the universe, but there's a secret alien.
A precursor.
Yeah. Now I can see Darth is looking something up, and I would encourage you not to Google anything about this game because there will be spoilers.
So what I wanted to try to remember was because I had watched a video one time, like a year ago, that was like the origin of Force users. And it was like really, really out there. And like there was this whole alien species, and like they went to some planet and then they like blah 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 blah. So I'm like, is that what they're talking about? Are those the Zepho that I'm remembering from that story?
Could be.
But I'm gonna stop Googling since you gave me that warning.
Well, the other thing that's messed up about Star Wars canon is that like you can go back like 10,000 years, and technologically, like the universe has not really progressed. Because that's like what is it? SWTOR, Star Wars: The Old Republic, is like 10,000 fucking years ago or something like that, where there is a Sith Empire and an Old Republic existing at the same time. This is prior even to the rule of two, so there's like Sith all over the place. And technologically, we're not that different from where we are in, quote unquote, the present day of mainline Star Wars. So, like, how further back is this precursor civilization, first of all?
Yeah. And then, like, the other question is, like, well, like, how have we not heard about them before? And I guess the answer is the universe is real big. Sorry, the galaxy. My bad. I did want to explain one thing. The reason I say don't Google things isn't for any particular reason other than people that do like games, guides and stuff like that are incredibly talented, but they have this problem where in order to write games guides, you have to have really good SEO because people need to be able to find the specific thing when you Google it. And so what ends up happening is in order to make that happen, they often have to front load an explanation of something with a bunch of words about that game. And it'll often be something like you'll Google like how to solve this puzzle. And it'll be like, after Cal does this and before he arrives at blah, you'll find this puzzle. And the thing that it's like, oh, I didn't realize that XYZ character died.
Yeah, after Dumbledore dies on page 796.
Yeah.
Yeah.
You're like, wait, what?
Exactly.
I literally had that happen.
Treacherous.
I don't know if I've ever told you all that, but I literally had that happen. Like, I got into all the Harry Potter books like right before the 7th book came out. So I knew almost nothing about it, and I was reading all of them leading up to it. And I had not gotten to that book yet. And we were in Books A Million just walking past the Harry Potter section, and one of my friends like freaked out. It was like, go away, don't look, go away, go away. And of course, I'm a guy, so I had to do the exact opposite, and I had to look at whatever he was telling me not to look at. And there was a book with the literal title of How Did Dumbledore Die? And I'm like, I shouldn't have looked. You were right. I shouldn't have looked. Now it's ruined. But yeah, why would you title a literal book that? Because it like immediately spoiled the thing for me, you know?
I mean, he was old. He was going to die soon anyway. This planet's... So yeah, the structural thing happening here is weird. the load-bearing requirements for this story are a Jedi holocron that contains the location of all of the Force-sensitive children, seeming to imply that one could rebuild the Jedi Order with that alone. 2, that this Jedi Master, Eno Cordova, who I always thought was Endo Cordova for some reason, but it's not. He is a big guy who studies these things and has hid all of his shit in their temples as a test for a. I think the semantic implication here is that only a Jedi strong in the Force, who's a goody guy, could pass all of these trials. Like a Sith couldn't, because their connection to the Force is with the baddie part of the Force, not the goody part of the Force. And so I think the supposition he's made is like only a strong Jedi Knight will be able to pass these trials, even though he himself is a strong Jedi Knight. So it kind of raises the question, like, why didn't he use the holocron to rebuild the Jedi Order? But then you wouldn't have a video game. So I'm kind of fine with that.
I thought the idea was that he was hiding it because he was about to die. That's usually the implication of when a message is given in that fashion. That would make sense. That isn't the case. But that's also really standard in Star Wars too, is that like only a Jedi could open a holocron. You see that a lot with Darth Maul and Ezra in Rebels, where like Maul like kidnaps Ezra because he has to have Ezra to open the Jedi holocron.
So
and then Ezra like has to be taught how to open the Sith holocron because he doesn't understand how to use the dark side.
So I have 3 different notes on this section. One of which is about psychometry. Is that something that you were going to discuss? Force echoes.
Psychometry. Is it called psychometry?
It is called psychometry.
Hang on.
Wait a minute. Psychometry.
Star Wars. Psycho.
I was about to say I'm going to be chaotic and call it psychometry.
Psychometry. Yeah, you're right. I was wrong before I said it was a different thing. I was wrong.
I put Force Echo - psychometry because I don't think they actually refer to it as that until later. But
no one says it. There's a pop-up that tells you at one point.
That could be it. That is, to me, a sort of clever storytelling device that doubtful either of you have played this, but The Division. The ring any bell?
Yeah, I played the first one.
You played the first one? Okay. Darth, you familiar with it all? The Division? Did you play it?
Yeah. I don't know why I feel like throwing this out, but there also is like a little blip on one of those things that you could look at, and it says the actress's name that plays Khaleesi. She's like one of the dead characters laying on the ground there. So they threw a whole bunch of stuff in when you do that little blip, and you can look around at the history of whatever happened in the room. There's some interesting stuff that you could read in there. It was a really cool little look at a storytelling element, I guess. It was really interesting.
Yeah, so I was reminded of that because The Division was very much like both games were very much lacking in story. However, the first one much more so than the second one. You could find a lot of story in the environment if you went looking around, and the way that they were able to do that was through the echoes that you could find in when I'm referring specifically to The Division, the echoes that you could find with your watch or whatever the hell device that they used. There was a lot of storytelling that they had in the game there that you could actually like piece together. Like if you found this sequence and then this sequence and then this sequence, you could actually find them out of order. But if you saw them in the correct order, they were a complete story about what happened, and it was really interesting to me. Like that, I found that on later playthroughs after my first one, because I think I played through that like 3 or 4 times with when different friends of mine were like leveling up, and I very much appreciated that. Like there's that concept of sort of like found stories is I'm going to reference an even older game, BioShock. Do you remember that one?
Yeah, of course. The audio logs.
Yeah, exactly. The audio logs. There was what was that guy's name? It was something Levine, the showrunner story. Yes, that guy. So he gave a talk, I think, at one time about the video game or about video games, etc. And he said he specifically said, nobody cares about your stupid story. And one of his goals with BioShock was, instead of like force feeding the story to the players, etc., that he was going to like hide these story elements basically throughout the levels. And that if you wanted the story, you could go find it in these audio logs and other sort of events and stuff in BioShock. And that's the same sort of concept that's carried through the Division, where unfortunately in the Division, like the main storyline isn't enough by itself, so that most of the storytelling is really caught within those like sort of echoes that you find. But it's a storytelling element. All of that to say, it's a storytelling element that I really do like, where I can find that stuff and be engaged in it if I care about it, but if I don't, then whatever.
Yeah,
just let me wall run through the level and get back to the ship.
It also like you can start to piece together like, okay, like, and the other thing that I really like about this game, and less so the next one, is like when you scan stuff, every now and then Cal or BD1 will like have a little chit chat about what you just scanned. Only like things that are significant. It always adds a little bit of texture. And as much as Cal is kind of annoying in this game, if they get it right in the next one, he just sometimes is grating. But I also like, there's just like a lot of little detail in here. There is some stuff that makes you go, huh? Like, Cordova is like, you made it to this temple and you're strong in the Force and you passed the test. And I was like, what test? This thing is just on a hill. What does that mean? Like, okay.
That was one thing that I was thinking about. I'm like, why couldn't the ship just land over here?
Like, I get it. You need a video game level, but like, how is that a test? Was the test finding it? Was that the secret? Because maybe that was the secret. But then Cere passed that test, not me.
There was also
the friends you made along the way.
There was actually getting through the tree too, though. Because like if you walk through the tree from the front, the hole in the tree, then you just come out the other side. But like if you activate the thing and then walk through it from the back, then you go into the secret room underground.
I'm looking at David and I'm going, what tree?
What are you? You mean the?
Yeah, when you get to the big hill, there's the big ancient temple.
It's not a tree.
Ooh, is it not?
Is it not? I thought it was just.
There's no fucking trees there.
I think it's a tree growing up right out of the middle of the thing, and there's a big crack in it.
I thought it was a piece of stone.
Okay, maybe it's stone. We'll go back and look.
It is stone. It is stone.
Someone check the tape.
Because I have a lot of recordings, but I don't know if I have one of that. But anyway, so maybe that was part of it, was that like finding the hill, finding the temple isn't the thing, but you could only access the secret hidden temple if you go through that crack the right way, with the right mindset, with the right connection to the Force, blah, blah, blah. So I can conceivably see that that's what he's talking about, but the overall issues that I had with this stage are one, what I already said about the purpose of the holocron being a list of Jedi kids. Like, I think there are so many other things that they could have gone with. And B, the fact that this whole time, like, part of the secret was like the droid was the secret the whole time. And I'm like, your entire plan for the continuation of the Jedi Order can't be this one little droid surviving on this hostile planet with all of these rabid tardigrades that want to come up and eat you at all times, and this little droid has survived all by itself, and you want to entrust the entire Jedi Order to this little thing. Like, those two things, like, hurt me from a storyline perspective.
I don't disagree. Also, you kill a lot of animals. And they're just living their life.
Right?
Do you know what I'm saying?
No. They're living their life. They tried to eat me.
I have no business being there. That's their home. That's where they live.
Survival of the fittest. That's all.
What's
saying.
even sadder is, like, you see this, I'm going to call it a crate dragon. I don't know what it was. It was some kind of dragon that's like snoozing on the other side of a cliff. And the droid is like, "Oh, this is a very rare species. This is a sighting that you should be proud of seeing." And I'm like, if I could get over there, I would try to kill it.
That thing's full of XP.
Well, the part where you're underground, where the thing's just like looking in the hole and like sniffing, I was like, that's ominous as fuck.
Ooh, what did you get to that I didn't see?
Well, maybe you didn't look up, but like there's several parts where you're under. I think where you're learning wall running, possibly before that, possibly after that. But like, there's like a big hole in the ceiling, and like there's a big fuck off monster, like just like looking down in the hole and like flaring his nostrils, like smell something good down there.
Man, I want to go
You
back.
can go
and,
back and
I want to go find
you
that.
can go back and fight that. Yeah.
Yeah.
There's a
So
hole- you
I
have to fill that
was
hole to
100%
fight it.
thinking like we can fight that thing at some point.
You can fight it now if you want.
So speaking of the wall running
it's out
thing,
there.
I need to know how much time that you guys spent in that room being lost before you realized that it wanted you to wall run.
What?
I am.
What you?
I am
Sorry.
Really,
so you
I
had the
know.
flashback. So you had the flashback.
I know.
Okay. You had the flashback where it teaches you how to wall run,
It just.
and then you're looking at the room, and it visually before the flashback it shows the little critters running on the wall, and you had a flashback where your Jedi Master is like, "Hey, learn to wall run," and then Cal's like, "Wow, I've remembered how to wall run," and you're like, "I don't know what to do."
No, you don't see the flashback until after you wall run. All you see is
No, that's not true. You touch the wall, and then he remembers how to wall run. You flash back, and then you can wall run in the level.
In there?
Now it's wrong. Now it's wrong. Now it's wrong. Now it's wrong.
Didn't you just a minute ago talk about Titanfall and how much you like Titanfall?
yeah. That's the other reason I'm in.
That's
it.
90% wall running.
Isn't Titanfall like known for its wall running?
That's the other reason I'm really embarrassed about that scene.
You should
I
be.
spent at least 5 minutes completely lost, killing myself over and over, trying to jump up on the rocks on the other side.
In there?
And then eventually I remembered that right before I got there, you saw this like glowing little critter like run across the wall. And at the time, I just thought it was flying. I didn't realize it was like literally running on the wall. I just thought it was like dream critters that glowing and running around. And then I was like, oh, maybe it wants me to...
So wait, did you not touch the wall?
I didn't know you were supposed to.
Was that the issue?
Okay, so if you're supposed to touch the wall, no, I didn't do that. You wake up in a dream, you're like at the edge of a cliff, and you have to wall run to get over the cliff. But there's nothing, indicating that besides the glowing critter that runs across the wall right before you wake up there on the cliff. So that's...
What are you talking about?
So, okay, what happened?
But now I will say that it was after that sequence where I was like, I think I'm in the part that Darth was talking about, where I'm just like, what the fuck am I doing here? Because like I couldn't get out of. I was like, clearly I'm supposed to be able to do something, but I don't see it. And it was that I hadn't put together. I hadn't remembered that you can wall run and then jump off of the wall. And that was that last little bit that I was missing. Because that was a frustrating bit. Like there was a friend of mine that was I was talking to at the time on Discord, and she was like, oh, how's Jedi Fallen Order going? I'm like, really? I'm just trying to get back to the ship. I'm fucking done with this.
Yep.
I'm really worried about some puzzles in the future for you guys. Because this is like, that's not even a puzzle.
Yeah. It was just navigation. It was just like basic.
That's confirming, that's confirming that you understood the thing it just taught you. This is going to be a great series. We're going to come back next week and you're going to be like, that fucking Jedi temple took me 12 hours. Oh, I'm so worried.
I was worried because I didn't have a lot of time and to play this week, and because of Baldur's Gate 3. And so when Darth was like, it took him like a number of hours to get through this, I was like, oh shit, like this is gonna be a while.
Darth got stuck on a bit of side content that you don't have to do. In the future, my suggestion is going to be this. If you get stuck on a puzzle and it's getting to the point where you're just shitty with it, just message me and I'll tell you how to solve it.
So this,
because I feel like
this was where I got stuck.
Yeah,
is this one solvable?
Yeah.
Because I cannot tell you how long I spent trying to solve
you
this.
You don't have the force power you need yet.
Okay.
Oh, okay. I looked at that and I was like, nah, fuck it. I'm going back to the ship.
See, there are so many possible ways to solve that puzzle. Like there are 6 fans in that room plus the 2 there. So there's 8 fans total. If you stop them using the force in a certain order, then theoretically it would make the ball fall and you could do whatever you're supposed to do. So I spent so long trying to stop the fans and figure out what order you were supposed to stop them in. Then I realized you could actually access that if you go around the outside, ledge crawl going around the outside of it and get through the backside. And I'm like, I don't know what the game wants me to do. And I don't even know if this is part of the story that it wants me to do because there's nothing telling me what to do. And then I gave up trying to get that golden ball and I just kept trying to find the ship after that. So that was,
yeah.
I thought it was maybe part of like the thing where it was like, you can't upgrade BB or what's BD? Yeah, you can't upgrade. Yeah. You can't upgrade BD1 until blah, blah, blah. And I was like, maybe that's part of the thing, but fuck it. I don't care. I'm getting out of here.
My suggestion is the second you run into any friction with something that isn't clearly the thing you're doing, just move on. It's like a Metroidvania style thing where you'll come back later and you'll have new powers. That's very funny though. I love that it's just like you guys are climatizing to this style of game. Is very entertaining.
So my thoughts about this Grass Planet level were, in my opinion, the way that they crafted this like utterly killed the story pacing because I spent like 90% of the time running around lost, trying to figure out where I was supposed to go. The first half of it was trying to find the temple to complete the mission, and the second half of it was trying to find where in the heck my ship was so I could finish the mission. And at no point did I have any concrete knowledge or confidence in my ability to navigate even using that freaking map. Because it was all zip lines that went to different levels and blah, blah, blah. So I ran around and killed the same tardigrade like 50 times because I kept thinking I was going in the right direction and then I wound up just like going in circles and going back to the same place that I was.
So I would very much, I was going to say disagree, but that's the wrong word. I very much agree with Darth on his assessment of this level, because like initially I was like, ooh, what's over here and what's over here? Let me go down there. Let's go over here and blah, 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 this and that. And then finally I got to a point where I was just like, where do I need to go? All right, I'm going there. And how do I get back to the ship? Let's go. And you spent, I don't know how long trying to figure out the ball or whatever. I actively looked down there and went, that's probably a thing, but fuck it. I don't care. I'm going back to the ship.
Yeah.
And again, I apologize for the fruity language tonight, but like I've had quite a bit of gin. So
look, the thing is, it's not very well designed, because what you should think, and this isn't the way the game does not do a good job of institutionalizing this through its play, right? Its conveyance isn't really there. What it should communicate to you is, hey, you have the wall run, you're at the end of the level. This is a level where there's a bunch of there's layers to it, and you were on the bottom before and you came to the top. What it should be communicating is, hey, the quickest way to get back to the ship is just try to stay on top as much as you can. Because if you come out with that mindset, there's a really clear path where it's like 4 or 5 jumps and you're back at the ship. But what ends up happening, which is what happened to me, because it fucking happens every time, even though I've played this a bunch of times, is I fuck up one jump, or I think I'm going the right way and I'm not, and then suddenly you're back in the thick of it and you're completely lost. Because there's not a good visual anchor point for you to be like, I need to make my way in that direction. The second that you get below eye line of the sort of top level of the kind of little, I guess like chunks of land or whatever you want to call them. The second you get below that, you have no visual reference point for the direction you should be going. And when you check the map, it's never clear how to get there. Like, and it is just a fundamental design issue with the game that they never quite solve. Some of the levels are just better designed. You know, there's a couple that kind of make a little bit more sense. But yeah, quite a few of them throughout just never really figure it out. My suggestion is like, often the most direct path is, because they'll do this a lot, because it's sort of a Metroidvania style thing, where you'll clear an area, you'll get a new power, and the brain thing you should try and do is go like, okay, I have this new power, how should I use it to re-navigate this space? Weirdly enough, in that first planet, that's not how you get back. So even that doesn't really like track. So it is just like a weirdly designed thing. I agree with you guys. I think it's the weakest planet in the game, is my like genuine opinion. They get better as they go.
I think the design of the wall run is also like a huge problem, because like coming from Titanfall, if it was a physical object, then you could bounce off of it. And this game, at least from what I've seen so far, the only wall runs that you could do are on the smooth walls. And if it's not a smooth wall, then you're not allowed to wall run on it. And just coming from Titanfall, like that concept, just because that was what was great about it, was that everything was real, you know? And so you come over here and you're like, well, if I can't run on that wall, then it's like not real. It's not really there. I can only run on the stuff that's really there. And it was just a weird mindset to have to get into. That's like, I have this power, but I can only use it if the physical properties of the thing are right. And so then you're looking at the striations on the rock to figure out if that's the way to go. And I couldn't figure out if I just hated that concept from a story building perspective or not.
I was also looking at the striations on the rock and going, is that a rock I can climb? Is that a rock I can run on? Is that a rock that's just there?
Right. So two things that will serve you well. Walls that have horizontal lines, you can wall run on. And you can climb on stuff that looks like it's maybe vines. Like, they will change up the texture and what it's made of. Like, you might be climbing on wires later on, or you might be climbing on like different types of stuff. One thing that annoys the shit out of me, just at like a purely control level, is when you jump on a surface and you have to hit L2 to climb.
Mm-hmm.
Fucking weird choice. They get rid of that in the second game. It's just, it doesn't make any sense. Why would I ever not want to climb if I'm jumping at a climbing surface?
I have one note left on my notes.
I have one note as well. Is it the same note?
Probably not.
Okay, what's your note?
Mine is about the healing stem. What is yours about?
Mine's about a cameo. Do your healing stem thing.
So the healing stem thing, like, this is purely a graphical kind of thing, but the idea of BD1 like feeding you healing stems and how it's executed when you're in the world, how it looks, etc., is very cool. I dig it. I'm down for it.
Yeah, where it shoots up out of BD1 and you grab it and go.
Yeah, he not just shoots up, but he just like shoots it and you like grab it and you like stab it in yourself like real quick. It's very cool, very fluid. However, the first time that it happens is in a cutscene where he gives you the healing stem and then you stab yourself through the leather chest plate that you're wearing. And I'm looking at that and going, this is a freaking cutscene. Like, nobody looked at that and go like, that looks dumb. Like, put it in his shoulder or his leg or something like that. It's just like this. It looks like, I keep bringing up these like comparisons to older games, but it looks like Skyrim from 2011. Come on.
Yeah, it's like the literal armor that he's wearing to protect himself or whatever.
Yeah, he just stabs himself in the leather.
Yeah.
It bothers me. It bothers me, David. It bothers me.
I get it. It's a bad choice. I don't disagree. Actually, we haven't talked about this and we should. What do you guys think of the poncho?
He's not wearing a poncho in the second level.
The first level, he's wearing a poncho?
He's not wearing a poncho. I have found a poncho piece that I can swap out for. I haven't done it yet, but
okay, we'll talk about it next time. All I would say is I would encourage you to explore your poncho options.
All I will say is that the initial outfit that he's wearing when we get to the planet, I'm like, that's dope as fuck. I would cosplay that.
Yeah. Oh, listen. This game is famous for its ponchos. People were obsessed with these ponchos, y'all. Like that first level, you wear a poncho. That thing is iconic.
I guess I was looking at it like it was a cape, I guess. Because you're always running. It's mostly behind perspective, so you don't really see the front all that much.
It's a poncho. Yeah.
Was that your thing, the poncho?
Something to think. No, that wasn't my note. I just remembered that. Did you guys trigger the cutscene on the ship to get the new destination?
Yes.
Dathomir? Dathomir?
It's
Dathomir is one other place.
I can't remember the other place, but the other place is their home world or whatever. But did you get the cutscene with? Did y'all see Obi-Wan Kenobi?
Oh no, not that far.
I believe I did.
Yeah, the little holocron.
I think as soon as I got back to the ship, I saved it and then stopped.
Okay.
I think I did a cutscene, and it's the holocron of it's basically Obi-Wan's message from Revenge of the Sith, right?
Yeah. Okay, that was my last note. Is like Obi-Wan's here. It's because I didn't properly communicate that you should trigger the when you get back to the ship. All of these notes that I've written is like you'll get back to the ship and then you'll have a new destination. You got to play until you know what the new destination is. So you just missed a cutscene. That's all.
Gotcha. Yeah, I spent a lot of time just like running around and doing stupid stuff like this.
Perfect. Oh, he's a little goober. I love it. Look, I think that'll do it. We sure did talk about it, didn't we?
Yeah.
Next episode, we are talking about chapter 2, and what you want to do. So we're not going to go to Dathomir. We're going to go to the other planet because that's the mainline quest. Dathomir is like optional side content for now. You can go there. I would just say don't yet because it's pretty high level.
Wait. So I need to write down. I've lost my pen. I've also got 3 fingers of whiskey in me, which I'm not used to. So I'm kind of spinning. How did I lose my pen?
So not Dathomir.
Don't go to Dathomir. Don't go to Dathomir.
Don't go to Dathomir. Go to the other place.
Remind me not to go to Dathomir.
This is called. Hang on, let me tell you what it's called. Hang on, let me tell you what it's called. I believe it's Zepho is where you're going, which is the home planet of
Zepho.
The Zeph. Oh yeah, the home planet of the Zepho.
Zephin.
Such a dumb name.
Zephin?
Zepho. No, it's the planet Zepho, and they're called Zepho.
Yeah, but what's the plural?
It's dumb. Zephies?
Zephi? Zephin?
Or is it Zephi like cacti? It's a bad name.
It's the planet Human where they're going to see the humans.
Fuck, it's so stupid. Anyway, so we're going to Zepho, and what you want to do is you want to play until you've killed a thing that you guys will recognize. I can't say anything more than that, but it's a familiar enemy, and you'll come to the ship with a new destination. So the way this game works basically is each chapter is like a planet, more or less. Yeah. We will revisit some of these planets, but the next episode, you'll go to Zepho, you'll basically play through all of it, and then you'll come back to the ship and have the conversation about the next destination, and then you stop playing. Ryan, take us out with something funny, clever, and witty.
Oh, I was unprepared for this part.
You did it. That'll work. We'll catch you guys next time. You know my feelings about Star Wars, so that would help to have someone that isn't a Star Wars person.
No, but I think what Darth said the other day is it's like, no, you're a real fan now because you love it and you hate it. That's a Star Wars fan.
That is true.
Yeah. But the thing is, I hate it. I hate what everyone else likes about it. Oh wait, does that make me the truest of fan? Am I like? Is that like? Have I entered like the? Is that like tier 1 fandom?
Oh, you're in, like, man. You're in.
Laser swords? Give me a fucking break. Like, no, thank you. Yeah. I actually like before the High Republic. That's actually kind of my favorite era.
Yeah. You're in. 100%.
No, okay. Look, let's do the freaking show.
There's always a bigger fish.
Okay, how do I start this thing? Welcome back to Always a Bigger Fish, the show answering questions you didn't think to ask. Welcome back to our Fallen Order coverage, where last episode I lied to you and said we'd be covering Chapter 2. We're actually covering Chapter 2 and 3 because we cannot schedule our lives to save, like, to even make this recording happen. We had 2 reschedules and 1 drunken bender. So, like, just the fact that we're here at all, I think, is impressive. So we're covering Chapter 2 and 3. If you haven't played and you want to play, basically play the game up until Cal is knocked unconscious and finds himself trapped in unusual circumstances. If you want to play the game first, pause, play until you get knocked out, and then come back. But if you don't care about spoilers or you're not playing along, I guess we'll get stuck into it. I kind of want to know. So really, last time, very high level. The game's starting. You're just sort of getting a bit of an intuition of, I guess, how the game is going to feel moving forward. It's really introductory. This is kind of now just you're in the game, doing game stuff. Were you guys expecting as many puzzles as this game is obsessed with providing for some reason?
I don't think I was at all, except for the fact that you had mentioned it a couple times just in passing. Like, the number of times I heard you mention the word puzzle before we got started kind of clued me in that this was not the normal game I would have expected from Star Wars. But I haven't necessarily disliked anything. It just was really out of the realm of what I would have expected from a Star Wars game.
That's a good way of putting it.
Back when the game was new, a friend of mine was playing it, and I think I watched a little bit of him play that on, or streamed a little bit of it, and so I had a pretty good idea of what the game entailed or what the game would be. That said, I hate it. I really hate this game.
Yeah, I thought you might.
That's my high level overview right now.
So okay, so there's a few things I want to get out of the way first. So I also dislike big structural parts of this game. This is basically modeled on the Soulsborne series, so Dark Souls, Bloodborne, as far as like the combat. So it's kind of chasing Dark Souls in a certain sense. In a lot of ways, it's maybe closer to Bloodborne or Sekiro, where it's very parry based if you want to play it that way. Obviously, the corpse run mechanic, where you have like check-in points that when you rest, the enemies respawn, and if you die, your force experience, they never really explain that, gets left in the world, right? That is just the Dark Souls formula. So that part of it I really like. Playing it on the hardest difficulty does really emphasize some of that stuff. I would anticipate that my playthrough of these sections probably took about a third of the time as you guys, if we exclude that one boss fight, only because I already know the answers to all the puzzles. So I've just because I've played it a couple times, I just kind of come in, whiz through the puzzles, and then move on with my life. I don't have to think about it. I'm curious. I guess we'll get to it when we get to them, but what about it do you hate? Because for me, it's just, the puzzles are like, once you figure them out, it's like, oh yeah, but now I just have to do it. And it's like kind of sometimes tedious or annoying or unnecessary. And I kind of wish it didn't have them, is my kind of general thoughts on the puzzles.
Darth, I don't remember if you were positive or negative. Why don't you go first?
In regards to the puzzles, the biggest gripe, talking with some guys at work that have played through it, and what came out of that conversation was that the problem with the puzzles, in my opinion, is that they detract from the story by separating the story from the next bit of story. So you'll have this like huge bit of exposition where you'll learn something about the character or about the other characters in the story, and then you'll have this puzzle that you don't know how to solve. So you're going to spend 3 hours on the puzzle, then you're going to spend another hour or whatever trying to find your flippin' ship so that you could go on to the next bit of story. But by that point, it's been 3 solid hours of what was the last bit of story that I just learned because I had all this puzzle stuff in between it. And then I had an hour of trying to find the ship and screaming at everything in frustration in between that. So the biggest problem I have is that I keep losing the point of the game, which is the story, in the midst of all this other stuff. So a huge thing that I think would have made the game better is to have, like in most games, I would think I could say this with some certainty, that when you solve the biggest portion of it, you get to the climax of that level and then your ship comes to you. So you don't lose everything that you learned, and you could just go to the next bit of story. So the story flow isn't as interrupted as this game like forces it to be. So that's my biggest thing. And the reason they do that is because they want you to use the new mechanic they've introduced at the end of the level, and it's like to get back, like, which I think it is a Dark Souls thing of like it's sort of like a shortcut or whatever, or it's like a Metroidvania style thing. I just don't think it works here. Because you could do the same thing by introducing the new mechanic in the beginning of the next level to force you to learn how to use it or whatever. Which is what they do in the sequel. They figured that out. And even then, you're right. The question was about the puzzles, and there are several of them. I don't know how I solved them. The first one where you're rolling the boulder around the room and you have to open the doors and let the wind push the boulder in certain directions, I solved it by accident. I don't know how I did it, and I couldn't duplicate it again. I was just like, oh, well, that's through that part then. That works. Yeah. Interesting.
So you're positive or negative on the game overall? Sounds like you're a bit negative on the puzzle.
Yeah, overall I'm positive on it, even though like the actual play has been frustrating on several levels. But like I spent a lot of time in this game just looking around. Like I love the scenery. I love. Isn't it crazy good? Yeah, it's beautiful. And I love the mechanics of just like running around and slashing stuff. And I spent a lot of time like force pushing enemies off the edge of the cliff and then giggling and waiting for them to respawn and then doing it again. It's pretty good.
So what you said right off the top was not what I was going to lead off with, but is 100% correct. That I was thinking exactly the same thing. I was like, what are we doing here? Or my friend that was watching me play, she's like, what are you doing here? I'm like, I don't freaking know. I don't remember. I don't even remember what we're looking for. And it's like you finally run into the hologram of the guy, and he's like, this is blah blah blah, the Jedi children. I'm like, oh, yes, it's the Jedi children. Oh, that's what we're doing here, or something. Unrelated, or actually related point to that, I wanted to talk about at the end of today. So stick a pin in that. That's one of our phrases. T-shirts incoming, David.
I don't think that we invented that phrase.
No, we didn't, but we use it a lot. Along it, like it's writ large. Put a pin in that, and there's a third one I don't remember, but it'll show up. It will be emergent. Yeah. So like the story disconnectedness because of the amount of time it takes to get from cutscene or exposition is it really ruins the pacing for the story as far as the storytelling goes. As far as the puzzles themselves. I think I'm having slightly an easier time of it because my friend and I, or my friend who was watching me, is like we play a lot of puzzle games. Like right now, we're in the middle of the last of the We Were Here games, which I don't know if you've played those. Those are you play it with a partner, and right at the beginning of the game, like both of you get separated, and you have to solve puzzles to move forward. And usually, it involves you can see part of the puzzle and they can see part of the puzzle, and you have to communicate in order to move forward and things like that. And a big part of that game is just you get to a new area, and like what is the puzzle is usually where you begin with. And that can be hard sometimes. So my brain's already like kind of attuned to that. But even then, I was really glad that my friend was watching me, my friend that I play the We Were Here games with, because she was like, oh, you need to do this, or you probably need to do that, or why don't you try this? And there was the one that we did last night. I don't remember having trouble with the balls. No pun intended there. But like the part that one of the parts that really messed me up last night was in the when you have to burn the chain and drop the thing. We'll come back to that. But
we'll put a pin in it.
Put a pin in it. But there was one other thing there was one other thing that I wanted to say is the big problem that I have that is very much related to you finish the level and you have to get back to the ship. That was a problem for me more than once in this section where at the end of Kashyyyk, and it was unclear what I was supposed to do. And
was it going up the lift?
Well, I went up. I think that was what happened. But I was in front of the mantis, and it was like, okay, the mantis isn't the objective. I need to go somewhere else, right? Like there was something we didn't do here. We're looking for something, and I go, and I think I'm at a certain point, and I'm looking at the map, and I'm like, I think we need to go this way. And she's like, I don't think you need to go that way. I'm like, no, I'm pretty sure we need to go this way. And it's the part where you jump down into the lake by the Venator. And so I jump down, and then immediately it clicks. I'm like, this is not the way I was supposed to go. And now I have to go through the entire level to get back to the ship. And that really pissed me off.
Yeah. But, if it makes you feel any better, Darth did DM me around the same time in the story and was like, I haven't been knocked out yet. What the fuck am I supposed to do?
Yeah, that's what she wanted to play. We were here forever last night. She's like, have you been knocked out yet? Are we there yet? Come on, get knocked out.
And it's so weird too, because like the story at the end of that Kashyyyk level, the dude is that I always blank on his name. The dude wearing all the armor.
Huh? Oh no.
Saw
Gerrera. Okay, we're getting ahead of ourselves, but yeah.
But anyway, so he's like, you go find Tarfor in the Darklands or whatever, and take this path, and that's how you find him. So, assumedly, that's the next bit of the story, but it's not. The next bit of the story is going to Zepho. So, why did the character direct you here, but you're supposed to go here? It was very confusing.
Yeah, there was one other thing that I wanted to say about the formatting of the puzzles before David gets us back on track, and that's the just what we do here. The format of the levels is so again. I think it's really valuable to compare this to the We Were Here series in that when you get to a new area or when you get to a new puzzle, you may have significant amount of confusion on what is the puzzle in that game. However, you know the area that you're operating in. Whereas with this, because like you basically have the whole level to play with, there were many points where I'm like, where the hell am I supposed to go? What is not what is the puzzle? Where is the puzzle? Like,
yeah. Where does it begin and end? And I think it's a real difficult level design challenge that they stumble with a lot, because sometimes you're like, oh, well, if I go into the previous room that I'm in or the side room, is that still part of it? And there's even multiple. I've played this game like a few times now. There was two moments in these levels where I was like, do I need to go into that other room, or is the whole puzzle in this main chamber? And I think that seems like a pretty, I don't know. It's not great level design, but level design is also one of the hardest things. So I'm not trying to say I would know how to do it better, but yeah, I did have the same observation.
And like along those lines, I wanted to bring this up. So like this clip is from the end of the Kashyyyk level, where all you have to do is walk over these lines and the elevator starts going up and it takes you to the top of the thing where the whole like big battle is going on. But if you don't accidentally walk over those lines, you don't realize that's a lift. So then you just end up going in circles around the entire map over and over and over, trying to figure out where you're supposed to go, because I know you're supposed to be in this room and go somewhere, but there's a door on one side of the room, there's a door on the other side of the room, and there's nothing necessarily saying this is a lift until you learn, oh wait, I'm supposed to be looking at those lights on the floor, and if I see those lights on the floor, it means it's a lift.
So that section, I also got hung up there where, and that was another part where I redid a whole section of the level trying to figure out where the hell I was supposed to go. And I didn't realize that was a lift until I looked at the map, which is ass, and then it was very clear on the map that was a lift. But I'm like, where the hell is that? Because I was at that point in a different part of the level, and I was like, oh, that's in that room, and so there's definitely a lift there. And even then, I went back, and I'm like, where the hell's the lift?
Ironically, they solve it later. It's the same design, but they just put railings on it. So when you walk up to it, you're like, oh, that's obviously a lift because it's got railings when you're using it. But that first lift, I don't know why, but that first lift, they don't have them.
No, because I think I have to subtract points for that because there's no railings in Star Wars. We don't do railings in Star Wars. It's not a thing.
Doesn't a guy get pushed off the railing into the Death Star laser in A New Hope or whatever? Or Return or something? The guy that did the Wilhelm scream? Why am I blanking on his name? It's his cameo. He gets shoved off. There's definitely railings.
No, it's a joke from A New Hope where you have the guys that are in like the laser. It's a Family Guy made fun of it. Where in their episode Blue Harvest, where like they've got like the big tunnel with the Death Star laser shoots down. You have a couple guys there on like a platform with no railing, and one of in the Family Guy bit, the guy goes, he's like, yeah, well, I asked him if we could put some railings in here, and he said, well, we can't do that because then you guys would be leaning. I'm like, what are you talking about leaning?
It's pretty good. Yet another Star Wars meme I don't recognize.
Look at you there.
All right. Let's get on track. Let's at least try. Rye, are you on the doc? Do you want to read the summary for Chapter 2 for us?
All right. In Chapter 2, the gang heads to Zepho on the hunt for the tomb Cordova pointed them to. We learn a few things along the way. First, that Cere was a seeker for the Jedi.
You guys,
Cere?
come on. Cere.
Was a seeker for the Jedi.
She's one of the 5 characters. Cere.
Oh, that's who that is. Oh, okay. Was a sort of spiritual recruiter who roamed the galaxy to find Force-sensitive children to kidnap and indoctrinate into the monastic Jedi Order. What the fuck? Second, the Empire abandoned a mining operation on Zepho as their equipment couldn't handle the magnetic winds. While navigating the tomb, Cal sees a vision of his master, Jaro Tapal, and he recalls the ability to force push. This ability allows him to complete the temple and learn that they ought to seek out the Wookiee chieftain on Kashyyyk. Stopping point for those of you who progressed, play until you've defeated a familiar enemy and return to the ship with a new destination.
Well, that was where we would have stopped if we weren't
That's
doing
where we would have
double
stopped, yes.
Yes. So I want to explain. You've stumbled backwards into a trick I've done. I don't think I've done it to Darth in a long time. But phrasing the summaries in such a way that make you go, wait, is that what happened? So I'll read that again just for anyone in the back.
No.
So Cere, you're on the ship. It's after the Jedi Holocron with the Obi-Wan Kenobi cameo. And Cere goes, Cal's like, oh, they're having a little bit of a heart-to-heart, right? And she explains that she was a seeker for the Jedi Order. And on first blush, out of context, you go, okay, well, so she just goes around the galaxy and goes and brings Force-sensitive children back to the temple. But if you think about it, her job was to go around the galaxy, find people with the Force, kidnap them, and brainwash them into the Jedi Order. And when you frame it like that in the context of this story...
Fake news.
Well, this story is interested in that line of thinking because you get this question of her lost apprentice, right? And then you get the question of like... I mean, this story is very interested in these questions of like master and student and sort of, I guess, like ignorance and knowledge. And I mean, we haven't really got to like, it hasn't got into the politics of it yet. It will later when it thinks about the Jedi Order. But I think it's noteworthy that Cere frames this as a very neutral activity. And Cal just kind of goes, oh, okay. Like he doesn't really react to it. It's not until and this is getting ahead of ourselves, we will talk about it this episode. It's not until we meet her apprentice that suddenly puts that into a bit of context and you go, oh, maybe like her cutting herself off from the Force wasn't the worst idea. Because look at the results of what, it's like we talk about a lot with the fall of the Jedi Order, right? Which is, well, look at the result of them existing as this kind of like monastic, race of warrior monks, who sort of, for the longest time didn't intercede with like politics and just kind of let a fascist dictatorship kind of overthrow the galaxy. And it's like, yeah, like maybe they weren't the guys. And Cal is on this mission to go and find a holocron with the location of all of these kids. And so I don't think I think it's interesting and noteworthy that her job was to go find kids that had force sensitive powers. Like, I don't think though, and that her apprentice is a large question in this story. Those things are definitely being placed in, different schematic order in order to do stuff with later. But I wanted to bring that up because you guys are like, what the fuck is the story? And that's what I thought the show would be a really good mechanism for, is trying to work through what it is I think they're trying to do, and then whether or not that comes across or not. Well, but first of all, did you guys note that?
No. Well, what you wrote here, or what the exposition of the story in the game?
Did it click? Like when they're having that little conversation and she's like, oh yeah, I'm a seeker or whatever. Did it click that your mission is also to go find a holocron where all the kids are? Like, those two things are in conversation with each other in some way.
Yeah, you're not saying that they actually like introduced, the Jedi might be evil because we're like low-key kidnapping kids. Like, they didn't go that far. Like, that's not what you're actually talking about, right? I'm not saying...
The story doesn't say that.
Okay, that's...
A character later on will say that.
Because, I mean...
not in chapter 3. Like,
that's a question that's always been in Star Wars, and that's something that, people have like kind of debated about for a long time. But I mean, I think the answer is probably more nuanced than that, because it's like structurally not different from the Xavier Institute. Like, these people shouldn't be able to function normally in everyday life because they have this gift that they don't understand how to use. So if you leave them alone, would they actually be better off? Arguably not. They might get in more trouble. They might turn evil. They might use their powers in a way that is not beneficial to, the rest of humanity or whatever. So, I mean, everyone for the most part would argue Xavier was doing the right thing and having the X-Mansion and training mutants and bringing them off the streets and all that. And like, is that really different than what the Jedi are doing? Maybe wait for the kids to get older so they can make up their own mind, because a lot of the time they're taking them when they're like 2 or 3 or whatever, and as long as the parents agree to it. The old books that I've been trying to get you to go through, David, one of them is actually kind of addresses this more, where this one Jedi Master that is like kind of off his rails a little bit with how he's really overemphasized how important he is. And he's like, the Jedi are the most important thing in the galaxy. We are taking your child. You cannot tell me no, because the Jedi are the most important thing to the galaxy, because our, connection with the Force makes us that important. So they like head on address that and what would happen if the Jedi did take the kids when the parents did not agree to it. But for the most part, that's not usually what happens. It's usually, it's an honor for our child to be a Jedi, to be trained in the Force, and to help other people.
And don't forget that in episode 1, when they bring Anakin in, they say he's too old.
Yeah, and he's like 9 in that film. Actually, that's a really good point. I guess what's interesting to me about this, or the thread I want to try and pull on here, because Darth is circling around where my head's at here, is if you think about this story as Cal as a kid, so as a youngling, presumably taken at 4 or 5 or however old, is being trained by his master before the fall of the Senate and before the fall of the Jedi. The reason the Jedi fail is like obviously pretty multi-layered, but I mean, at the big core of it is they conceal from the Senate that they've for the last couple years in the lead up to the events that we see on screen, that they're starting to lose their ability to see into the future because of the shadow of this evil Sith that, is somewhere out there, right? They're losing some grip of whatever the value it was, or the power that they had, that they were able to bring to bear, that was able to help protect the Empire, help protect the Republic, and help keep it stable. And they lie about losing that power. And you get that through dialogue where I think it's a conversation between Yoda and Mace. I think it's in the second or third one, I can't remember. But basically where Mace is like, hey, like, it might be time that we admit that we can't see the future anymore because something's about to break bad. And if we're not honest here, this is going to be a problem. And the Jedi's biggest problem as this kind of structure, and part of the reason why it fails, is that they have all of this rhetoric that they indoctrinate their kids into. And then when the kids get old enough to realize and become Jedi Masters and join the Council, they realize the rhetoric is insufficient. And so they start not necessarily lying, but they start not following their own doctrine because they realize it's unsustainable. And that deception and that distance between the, I guess, like, rhetorical function of the Jedi and the things that they teach you about attachment and things like that is not reflected in the praxis of the Jedi Order in things like Padawans and Masters, right? Like, if you were truly a monastic order where you forsook attachment, you wouldn't have like a direct reporting line with your boss / dad. Like, and it's just interesting that Cal is he was on one side of that. Everything went wrong. The Jedi Order failed. And now he's in this position where the mentor figure he has is a character who was responsible for finding those kids, taking them from their homes, bringing them to the Order, indoctrinating them. And like, you know, at the end of this little segment, we get her explaining what happened to our apprentice, but we'll get there when we get there. But it's pretty early on. This is like hour 2 of the game or something. So I think it's kind of laying its chips on the table and being like, we are going to be thinking about this stuff. And because it's Star Wars, it fucking doesn't do anything with it, but it's at least in the story. And I think for me, that is the most interesting aspects of what this era affords us, aside from obviously just the fact that Andor exists, right? Outside of that, I think it's interesting that you have these characters that remember what it was like and are maybe starting to identify some of the faults and the flaws that were ever present in the Jedi that are now only visible because it's over. Anyway, that was my TED Talk. The next note I have in my notes is, oh my god, the windmill puzzles are so annoying. I suck at platforming. I'm so bad at platforming. It's not funny. That took me and I've done this a lot, but that took me way too long. I just kept like getting the angles or the timing wrong. My Cal was plummeting to his death a lot. Like, that boy died tons of times just from fall damage.
I'm still thinking about what you wrote here. How do you say her name?
Cere.
Cere? Cere was a seeker. Oh my god. That's
the word she uses.
It's a Star Wars name if there ever was one.
That is a Harry Potter name, sir.
No, well, it's not as bad as some of the Star Wars names. Like some Star Wars names are like really literal. Like the Sleaze Baggio from it's Attack of the Clones. The guy who like wants to sell Obi-Wan death sticks. His name is Sleaze Baggio.
That's rough. That's rough, man.
And then there's a Jedi who, I don't know how you pronounce this, but if you read it the way that it's written, it says his name is I'm gonna die.
Fucking hate.
I think it's like Ima Gundi or something like that, but it's like, if you read it, it's like I'm gonna die.
Love that. Thanks, George.
Yeah, but anyway, like the part of what you wrote here, like my first instinct on reading that is how you could or basically spin that, you know, if you had, say, like, advance, even not like, no, I mean, yeah, you could technically do this, like, if you wanted to put it like sort of like real world terms, you could go like in the post Empire era, or even in the Empire era, and you go like, well, I don't, Luke Skywalker's like, well, who were the Jedi? Or, oh, those are these monastic guys that went around and they kidnapped kids. Like, yeah, you could very easily put that spin on it. And if it's all true from a certain point of view. They tried
to kill the Emperor. They tried to assassinate the Emperor and take over.
These guys had to go. They're a danger to the galaxy.
Yeah.
I could see that that's a story that needs to be written right there for Star Wars on like that point of view, and not like you know. Also, I was gonna save it to the end, but I think it's very relevant to the discussion that we're having right now. So I'm gonna tell you what it is, and then you can decide if you want to talk about it now or talk about it later. But Darth, you probably saw the big news for Star Wars this week.
Ooh, what was it?
It was a Dave Filoni quote. Dave Filoni is like the guy who's running the show for Star Wars right now.
Yeah, I know he got like promoted.
Yeah. So his quote that everybody's all in uproar about is essentially that everyone can become a Jedi. And they did that, and this is partly the explanation for like Sabine in the Ahsoka show, because I don't think she was ever Force sensitive in the show. And then we come to Ahsoka, and she was Ahsoka's Padawan or trainee or whatever, apprentice, and she's got the Force. So everybody's like, what the fuck? That wasn't a thing. How does she have how is she like being trained as a Jedi? And so the gist of what he said is that everybody can become a Jedi, but it requires training. And then it's not as easy for, you know, it's not like, I can give you the exact quote, but it's kind of long, but like, it's basically everybody can become a Jedi. It's just that some people might have to work harder for it. And the counter to that is that in a galaxy of quadrillions of people, there's only 10,000 Jedi. At the height of the Jedi, there's only 10,000 of them.
Well,
you know?
David, do you want to get into this now, or do you want to pause it?
Do you want to put a pin in that?
Let me do some magic. So I want to thread this together because I do think that's really interesting. And I think the question of why is there only 10,000 and what does that mean for the Jedi and why might they be creating barriers to entry is an interesting question, because it's classic Filoni. He probably said one thing and didn't quite say what he meant. He always does. He always says like the most basic version of the idea. I think that's interesting, because Jedi is just a terminology that a particular institution developed, that surrounds the rituals of that institution. In the same way that anyone can, in theory, become a quarterback, not everybody has the skills to be playing in the Super Bowl, right? And so it comes back to this question of like, well, when we say Jedi, what do we mean? And I think this question of who decides what a Jedi is in universe, I mean, I don't give a fuck about paratext and Dave Filoni in this context, but in universe, at any given point in time in history, who decides what Jedi means is contentious and will change over time, and is one of the most interesting parts of the kind of expanded universe that's happening, right? Because, you know, there are multiple points throughout this sort of Star Wars timeline where, like, what it means is different. Even in the prequels, it changes, right? At the start of the prequels, they are kind of this almost apolitical appendage to the Republic, who seem to just get thrown by senators at problems to go and solve disputes, right? The way that Anakin talks about them is sort of like they're sort of like wandering Ronin who are sent to go solve problems, and they have impunity to do so, right? They sort of are.
I would like to interrupt you, right? Because the path that I think you're going down sounds very much about it sounds very much about semantics and titles and what is a Jedi, and I think the more important discussion is everyone can become a Jedi in the sense of everyone can do what a Jedi does, and I think that is the problematic part, not that everyone can become a Jedi, because if that were true, if you want to extrapolate that, I think. And I haven't thought very much about this, but if you want to run that as a thought experiment on the concept of everyone has access to the Force and everyone can become a Jedi,
that's not where I was going with it. I was going to ask the question:
okay,
is the Force as a concept, is that necessary, or is that a thing that the Jedi have gone, okay, this is how we recruit NBA All-Stars, right? Is if they have this juice in their blood, we know that they're going to be getting more boards. They're going to be shooting threes. They're 6'7". They've got it like that. They have that natural talent that we're looking for that we know will shape and get us much better results. Or is it necessary to be a Jedi to have the Force? Because I think that's interesting. I think if Filoni's point is, well, anyone can do what the Jedi do, then the question becomes, well, yeah, but like, I can do what LeBron does, but I've got like a 0.01% of his skill set, talent, dedication, and practice. Like, I can shoot a basketball, so in that sense, I can do what LeBron does, but mine isn't going in the fucking hoop. And so, like, I guess the question then is like, well, what does that mean? And that's what I think is interesting. That's kind of why I was trying to connect that to this question of like, well, throughout Star Wars history, who is making that distinction at any given time?
So,
you know what I mean?
To stick with the sports analogy, I think this is where that kind of idea of everyone can tap into this sort of thing is problematic. Is that or why that's problematic is that I was, when you were talking about LeBron, I was thinking about, there was this quarterback at one of the football teams that I used to follow who was like incredibly talented, could like heave the football like way down the field or whatever. And that's just an innate talent that they had. And their career went nowhere because they didn't work hard. But they had that innate talent to like really heave the ball. So like I could go out there and I could throw the ball. Not that well. If I practiced, I could probably get pretty good. But I think where this analogy breaks down is the full explanation of the sports analogy is the ability to throw the football at all. So I think that's
right.
That's what it is. It's like you can have people that throw the football who are really good at throwing the football, and you have people that have to maybe work hard to throw the football, but not everyone can throw the football. Is where I think Star Wars used to be. Now with this, it says that anybody can walk onto the field, pick up a football, and as long as they work hard, they can throw it. Now now go back to what I was saying. Like if you extrapolate that out, the problem is that the Force, or the way that the Force has been defined for a very long time, is that the dark side is the easy path. So anybody, like if anybody has access to that, that's very problematic. There should be Darksiders everywhere. Does that not make sense?
Right. It does, but then the question is, well, why isn't there? And the answer is because
not everyone can become a Jedi is the answer to that. Or is the more interesting answer that the Jedi Order are basically like, they're a bunch of people that believe in God, but they don't, and they have a Satan myth, which is the Sith, but they don't even talk about it. They're so afraid of the Sith by the time that we get to the prequels that normal people don't even know that is a possibility. They don't know that there's an alternative to being a Jedi. And they don't want to publicize that. They don't want people to be even conscious of that in any kind of capacity, because that risks someone realizing they're Force sensitive and going down the route of using it for things which the Jedi would deem to be evil, right? Or deemed to be dark-sided or what have you. Which clearly phenomenologically in the universe is a thing because it gives you yellow eyes, and I guess that's how you know someone's evil. But that's like an interesting question. It's like, well, why aren't there? And this is where my instincts as someone that is interested in stories and politics and how those big moving pieces shape each other, and the fact that it has a bunch of fans, that's the bit where I struggle, where I'm like, it would be interesting to explore these questions. Do I think Filoni has the chops to do it? Is it something I could see a writer making really interesting and exploring? Yeah, like I think that's interesting, because the answer might be no, not everyone could do it. And then whose political project is it within the universe to start training people to throw footballs who have no business throwing footballs? Like, those are interesting stories that I would want to think about and see. But I guess conceptually, I understand what you're saying. Like, it does break down at that juncture, but
that junction, that's a really interesting kind of lever to pull on, and think about. Alternatively, and this is my deepest concern, is Filoni going, oh, what if Mando, lightsaber, fuck yeah, coolest OC of all time. Give that man a laser sword. But do you see what I'm saying? Like, I don't disagree. I just think they're interesting questions to raise in the universe and explore, right?
No, but see, I think the problem with this is that is not the route that he took to get to this. Is that this is not the question of can anyone become, or can anyone become a Jedi? This is the answer to how the hell can she become a Jedi?
Okay, so that was the context.
Yeah, it's an answer to a question that was created. Because it's like, I'm trying to think of like, well, so you said, well, if, or I said, if you extrapolate this, then there should be Darksiders everywhere. And you said, okay, well, that raises the question of, well, why aren't there? And the easiest answer to that is because this is not true. And so, like, if you want to apply this to a different situation, you have in the Last Jedi the hyperspace ram, and that why has nobody ever done that before? Is the easiest answer to that is because it doesn't work, and then the problem with doing that then becomes, well, if that works, well, why don't we do it all the time? And that's a whole separate thing that we could get into when you tell us eventually why The Last Jedi is good.
Yeah, I will eventually convince you. I guess one thing I would say, because I don't disagree, I think you could thread the needle on both. So in my usual contrarian bullshit, I did have a thought, which is, I'm going to borrow from my boy Lil Dicky here a little bit. Imagine instead of, if we go back to the sports metaphor, imagine instead of, okay, he's not saying that anyone can throw a football. What he's saying is, what if Russell Westbrook grew up on a farm and never touched a basketball until he was 25, and then suddenly realized it was what he was born to do and was dropping dunks on everybody and was getting drafted and got into the league and with dedication and focus caught up to his peers? That's probably more likely what if I was being generous and trying to make this make the most sense, that is probably how I would thread the needle. Any kid?
I don't think so, because that's the story of Luke Skywalker right there.
Yes. Oh, literally, it is. Fuck. Yeah, I didn't.
All right. Sorry to get us way off track.
No. Where were we? I can segue. It's fine. I know how these were going to connect anyway. I want to read you fuck it. No, this is the Star Wars. No, I'm going to go to Wikipedia. I was going to use the Star Wars fandom.com, but apparently Wikipedia is the preferred resource. So this is what I think is interesting, is I think Cere is being a little bit deceptive when she tells Cal, I'll read you this and I'll tell you what she says. So it says, Jedi Seekers were members of the Jedi Order who traveled throughout the galaxy, assisting those who needed help and fighting the dark side when they found it. Seekers occasionally discovered new Force techniques and Force sensitives who needed training. Specializations of the Seeker included Ataru, the Jedi Hunter, and the Jedi Pathfinder. So they kind of have an amorphous role here. I guess Wandering Ronin is like the closest that we might think about it. But the way that Cere frames it is she was explicitly doing it to find new recruits, which is interesting. So was she like a subcategory whose only job was to go kidnap Force-sensitive kids, or is she being a little bit misleading about her role and what she did, and trying to maybe engender a bit of Cal's trust here by not giving him the whole truth? Darth looks deep in thought.
Darth is deeply confused.
Yeah, I'm also a little confused because, I mean, essentially it doesn't feel like there's anything, any subterfuge, any hidden motive other than we're going off and we're going to find kids and we're going to make them Jedi.
Yeah, that's all I took from when she told that little story in the game.
So at the end of this level, I'm not trying to I'm not saying that she's like I'm not saying there's any subterfuge here. I'm saying like she tells him one thing, and then by the end of this playthrough, like by the end of chapter 3, we kind of know that she was doing something slightly different. So I don't think she's like actively lying. I think it's just interesting that throughout this game, Cal is constantly learning more stuff about Cere that she could have just told him, like to get him to trust her. But she can't do it because she's cut herself off from the Force and she's worried about hurting him, etc., etc. Like, it's just good character work.
Well, the only thing new that we learn also at this point, we don't know that we could trust, because everything that we are told by the apprentice could straight up be a lie, because that's what evil characters do. And he hasn't had another conversation with Cere after that, I don't remember, about the apprentice.
Not yet, because he gets knocked out before he can.
I'm not really sure what he might have learned from the apprentice that would like recontextualize anything that he had already heard from Cere.
Well, I mean, the thing that she says, I guess you're not going to till chapter 3, but the thing that Cere reveals at the end of this little section. So you, I guess to paint a picture, so you go through this level. It's really cool looking. You kill a bunch of stormtroopers. You kind of keep working your way through, and Cal kind of has a flashback with Jaro Tapal, his master, where he remembers how to do force push. So this game has like a doubling thing where Cal has a flashback to when he first learned how to do it as a Padawan, and then that reconnects him with that memory in the present, which means that you can use that power in the game.
I like that, by the way.
It's cool.
I was about to say I hate that.
Really?
Mike, good. Say more, Darth.
Okay, so from like the game's perspective, I can appreciate it. I can really appreciate the way that they built it so that, I had this knowledge, I learned this as a child, but I have forgotten it over the years. Now I'm relearning it, and now my character has these new abilities unlocked. Like, okay, that's cool, but like from a like realistic perspective, I just hate the idea that you would forget a skill that you had learned, because and maybe that's just a me thing, but like I have a very good tactile memory. There's probably a better, more appropriate word for that. But like at one point I showed y'all the footage, like I learned the Maul Obi fight, and I still remember the swings. Like the first one is this, the second one is this, the third one is this, and like those motions are ingrained in my muscle memory. And the same thing would be this with skills that you learn that especially utilize the Force, which doesn't go away, which I still argue you can't disconnect from because it's your life essence and you cannot disconnect from your life essence. So how could you forget to use something that is so ingrained literally in you? So I understand like why they did it from the game's, perspective, but I hate the idea that you would forget how to do something that you've already learned. That's a like physical skill. Like it's
not a physical skill.
Well, no,
it's not a physical skill though. He remembers the physical skills. He can do the lightsaber fighting. He remembers the gestures. He just has that trauma that's blocking him from that spiritual connection.
So it's not in universe. It's not a new concept at all, and I think Darth raises an interesting point in the exactly how does that work? Where, like, is again like what Luke did in The Last Jedi and what Cere did with I've cut myself off from the Force. I'm like, okay, how does that work? You can say that, and we can accept that as a story mechanic, but then you think about how does that really work? It's weird, and I think until you said the word trauma, I'm like, okay, well I think that jives a lot more with, I would say, something we could say, okay, that makes sense. Where instead of going, because it was baby Grogu who was like, she says when they meet with Ahsoka the first time, it's like, he's been in hiding so long, like he has these powers, he can do these things, but he's been in hiding so long and attempting to fly under the radar for so long that it's gonna take some work to bring this stuff out of him again. And that's kind of what I was thinking with Cal, but if you said you said trauma, then you basically have to think about like sort of like a mental break where this part of whatever is being sort of like sectioned off. And so the stuff, it's still there. Your ability to do it is still there, that you just have to like remove that block and then you can do it again. So I think that's what I think that's the disconnect that we have with what Darth is talking about. Like, he hasn't forgotten these things, but there is some sort of mental block there, either because he was hiding or because of trauma, like David said. That
both, presumably, both. Right? Because he knows using his powers is the Seekers. What are they? The bad guy, the Inquisitors. They'll come and find you and they'll kill you, right?
Yeah.
Like you can't. So it's like he's terrified of using them, but also there's that. I suspect if your entire religious sect is slaughtered when you're 10, that could fuck you up a little bit. You may not want to pray anytime soon if praying is the thing that might get you killed, right?
Yeah. Like,
I think it's compounded. But I'm interested, Darth, what you think of that or if that works at all for you.
The comparison that makes the most sense to me in this discussion is Green Lantern, because this whole thing would make way more sense if it was Green Lantern had gone through so much trauma that he no longer had the literal willpower to make the ring work. Like that jives. I get that, and I agree with that, because that fits that character and how the power works for that character. Where if you don't have the right mental connection, then you can't do it. Whereas historically in Star Wars, it's just been learn the skill, and they treat the Force like using each different Force ability is a learned physical skill. That's for the most part how they treat it. And it's not, sometimes it's you have to be in a calm state so that you could do it. I guess that's actually really ingrained with the trained skill. But anyway.
Another relevant moment is in the Obi-Wan show, when he has also sort of like cut himself off from the Force. Yeah. And it's not until Leia falls off the roof that he removes that mental block and catches her. But it's not an easy thing for him to do. Do you remember that moment?
And he's at the height, and he's a Jedi at the height of his powers. Yeah. Like he's fought in the big, like he is at that moment, he is at his peak of, in theory, that's, LeBron at 30, right? Like that's the peak of his, he's 38 and he's still doing records and shit, but like he's at the peak, he's at the height of his powers and he's not using them. And he's suffered this huge trauma and he can't,
I would go further and say he's actively suppressing them.
Yes. Which, Cal's doing the same thing. That's kind of what's interesting about Jedi in this period of time, the ones that survived, is like, do you follow the teachings of the Jedi Order and fight the Empire and do a Luke, right? Or not directly, but you know what I mean? Like, do you go out there and be a hero and try and fight back, or do you give in to that and suppress it and hide it and try and survive until there's some semblance of some rebellion or something like that?
And we saw it again at the beginning of the Obi-Wan show, the Jedi that chose to not do that or to not hide, and he ended up dead.
Yeah, they'll get you. If the right-hand man of the fascist dictator develops a secret police squad exclusively to come find and kill your people of your religious sect, you might maybe not pray when other people are around is a possibility.
All right, where are we right now?
Okay, so we're about to. Well, we have the flashback. Jar Tapul has this really good quote where he says, "The obstacles in your path become your path," which is just good Jedi shit. I love when they say stuff like that. And then we get this direction to go to Kashyyyk, and we come back and there's a big AT-AT that is a boss battle. It's a very cool boss battle. Did you guys have any trouble with this stuff?
How
did you find it?
Forgot. I would like to go first. Before you get there is so on Zepho, there is this big underground cavern with lots of like different ice paths and elevators and stuff where you can get like all over the place. So this was sort of the defining moment of the game for me when we got there like the first time. This is like I went down and I meditated, and then there's a platform there's a ramp and a platform immediately to your left with a big ice wall, and a big monster comes through that, and you have to fight him. And I died so many times to that thing. And I was like, okay, I'm going to take the difficulty down a notch. And I did that. And then I died a bit more, but I managed to beat him. And then I went to one of the paths, and like one of those rams knocked me off and killed me. And I wake up back at the thing, and the monster busts through the wall again. I'm just like sitting there like looking at it for a minute, like. And then I went, huh. I wonder. And I just ran past him. And I ran past everybody else. And I just when I did, like, I ran down the pass, and like the ram's like fuck you, and I'm like peace. And I jump on the wall running thing, and then I basically just ran through everybody. And this reminded me very much of an epic NPC man skit that they did about Dark Souls, where you have the guy playing the game, and you have the guy who's like really good that like comes into his game, and he goes, just run through them. It's like, there's like 20 guys in front of him, and he's like, just run past them, doesn't matter, and just like go right, go right, go left, go right, go left.
Always an option.
And then you get to the end, and there's like the two guys, one of which has a like the double vibro blades or whatever, and I died there a bunch of times. And then I was just like, at that point I was just like, forget it, I'm done with this game, I hate this game. And I went to story mode, and like you could sit there for 5 minutes in story mode with the big monster and him wailing on you before you died.
Nice.
And that's where I'm at right now in this game. Is just I don't care about the combat. I'm just like running. I hate the combat, and I'm just like running through things. And it took me forever to get out of that cavern to figure out where the hell I was supposed to go. And
it's very confusing.
Yeah, I was like, so I hated that whole segment. And then having to go back and redo it all again, I'm like, no.
I was going to say, we'll come back there later.
I was like, I think that's, I think that's, I want to say that I think that's bad game design, that like, it's all just skippable.
Well, the idea, this isn't necessarily how you have to play it. The idea is that you play it the first time, struggle a bit. You come back later when you're a bit stronger, and you've already kind of mastered the existing sections. And so like what they're trying to do, and this isn't going to work for everybody, right? What they're trying to do is like engender this attitude of, okay, well, if I just mastered this section to get to the next meditation point, when I inevitably come back here, I will have, like, I'll still remember how to kind of do most of it, or it'll be a bit easier because I'm stronger anyway. Like, it's sort of it's like the Dark Souls formula. And if you hate it, that's totally valid. It's literally very contentious.
Right. But what I'm getting at is, like, when we get back to Zepho later on, fast forward to chapter 3 of what we're talking about today, is I did what I did before, and I just ran past everybody.
Yeah. See, you can't do that on the difficulty I'm on, because like 2 blaster bolts and you're dead. So it really is just like the slider. I mean, the difficulty slider exists so you can do that. So that you can just kind of barrel through and get the story. Like, I think that's good game design. That's an option. In Dark Souls, you can't do that in a lot of places. You'll just get spanked and die. Or it's specifically designed to not let you do that. So I think it's a choice they've made. Whether it's a good choice or not, I don't know. I think it is, but...
Well, I hated it. That whole section, I hated it. And then by the time, so I was in story mode when I got up to the ATST, and so that was just fun.
Yeah, I was stuck on that for like 2 hours. That boss fight fucking sucks on the hardest difficulty, because he does this thing, because the pattern that you have to do is you have to deflect the blaster bolts as he's shooting you, and then you have to force push the mines toward him. there's this really fucking annoying thing that kept happening to me where I'd go to force push them. And as I went to force push them, I was like a half a second too late. And so the nearest one would, as I pushed them, hit something else and explode and kill me. Because one of them would kill me. And so I just got stuck in this infinite loop of trying to kill this fucking thing. But yeah, I don't know, Darth, what was your experience at this level?
It wasn't that bad. Again, most of it was either being lost or getting stuck in areas that weren't puzzles but were puzzles to me. Like you'll spend forever trying to figure out how do I get through this little maze, and then there was a door there the whole time, that kind of stuff. And I will say that I got much better at reading the map by the end of it, because I was like, okay, it's not as useless as I originally thought. Like the map is filling in as I progress, and
it's still pretty bad though.
Yeah. And then this, let's see, beginning of chapter 2 was when I discovered what you were talking about with the ponchos, and I was like, oh wait, I could put these things on that I've been picking up the whole time. So yeah, I spent
a bit of a fashion. Fashion moment.
I spent a good 10 minutes just like scrolling through all the stuff I had in my inventory and changing the skins and customizing my lightsaber and all this kind of stuff.
That's what I was gonna ask. I suppose you don't have a lot of components yet, but at this stage you'd only have 2 colors, right? Blue and green, and then only the components you picked up, right? So it's pretty limited so far.
Yeah. Mine is completely gold or brass, whatever. Nice. It's gold. I think it's gold. It looks gold.
There's one of them
point later where you get a ton of stuff. Do whatever you want with it.
I blinged out my lightsaber. I'm not rocking a poncho. I'm rocking the straight up jacket.
Yeah, I did not like the poncho look.
Interesting, because I vibe the poncho. That's my look. I like the poncho. We will get pretty soon. We're gonna get a lot more options for customizing the lightsaber. And you can just go hog wild. They're like, oh, you just want all the components and all the colors? Fucking, oh, here you go. It's great. Okay, well that's good. I don't really have a lot else to say on chapter 2. I think that level, it's not, especially when you get underground, like Rye's saying, I don't think it's particularly clear where you need to go. One thing that we've already talked about that I don't want to labor on because we talked about it last time we recorded, but like, how old are these recordings from this old dude, right? Like this Cordova dude. The story makes it seem like it's sort of framed as him going to all of these like ancient tombs and stuff, but like they have to be fairly recent recordings because he's talking about like the Empire and stuff like that. So like, are we just 10 minutes behind this guy at all times, or did he do this like last year? And that never will become clear in this game. The next game is like, oh, we have an answer for that, but I just think it's a weird choice. And even the fact that he's like, oh yeah, the homie Tuffle is on Kashyyyk, and it's like, but that was how is that still true when you recorded this, or do people move planets sometimes? Like it's just weird.
It's like the clip from the clip from Major League. This guy's dead.
Yeah. Well, yeah. Anyway, I just think it's fucking weird.
The ultimate, what you said there, like people change planets or whatever. Like the ultimate MacGuffin is this holocron full of kids. I'm like, kids are not fixed points in space and time. Like people move.
Yeah. Especially under the Empire. Imagine like, they're going and they're taking these planets and they're colonizing them and building factories and stuff. There's going to be a lot of displacement, refugees and stuff, right?
Who knows where these kids are? And then the other question of how old is this thing is how old are these kids now? Because like if this was like years ago, maybe they're too old to be Jedi now.
The other question is how long after the events does this story take place? Like the events of the prequels. Let me see if I can give you an answer. How long after Revenge of the Sith?
Let's say Jedi Fallen Order BBY.
5 years after Revenge of the Sith.
Oh, wow.
So soon.
Yeah.
Okay, interesting. So
this is 15 years before A New Hope-ish, isn't it?
Yeah.
Is it 18 years or 20 years between Revenge of the Sith and Let's see. Because everything's measured in...
Y'all are asking the wrong person.
Well, the everything's measured in BBY.
Yeah. Which is interesting because, okay, yeah, so Rogue One is 5... Okay, so it's 20 years.
19...
Andor is set...
19 BBY.
Andor's 14 years after... Yeah, 14 years after Revenge. Rogue One is it's 1 year before, or it's the same year as A New Hope. So yeah, 20 years between. So pretty immediately afterwards, I guess, is the thing. Which kind of makes sense, but yeah, still, like, where them kids at? They're not gonna sit still. It's wild. Anyhow. Yeah, so basically we get pointed to Kashyyyk. I mean, if we'd known it was a Wookiee, that's the first place I would have checked. Like, I don't know if that might be Wookiee racist, but like, that's where they live. That's the first place I'd check. It's just funny that that's like a plot thread that you have to tease out. Like, man, where could this Wookiee be? This Wookiee chieftain in the Wookiee army, where could he be at? It's like, yeah, fucking Kashyyyk. Anyway, I just thought, yeah, that's cinema sin shit right there. But it is just, this game insists on this plot, and then it strains credulity at times that this is even like why doesn't Cordova just go and do all this himself? He's clearly a Jedi Master and he doesn't seem that old. And that, which then just raises more questions. I think there's like it just needed half a line of dialogue, some kind of throwaway of Cordova explaining why he's done this. Like, he says, oh, you know, I need to make sure that there's a Jedi worthy of the holocron or whatever. But like, he needs to have some kind of logistical reason why he hasn't just opened the holocron and is recruiting these kids. And I think that's where I struggle. It's like, the story just needs a throwaway lampshade something. I just need to hang that concept on a lampshade of some description.
You remind me of the knife from Rise of Skywalker, where I was thinking, like, so he made this knife to say that real quick, I want to say that I was thinking about this the other day, and I was like, how do you improve? What different ways to? What's the smallest change that you make to improve that? Is to let us know that little slide out thing is there. Yes. This is related to my idea on Star Wars does puzzles wrong, in movies, because like remember I was complaining about the beginning of Ahsoka, I think, and the puzzles there. It's the same idea. It's not, if she holds up the knife and goes, you're sitting there in the audience going, pull the thing out. But we don't know that there's a thing to pull out. So she does that, and you have the question in my mind then becomes, well, why did he make that knife? Why didn't he just go get the thing? And again, like there's like 100, I mean, you guys did what was it? What do you call that series? That one scene?
Yep, that one scene.
Didn't you do that one scene about that whole thing? So you've talked this one to death. But yeah, why did he make the knife? Why not just go get the thing?
It's absurd. And then that we also ended up talking about the fact that, like, how did the Death Star remains get there? And then when Darth told me about, like, what was like the hyperspace shattering or something, and wherever this goes up, I'll insert the clip. But there's a moment where you explain that to me, and I think you can see me get physically angry. Like, it's just so stupid.
I don't remember if I told you guys, one of the videos that I was working on or scripts I was working on at one time, I couldn't find the math or a source of authority to actually go through with it. But I was thinking, I was sort of, again, applying stuff in my mind. I was like, okay, the planet is this big, and she can see the entirety of the outer ring of the Death Star laser, which is something like 50 kilometers big in diameter, meaning this structure that she's looking at is sticking into outer space. Like, you could see this thing from space, and from where she's looking at it on the shore, based on the perspective that she is, because this thing is so big, this thing that she's looking at is like 100 kilometers away from her on the shoreline.
Yeah, did not need... Yeah, also A, a really long way. B, didn't need the compass or protractor to find it. You could have just looked at the planet. And C, it's in the throne room. Like, I'm getting mad about this again. Like, it's the first place you check. You check for the Emperor's secret stash of weed in the throne room. It's the first place you'd look.
Yeah,
the fact that you need a mystical fucking protractor to point at it is patently absurd.
Well, she needed to know she needed the protractor to show her where it was, because it's just a heap of junk, right?
Yeah, because it's a heap of junk. Why would you develop... anyway, it's just... It's a fucking bad film. We can't, because we could talk about that for literally 2 hours. But yes,
way off track there. My bad.
I agree. Look, let's get into chapter 3. Ryan, do you want to read the summary for us, please?
All right. Chapter 3. Amid the Empire's assault on Kashyyyk, Cal drops in from above and sneaks his way aboard a walker, which was awesome. After fighting through the Empire, Cal meets Saw Gerrera, leader of the partisans. Saw hasn't seen Tarful, the Wookiee, but suggests freeing nearby Wookiees might lead to the information you need. It is unclear if this is true or not, and Grease suspects Saw might be playing you. Cal fights a giant spider, which I hated. That was scary as fuck. And a bunch of stormtroopers. Relinks up with Saw, fights a bunch more stormtroopers, and frees the Wookiees. With your help, the partisans are victorious, but you guessed it, your Wookiee is in another castle. A Wookiee leader, Kashyyyk, says she'll reach out to Tarful. In the meantime, you head back to Zepho. I'm going to stop my summary there. We'll talk about Kashyyyk, and then I'll read the part before we go to Zepho.
Yeah. Well, that's technically part 2. So let me just quickly...
Chapter 3.
And for some reason, the wikis I've been using to structure this are really adamant that there's a chapter 3 part 1 and chapter 3 part 2. Let's talk about Kashyyyk. So we join this intro sequence where you jump out of the plane into the ocean that's like shallow enough that this walker is like approaching shore. And I'll paint a picture for you. I'm sure I'll put visuals on the screen. But if you're just listening, there's this walker, and it's clearly been in this environment for some time. It's covered in like moss and creeping vines, and Cal swims up to it, and he climbs up the vines and the moss that have overgrown onto this walker and infiltrates it, kills everyone in it, and takes it over. And then you just go on this rampage. There you go. Darth has got it. It is, and like the mist that kind of sits over the water. It's just like it is a spectacular sequence.
Oh yeah. I love this whole segment.
Yeah,
I just wish the game was more of this. Like, the game at its best is doing these set pieces.
You mean
and when it gets them right,
you wish the game was more Star Warsy?
I'm saying I wish the game was more Uncharted, I guess. I don't know. No, that's not what I mean. That's untrue. I don't like this because it's an AT-AT. I like it because it's a fucking sick idea for an intro to a level. This could have been a little guy climbing a horse or whatever, and I'd still have been as thrilled.
No.
I just think it's a creative way to open a level. The fact that it's a walker is relevant. I don't even know which of the AT-Ts, TTs, triple A's, whichever one of that it is. Which one is it?
Darth, what were you doing here?
I was playing chicken with it.
What are you doing?
I didn't even think about doing that. I don't know. It was 2 things. Like, one, I didn't even think about doing that, and I'm glad that the game designers thought about you doing that and having the thing shoot at you, because that's the kind of, I will give them additional points for this. That's the kind of game design that I really like. I'm playing Baldur's Gate 3 right now, where it's like the closest you can actually get to like D&D in a computer game.
D&D, yeah.
There is a lot of thought put into, well, what if they do this instead of this? And
which is exactly what I did at the beginning. I went the other direction upstream, and they had blocked it off.
You're a psycho. The game is like, hey, there's a walker in front of you, and the characters are like, Cal, better be careful of those walkers. And Darth is like, I'm going to turn around and walk the other way.
Well, what if? Yeah, that's awesome. I love that.
It's great. Oh, you ignored his hint too? You were like, nah, I know I'm doing the wrong thing. BD1's like, hey, what the fuck are we up to? And you're like, nothing. I'm just getting my laps in, bro. Getting my reps. It's great. You kind of blast your way through, and we see a familiar face. Saw Gerrera is here, and so are his partisans. What did you think of Saw and his whole situation here?
The funniest thing is how he just like look at this. He like literally jumps on your windshield like while you're in the middle of a battle, and he just
like, who the hell are you?
He just like bloops down right on your windshield, and it was like look, he just like I'm fighting, and all of a sudden there's a dude right in my windshield. I'm just like imagining driving in real life and that happening.
Turn on the wipers, knock them off.
Yeah,
yeah. He's kind of I quite like. Look, I mean, this is kind of it's predetermined. The morality of all of this is predetermined, right? You should help free the Wookiees from the Empire because the Empire is a fascistic dictatorship that is enslaving them. So it's cool to kill stormtroopers. We all love to do that. I think what's interesting here is Grease kind of correctly anticipates that Saw might be using you a bit, and Cal's like, I don't care. Like I'm still helping and doing the right thing. And I like that Grease is a character who relentlessly is like, that's not what we're here to do though. Like we have a job to do, and this guy is trying to kind of divert us to get there to achieve his goal. And Cal is kind of like, no, but his goal is worthy and noble, and we should help him out. And I like that it's not played as like melodrama. It just kind of is a position they both have, and you move through it. I think it's some of the better writing in the story is when little moments like that get to happen.
See, I thought that was kind of flat because like Saw is you introduce the character of Saw, who is I want to say notoriously like one of the grayest characters in the Rebels in the Rebel Alliance or whatever. Like he's an outsider who is very much on the he's willing to do bad things for good reasons, etc. And like I didn't really understand that part where like Grease is objecting to what you're doing, and I'm just like, huh? What are you talking about? I don't. And then first of all, like him saying that, and so I was waiting for like that sort of put like a little thing in my mind of like, well, Saw is like gonna backstab us somehow or something like that, and it just never manifested.
Yeah, it's a kid's game at certain points, and this is one of those moments where it's a kid's game, right? Like, this isn't the Saw from Andor. This is how you would explain Saw to a 12-year-old. You're like, yeah, he's a rebel guy who does the right thing, but maybe he doesn't have your best interests at heart.
Counterpoint.
And like, yeah.
To it's a kid's game. My friend.
Well, in this moment, anyway.
Well, yeah. Well, for this brief moment, because my friend watching me playing this, she was just like, she's like, can you just run past the stormtroopers? And I was like, I mean, I could. And she's like, could you please? Because hearing them scream and cry for help and like, oh god, he's gonna kill me. It's like, it's brutal. And we were laughing because it's like, you know, am I the bad guy? Because like, this is just some guy who's like, you know, he's like on his day job. I'm just guarding this mine shaft, and this fucking Jedi comes in and like, oh no, he killed everybody. I knew it was gonna end badly.
I have so many recordings of it. Like the funniest one that I've heard them say so far is, I got this, I can do it. Ah!
Listen, they are the comedic relief. They are the droids from Clone Wars. It's extremely funny. Anytime one of them has a bark. There was a really great one where I walked up to a dude and he's like, hey, freeze. And then I kept walking and he's like, you're not freezing. I said freeze. And then I kept going. And he's like, wait. And then it's so good. This game really leans into some of that humor as it goes. I think it's really fun, but yeah. You are just like slaughtering people, but they're also stormtroopers. I mean, it's fine to kill stormtroopers in Star Wars. It's like an acknowledged thing that you're allowed to do in this era, right?
There was a really fascinating video essay that I watched where they were talking about the purpose of masks and how it dehumanizes the enemy so much, and that's one of the reasons that the stormtroopers all wore masks like that, so that you could see them being killed and it doesn't hurt. It doesn't like question the morality of the hero because you're just killing this faceless thing. You're not seeing like the face of a father or, you know, that kind of thing, which is just interesting.
My cousin thought they were the A New Hope stormtroopers were all robots, and for the longest time, and then that's one of the things about like The Force Awakens, like that opening scene with Finn, that like really it's the JJ-ist of things where he like sort of steps into like a completely new area or thought and just doesn't explore it at all. Where
There's
it's
nothing
like,
to say
oh my
about
god,
it.
these are people. And like that was his best friend or something that like just got killed there or whatever, and it's a really traumatic moment for him, and then it just doesn't go anywhere. But
yeah, I mean, at least Filoni's kind of like he explored. I mean, the Clone Wars is doing a lot of work with that around the clones and like that whole. But I mean, I think ultimately, like Lucas just wasn't interested in that in the original stories.
no, which is fine because they that's their purpose. They're just minions in the original Star Wars, and that's totally fine.
Yes, I agree though. I think if you're going to introduce that, you got to have something to do or say about it. And then by the time they give it back to Abrams, he's like, what if there was a girl Finn? And they had the hots for each other and they were both in the rebellion and they were both ex. It's like, bro, what are you doing?
And it was secretly Lando's daughter or something.
Oh. Is that true? Is that true?
I don't think so. I mean, I think it was
No,
strong.
no,
It
it's,
could be.
no, it's legit. That's her.
That's his
I hate
daughter.
Star Wars.
And this is something. So this is something I only just learned as I was finishing up writing my Wasted Character series. Do you know why Lando was on Pisana?
You texted us this a little bit ago. I'll let you say it.
What's Pisana?
That's the
was
desert
that-
planet with
the
the
desert planet.
carnival party.
Do you need to situate that in this? Is that in the last film?
Yeah, the last one.
Okay, so just assume I don't remember anything from that. What is so? Is that where he links up with them?
Yeah, so
It's where
they have the
Chewie gets blown up, not blown up,
Oh yeah, okay.
and they go to.
And
Like,
they're in that little village or whatever.
Yes, and there's like this big party that they only do every 42 years because it's been 42 years since the original movie came out.
Oh,
I never made that connection. Wow.
Fuck. That film sucks. Sorry. What did you ask?
So apparently the reason, because we had speculated when we had spoke previously about why he was still there on the planet, because the story says that he was there helping Luke look for Ochi so they could find the dagger or whatever, and they never could, so Luke left, but Lando stayed, and you never know why, but then the backstory they wrote to explain it was that after Lando's daughter got kidnapped by the First Order, he got so depressed that he just kind of gave up on everything and just stayed on the desert planet. And I'm like, okay, so they wrote Luke to get depressed and give up on everything. They wrote Han to get depressed and give up on everything. They wrote Lando. It's like every male character of the story they wrote to get depressed and give up on life because they just could not figure out how to write these characters for the next generation. And that just like, it just like breaks my heart that these writers went that direction.
I mean, look, as a depressed man who periodically thinks about giving up on life, let me tell you, not a healthy impulse, and also not like an interesting. I've said this before about the sequel trilogy. They settle on every time they ask themselves a question, they settle on the first idea they have. Like everything is just first draft idea of everything, where it's like, okay, well, why is Luke in isolation? What if he was doing a school and it broke bad? Okay, cool, done. Send it. Okay, we need Lando to be on this planet. What if he was there to do a thing and then he got sad and didn't leave? I'm like, it's always first impulse. There's no leverage to make it interesting and make it talk to interesting ideas. I don't know, like I didn't realize that was a thing. I didn't even realize he had a daughter. And I watched that film. I saw that in theaters opening night, and I do not remember any of that shit. I don't remember anything about that film except the Chewbacca thing.
They only like barely hint at it in the film's dialogue. He's like, the film ends and he's like, so what about your family? Where are you going to go? And she's like, I don't know. I was taken from my family. And he's like, well, I'll help you find them. And then everyone after the fact was like, oh, is that supposed to be his daughter? And then the writers came out and they're like, yes, that's supposed to be his daughter. So
dumb. Look, I mean, to circle back. So I think that's so stupid. Look, around being a kids game of Stormtroopers, this is how we got here. yes, I agree with that. That like it can be pretty dark, but it's funny. It's like dark humor, right? I just don't know that Saw, like it. Yeah, it is a. It's understated because they've got nothing to do with this plot thing with him and with him and Grease, and like they just do nothing with it. I don't even think he's really in this story again from memory, so it is really just a cameo, I suppose.
Yeah, so it's just forced inclusion of a character, basically. Although I will say, I thought it was a cool moment when I think when he showed up, because I was like, "Hey, it's Saw Gerrera," and my friend watching me goes, "Who the hell's that?" She's like, "It's Forrest Whitaker." I'm like, "It is Forrest Whitaker."
Let me tell you. Yeah.
So I don't know how common this is, but did you guys track that whenever you go back up to characters after you've had your dialogue, you could go back like 4 more times and have continual bits of dialogue? Which I didn't. Maybe I need to go replay the first like whole level.
This is the first time that happens.
Was it? Okay.
This is the introduction to that as a concept. Is that what you're wearing?
That's a poncho right there, son.
Oh my god! Why are you wearing with the white undergarment? What is wrong with you? You look. What the fuck?
Yeah. Okay.
That's a weird look, man.
Yeah.
Okay, I'm judging.
Oh,
I apologize.
did you? All right, and it's not here, but there's a part where I was trying to figure, like my friend and I were trying to figure it out, because like there's a part with like a door that's like slightly jammed open, and there's a bunch of fire behind it. I think it's right before you fight one of the no, it's right before you fight the second robot. And there's like people inside there.
Oh.
And I was like, I feel like we're supposed to like there was like a cry for help, possibly. And I was like, I feel like we're supposed to like get this open somehow.
Yeah, I know what you're talking about.
Not yet. You'll come back, and they'll still be there.
Oh, okay.
We just left them on fire the whole time.
Because I went, because when I got lost and I had to go back there again, I looked and I didn't see anybody inside there. Interesting.
We're still burning.
It's so dumb. They'll transplant that exact, like, anyway, it'll come back later. It's in a slightly different part of Kashyyyk, but yeah, you do address that problem. They just transpose it somewhere else. It's weird. I mean, I guess the implication is like you can't save everybody. And also the thing that we haven't really talked about yet is this game doesn't, Darth kind of hit the, kind of touched on it there. This game doesn't have a lot of verbs with how you can interact with its story and world. This level introduces the verb of, hey, I can go back and have these conversations. I can expand on things. But your verbs are kill or run. Like those are like the two kind of, things that Cal can do. And in some ways it's an action game, right? So that's where you get the puzzles and stuff like that. But there isn't like there's no question of that as the primary verb for Cal in interacting with this conflict. Like, for example, if this were a Star Wars RPG, for example, like Knights of the Old Republic or something like that, it might be the case of like, oh, well, I can maybe neutralize these stormtroopers without killing them, or I can go full dark side and then lightning them to death or whatever. It's like a very specific mode of, I guess, conceiving of your actions in the story, where regardless of what you want to do, you're doing what Cal would do anyway. Like you're sort of just living his story. You're not really making choices, which is just the type of game it is. But I think is notable to what Darth figured out, which is you can have those extra conversations. I kind of wish the game told you that. It's pretty hard to miss because you got to board the ship and you get the prompts. But yeah, it's just noteworthy because I haven't said that yet. Especially with the animals and stuff. Can't just like tame the animals or like become pals with them. You have to murder them. Cal kills a lot of wildlife in this level, by the way. Like I assume that Kashyyyk is a rich and involved ecosystem. Fucking lightsaber, get him all dead. Kill all them bugs and worms and rats and lizards and shit, man. He's out there doing it.
And speaking of interacting with the world, this was one of my favorite things.
Cutting grass? Oh, force pushing the grass. Okay.
Just the fact that you could do that. I went around trying to force push everything just to see the mechanics of how everything moved. I was really fascinated.
I like when you fight someone in grass that as you swing your lightsaber, you're chopping the grass and it like glows orange with embers and stuff. Those touches are so good.
Yeah.
Cool. Okay. Well, the next thing I have to talk about here is, so you play through this little rebellion sequence. We get the worst fucking speech of all time from Cere at the end. It's just flat. There's no ideology. He gets basically like you do a bunch of killing. You kill a bunch of guys. You have a little mini boss fight at the end. You have a few mini boss fights along the way. And Cere gets up and he's like, "We've won." And it's just the most generic Disney. This is one of my problems with Disney Star Wars for the most part is the ideology. They are stuck, and I blame Dave Filoni. They are stuck with this concept of, it's a phrase that gets used a lot, which is like, we have to keep hope alive. Hope still burns. We have to ignite the fuse of hope. We have to ignite we have to ignite the fire of hope or whatever. And like, that's just not ideology. That's nothing. And it's the thing that I think the sequel trilogy is completely staked on. It's here what Cere spouts as his kind of ideology. It's sort of like it doesn't mean anything. There's no perspective. I think if you contrast that with the conversations that you see Luthen and Cere have in Andor, you can tell that like that story is thinking about what it would mean for different parts of the rebellion to have different ideas about what the correct thing to do is, and like what winning the day looks like. And that's obviously why Luthen is such an interesting character, is he is able to assume so many positions to get people to do what he wants them to do or what he thinks is the right thing. And then here with Cere, he just gives you just the generic like speech that you would get in the last film in that trilogy. And it's just a shame, especially given the other positions this story is putting its characters in, where it's sort of, they're thinking about the fact that they've cut themselves off from the Force, and Cere and Cal are trying to navigate through this war. And then Cere just says like, we've got to be good and we'd won, and that's good. Yay. And everyone just kind of cheers, and then you go back to your ship and you get your princesses in another castle. Do you guys have anything to say on Cere here other than disappointing, or did that work for you guys? And am I just being the guy that likes Andor too much? You know what I mean?
I don't think you can like Andor too much. First of all, Darth, you got some thoughts? I have a few, but dude.
I loved the scene of coming up that elevator when I finally found it, and you come up into the middle of the battle, and I just like immediately get sucker punched by the droid and fall down, and then I get immediately lit on fire, and I'm like, I'm glad this is story mode, because I just never would get past this otherwise.
That fight kicked my fucking ass. There's those flamethrower guys are, the second they touch me, I die. The second the fire touches me, I'm dead. So I'm just dancing around this arena. I'm doing all kinds of acrobatics and shit. That took me a good like 25 minutes to beat. It's good. I'm enjoying my suffering. Okay, we got to talk about this fucking bizarre choice. So,
so I had a thought, which was not so much on this. Like I completely agree. Like my friend and I, when we were watching this, like he finishes his speech and I was just like, yay, we did it. And she's like, why aren't you knocked out yet? Because she wanted it to be over. Yeah. But and then I got lost on Kashyyyk again. And then but no, I think you sort of tap into a thought on, or when you're talking about the ideology or whatever, where it's just like we gotta keep hope alive. Like, for what? I mean, yeah, I'm reminded of a line from The West Wing, where the guy's talking to, the advisor's talking to his like political candidate or whatever, and he's like, I know what we're against, but what are we for? Like, I think that's like part of a lot of Star Wars doesn't really delve into that. It's just whatever we're doing is for good and democracy, which is good, allegedly, or at least that's the perspective that we have, being Americans or whatever. I think that's I think that's where that's coming from and why it does not really explore. It's like, this is the Empire and we're fighting for the Republic. So therefore that means we're the good guys. But then you have, they don't explore that very often. And when they do, I think it gets very interesting very quickly with, one of the best moments of Mandor season 2 was, who's that comedian? Bill Burr. And they're driving along the thing and he's like, look at these guys by the side of the road. You think they give a care who's in charge? They just want people to leave them alone. You know, Empire, Republic, it's all the same to them.
Yep. Which is a shame that, I mean, you look at the way that Lucas reframes the concept of that with the prequels, and especially in the Bush era that he's responding to by the time that second film wraps. He's starting to ask pretty interesting questions around like, okay, but like democracy only works if people believe in the process of democracy. And you have that pretty cringe-inducing but genuinely interesting kind of conflict that Anakin raises in the second of those films, where he's sort of talking about this idea of like, but if democracy is all of these people squabbling with each other and reaching a gridlock, why isn't there a system to develop a resolution? And the simple answer to that is like, America doesn't have one of those. Most other democracies do, like, because you all don't have a prime minister. You have, because you kind of have the structure of having a president and the way that is kind of organized. There isn't a way that enforces people to get to resolutions. And so in some ways, I think Lucas is correctly identifying that when you interrogate those systems, the answer that a lot of people come to is, I don't know, for freedom or whatever. And you go, okay, but why? And like, what do you mean by freedom? And in what context do you mean that? And they can't answer that because, as you said, they don't stand for anything. They just stand against stuff, which is what makes it very easy for, I think the prequel is like genuinely interesting in their exploration of politics, and so that Mando, it touches on some of it too.
Yeah,
right?
And that's, I think, a key point on that is like, so that's sort of the question on the exploration of Attack of the Clones. That's the Anakin and Padme sitting in a field meme, and but and it's an interesting question that he asks in the third movie, which is a different one, which is what do people do when they're afraid? And they want that, so they're willing to give up stuff. And it's like the Padme, one of the best lines of all of Star Wars is like, here's how democracy dies or something like that. Or no, she says liberty, I think. To thunderous applause.
So this is how liberty dies, to thunderous applause. Yeah, it's great.
Yeah, one of the best lines ever.
It's so good.
It's a great line.
It happened. I was there in 2016. It happened. Yeah. Like it. Oh, yeah. Sorry. It just. George fucking Lucas, man. Say what you will, dude. Fucking read the room. He saw where it was going.
That could have been such an interesting story, and I don't know where it would have fit. But I love the idea that if a dictatorship is run in a better fashion, where you're not just outright abusing your citizens, the citizens will not care. Like you were just saying, they don't care if they're run by this person or run by this person, as long as their lives are not objectively worse off. They don't care what the higher ups are doing. So have the Empire just don't mistreat the citizens. The citizens won't want to rebel. And then the rebellion is trying to inspire people with hope and to live in a democracy. And then everyone in the galaxy is like, we don't care. Like, why do we care that we're in a democracy or not? It doesn't help me gather the wheat any faster, So if the bad guys in charge just don't abuse people, then you never can have a rebellion because there won't be anything to rebel against. It's just a whole.
There's two different things on that. The first one is that if you can provide stability and security to people, that's what matters. Like if I can go to work and feed my family and not get killed, and there was a completely different thing that I saw on I don't remember, this was some interview on NPR, I think, where it was essentially like, if people know the rules and you clearly define like, these are the rules of this society, you follow these rules and you get that stability and security, as long as you say Heil to the Overlord. And if you say Heil to the Overlord and you go to work and you're a good citizen, then you'll be fine and you'll take that. And even though, like, if you really think about it, you've given up like a lot of your freedom or expression or whatever. And then the other part of that is not just you don't have to treat all your citizens well. There are different segments of the population that, as long as they are not on the bottom, they are okay with that. If somebody is worse off than them, then that's okay. It's a really dark thing, but yeah.
I mean, that's how it works, right? Like that's what you see throughout history with dictatorships, right? Is like they stratify class in order to either produce a self kind of identifying enemy, right? So you think about the ways in which dictatorships prey on minorities because they are minorities. It's a useful mechanism for a dictatorship in order to suppress a populace's concern is going, hey, these are the bad guys and they should be treated poorly. And that's exactly what you're saying, Ryan, which is like, and therefore I have security because if we just get rid of them all or if we lock them all up or if we, whatever it is we do, the problem becomes, well, what happens when that isn't enough? Well, we need to come for someone else. And that's why like fundamentally dictatorships are not sustainable. And it's kind of why Star Wars is really interesting with the Sith as a concept as well, is like eventually they'll come for you, right? Like it doesn't matter how good you have it, it will run out eventually. And eventually either in order to justify it, they'll have to go find another enemy and so they'll start a war, or they'll come for you next at some point unless you do something. And what's kind of interesting is if you think about the lack of, the Sith is that rule of two, which is only a relatively recent rule as far as the Sith is concerned in Star Wars history. But the rule of two is like it's like a self-defeating mechanism. And in some ways, you've got to wonder to what extent Lucas thinks evil is self-defeating with that concept, right? Because it's like eventually your Padawan, your learner, your number two, if you're a Sith, is going to come for you. They're going to at some point find their own apprentice, develop power and try and kill you in order to become the one in charge. And it's that idea of like evil is kind of self-defeating, which is a very kind of 80s, 90s thing that was big in popular fiction in America in particular. I think after Reaganism and all that stuff, I think it was an interesting natural response. By the time you get to the second film being made and Lucas is pretty clear in the text, pretty clear feelings about Afghanistan and Bush's response and the ways in which he leveraged what happened. I think there's something interesting about the way that like the Empire, particularly when we see it in things like Andor, where you're kind of in the seminars where the CIA equivalent in Star Wars are making these decisions and trying to sustain the Empire. They're making similar choices to what you would make if you're in a democracy, but the cost is always human life, safety, or comfort, right? And it's like instead of sacrificing other things like a clear path forward or like the requirement to have discourse, you're sacrificing people as the resource with which you achieve your means. And it's, I don't know, like I just think it's partly why it's one of the most interesting periods in Star Wars is characters remember that it wasn't working before, but what they have now is significantly worse. And so the question is like, what do you do? Like, how do you fix this? And of course, the sequel trilogy has no answer. They just do the Republic again. And the books are a lot more interested. Granted, I've read a few of the Leia book.
I was just about to say that Bloodline delves into that, and I thought was like the most interesting thing of the sequel era, like the political part of that.
Well, and that book has this masterstroke where they're having the same issue where they're having like political gridlock because again they've just done democracy the exact same way as the Republic. Instead of replicating a model that we know works in real life, right? Which is sort of how this thing happens. And that inevitably gives way to a fascist dictator again. I mean, look at America. That's literally seems to be the trajectory again. But what's kind of interesting is they have a character in that who is a young dude. He's kind of Leia's offsider, and he's on the other side. So he's effective. If Leia is if Leia is functionally like a democratic socialist, he is a conservative, and he's young enough that he wasn't around during the war, but he like collects Empire artifacts because he thinks that they're like interesting, and he thinks that like the Empire had a bunch of good ideas, and if only you could put those good ideas to work in a different system, like it'd be fine. Like the Empire was bad, then the Emperor was evil. But what if you did all that stuff and you had a not evil person running it? Like surely that would work. And what the story gets at that is fascinating is Leia's kind of like, dude, you don't know what the fuck you're talking about. And he gets kind of coerced into almost like cosplaying as someone who agrees with the Empire. And by the end of that story, it genuinely challenges Leia to have a conversation with this dude. And it's the most interesting the sequel era is, I think. It's probably in that book, which is a fucking shame because those are really salient questions to the time we're in now. Imagine if Lucas had made those sequels, they would be about the rise of fascism in America and Trump and the result of like kind of resting on our laurels, after Obama for 8 years. Like that would be the stuff he'd be exploring in the same way that that's what he was interested in when he made the prequels. And I guess when I say there's an absence of ideology in the sequels, that's what I mean. That was what I wanted to get to. Tease that out.
I took some notes from back when I read Bloodline. I don't even know how old this is. It's got to be several years now. But thankfully, Google Docs saves everything. So there's 2 quotes. Is if the galaxy truly could have been united under a wise authoritarian leader, such an empire might have stood for 1,000 years to rival the old republic itself. His name's Ransom Casterfo. And he said,
yes, Ransom, it's such a good name.
And then my favorite quote, it was one of those things where I saw it. I'm like, I've got to write this down because this quote is just awesome. And it's just, it's awesome. And it's very real. Like that you would have this sort of attitude from people in the time following a system like that, or somebody that wasn't there or was only on the periphery or whatever. But like that quote is, the only problem was that we had the wrong emperor. And yes. It's so good, like that part. Where the hell are we?
Yeah. Okay. Yeah. Yes. Okay. So look, our princess is in another castle. Okay. We finish the level and the game pulls a lazy, like, yeah, Tarful in here. And Cere's like, that's fine. We'll just go back to Zepho and see what's up with the tomb. Very weird choice to make. It's a really artificial way to make you go back to Zepho to communicate to you mentally that you'll be coming back to Kashyyyk at some point to meet Tarful. It's just needed a second pass of how they structured that, but whatever.
All right, do you want part 2?
Yeah, let's do part 2. If you wouldn't mind, Rye. Almost called you Darth because I'm looking at Darth.
Among the crash site of an Imperial cruiser. Among the crash site of an Imperial cruiser? Among the crash site of an Imperial cruiser. Amidst the crash site of an Imperial cruiser, Cal is confronted by the second sister. During their melee, she reveals... Oh, this is like way into Zepho. Cal is confronted by the second sister. During their melee, she reveals that she is in fact Trilla, Cere's old apprentice. Trilla tells you that Cere left her behind to be taken by the Empire. Cal solves another complicated old tomb while Cere pitches her ideology via radio. This amounts to an...
Trilla. I fucked that up.
Yeah, Trilla. The second sister. This amounts to an uncomplicated doctrine: the Jedi were bad and power is good. After another long sequence of tomb, Cal remembers force pull and eventually finds another hologram from Cordova. On the way back to the Mantis, Cal is confronted by Ba Gonk and zapped unconscious. He awakes in a cell with no weapon and no droid.
Look, the summary skips everything before you reach the second sister because there's no plot happening before then. Like,
it's all puzzle.
It's cool. Yeah, and like it's really cool. And like, don't get me wrong, crawling through like this crash site of this Imperial cruiser is sick as shit. Like the visuals and like I very much felt like Rey and the The Force comes back. Force Awakens.
The Force
I very much
comes
felt
back.
like Rey in that movie. In my head, I was like, it's a synonym for returning, isn't it? The Force is back.
Force strikes back.
It's still Star Wars Episode 7. The Force comes back.
Working title.
Working. Yeah. TM. Now, okay. Do you guys have anything you want to talk about before we get to the Trilla stuff? Because that's really the meat and potatoes of what's going on here.
I think the puzzle that I got really stuck on was after Trilla. Because is it releasing, like burning the chain and releasing the ball from above? That's after Trilla, right?
Yeah, that's when she's on the headset talking to you.
When she was talking to me and we're behind well, first of all, I want to say, even in story mode, I got my ass kicked in that fight. I don't know how you do it like not in story mode, because I was just doing the thing where I'm hitting A and I'm just jumping, and I'm just like, and jump and jump and jump and jump and jump, just like twirling around the room while she's like charging at me and stuff. And my friend, I had several people watching me at this point, and they're like, do force pull, do slow her down, like hit her with the force push. Like nothing's working. I can't do anything.
So the key mechanic that you're not engaging with is the parry system. So
I
that
couldn't
L1
parry her either.
Whatever it is.
I just suck at the combat in this game.
Okay.
I'm too old. Like I don't.
I get
maybe I'm too old for this, but like I remember I was in one of the people I was talking with. I was comparing it with like Shadow of War and their combat system, and like that just worked so much better than this. Maybe because it's not parry based.
Yeah, it's counter based.
I think it's like all combos and tricks and stuff, which is really not.
Yeah,
what this is.
This is a specific subgenre of like action game. Yeah,
this is like base level Assassin's Creed, which was trash.
Yeah, this is Dark Souls, is what it is, and like unless that's something that you're familiar with or good at or know how to engage
see what
with,
he's doing right now. This is exactly what I was doing. Just running away.
Oh my god! Okay, we had very different experiences. I was standing still and parrying everything, and then when she did the red dodge, I dodged backwards and hit her. Like I was stationary for the whole fight, more or less.
See, that's exactly how it went down for me. You run around and then she smacks the shit out of you.
I'm glad that the game part of this is the worst experience for you guys, because that's very funny to me. I kind of assumed it would be, but it's very funny.
And then when we get eventually pushed through the gate or whatever, right here, and I was like, immediately I was like, oh, she's the Padawan.
Yeah, it's pretty obvious, right? Before she even says it.
Yeah.
She's the only other named character you've heard of.
So what do y'all think about that idea? Because it feels so cliche to me to have the Padawan of your current quote unquote master is the bad guy all along. Like the odds of you ever actually meeting this person in a huge galaxy, and then the odds of that person being the old Padawan of your current master, just like it just felt so cliche. I just wish they had done something different.
Yeah, I mean, it is the most Star Wars shit of all time. Like
the smallest galaxy
fallen Padawan
in the universe.
Smallest galaxy, exactly. It's all about the Skywalkers, etc., and so forth. I think it's bad, but I think it does make sense in this story. Only that the reason that Cere saves Cal in the first place is that she's trying to track down Trilla to stop Trilla from getting the holocron. And so the reason that you meet Cere is because you're in proximity to the second sister, and the reason that happens is because you use the Force to save your boy. Like, it is cause and effect. It just isn't well communicated or well structured, and I think it's cliche and trite.
I want to raise the question that Darth likes the most, which it was unclear. I was kind of getting it, but it was unclear to me. I was tired and I was confused at this point, and I was just fucking done. So like when she started talking, I was like, oh, she's the second sister, and like so obviously. I need to go back and watch that again to like figure out what the hell she said, because I don't really remember it. And this was last night, by the way. I that I did this. And I was very confused as to what her motivations were. Like, what does she want? What is her why? Like, clearly she feels some sort of betrayal from Cere, and then she was saying something about Cere had broken or whatever, and it was unclear to me what events transpired and what everybody wants. And I mean, well, I understand what we want and what Cere wants, as far as like what we've been told, but like what this lady wants, I don't get it. Like, what is her deal?
I don't think we ever solved that with Reva either. So like all of these Inquisitors, at least from the stories that were given, they were all once Jedi Padawans who were just like indoctrinated over the years by the dark side users, by maybe Vader directly. And that just means they have like no longer have free will and they no longer care about anything because they're just like evil now, and that's the way it is. And that's as far as the story wants to take it. But you're right, because that makes little sense. You're like, what do they want? They didn't grow up evil. They grew up with the good guys. Do they just like they don't remember that anymore?
Well, Reva's was just dumb, first of all. That's just it. Like, I think we did a bunch of talking and thinking about that, but at the end of the day, it's just dumb, and very forced. But like this, I was thinking, like, you know, if she was the Padawan and if Cere had sold her out, then it would track to me that, you know, she hated Cere and wanted her dead and was like, well, I'm, you know, gonna survive and I'm gonna go with these dark side guys because they're not going to kill me, or they didn't kill me, and this lady sold me out, so I'm now on Team Bad because, or rather, I'm now on the team that I don't perceive to be as Team Bad. Now the Jedi are evil because she sold me out or whatever. So, and I don't want her to get any more kids, etc. But like, is that the gist of her position, or
it just makes so little?
Let me tell you what she.
So
I have here what she says if you want it.
So what it was that the apprentice was watching the other younglings. She was like the oldest one, and Cere was off doing her own thing. She was like the master trying to do master stuff, while the eldest Padawan was watching the younger Padawans, right? And then they were like off in hiding, and then Cere is captured and she is tortured and gives up the location. And then that gets the Padawan and then all of her younglings that she was protecting, gets them all captured and or killed and or indoctrinated to become Inquisitors. So after that, the Padawan hates her old master because she's sold her out, which I don't understand the motivation unless you're just so brainwashed that you can't think for yourself anymore. Because like, she didn't sell her out. Like, you can be tortured to the point where you will say anything to get it to stop, and it's not her fault. You know, she didn't sell you out for money. It's like
I disagree to a point. I find it completely plausible that somebody in that position would be angry about that. But
there's one crucial bit that you guys are missing. So, I'll just give you the exchange. There's like 5 lines of dialogue. So Cal turns away and he says, "I won't let you manipulate me." Trilla: "So sure are you? When faced with a choice to protect herself or her Padawan, she chose self-interest. She'll sell you out too." Cal: "Well, I can handle myself." Trilla: "Can you afford to take that chance? Your new master harbors great darkness. The look on her face when she saw what they had done to me, as I am now. She turned, exposing her true nature. She used the dark side." And then she goes on to sort of say, "How long before she cracks and betrays you too? Is that who you want beside you when you find the holocron? What would Jaro to Paul say?" So it is exactly the motivation that you were hinting at before, which is she doesn't want, it's ironic given that she's now evil, but she doesn't want Cere to have it because she knows what darkness Cere is capable of.
And I think
that was how she treated her as a Padawan.
I said this earlier, but that was the point where I stopped believing anything that she said, because like we said, you know, the villains will frequently lie to you and saying this person used the dark side, you can't trust them anymore, without us having seen any evidence of that so far. I don't know if there's a better way to like deliver that bit of the story to make it, because like I did not believe that for a second. Like there was
a very similar part or situation that people talk about a lot is when they talk about Kylo talking to Rey about what Luke did. And a lot of times I see people describe that as Kylo lying to her. And I like to jump into those conversations and go, he's not lying to her. That is his truth. Like from his point of view, that is what happened. Like, and that tracks. Like he wakes up in the middle of the night and Luke's standing over him with like a lit lightsaber. And he comes to the wrong conclusion. It's a misunderstanding, which is why it's a very weak plot point or weak conflict. But from his point of view, that is what happened. Luke came to kill him. It's true for him. So I read this along of very much the same way. It might not be right or accurate, or I don't think she's lying. It's her truth. It's her point of view and perspective on what occurred.
She even says later, she said on the headset, she says, "I am what Cere made me." And she kind of basically like goes on to be like, you know, you and Cere doing this have led the Empire to all of these artifacts. Like the Empire would never have been on this planet if it weren't for you two. Like she sort of, her truth is that Cere doing this is actively harming people and is actively a bad thing to be doing, which from our perspective is untrue. So yeah, I think that's exactly right. She's not lying, but I'm with Darth. The second that she gives that monologue, you have to go, okay, you're not a trustworthy narrator because that's not how I see it.
I wonder if they're also tying that in with the Obi-Wan show, because I'm pretty sure when Anakin gets his like face mask broken open, and Obi-Wan is like, "What happened to you?" and Anakin says something along the lines of, "I am what you made me." Does that ring a bell?
Yeah.
And that's really
Obi-Wan did literally chop him in half.
In a very literal sense, yes.
That just seems like too coincidental for them to have that same thing in this story. And it's like, that's now a theme that they're going with, is the failure of the master is the fault of the apprentice. And we're going to really shove that theme at the audience.
Well,
the failure of the master is the fault
of the apprentice.
Okay.
No, it's more that like
take the meaning and not the words. I probably said
the failure of the master is the
failure of
the
other way around.
The failure of the apprentice is not the
is not the fault of the master.
Take the meaning and not the words.
Okay.
But hang on, because so like if you think about Anakin, he is failed by every one of the Jedi Order. I mean, especially, I always think about in Revenge, that scene with Yoda where he finally goes to Yoda for counsel. And Yoda talks straight past him. Where Anakin is like, I just need I'm struggling. Like, I don't know what to do. I feel all of these ways. And he's like, feeling's the path to the dark side. And in that moment, he needed someone to be like, hey, we've all been there, man. Like, it's cool. We all struggle with this stuff. And just Yoda can't be there like that for him, because Yoda sees him as purely symbolic, right? He is a tool in the toolbox. He's the chosen one. He's not a person. And I think the way that Trilla schematically, and Obi-Wan in the moments in that film where he needed to say to the other people in the Jedi Order, him and Mace and Yoda are getting into a transport and they have an exchange, and they're sort of Samuel Jackson's character is like, I don't know, man, like there's something going on with that kid, and instead of going, he's my homie, he's like a brother to me, like don't worry about it, he goes, well, he's supposed to be the chosen one. That's heartbreaking, because even in that moment, Obi-Wan can't bring himself to treat Anakin as his adopted son, his brother, because he's talking to the Jedi who are against attachment. And so he has to lean back on this whole prophecy thing. And I think this schematically is reaching for similar ideas without any of that layering and possibility that exists with Obi-Wan and Anakin that they get to then leverage in that scene in Obi-Wan, right? Like, it's it's all of the aesthetics of that same thing without any of the specifics of their context being relevant, if that makes sense. So it's like if you described that to someone else, right? What I just said, if you described it to someone else and their takeaway was, okay, so you have a Jedi Master who doesn't always do the right thing, and that failure means that their apprentice is going to fall to the dark side and blame their master, which is a complete oversimplification, and it's why it feels like a cliche to what Darth was pointing out before. Whereas I think the more I think about the Obi-Wan Anakin relationship, the less that feels like a cliche. And the more it feels, and I do a lot of work for Star Wars to make that work for me because I'm interested in thinking about that stuff. But I think there's a lot more there just textually. Whereas this is just 3 hours in, the generic, yeah, my master left us behind and I got kidnapped and she used the dark side and now she wants to find these other kids and that's bad. And like the truth that Trilla, I assume, will have to admit to herself is she has to forgive Cere for this and accept that her master was fallible and like could make mistakes and like was just trying her best, and that maybe the Force isn't as like black and white as the dark side and the light side, and maybe you can transgress and return to being a goodie. Maybe there is a path of redemption, and if there's a path of redemption for Cere, maybe there's a path of redemption for Trilla. And I think that's what this story wants to do, and I do not remember if it sticks any of that, or if it just ends up being bland and generic. But I think that is what they're going for.
I think that's a good summary there.
Thank you. That was completely off the top of the dome, so let's pretend that we can pretend that was written. Yeah, look, we get this reveal, and then, yeah, as we said, on the way back to the ship to talk to Cere about it, Cal gets knocked out. By a character called Bagonk. It's a droid, Bagonk. I love Star Wars, actually.
That's not a
this
droid.
shit rules.
It's not a droid. That's a...
Is it a dude?
Yeah, it's a dude. It's a what do you call it? It's like a bounty hunter.
Oh, yeah.
But
it's a droid. Oh, no, is it a dude?
I'm pretty sure it's a dude.
It's a bounty hunting droid.
Is it?
Bagonk was a droid that served the Haxion Brood crime syndicate as a bounty hunter during the reign of the Galactic Empire. It had white and blue... I'm not reading the description. But yeah, it says it's a Haxion Brood bounty droid. Is its product line.
So one interesting tidbit that I know we had talked about before, but there is so much of this like ancient cool art and these like hieroglyphics and like all of this really cool stuff. I spent a lot of time just like looking at all of this and just thinking about like what the history that's represented here is just so fascinating, and yet all that history is used for is as a backdrop for the puzzles that are somehow the main focus of it, instead of like the history somehow being important to what's going on. Like, I think restructuring the entire thing to make it not about the kids and not finding a map to these kids, but about rediscovering the history of the Jedi and how that history could help them move forward now that the entire order has been decimated. Like, that idea, I think, fits much better with all of these ancient temple sites and everything that's going on. I think that would have flowed so much better.
I have good news for you. They made that game. It's called the sequel to this game.
Awesome. Okay.
It fucking rules. Every time that you guys are like, man, it'd be great if this game did this. Or I hate it when it does. It's like they clean up so much of that, and a second game whips ass. But you have to do the work of the first game to understand why it works.
Well,
anyway,
what was the problem with the second game? Was the second game woke or something? Because I heard a lot of people complain about it, whereas the first one, a lot of people liked it.
I don't know. I don't really know what the I mean, it was kind of buggy when it launched. That might have been it. I don't know. Was it? I don't think it was woke.
I don't remember.
Yeah. I mean, also wokeness is.
I hate those. I hate those things so much.
Which ones?
Like when I got force push, I just blast those things off into.
Those little.
Oh, dude, they suck.
Those
pustule. Yeah, they suck. Yeah. Dumb thing to put in your video game.
Oh, the worst one is when they there's a small room with a meditation thing, and there's one of those things like right in front of the door. And so like when you respawn, you're gonna lose like a third of your health. Just getting out of the respawn room. That pissed me off so much.
Yeah.
Have
Yeah,
you
there's some real questionable choices.
have you found that you could force push them? Because that was eye opening for me.
Well, I didn't have force push at that point.
Mm.
I'm saying now that
If
I
I
have
had it.
force push, I just blast them off all over the place.
This was another bit like the I don't know if I want to say the mechanics, but the way that they have all of this ancient stuff, and like there's this whole ancient magnet thing going on for some reason, and it's like you never explore the meaning of it or the purpose of it or why the old Jedi
why
would
is
have
this
done
here?
this. Yeah.
Why is this shit here? And like, what?
Do
You expect me to believe that Cordova, an old dude, did all this shit? He's like 70.
do you remember? Did you guys see Galaxy Quest? One of the best movies ever made.
Oh yes.
Yeah.
By Crap.
Yeah. So you know the part where he goes there, like the kid is guiding them through like the bowels of the ship. He's like, all right, so turn right, and then it's straight on through the choppers, and they get the pistons that are just smacking together, and they're like, what is the purpose of this room?
Like
It's kind of like that. It's like, why is that there? What is this? What is this?
Yeah. This game is full of that stuff. I mean, you talk about verisimilitude. What are they eating when they live down here? Like, there's so many questions I have about.
Well, I mean, I think
this
that one's
stuff.
there's a lot of wildlife, there's a lot of greenery. I think that one's a bit easier, but it's just, why did they build this thing? Why did they
Because
build?
they needed a level.
Why did they
needed a level?
Well, I mean, it would make sense if it was like a tomb, and you wanted to make.
Well, they're all supposed to be tombs, I guess.
Are they
Isn't
tombs?
that
They are tombs, aren't they?
Yeah.
I think it would make sense.
You see like the bodies at one point.
As a tomb, it kind of makes sense because it's like, there's a bunch of. But I mean, as a tomb, it would make sense if they were traps, not puzzles to solve to progress.
Yeah. If you bury me and you put fucking magnets in my tomb, I'm gonna come back and haunt the shit out of you. If you have to go through an Indiana Jones style gauntlet to get to my tomb, I'm gonna be pissed.
This part,
It's just a lot.
this part, y'all.
Oh, this part was. I died like 20 times here.
Yeah. I knew
That-
the
this
jump. I
jump.
understood what to do, but I'm like, I don't know how to do it. It was so frustrating.
Like,
I love how reliant this game is on video game language, and you guys are like, video games, never heard of her.
no, not that, but like, so if you go up to like, you go up to the very top here, there's like a branch hanging above you, and then like you hit it when you jump. So I'm like, well, I go lower, or then I go lower, and it doesn't. I don't have the altitude to get. Yeah, exactly that.
Yeah.
And my friend is watching me, and they're like, well, do this. I'm like, I'm fucking doing it. Shut up.
The gamer rage is real.
Oh yeah,
I love it.
But not
that's some
Darth. Do you
bullshit
have the
on that
part with where was it? It's the room with all the water where you drop the big thing with the chain. There's like vines up above there that you can like force pull to yourself.
I was worried that you guys might not be able to solve that. Like, I was worried I was going to get a message being like, I am hard locked on this puzzle.
The funny thing was, like the first time through, I figured out you were supposed to throw the lanterns across, get them caught in the beam, and have them over there. And then after that, I took the entirely wrong bit away from it and did something completely opposite with the lanterns than I was supposed to do. But anyway, yeah, that room.
I wish it had communicated that you need force pull to do it. Like, just in some way to be like, hey, this puzzle isn't ready for you yet.
Well, this part right here, when you go through that blast door, I figured out in like 10 seconds. I was like, I need force pull for this, and I don't have it. And then I left. But like, where was it? But yeah, there's a part in that room with like where you force pull like the lanterns there. In the room with all the water, there's like some vines up above you, and you have to run through like a significant amount of the level to get up there, and then force pull the vines to yourself, and then swing on. You have to swing to like another vine, and then swing back and forth, and then jump onto a ledge. And I did, and so we spent like, when I say we, I mean me and the people watching me, spent like 15 minutes trying to do that and failing, and then we finally got up there, and I'm like, what's the point of being up here? There is no point of being up here. We were already here. And we're like, why are those vines there? I don't get it. And then is when we realized that oh, we have to burn the stuff that's around the chain. It was like, oh, that's what we're trying to do.
Yeah. Yep. It's not good. I've done that puzzle maybe 8 times. I have to Google it every time.
That like I won't lie, that is what happened. My friend Googled it. She's like, what the hell are we supposed to do in this room?
If you have, you're in a really fortunate position, right? If you get stuck on a puzzle and someone else can Google it and tell you the answer without you having to look at the problem with this fucking video game is you'll be like, how do I solve this puzzle? And someone will be like, in the mission before Cal gets killed, you'll find this, and you're like, why is there a spoiler in front of the advice?
Oh yeah, so right here, so you run up here, and then you get onto a ledge. No, this is the bit.
Yeah, you go at the top and it loops around. Yeah.
So, what was the other thing that happened?
So the entire reason I recorded this was just I was cracking up at the animation of this thing when he dies, because his head just is going back and forth, and he's like, "Oh, I shouldn't have done that. I shouldn't have done that. I shouldn't have done that, dude."
Oh
no. No.
Yeah,
it's great.
But back in that room, there are like lanterns that pop up here, and you could carry them up the stairs. And then I tried doing that for a long time, trying to figure out what you're supposed to do with the lanterns up the stairs, and I don't think I ever found a reason for it.
You're supposed to burn vines away.
Oh, is that what those are for?
Yeah.
Because I took them from the other side of the room.
You don't have to do that, but that is what they're there for. So it'll where we go next, you'll need to do similar stuff. Just remember that if there's like weird vines or growths or whatever, and there's stuff that looks like it could burn it, that's the mechanic.
Oh, okay.
It'll come up next episode, and then particularly the episode after that when we go to
that side room probably took. I don't know how long it was. That side room, and so all of it is like for like a Force Echo, which I think is like a health upgrade or something. But like, it was probably 15, 20 minutes. I was in that side room, and again, people talking at me like, "Well, try this or try that." And it was, I think it was one of them that. You know how like you force pull. Okay, so yeah, you did this.
Oh, what?
Well, why would you go back in that room?
What the fuck?
And then you walk onto the water and it goes away.
Yeah. Darth is on another one. I don't know what the fuck he's doing. Jesus. Yeah. Look, it's not great. Look, we have to wrap up because we're going to hard out in about 5 minutes. Any closing? Okay, obviously you guys not thrilled with the gameplay so far. It's kind of what I was expecting. At least we managed to have some interesting conversations about the story and what it maybe isn't doing. Do you guys have any closing thoughts before I set up what we're covering for next episode? Anything you want to cover?
I hate it, but as far as the story goes, that introduction of the second sister as the lost Padawan, I thought has made it more interesting. I've
been entertained by it.
Yeah.
Even aside from that.
Monica from Friends meme, it just got interesting.
If you do get stuck, because not next recording, but at a certain point, there's going to be a bunch of bosses and stuff. If you guys get stuck, message me, because you do also have the option. I can send you like, people playing the game that you could watch if you do get literally hard locked by just your physical ability to do it. So that is a backup plan I have if we need it.
Well, I'm in story mode, so God help it.
Yeah, that's why when you get knocked out at the end of this, I felt like such a loser. I'm like, this is literally the easiest I could play the game on, and I just got defeated, and it wasn't even a boss.
So you're talking about like with Bagonk?
Yeah.
Yeah. So when I wish I had recorded this, or at least recorded the audio, because when again it was like there's like 3 or 4 people watching me, and they're all waiting for me to be done with this so that we can play something else. And that was the whole, are you knocked out yet? Have you been knocked out yet? And so we get to the part with like Bagonk and I'm fighting him, and somebody goes, maybe he'll knock you out. And then he knocked me out, and everybody's like, yay!
I love that you have an audience.
Yeah.
This is great. You've got a little posse watching you.
Yeah. It's good times.
It's good stuff. Yeah. All right. So next time we are covering chapter 4 of a game. The stopping point here is play until you catch a ride from an unusual friend, and you get back to the Mantis with a new destination. So basically, just the planet that you wake up on is going to be the sequence we play through, and then we'll get into the Mantis. And then we're kind of like looking toward the middle build of the story, and then the big kind of finale. I'm fucking stoked for you guys to see where this ends up going. I think it does some really interesting stuff. And there's a set piece later on that I think might be one of Darth's favorite things in Star Wars. Just gonna call it now. What do they say in Star Wars and stuff, guys?
Now you die.
That's
If they may the force be with you.
Now you die. May the force be with you always.
There you go.
Huh? There you go. All right, we'll catch you guys later.
Yeah, I'm definitely a Sith. Now you die.
Now you die.
All right, how do I do this? Welcome back to Bigger Fish. Wow, that's not a clean intro. Hang on.
Hello there.
I've been doing this for like 11 years.
There's always a bigger fish.
Welcome back to Always a Bigger Fish, the show answering questions you didn't think to ask, continuing our coverage of Jedi. I almost said Jedi Star Wars Fallen Order. That's not it. Star Wars Jedi Fallen Cal's. He's in a prison this time. That's the one.
I want you to know I'm making currently. I have an edit that is a montage of you messing up Star Wars titles. So thank you.
They're all so bad and confusing because Lucas tries to be I hate it. And I feel like he did it on purpose just to fuck with me too.
No, there's a great clip. I don't remember which one of our things it was, but there's a great clip of ours where you go, yeah, the third movie. And then Darth said, he said Revenge of the Sith. And I said Return of the. Somebody said Return of the Jedi, and I said Rise of Skywalker. We're all technically correct, but
you're all technically correct. I mean, technically, anything after the third original could be a third film if you just start counting at a different number. You know, everything's relative and time is made up. What I'm saying is, I got way too high last night when I played this. Now, this is important let me explain myself. Okay. I forgot that I hadn't played this level for this recording. What usually happens is we finish our recording sessions. I go to lunch. I come back home. I play the next session in case you guys have questions. That didn't happen last time because I got too drunk at lunch and then I forgot I hadn't played it. And then yesterday, I've been on holiday for a couple days, and my ritual has been at about 5 or 6. I have a few beers, get a little bit zoinked, and continue Baldur's Gate 3. And I was on the final mission. And I was like, well, I may as well finish the game, forgetting it's Baldur's Gate 3. So the final mission is like 60 hours long. So I started it and I was like, that's okay. And then looked at the time and went, fuck, it's 8 p.m. We have to record tomorrow morning. And I still haven't played the Star Wars video game. So then naturally I was like, what if I smoke another doobie and go and play the Star Wars video game? Which turns out very quick, very short, because bad level, which is why I made it very short. The consequence of that is my notes are absolutely fucking unhinged. The first dot point I have is, oh my God, I'm so high. Why did I wait till the night before, bro? Dog, I'm so high. So suffice it to say, I'm a little hungover this morning, but I had a great time last night. Before we get into Darth's, this is my second note is Darth's an idiot. What did he do? He needs to tell us.
Yeah.
Before all of that, Are you in the document?
Yes. Cal wakes up in a jail cell after an oddly short level of puzzles where Cal and BD proceed to not talk about Trilla and Cere. Cal enters a combat arena where the bad guys give him back his laser sword. He kills a bunch of stuff gladiator style, then the Mantis arrives to rescue him. This bottle episode done with, the gang heads for Kashyyyk and along the way proceeds to not talk about Cere and Trilla some more. End of episode.
I think this is like, so I want to explain my reasoning in separating this. I think this is the weakest and worst part of the game, and everything after this is exclusively bangers. It's like they put this weird bad thing just before they started just knocking home runs. It's absolutely bizarre. What did you guys think high level like of this?
I didn't think it was that bad.
Interesting.
If David hated it, then we loved it.
I mean, keep in mind, I hate this game. And like when my friend that I was talking about was, who's really good at puzzles. Like she was watching me play this and we were also drinking at the same time. That didn't help matters. But like, we got to the part where the stopping point was play until you catch a ride from an unusual friend and return to the ship with a new destination. We're like, we're here. We're already here. Well, that wasn't that bad at all.
Yeah.
And it was surprisingly short, which was appreciated. But
okay. Interesting.
I hated Kashyyyk. I kind of, high level didn't really bother me that much. The first part I thought was okay. Then we got to a bit of a cliche that I thought, and then I hated Kashyyyk, and then it was over.
This was going to be a question I was going to ask is, did everyone play, where did you guys stop? Because I realized in retrospect, it was a bit of a misleading direction. Did you guys do Kashyyyk? It sounds like Rye did. Darth, where did you stop playing?
No, I literally got back on the ship. So like I went all the way back. You fly the feathered friend and then get back on the ship after going through reverse the level.
Yeah. Okay. So, but you guys both did the full Kashyyyk bit.
Yes. I actually went to Dathomir looking for a save point, but couldn't find one.
Oh.
Fuck it about.
I told you not to go to Dathomir yet.
There's a save point in the ship. If you haven't seen
there's
that.
a save point in the back of the ship.
My God.
Like in your literal bedroom in the ship.
Yeah, Cal doesn't sleep, he meditates.
I hate this game.
While you're out dating women, Cal was studying the blade. Okay, yeah. Look, here's the thing. I think that the Kashyyyk is just like, I think it's exclusively bangers. As far as like the level goes, I just think this prison level's ass. Like it's
really?
It's got one puzzle. It's got one puzzle and it's misleading. To set it up for people who haven't played it, basically you're in this like little underground prison and Cal is trying to break out. There's no enemies. You don't have your laser sword. And you come up to an elevator and there's 3 anchor points for 3 different like charging cables that you can pull and plug into stuff with the Force. And it's a misdirect because you have to pull one of them to a anchor point outside of that area to unlock a passage to go find BD1, and then you connect all of the cables to the obvious places where they connect so that BD1 can do a zappy zap and let you out. And it's like, why the half-hearted misdirect? Like it's just such a weird choice that doesn't add anything for me. I don't know. I just think it's like...
See, I disagree with you on that because I think the misdirect is part of the puzzle because you walk in there, or I'm gonna go ahead and probably guess that most of us had the same experience where we plugged in a bunch of things and it didn't work first. Is that right for everybody? So yeah. I think that's part of the puzzle because like you go, all right, well, that one's connected to that one and this one's connected to this one. So that one must go to connect to that one and it's not working. And then so again, my friend who's really good at puzzles is like, we take a step back and then we're like, oh, that one has power. So that one needs to be unplugged and go to that one. And that needs to get plugged over there to run the power over there. It makes sense. So that didn't really take very long. What I want to know is how long was Darth in the jail cell?
Oh my God. So I gotta, hang on, let me bring it up because I gotta rejoel the message that we got in our group chat. Now, something that the listener may not have necessarily clued into is we have a pretty like extensible ongoing group chat. Let me see if I can find this message. It was a couple days ago, wasn't it? What did you say? Darth says, okay, so, say hello for me, Darth. I need to get your accent.
Hello there.
Hello there. Okay, so I've been running in circles around this jail cell for 20 min. I DKY this section that beat me, but I'm totally stuck. The force doesn't work on anything I can find. And I'm like, wait, you haven't even left the cell? And then you're like, no, I'm stuck. I literally cannot get out. So yeah, what happened, man? Talk us through it.
Okay, so I didn't time it, but I don't think I'm exaggerating when I say that I didn't even message you guys until I had been trying for like 15 solid minutes to get out of this person cell. I tried every force power in every combination. I tried everything on every glowing blue thing in that room, and nothing worked. And then I messaged you and you said, go stand by the front door and turn around and face the room. So then I started doing that, and I went through the whole thing again, and I looked at every glowing blue thing, and I did the force on every glowing blue thing, and like nothing worked. And I was just running around trying everything that I could think of. And eventually I was like, let me go into my settings and double check I'm not doing something stupid. I was doing something stupid. I wasn't using force pull. I was using force stasis.
Oh my god.
The whole time for 20 minutes I was stuck because I forgot which button force pull was.
Oh, brother.
Yeah.
Okay, so
after I figured out what force pull was, less than 5 minutes, I was out of there. And moving on.
Okay, so what we're learning is that 3 old dudes shouldn't play video games. I think it's
that should be the takeaway on this.
yeah.
I'm just going to go ahead and skip to the end of the level and tell you what I discovered there, because I discovered I had like 4 more force powers that I had forgotten existed. So,
Such as?
You have like a jump in the air, and then you fist pound into the ground, and like everyone in a radius like gets damaged. You have like a dash forward and slash, and everyone in front of you gets damaged. The force throw, I unlocked that and didn't think about it again, so I never used the force throw until the end of the level. The lightsaber throw? Yeah.
Okay.
So like all I ever use is like I force pull enemies to me, and then I throw them off a cliff because that's hilarious, and then I just use like regular slashes. So I forgot all these other
pretty funny.
I forgot all these other abilities like even existed. And I was going through the skill tree and I was like, oh.
Okay, so you had sort of you're having a weird experience. Christ.
That has been that's been the continual theme for me playing this game is Darth is having a different experience than the rest of the group.
Okay, well, I mean, aside from that, I guess, okay, prison level, obviously it sounds like you had a bit of dramas. I was worried about Rye with the gladiator arena. How did you go fighting in the gladiator arena? Or was the difficulty slider adequate that you were able to get through it?
Oh, I was on the lowest level, so I just smoked everybody. But like, my friend watched and making fun of me. She's like, imagine if it wasn't on the lowest difficulty. I was like, shut up. But there was a moment previous to that, which I do want to mention. It's probably sort of like the highlight of the evening for me, and it was as a storytelling thing that I really like, where when you find Beatty, and he's like on the desk on the other side of the room. And I'm sitting there and I'm thinking in my head, I'm like, well, he could just like walk out of there, right? And then, but like it was like it came and it went like immediately as a thought in my head. And I get into the room, and my friend loudly in my ear goes, well, why didn't he just walk out? And then Cal goes, let me get that restraining bolt off of you. And I was like, yes, that is the thing that I love. The question of why didn't they just asked and answered like perfectly, because I had her saying it and then the game answering it audibly.
Well, there was also a second part to that though. In order to get out of the room, Cal had to force pull a thing off the metal thing off the wall to reveal the wires behind it. So BB-8 couldn't even splice to get the door open if Cal wasn't there to use the Force.
And
True.
it also explains why, because my initial thought was like, why didn't they just kill him? And it's like, well, because they want him to fight in their like a little gladiator arena. So like as far as like world building goes, it's a pretty tight little like setup and payoff, I think.
No,
It does-
I always appreciate stuff like that because it tells you that somebody in either the story or design department sat down and went and thought about it, actually thought about it, and said somebody's going to ask this question.
Yeah, it reminds me of that Gilroy quote when, you know, that I might have brought this up before, but they're asking him like, you know, how many seasons of Andor are you doing? And he's like, I'd like to do 5, but it will kill me because it's exhausting, because like every location you visit, you have to have answered every single question about it before you even write a single scene there. And if it's unsuitable, then you need to write yourself another location and answer all those questions all over again. And that's a guy that hates Star Wars. Like, and that's, I think, that's what I kind of love about people that, exactly what you're saying, which is like people that give a shit about writing and telling stories, is like, you go that extra effort to go, all right, like, how do we make sure this feels cohesive and coherent? You know, and it may raise questions like, hey, what's the deal with this gladiator pit? And like, who runs it? And how does that all work? And that's like an interesting question that just doesn't need to be answered in this story. Like, it can just be texture to the world. I have many questions about it, but I think it's good that the story doesn't feel the need. It doesn't have the Lucas problem of like everything needing to be explained explicitly. Like, no one sits you down and goes, listen, bub, this is how the gladiator pit works. It just is. And I appreciate that about, you know, a lot of the story, especially given it's a video game, right? You know, there's ways in which other video games texture in this stuff with things like audio, you know, logs or pickups that you can read. Like if they give control specifically, where I read everything I picked up and it all ruled. But this is very much, so far at least, kind of surface level in what it's doing, and it does it all very well. So yeah, I completely agree.
The interesting thing that's kind of related to that was that when you first get out of the room and you're walking around and you're finding all of these monsters that are behind the cage doors, and the context doesn't make sense, because at first I'm thinking, okay, this guy's just collecting all of these cool creatures and I was one of his cool creatures, but why are half of them laying in their cells dead? And how could you examine them if they're in these cells that are not pretty and not meant to be examined? And then you get to the end and you're like, oh, so all these are just fighting animals. Now everything, the way the whole thing was built, now it makes so much more sense. And I loved the design of it. Like, it wasn't the strongest story element, but I love, like, when you see the hordes of dead animals falling from the sky down into the pit, like they were dying in the arena and being dropped down. Like, I loved the aesthetic of pretty much everything. Did y'all see there was this one like trick force field down in that pit, the section where there's all the dead animals falling from the sky? You know what I'm talking about, with the force field that was down in there, and like you get down and it's just like a room, and then it looks like
I thought that was,
there's like glowing blue pipes on the outside that it looks like you're supposed to pull. I spent like a long time trying to figure out, what are you supposed to do here? And then it turns out nothing. You were supposed to be grabbing the vine and going up top to get BB in the first place.
I spent like a good 15 minutes being like, what is this? I had the same problem.
But I also love, there's so much about this game that is just like the aesthetic of it, and I loved that opening level, especially when I first saw them falling through the sky down into that. I was like, oh, that's awesome. I loved it.
I knew this was going to be like some Darth catnip. This game in particular is like, hey, wasn't original Star Wars fucking cool? And you're like, yeah, I think it was though. Like, this is this game and cribbing off of that.
Like, something I'm trying to figure out, when he gets up into the arena, like one of his first bits of dialogue is, oh, I recognize that band. And
I've written down here, why does Cal say I recognize this band?
So there's two options I could think of. Like, either this guy is like rich enough that he hired like the Backstreet Boys or whatever their space version is, and so it's like a really popular band that's playing at this arena, or this thing is just broadcast live around the galaxy because it's like football or whatever, and people just watch it. And so Cal has watched this before. Either option is kind of interesting.
I mean, it's a totalitarian empire. It's like a conservative pipe dream to have like blood sports on TV, right? Like this is just the Hunger Games. Maybe that's what's up. Maybe this is the Empire's Hunger Games, you know?
And I also love that. I love that music. It also sounded very much like the very first song. Like it was the same genre, but a different group that created it, if that makes any sense.
Yeah, we haven't talked about this yet. This game series really leans into the fact that there is Star Wars music, and in the second game, there will be Star Wars records that you collect, like holotapes of songs, which is like super interesting because it's just not a... I mean, it's a video game, so like there's a reason why they do that, right? So you can play music whenever you want. But it's a super like weird bit of world building that we just don't get. Like, it's like, you know, Rye always talks about like, what do they do for fun? And it's like, yeah, well, music is a big part of recreation. And outside of one or two instances in the original, where you get, you know, you're in the cantina and then you get that absolutely batshit sequence in Jabba's palace or whatever. We don't really get music as a focal point after the original, like, sort of 3 films. So I think it's noteworthy that like it's clear that Cal's interested in music, is I guess my read from this, right? However you spin it, Cal's a guy that listened to a lot of music doing his job, right? He was working manual labor for a number of years. If you've ever done jobs like that, you know that a big part of that is like when you're cleaning or you're doing lifting or you're doing like the labor part of it, you might have in the, you know, the earpods and have on the songs and stuff. And so it's just like, it's a cool character note that he is quite, like, he's a ground level dude. He's got some of that, like, that Luke energy to him of like, he's just one of the dudes out here trying to get it done. And like, he has an appreciation for things that characters around whom these stories usually orbit are not interested in, right? Anakin isn't putting on the jukebox and playing his favorite hip hop tune. You know what I mean? Like he's sitting there and brooding and thinking about the dark side of destiny and shit. And in the, you know, in the sequel trilogy, right? Like they're too busy with all that grand sort of, you know, J.J. Abrams puzzle box destiny shit to worry about like having a life and interests. And it's just I think it's a flavorful character note that I wish they did more with. There's a lot in this where I'm like, I wish this was more expansive for Cal. And they just don't have the page space seemingly to do it. The sequel hits all of those notes. But yeah, I think it's just like a noteworthy thing for him to say that got me thinking about all of that. So I'm glad that you raised it, because the note I had before that was man, why am I stuck in this hole? These Doritos are good. Should I eat the donut in the fridge though? So I don't know. The munchies are kicked in, I guess.
So I feel like this is one of those things where I feel like y'all are thinking about it a bit too deeply.
That's my thing.
I know. But I think you're extrapolating, or rather, I would say you are extrapolating beyond the original intention of why it was done. So like you can read it as, this is a cool character note about Cal and the world and etc. Whereas like I heard it as just sort of, this is a signal, this of that word that you like to use, the diegetic thing, where like this music is not for us, is not just for us. Music is occurring in the world.
Oh, that is a good point. Yeah, okay, because that communicates that it's like what Darth was alluding to, right? It's like there's an audience that music is for.
Yeah. So but here's the thing though, is what you do. This is sort of like a death of the author thing, right? Where it's like that might have been the original intention, but if you go beyond that original intention, you also lead to these other things, which says stuff about the character and the world, etc.
Yeah.
Right.
Yes. Yes, and.
Yes,
and oh god, the word "and" sucks in my accent. I guess what I would yes. I think
put a pin in that. How else would you say it?
How else would I say what?
And
if I'm British, I might say yes.
There's no British.
I know we don't like you.
We're all colonials here. There's no Brits here.
It's yeah. Anyway, my point being, I think what's noteworthy, I don't know, I think Star Wars especially, it's something I've been thinking about a lot, because you guys have poisoned me with your cursed knowledge. Something I've been thinking about a lot is this idea of intertext, and Star Wars in particular interests me because a lot of it's bad, and like pretty bad, but it's all interesting, and I think that's difficult to do. Like even this asterisk, except a lot of the stuff in the sequels, asterisk, except everything after The Last Jedi. But you know, I think the critical reevaluation of the prequels has only happened because there's interesting stuff in there. Like I think when you look at those films and the context under which they were made and the intertext they have with each other and with what was happening in America, even as in The Phantom Menace, Lucas seemingly predicts what's going to happen with America and George Bush, or he at least is intuiting what's in the air around the kind of like proto-fascism and the utilization of the military-industrial complex as like a political mechanism. They are interesting and they say interesting things, or they are thinking about interesting things that we might say things about. Whereas I think particularly the original stories are very straightforward in the things that Lucas is thinking about, right? He's obviously cribbing off of we talked about this a million times, but he's cribbing off of the Flash Gordon stuff, right? These kind of picaresque, style films where you would walk into a theater. Actually, we haven't said this on this show, but the idea of those is that you didn't go to see a film at a particular time. You went to a theater for a few hours and you'd walk in and there would be something playing. And so you'd walk in the middle of a scene, in the middle of something happening. And the original Star Wars is supposed to replicate that, where you're just in it and you have to try and figure out what's happening as you go. And this era of the story, which is obviously contiguous with everything that Disney is doing, Andor, Mando, I almost said Mandor. It is an era that's interesting because we just don't have any material that looks like this anymore in the Star Wars universe outside of the things they keep focusing on. Like the story beyond, they've fucked up. We've all acknowledged that a million times. They've kind of poisoned the well. And so they are stuck in this like perennial golden era of Star Wars stories. And like the whole idea of a character in that space that's just operating in a different vector of like life, right? He's an industrial scrap dude. Like he's a laborer at the start of this game. Like that to me is as interesting as the Andor, not as interesting. It has the same interesting ideas that Andor does, where it's not space wizards, it's this other thing. And then the game parlays that into being about space wizards in a way that is necessary because it's a video game and that's the stuff that Darth likes, I think.
That would be a really interesting thing for their world building, because you just mentioned how like Cal's backstory being a scrap or whatever, like that never is a tool that he uses again that I've seen so far. And like, what if he had been the one to teach the droid how to hack doors? He's like, first you take this wire and then you splice it and then you touch these two wires together. And then after that, the droid can do it. But then it would be like him actually using the skills that he has at the beginning of the game to help progress the game. But it's like his whole introduction is just kind of forgotten about.
That's a good point.
The very, very end had me kind of confused because as far as I know, he was off on Zepho, whatever planet he was on. He got kidnapped down in like the underground caverns, right? By this mercenary. And then his crew somehow knew where he was and to go rescue him right from the pit where he was fighting. And it's never explained. And that kind of like broke me a little bit. I was like angry. And then
you had a classic Darth like logic don't work moment.
Yeah. And then like after that, Kryze sits down with you and has this whole thing where he's like apologizing because he put you in danger. And I had no idea what he was talking about. I'm like, I got kidnapped.
You're 100% right. When like that I had completely forgotten about that. I was not good about taking notes on this, but like, yeah, that conversation where Kryze comes up, he's like, really sorry, man. I'm like, what the hell are you talking about? first of all, and second of all, who are you? But
yeah,
I did not even clock the and that's my thing. This is a little bit embarrassing, like, and I'm gonna blame the alcohol here, but like the third party intervention is what that is right there. Now, I will say that it does. I have some rules that I've one of the scripts that I worked on or have been working on for several years now, actually. But it does follow one of my rules for how you make a third party intervention work, because I didn't notice it at all. Them showing up like that. So that's one. So I would say that, yeah, it does follow one of my rules for third party interventions or how to make them work. But like, yeah, I didn't clock it at all that like they just showed up sort of out of the blue, because it as part of like story structure, it made sense because you have like the waves of minions and they get harder, and then you have the boss and you defeat him and then you get rescued, and that's how you get out of there.
I mean, it fit what I had asked for.
Structurally, it made sense.
Like that's literally something I'd asked for. I think in the last recording or the first recording, I was like, have the ship show up at the end so I don't have to backtrack through the whole thing and forget what I just did. And now they did it, and I'm complaining about it. I'm like, not pleasing like that.
Some people. Not pleasing some people.
Yeah,
it's just what Jesus said. So
no, it's a good point.
Now listen, I don't like it for a different reason. The third party intervention, I'm kind of with Riot. It didn't rub me this way or that way. I just think it's like a deeply uninteresting way to resolve this level. Like, this is the type of game where this should have been an extra hour. You should have had to like escape the pit, work your way through this weird, like, outlaw
and shut the whole operation down, essentially.
You're a Jedi, right?
Yeah.
Like, that's what Cal would do. I guess he's not there yet, right? He's not fully in hero mode yet. But yeah, like there's a lot of interesting play you could get here with like world building, texture, character development. He could confront the dude in charge and have that moment of like, am I going to ace this dude or let him go? Because that's going to become a question that gets raised in this story, right? We get that with the Ninth Sister, where it's like, is Cal the type of guy? He's fine killing stormtroopers because it's okay to kill Nazis. Like, no one's on the other side of that argument. But like, will he ace someone in cold blood? And we don't know the answer yet. We know that he'll do it if he's threatened, but we don't know if he will kill someone unarmed for to do the right thing. We don't have an answer to that yet. And we still don't at the end of this kind of session.
Another reason that he's okay with just leaving that it wasn't a planet, asteroid. Another reason that he was okay with just leaving it, and the audience is okay with him just leaving, was that everything that you saw down in the cages was a mindless creature. If there were like slave children down there and he left them, then people would have been like, whoa, hold up, Jedi, what are you doing? Go rescue them. But because they're like rabid dogs, you're like, okay, they can just stay there in jails and they could fight to the death and we don't care.
Yeah, they would have been, Finn and Rose on Canto Bight.
Yeah, exactly. Or he walks up and he said, he goes up to the cage of children and he's like, okay, one at a time, come up to the thing. And he checks to see if they're force sensitive. And then if they are, he takes them with him. And then if they're not, they don't care. Into the pit with you. The trash you are.
He's like Santa. He's like, are you on my list? Are you on my list?
See, that would be something you could do in Baldur's Gate 3.
And it's probably something my character would do in Baldur's Gate 3. She's the worst. That game rules, by the way. Anyway,
does.
It's been so close. I really thought I was going to finish it last night. I think I still have like 20 hours left.
We finished murdering the Crush today.
Oh, dog!
We walked in there, and my friend immediately said, "We're going to kill all of these people." She's racist towards Githyanki. She does not like them.
Yeah, well, they're racist to everyone else. So fucking get them. Like, I don't know, like kill them. I have complicated feelings about that. They've got like that sand people energy where it's like it feels like even though no one says it, the word people is like the suffix to their fucking species of people, which is how you know that people don't treat them like people. Because you don't call them sand people because you view them as people, right? Like that's deliberately othering. Anyway, the Grease apology thing. I've just been scrolling back through my notes and I literally cannot find what he's apologizing for. So the last thing that Grease does is he warns you. So on Kashyyyk, before you go back to Zepho, he gives you he words you up about Saw potentially taking you for a ride. That's the last thing he says, and that's the last thing he does. And like, I don't know why. I get maybe he's not. Maybe he just feels guilty because you were in danger, and he does have like a legitimately tender moment after this where he's like, hey, I kind of been coasting through life, and you two have kind of given me a reason to live. I care about y'all. Seemingly after 5 minutes, it's weird, but like it is heartfelt. Like, I get it. Like, it's nice, it's sweet, and this voice actor is killing it. I really, really like all the performances here. So maybe he's not apologizing for anything directly, but rather he just has a sense of guilt. And maybe he knew about Trilla, right? Maybe he knew that Trilla was Cere's apprentice, and he's apologizing for putting Cal in danger by not telling him. But the story refuses to talk about the one interesting idea it has, which is like, what do we do with this conflict? And at every opportunity, like it to the point where like I was sitting there last night, high as a kite, yelling at my TV, going like, why won't they talk about this? Like, just have dozens of conversations that make this the entire focus of your video game script. This is like this would be like in Andor if they never talked about labor conditions and the Empire and the rebellion, and you'd be like, what? Why won't they talk about it? It's so weird.
I'm just imagining your neighbors like sitting there listening, and they think they live next to a schizophrenic or something. They just hear you shouting all of these really weird things.
Yeah. Look,
why won't they talk about the labor conditions on Camino?
No, I'm trying to look up a conversion. Let me tell you how hot it is at the moment. Hold on, because it's currently 97 degrees Fahrenheit. So everything is closed up. All the air cons have been on. I haven't been able to go outside for like a week. So it's just me in a sealed in apartment yelling to my television, which is somehow sadder, I think.
So look, somewhere in that scene, she does talk about Trilla. I think it's that scene. Well, and we get the story of like actually like her being tortured and stuff.
That's
or is that later?
That's when you get back to the ship, I think. Is that it's definitely not there.
Is it on the way to Kashyyyk? I think it's on the way to Kashyyyk because nothing.
It might be.
I don't think anything happens after you get back to the ship.
Well, there was one other thing that I wanted to mention about the prison break part was I had to check the dates on this. I was like, okay, because like we go in there and it's like, I am the master of the ring and blah blah blah, and you will die, and it's a Jedi, and I was like,
etc. and so forth.
I was like, this feels very cliche. This feels very like Ragnarok or Thor Ragnarok here. I was like, what? I was like, what was the years on that? So yeah, Ragnarok was 2017. This was 2019. I'm like, okay, so did that? I was a couple things like. I think you've probably nailed why that part felt like mostly or too cliche for me, which was that we have this enterprise or whatever you want to call it that's going on here, and we don't do anything about it. We just leave, as opposed to like that being a big boss that we have to defeat. That we kill the droid that brought us, and we're just out, and that's the end of it. And everything. So I think that could be why like that part I felt was too cliche for me. Yeah. Remember the cliche rule is that a cliche done well is not a cliche.
Which side note, I would love for y'all to pay attention to the ship from now on and see what you think about the tail fin that sometimes is pointing up and then it moves to the side and then it'll point back up. And I don't know if there is any actual thought behind when it moves. Because when it's in space, I think it's straight up. And then when they go through the atmosphere, it's straight up. When they go into land, it goes to the side and then goes straight back up right before they land. So like the only purpose of it is stabilization in the 5 seconds before landing.
Now, you wouldn't know this because you weren't a Star Trek kid, but one of the biggest challenges with intergalactic vessels that travel through space is that they're often built and designed to work in space, not in atmosphere. So in the original Star Trek Next Gen, one of the kind of leading notes is that the Enterprise can never go into atmosphere because it was entirely built and assembled in space for space travel. So I think this is them being like, look, both ways, motherfucker. I think this is them being like, and it'll be a cool toy, right? Star Wars.
I would have been fine with it if like the second they enter atmosphere, it drops from vertical down to horizontal, and now it's like the wing of an airplane. Like that would make sense. But from my memory, it only went horizontal in like the few seconds right before landing, and then went back vertical. So I'm like, what was the point of it? But
I got you. I got you on this, because if you think about an Imperial shuttle, right? Like, what are those wings for? And it's because no, they're not, because the answer is they're not.
Aerodynamics.
Yes, it's aerodynamics. And so, David, I think each of you have brought up very key points to why stuff is the way it is, and that you have the Enterprise, which is not designed for atmospheric travel. The smaller ships are designed to go both operate in space and in atmosphere. So when you're on the descent in the atmosphere, it is beneficial to have those aerodynamic, or not aerodynamic surfaces, but surfaces that provide lift, so that when it is in the atmosphere, you get a horizontal plane which provides some lift and helps with maneuvering in the atmosphere, but it doesn't need that right when it's going to land, because it's got repulsor jets. So
the comparison doesn't really track though, because every Star Trek landing shuttle is designed functionally the same way as all of the big ships. They have the two engines in back.
But
it was the 90s. It was the 90s.
No. It's different universe, different rules. So what I'm saying is, like Star Wars, the exceptions to this would be something like the Millennium Falcon, which doesn't have any of that. But that is just basically just a big wing, and is completely impractical for any sort of travel anyway, because you can't see most of the ship from the cockpit. I think we talked about that before too.
Actually, a really good point. Okay. The conversation. So in my summary, I specifically called this out because they don't actually talk about what's going on. So I'll give you the dialogue. So Cal comes back on the ship and he says, Cal, we have another complication. The Empire knows about the holocron. Cere, that's not good. The entire mission is now at risk. Cal, and I had a nice chat with the second sister, Trilla. Cere, what did she tell you? Cal, she told me you betrayed her to the Empire. Is it true? Cere, she'll say anything to jeopardize this mission. Cal, is it true? Pause. Cere, she was my apprentice before the purge. Cal, you should have told me. Grease, we're getting an encrypted message from Kashyyyk, and then they both go, later, we have our lead, basically, and they don't talk about it. So that's in my notes where I'm like, they proceed to not talk about it. That's them not talking about it. Which I think is like... Was that what you were referring to, or is there different dialogue that you were thinking of?
There's later dialogue as well.
That's what I thought, right?
Yeah, there's something where she says, like, I was tortured, this dark force presence, obviously referring to Vader, was the one that broke her. I thought that happened right there when they were, like, Cal sits down to eat with them. I thought it happened right there, but I'd have to go look at it again.
It's at the end. It's at the end when you get back to the ship.
The part where they're eating, right?
Yes.
My friend was where she's watching this. She's like, "Oh boy, is seasoning the fuck out of that food."
Right? It was like 2 minutes of seasoning.
And then BD1 like scans his food like right there at the end. Did you notice? Did you see all that?
Yeah. The script here has beeps knowingly. Okay. Here you go. Cere and Grease look at each other, look at Cal, back at each other, down their plates, and then back at Cal. Cere. Cal, when I was captured by the Empire, I resisted. I swore to myself that I would die before I would talk. Cal puts down his utensils and looks at Cere, unsure if he wants to hear this. Cere. But then this dark shadow came. and he was worse than any nightmare I could have imagined. And I still fought, but in the end, I came apart. And I gave them Trilla. And I know there's nothing I can do to make that right, but Cal, there's still a chance we can save the others on the holocron. Cal, exasperated. Okay, look, the Ninth Sister said something about becoming an Inquisitor, like it's inevitable. But you went through the same thing she did, and you didn't join them. And then another interruption, and then they don't talk about it. But yes, that is the piece of dialogue that you're alluding to. I think what's interesting, it's interesting that you picked up on Vader immediately. What was your intuition then? Just that he was?
For a good minute, I've been thinking there's no chance that he's not going to be at the end of this game. I mean, the time period and all that, and then we know who's in charge of the Inquisitors. And then if you name drop a big baddie and you're like, he's the biggest baddie of them all, then, and you don't name him, then obviously in my mind, you were talking about Vader. I could be wrong. Could be talking about someone totally different. They could be talking about the Grand Inquisitor or something. But Vader was my initial thought.
Okay, no, just interesting. But
and as another funny
part of, yeah, you go.
As another funny side note, because we like skipped ahead to the meal. Did y'all notice that like Cal's been like running around on climbing trees on Kashyyyk for however many days, and so he's got to be starving. He sits down to eat, and then doesn't take a single bite, and then gets up and storms away from the food. And I'm like, bro, you need to eat. Sit back down.
He got to get his macros in, man. This dude he's falling off for sure. Yeah, it's intense, man. Okay, well, let's quickly do the summary for Kashyyyk then, shall we? So we can dig into it. It's the bit starting on the next page of the document, if you would.
Okay. After an extended sequence traveling through a Kashyyyk jail, Cal gets directions to the origin tree. Cal remembers the Jedi double jump. Cal catches a lift from a bird, gets the double-bladed lightsaber. On the way back, Cal is confronted by the Ninth Sister. During a protracted laser sword fight, Cal sort of wins and hitches a ride back on the Shio bird to the Mantis. Destination, Dathomir.
I really had to finesse the summary to get Destination Dathomir in there because it sounds like an indie band.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's awesome.
Okay, I think Kashyyyk is like, I think this Kashyyyk, I have two thoughts about this at a very, very high level. I think the crescendo when you fight the Night Sister and the way it builds up to that is both the game at the height of its powers as far as like what it's trying to do. And then on the flip side, I think that the level leading up to it and some of the puzzle design is some of the more confusing and weaker shit that we've seen so far, which is what I was saying at the top of the summary at the very start of the episode. What did y'all think? Talk me through it.
I hate spiders. The end.
For me, it was those vine things. Like nothing creeped me out. Like those vine things that slowly come towards you, and they're like chomping at you, and like your lightsaber doesn't hurt them. Like that fact terrified me. Like the lightsaber being unable to cut this creature, and it's just gonna come up and start sucking on me. Like I had issues.
There were a couple points where I'm like climbing along the vine and everything, and they're like getting too close. I'm like, nope, just hit Z. Let me just drop into the void.
Yeah, you're like, I ain't dealing with this.
Yeah.
It's
Did you get either of you get caught by the fly traps?
On purpose. I would just walk into them.
Because you're an insane person. Nah, dog. I was on my pro gamer shit. I was that perfect level of high where I was like fully locked in. I was parrying everything in this level. I was dodging everything. I was on some speedrun shit, y'all. Like it was, you should have, and now that could be my memory being clouded by how intoxicated I was, but it certainly felt like I was crushing it.
I had the exact opposite experience, and I started to message y'all angrily because I ran, so you're supposed to be going to the dark forest or whatever it is, right? And finding Tarforl there, and I went around the entire, so when you first get on, you go like over an elevator, and the elevator, it's not an elevator because it's horizontal.
Like a tram.
Yeah, so you take that tram across, and it takes you across like 3/4 of the level, and then you keep going. I went across there doubled back, went all the way back to the ship on the lower level, and then had to do it all again because I couldn't flipping find it. And so yeah, I've spent the first like 30 minutes just doing circles around the map, unable to figure out where I was supposed to find the Dark Forbidden Forest, and then I just accidentally stumbled upon it.
It is a poorly designed level. I can't believe that why I get to be the Star Wars guy. So this is the Shadowlands, which we've seen multiple times in Clone Wars, and I can't believe you're doing it dirty like this, Darth. It's in the Clone Wars a couple times. It's in KOTOR. You go there when you go to Kashyyyk and KOTOR, you go to this area.
What season?
Place.
If
God, I don't remember.
Yeah, if it's still the late, because the only like Shadowlands I remember were the episode with the four-armed Jedi who like turns traitor. And that was a different planet. That wasn't Kashyyyk. But it was also like quote unquote Shadowlands.
Yeah, I don't remember. Anyway, I just know that it's a thing in Star Wars because I immediately recognized it when they said it.
Excuse me, one world building note that I have on here is that two world building notes actually. The first one is it really bugs me when you see the same. Actually, no, that's a world building note for next time. But I'll just throw it in here because I'll probably forget. But it really bugs me when you see the same bugs on or mobs on different planets.
Yeah.
That's one thing. But the main note that I had here is that it is a moment of incongruity to me, or the implausibly unbelievable, where it's like I don't see how you get an advanced civilization whose homeworld is as yet untamed to such an extent as Kashyyyk is. And I know that's a Star Wars thing, but it bothers me. Now, it would make sense if this was not their homeworld and this was just like sort of like where the Wookiees set up shop.
It's not their. So the Shadowlands specifically for the Wookiees are a place where they never go. It's like the untamed wilds, right? It's like the wilderness. Like you're in the unpopulated part of Kashyyyk. And I realize that Star Wars, all planets are one thing, but if for some reason Kashyyyk is the weird exception, where like the coastal parts of Kashyyyk, where you're near the ocean, is where the Wookiees live, and then the Shadowlands is like the deep jungle where they don't live. Well, so it's like untamed wilderness.
I mean, even then, to like back up what Rye is saying, like there was one creature that you fight, which maybe the spider. But when you read the description about it, it says that Wookiee children are taught from the age of like 2 years old how to defend themselves because they have to fight off these things so frequently. And like if that's your life, then how are you able to develop a spaceship if you're like there's a thing about to eat me, you're like right behind me? So
no, I mean, like especially Australia fought a war with birds. Don't forget. So
yeah, we lost too. So we're not proud of that, Al.
So yeah, if you have problematic wildlife, you would eliminate it. 100%.
Or you'd try, because let me tell you, emu's hard to shoot. Even harder to shoot camels. We have a camel problem in Australia. We have more camels in Australia than anywhere in the world. They're just out there in the outback. There's just camels fucking everywhere. It's crazy. Yeah, you would try and eliminate them, but yes, you're right. It is. This is what I mean. I just think this is like I think conceptually it's a cool idea. I think in practice it's like a bad level. Like the ideas in it don't really come together. Cal has spent most of the game so far when he interfaces with creatures murdering them, and when he gets to the origin tree, the big bird is like, hey, that's the homie, jump on my back. Like, what? He's killed more of the flora and fauna in this, like, that's just what you did for like the hour before you get there, is kill all the shit on this planet. Like, there's just this sense of like disconnection between this isn't ludonarrative dissonance. Take me back to 2012, am I right? Like, but that was a really big part of the discourse for a long time, especially in some of the games this is cribbing off of, like Uncharted, right? Was these questions of like, man, Nathan Drake sure is murdered hundreds of people, but acts like he's a cool Indiana Jones type. And I feel like this is facing similar challenges with its conceits and ideas, right? Cal is killing all of this shit And that implies that all this shit is running around, which implies that the Kashyyyk are dealing with it, which is seemingly backed up by the like in-world description of the creatures, and which then raises more questions about the world building, which then makes you go, hey, does this make sense? And that's when what we always talk about, right? You're suddenly out of it. You're out of the story. There's a combinatory element there, which has pushed you away from being invested in what's occurring. And it got to the point where, for me at least, by the time I finished this level, I was like, I could come back to Kashyyyk never again and not be bothered. Like, I think for what should be the most interesting place, especially with the partisans and Saw and everything that implies, for what should be the most interesting place, it's just really nothing.
So to kind of counter that argument, like, I don't think at all in this game have I killed anything that wasn't like actively attacking me. So it's not like I never even had the thought of, I see this big beautiful bird and like, of course I'm gonna kill it. And like right before that, there's like this like peaceful little monkey that you come upon up in the trees, and he's just like sitting there like picking at his fleas or whatever, and I just like sat there and like pretended to talk to him for a little bit. So I don't know that the first reaction should have been like he's this, you know, murderous dude. He's just like everything that he kills, he's defending himself against, because it's like, you know, actively attacking him.
But isn't that like,
I'm still reading about the camels.
Between
2010 and 2013, the Australian feral camel management project killed 160,000 camels.
Yeah, we got a lot of camels here, man.
Mostly through helicopters.
Yeah, it's crazy. They go up in helicopters and then they just to your point, Darth. But like, that's my point though. It's like colonialism brain, where it's like, but Cal shouldn't be there. Like, he is in their environment fucking with their shit. Like, he should not be in these places where these creatures appear. The Empire shouldn't be in these places where these creatures appear. Like, ipso facto, he's doing the wrong thing by killing them. Which the second game seems to overcorrect and gives you, like, animal control powers, which we might get to one day.
Well, I mean, you can also run past most of these guys.
It's true. You could do
which is what I do. Yeah, that's right out of the NPC man Dark Souls thing, which I think we talked about. Just run past.
Yes.
Just run past.
Just run past. That's true. But that too. So like, I don't disagree, Darth, but that's my reasoning there. Is like, he doesn't need to be there. And the fact that he is like implicitly a problem for me. But that's also just me bringing my politics to everything, because it's inevitable for me. So it's like, I think a more artful version of this is like, I mean, I guess the game kind of does this to your point, right? Which is like, he kind of does have to kill him to get where he's going to a certain extent. I mean, he could run past, like, as Rai says, but I guess the game structures it as these are mindless creatures that are going to kill you anyway. It doesn't matter. Like, the Stormtrooper and Spider equal same, right? Like, they're not supposed to be moralized in the same way that a speaking character is, which is like a choice.
My friend did ask me if it was possible to not kill the Stormtroopers, because their pleas for mercy really bother her. They did such a good job with the Stormtroopers in this.
It's so like, good.
Like, the guy's like, oh no. It's like, I'm all by myself now. Oh God.
They do this really annoying video game thing where if you spare them and you walk away, they wait till you're not paying attention and they turn around and they try and shoot you. So even if you spare them, they will try and kill you, and then you have to murder them, which is unfortunate.
I have a really ironic note, considering how much you seem to hate this level, David, because I was jiving so much. I cannot tell you how much I enjoyed. I turned off the music, and on my Google Home, I turned on like extra forest ambiance, so I had complete surround sound forest ambiance. I loved it. I love the woods. I used to like go backpacking and camping like all the time. So like this, being in that environment, like after you get out of the dark, scary mushroom underground and you're actually climbing the big tree and like,
oh, that rules.
Yeah. Like make that open world. And I would have spent so much time like jumping around on vines and stuff and just like looking at the pretty mountains and all this landscape. Like I loved that so much.
You should play the Avatar game, right? That just
I was going to say the new Avatar game is that.
That would suck me in big time.
Yeah. Apparently the writing's terrible, but I mean, it looks incredible. I've never seen a game that looks that good. Like, yeah, it just, what the fuck?
So was there anything to talk about in the Darklands? Because I had something like when you're going to the tree.
My first note is when I'm at the tree. So no, what do you got?
Okay, so first getting there, you get given the rebreather, like when you meet Tarful, and so you get the rebreather, and then you get to go underwater, which you had warned me. You're like, you're gonna love this, and yeah, I like swam in circles and recorded it, and I was doing all kinds of fun stuff.
It's the coolest. I was like, this is Darth bullshit right here. This is when I was half expecting the first time you do it for that music to play when Obi and Qui-Gon first dive in the lake with Jar Jar. I was expecting that like kind of haunting like high piano to play, and it didn't. I was disappointed.
Yeah, it was cool. Beautiful, and like how murky they made the water and I loved the aesthetic of diving through all the deep roots and trying to find your way in and all this kind of stuff. But then at one point it hit me, and this is like very much like a structural storyline issue of like, he literally says, how do I get to the top of the tree? And she's like, well, follow the root system and start climbing. And I'm like, you came in on a spaceship. You came in above the top of the tree. Just go back in your spaceship and then go to the top of the tree.
Ironically, they use the spaceship to drop him off in medias res the first time you come to Kashyyyk as well. They drop him in the water. Yeah, it's one of those like, hey, it's kind of that thing of Doctor Who where it's like, why don't you just use the TARDIS though? And this game doesn't have a good explanation for that ever, I don't think. But yeah, that's a good point.
I mean, the only thing that I would say to that is it's a pain in the ass to get back to the ship.
They also haven't figured out comms. Like that part is also messing with me. Like, he could just radio them and be like, yo, can you come pick me up and like take me a few clicks north?
Oh, so the game does have an answer for this, but it's buried in like the data bank like stuff. On planets where the Empire exists, the gang can tap into their relays so they have like working radio. On planets where it's less connected, they can't. So on Kashyyyk, by the time you get into the Shadowlands, you're going beyond the Empire's relays for their radio signals, so you don't have like radio signal. It's never explained, but it is in a databank thing about, I think it's about the like prison on Kashyyyk. That's just before the shadow, the bit that you go into before you go properly into the dark stuff, dark place. But yeah, weird choices. Yeah. This is a good point. But I mean, like, stories have to happen. So it's like, maybe spend a bit more time figuring out why they wouldn't just use the ship and find a way to, like, put that in the story in a way that's not obtrusive, and then you're good. You're golden, right? I think the fact that it's an outstanding question, it's a little sloppy, but well, yeah, what are you going to do?
No, I don't agree. It would be very awkward to insert him on using a ship into that sort of environment. Right.
Well, there's also a really, really easy workaround that I'm kind of confused they didn't go with, because he has this whole thing where he's sensing all of these echoes, but the echoes are almost never connected to the main story. So just flip it and be like, he's retracing the path that this old master took. And so he's sensing the echoes of the old master. So you can't do it from the air. You can't do it from a ship. You have to be going along the ground and finding this place where he stepped and sensing the echo of his step in order for you to retrace his steps. Like, that would make so much sense, and it would tie into the force power and tie into the main story and all that, but they don't do it.
Well, expanding on that, I think that I keep having the thought of the echoes are pretty lame. The echoes don't really add very much or pretty much anything at all. Like, I think I talked to you guys, I believe, about the echoes in The Division and how they use them for world building or telling stories in the world through like series of echoes, but they were there. It's kind of out of the original BioShock game, where the game designer was like, there's story buried in there if you want to find it, but if you don't care, then you don't have to go looking for it. But if you do go looking for it, it's there. And that's kind of the same idea. So like these echoes that are scattered around there, I would appreciate it more if they added something. But it's just like you come across a dead Wookiee and it's like, oh, this guy's a dead Wookiee.
Yeah,
okay.
They're more just
Some
like
of them are literally
factoids. Yeah.
Yeah. It does feel, it feels like it's there because video games do that rather than they had a clever idea of what to do with them.
Yeah.
And that's also the main way that your force skills points are earned, is every time you do the sense and echo. That's what fills your bar up the most. And so it's like they knew they had to hide these things around, but they didn't know what to do with them. So like, because like one of the things that you find is the bandolier that fell off one of the Wookiees when he was climbing, and like all Cal says when he senses the echo is like, somebody dropped this while they were climbing.
What does that have to do with the Force? Did you need the Force to sense that? I want to imagine that he's there with a non-Force sensitive person. It's like, yeah, no shit.
He's like, yeah, dude. Yeah. You think someone left it behind on purpose? Dumbass? Like, what are you talking about? I mean, Cal's he's very green is the way he's presented, right? He's pretty green behind the ears in this game. But even for him, some of the shit he says with this stuff is like, guys, second pass of that dialogue, please. Please. Okay, let's move things along. I guess any notes on the tree, I think is, like Darth already said it, do visuals on this shit, especially on the PS5. Oh my giddy aunt, this game looks good, man. Like climbing up that tree, I was like, holy jeez, like it pops, man. Yeah, I mean, I still have all the same complaints about the Cordova stuff, so I won't litigate that. But yeah, if you guys got anything on the tree before we talk about the old boss of Rooney.
One thing that I had was which you may not have seen it, but you go around like the hill of a dead trunk or something, which is weird to say because you're like in the trees. But there's a single feather laying there, and like you sense the echo of the feather, and then you learn something. But you're able to kind of like look around, and you know how you could like navigate the camera so you could see like underneath and above it and stuff, and the feather is like translucent, which was just really interesting. I'm like, what animal would have translucent feathers like that? And then secondarily, that would make it much harder to see. So that's like an evolutionary, advantage. So of course that makes a whole lot of sense. So that was just really like, we haven't even seen the thing up close really. But I was like, that's kind of cool.
Especially how big it is. That would be a really useful kind of feature, right? To blend into the sky. That's cool. That's a really good like world building note. I like that.
And I've got one, whenever we actually ride the bird, there's another matching one that's really interesting. If you want to skip to that, if y'all don't have anything.
Yeah, I got nothing else until we get to the boss.
I don't have anything on the tree, but you somehow you reminded me of, I was thinking of how Saw just fucked off. He was like, well, things got too hot, so I'm out.
Yeah. That's literally what happens. He's like, yeah, too much heat for me, I'm gone.
Which also doesn't make... this didn't clock when I was playing, but the story tells you that it got too hot, so he left, but it's not. There should have been more Imperial ships. There should have been more stormtroopers. There should have been evidence of why he left, but there's not.
If anything, there's less. You're right.
Yeah.
Because you go through some of the areas that you've been through before, and the enemies aren't there anymore.
Yeah. So it doesn't really clock. So it kind of was like he did what Kryze said, and he abandoned them for no reason. It's kind of how it came across.
But that's also Saw as a character, right? Like, and that's kind of what Kryze alludes. I'm not defending this choice. I just think it's. I think if we give this game more credit than it deserves, what I would say is, I think from if this were actually Saul written how he is in Rogue One and Andor, and to an extent Clone Wars as well, right? He is a guy who Clone Wars, I meant Rebels. He's a guy who, like, that's kind of his thing, is like he always has an ulterior motive, some hidden agenda, some hidden scheme that he's running outside of whatever he's told you. So this doesn't make sense in the story, but I think it could have been interesting if they wanted to pull on those levers, they were available, and they kind of choose not to, because this is inconsequential. This never matters for the story later that he left. And given where I know this story goes, there is multiple opportunities for them to pull on that lever and go, hey, remember how Saw fucked off? Now that's a problem. And they don't. And there's one moment in particular, which I'll point out when we get to it, where it's like, you can see the outline in the script of where you would have said the thing about Saw, and they just don't. So it's a real missed opportunity, in my opinion. So I agree. I think odd choice, guys. And also not needed. He could have just been there. It wouldn't have made a difference to the level.
Yeah, you could have just been there and you just didn't talk to him.
Yeah, like that's fine.
He's like, I'm busy looking through these files, man. Or Saw is over there fighting the Imperials, and you don't need to go over talk to him.
They probably just had to get rid of him because Trilla had shown up and she had murdered everyone there, so he couldn't have been there because they needed him to be alive.
Oh, that's 100% what they've done. Yeah, that sucks.
Well, she wasn't there though. She was on Zaffo, right?
Zepho. No, well, because she went to Kashyyyk and then killed everybody while you were doing your fighting pitch shit. Oh,
yeah. Well,
yeah,
so
like
the thing about Saw is that makes him interesting is like I want to say he's the grayest character morally that we've seen in Star Wars prior to Andor. But he's not a coward. He's just very pragmatic in the sense of I will do the bad thing for the good reason. You know?
Yeah. Which is, I just don't think this works on any level. But I think Darth's absolutely right. They went shit. Saul can't be dead. I guess he left.
He can't be there, but he can't be dead, but he can't be there. Yeah. So
yeah, and they just didn't find an interesting thing to do with that. I guess, which unfortunately
we're making more out of this than there really is. But
I know that's what I said before we started talking about it.
You know, something else that I only just now clocked was in the midst of all of this, he remembers how to do his double jump, which
brother
the game calls Jedi jump, which just kills me.
I've written down here.
You gotta get that branding.
Jedi flip TM.
Yeah.
In his Jedi Jordans.
In his Jedi Yeezys, bro.
And then the other part of that, the other part of that just killed me was like he remembers that last. Like it would have been the most helpful thing to remember first. Like even better than wall running.
Oh yeah.
I'm sorry, Darth. I don't know that force-based psychotherapy works that way.
Yeah, I know.
You can't pick and choose what heals.
I know, but it just felt like such a conscious decision by the game developers that they were like, now you get to use this thing that we have previously obviously restricted. To
the point where in the first episode you were like, I would kill for a double jump.
Yep.
Like the game knows it, and yeah, they just go, nah, not for you, son. This one for us, not for you. Yeah, it's very annoying. It's a bit like what Rye was talking about. It has some energy of that first Assassin's Creed, where the first level you're like, oh my god, I have all these tools and weapons and gadgets and I've got all these combos and shit. And then they're like, nah, son, we're taking all of that away and you're going to earn it back over the course of the next 20 hours. And it's like, oh, well, maybe
to basics.
It's like, maybe don't show me the cool stuff then.
Well, there was also an audio cue in there where he goes, I forget exactly what his line is, but it's essentially to signal that you've learned everything that you had forgotten. And so
Yeah.
my friend was like, "So we don't get anything else?" And I'm like, "I don't know."
I should clarify for people not playing. So basically, like all of Cal's other powers, some random thing in the world reminds him of, or like unlocks some forgotten force power, and it's a flashback with his old master, and this is like the double jump. But yes, it does imply that this is the last. So this is the last thing Cal will remember. It's not the last thing he will learn to do. If that makes sense.
Yeah.
I can't believe no one mentioned this, but do you remember what happens right before he has the flashback with his master? It is the most... Okay, so you were high, you were drunk, so maybe it didn't register. But...
Gee, that could just be the name of the show.
So he's like mid-jump. He's jumping from this like platform to this platform in the jungle. And then mid-jump, he goes into this like alternate dimension and he's like jumping through like thick air or water and everything is black and white. And he's jumping on these like plant things. And then on the last one, when he lands, he goes into the actual memory with his master. And I'm kind of like mildly freaking out and like, what just happened? What was that? And there's no explanation at all of this like alternate universe that I just popped into for no reason.
That's happened with all of the flashbacks though. It's the bit that precedes all of the flashbacks is, and granted this is like mid-activity, but that's what happens in all of them. If you remember the first one, which is the wall run, he touches the wall, he sees the geckos running on the wall, he touches the wall, and then the wall snaps into the same dream reality, and then you run and jump on it.
Yeah,
that's high, or he was drunk. He doesn't remember.
Well, no, that's the only one that I do remember, but it wasn't to this extent. It was just the same room in kind of like black and white, you know? But this...
No, they've all been in color.
I gotta look back and see what other ones there were, because this was like the things you were jumping on like literally changed to like an alternate dimension, because they were just like tree stumps. But in this alternate dimension, they were like glowing somethings, you know?
Interesting. Well, alternate, I mean, thankfully it never happens again. So this is the last one. Yes, I mean we're arguing specifics that we could easily check by Googling. But we shan't. Darth, do you want to talk about the bird? Because it seems like you had some notes on riding the bird.
I just thought it was really interesting. Like one of those, it may have been when you looked at the feather, but it gives you a description of the bird, and it talks about how it is able to conserve so much energy when it is flying that it never has to flap its wings, and it always just glides everywhere because it's so good at conserving energy. And it only has to eat like once a week because it's so good at conserving energy. And then as soon as you get on it and as soon as it takes off, it starts flapping its wings. And I'm like, did you not read the description that you wrote for this creature? Like, you are animating it exactly the opposite of the description that you wrote for it. So,
well, hold on.
It was going down. It wasn't going up.
Shio birds were capable of gliding. Okay, well, never mind then. I was going to read you the description, but you've immediately poked a hole in it. But yes, Shio birds were capable of gliding significant distances while using a little energy due to their body shape and feathers. This efficiency meant that the average adult Shio only needed to leave its nest to hunt once per week. The birds ate slags and weeshocks, because everything on fucking Kashyyyk has 3 Ys in it, which meant they were perceived as protectors of Kashyyyk's native Wookiees and washok trees. Sightings of the bird were known as being a guarantee of peace, whatever that means. Yeah.
I mean, that wasn't like a huge harp. It was just like one of the little world building things that I was like, they could have just paid attention to what they were doing, and that was easily avoidable. Not that anyone would have even noticed.
This is a game written by at least 15 people, Darth. Okay, like it was probably just 2 different writers making 2 different, or like the writers making a different choice at the end. This is the game director's fault.
They probably animated it before they wrote the thing down, and then somebody was like, "Well, we ain't going back to change that."
Yeah. I mean, it's the game director. This is the kind of stuff that you would pick up on. This is whoever produced. I don't
remember what music was playing. There was some music that was playing, but both my friend and I started singing the Jurassic Park song.
It does have, it's got that energy, huh?
But I was looking at the bird and going, that does not look like it has hollow bones. Like this thing looks like it weighs a lot.
Yeah. That's oh god, that's like the conversation that I always hear a bunch of people have whenever it's a film where they're like, oh my god, it's like a giant cockroach or a giant like ant or whatever, and it's like that motherfucker would not be able to move. Like it operates on a different level of physics because it's so small. If you make it big, it'd just fall over. Like it'd just be pinned to the ground at all times.
Not only that, but they're limited by the amount of oxygen that's in the atmosphere. Or their size limited by the amount of oxygen that's in the atmosphere.
Well, Kashyyyk is all trees, though.
Well, I'm not talking about the bird. I'm talking about a giant cockroach.
Yeah. It does look like a big motherfucker. But also, it's Star Wars, so you just got to be okay.
And birds aren't real, so this is known. So.
It's true, and they shouldn't be trusted. It's the other thing about birds.
So don't you get your lightsaber before you fight her?
Yeah, Yeah.
Because you get the lightsaber, you see the hologram of what's his face.
My friend was just dying laughing. She's like, "Oh, of course, there's a workbench at the top of this tree." Because you just walk up and start messing around with your lightsaber or whatever. It was like, oh, she's like, "What are you doing?" I'm like, "I don't know. He just did it."
I had the same reaction, just no one to bounce off of when I was doing it. Because I was like, you just found this part up here at the top of the tree, and you're gonna attach it to your only weapon, and just assume it won't blow up. Like,
yeah.
Can I tell you guys a secret?
Go for it.
I've had a double lightsaber since the second recording session.
Nerd. I'm pointing at you.
Listen,
did you buy the DLC? Like, what's the secret?
No. So you know how I kept saying don't go to Dathomir?
Oh yeah.
No.
So you can get on Dathomir. There is a way to get the double-bladed lightsaber early if you know there's a particular jump that you can make with a. It's not a glitch, but it's clearly not intended. Where you can go and get the double lightsaber upgrade on Dathomir, which is one of the first things I did the second we unlocked Dathomir. So I've been double-bladed lightsabering all this shit the whole time in secret. Because I'm just that guy.
Bastard.
But the thing is, you kind of need it for the hardest difficulty. Like, just the defensive capability alone. Of being able to deflect 2 blaster bolts. But yeah, so I'm that bitch, is what I'm saying.
This is also...
I hoodwinked you.
This is such a nerdy, like, CinemaSins for me to even clock. But the choreography for how they did it, I wish they had someone that was actually like a fight instructor that was doing their animations, because they constantly had him doing like weird grips with it, where the entire purpose of the leverage of a bow staff is lost if you don't have grips here, where you have the leverage. And he kept doing all of these twists every time that he was in a lock with the ninth sister when they're fighting. And I'm like, you don't have leverage in that position. She would have immediately overwhelmed you. You are not using a double-bladed lightsaber properly. Guess why? You were not trained to use one. You were trained to use the single blade. And it's like, I've literally sparred with my friends who have not used a double-bladed, and they never use the bottom half of the blade. They only use the top half because that's all their brain can comprehend. That was just such an interesting little nerdy point to look at this game and say, like, I have a comparison in real life for this. It's interesting.
A little bit of shadiversity in here. But it's the whole argument about Rey's thing and how she should have had a double-bladed lightsaber to begin with.
Yep.
Yeah.
But no, so the reason I was saying nerd and I was pointing at you is I thought you meant you went out and bought a double-bladed lightsaber, like in real life.
No, I wouldn't own a Star Wars thing, dog. Like, I got my baby Yoda and that's it.
Yeah, I was going to say, you've got, well, there you go.
Ooh.
Yeah.
Is that Darth Maul's?
Yeah, that's my baby.
Hey, it's fucked up. I knew it was Darth Maul's, isn't it?
No. You're
nerd.
Awesome. You're appreciated.
I don't like Star Wars, though. Dog, anyway, that when he unlimbers it and it's like, you're like, oh shit, crazy moment. God, what a cool moment intercut with some terrible decisions. Okay, let's talk the Ninth Sister and how this all kind of shakes out. So yeah, you get the lightsaber, you have another little holocron with Cordova where he's talking about this, that, and the fifth thing. Basically pointing you to Dathomir, more or less. To yet another Zepho Sage tomb, this time Kujet on Dathomir. And yeah, that's because this game is just you're just following the main character who's already gone and done all the interesting stuff.
Right. Did that confuse you at all? Because this broke me a little.
Did what confuse me?
The hologram of him and his explanation, and then like where you're being sent next.
Oh yeah.
Because he's like, this is the Zepho Astrium that I found here, and there's another one on Dathomir, and I'm like, I almost like literally yelled at the screen, why do we care? We are after the list of the Jedi children that you have, and you're talking about this ancient stuff that we don't care about. The mission is the list. We're not looking for the Zepho stuff. You were looking for the Zepho stuff.
So he goes, at last I found my quarry, the Astrium, and he holds up like a spherical object that's clearly supposed to be the hologram, and he says, used by the Zepho sages millennia ago. I hold in my hand a piece of galactic history. Oh, I will never be able to thank Tarful enough. Do you know what this means, my friend? No need to return to Dathomir. The darkness clouded every attempt at finding the Astrium inside Kujet's tomb, but the Force has provided a new path. Which is confusing, because he's saying, hey, you don't need to go to Dathomir, and the game is like, sick, Dathomir clock. It's just a confusing way to communicate this. Yeah. Basically to explain, because it is very confusing, this is after he's gone to Dathomir to that tomb, presumably where the holocron is. That's when he's recorded this recording. So when we go to Dathomir, there will be recordings from before this recording we just heard.
But it's also, we had talked about this before, that like they should have like changed the main focus of the story. So it's not about the list of the children, and it's about trying to track down the old sages and whatever knowledge they may have had. Because now I am torn between, why are you talking about ancient stuff when we're looking at this list? We got to find these kids because the Empire is right now going to kidnap them. And you're taking me on this whole tangent, you know?
Yeah. It's just confusing as shit. It's like, why do we care about these ancient dudes?
Why do we care about these kids?
I mean, look, why do we care about these kids though? What about these kids though? Okay, so we get the fight. Let's talk about the fight. Basically, Ninth Sister's here. She's all brute force and shit. She's got all the usual tricks we associate with the Inquisitor. She has that lightsaber that spins somehow. You kind of juke it out. And how did this go for you guys?
Well, I'm on the lowest difficulty, and it was still kind of tough.
I won't say it was tough, but like I had to use a stim like once. But I also, because it's on story mode, I don't really take the fights too seriously. I should probably bump it up like 1 or 2 notches, because it would be more entertaining. But one thing that you just kind of clued me in on is like, she doesn't really fight. She has different moves than the second sister, but she doesn't actually, her interaction with you when you fight isn't any different. And with her being such a brute force, you should almost be unable to parry her because she has so much strength behind each blow, but it's no different. So it's like they built her to fight differently, but practically they didn't follow through with that.
With her, I think I thought they kind of did that because it was, I want to say, I'm trying to remember how it went down, but like the things that I remember about that fight specifically were that I was at a distance most of the time, and she would turn. There was one of her attacks that like I never actually got to see because like we were at a distance. She would turn red, and then I would hit her with the force push, and that interrupts her. So that was basically just my MO on this fight was like force push, smack, parry, get into like that lock thing, whatever, and then back away, and then rinse and repeat. But like you couldn't really like hit her more than once, or at least I couldn't hit her more than once.
I went the opposite way, and I just let her hit me with everything.
I had to. This fight sucks on the hardest difficulty. It got to the point where I had to parry every attack I could, and then I was doing what Rye was just saying. Whenever she was doing the distance and she goes red, hit her with the force push. But then all of her other red attacks, like that big jumping one and shit like that, you just have to get out of the way. Like there's nothing you can do about it. And she would touch me once, and that'd be like most of my health. Like this fight kicked my fucking ass. But I think the game has a fundamental challenge that it hasn't worked out yet, which is like, what does it mean? Because lightsabers this is a Star Wars problem, it's just a this game problem. But like lightsabers don't weigh anything. The second game figures this out, and it even gives you a lightsaber that's like designed like a longsword, I guess, that feels like it weighs a lot, even though it doesn't. But yeah, this game doesn't have any consistency of like what it wants to do with that idea, and I don't think Star Wars does either. Yeah, I don't know. This fight sucked for me. And to that point, I guess, about it communicating the strength and things like that. Certainly for me, unlike the second sister, where I was able to get a few good licks in, and like I was sort of moving around, like I was standing still and dodging around her attacks and then getting lots of hits in. This was just the whole fight for me was defense. I was getting like one hit in every 7 or 8 parries. And that was kind of how, for me at least, I experienced that strength thing. So it literally could just be like a difficulty skill issue in how the game wants to communicate that.
Oh, for me, it's definitely a skill issue.
Yes.
And it was also I loved the fact that they had her lose a hand, and she just like looks at it and she's like, we're going to keep going.
I really did like that part where she's like, I forget what she said, but what she communicated, I thought was like perfect for the character.
It was something like, I've killed stronger people than you with one hand, or, that kind of vibe.
Like, she goes, I think it was a lot about, it was dark side stuff, right? Or do you have the quote?
Yeah, I'm looking at the script. So Cal cuts her hand off, and she falls to the ground. Cal says it's over, and she says, being an Inquisitor taught me no setback is too great. When you've already lost yourself, a limb's easy.
Yeah, that was good.
Come on.
And then she drops
line of dialogue.
She drops she was a Jedi too, right?
She goes, I was a Jedi. It'd be fun to bring you in, watch you crack like the rest of us. Just wait till the isolation, the torture, the mutilation, and your friends. You can't stop the Empire. Which I started to say, I can stop you.
I started to say earlier, because that's something that they're probably not going to explore, but it is super interesting that Cere went through the same thing that all of these other Padawans went through, where they were, tortured. Did we lose David?
I'm still here.
He's still here.
Okay. You froze on my screen. But she went through the same thing that all of these other people went through, and they all broke and turned to the dark side, but she didn't. Yet she is painted as the bad guy for turning in, for breaking at least to turn in her Padawan, but she didn't break enough to lose herself.
Yeah, that's true, but she feels like she did because she tapped into the dark side, right?
She also had to cut herself off in the Force to not do that. Yeah,
and that's the Star Wars stuff I love, because that's this question, like that's the Jedi like monastic teaching kicking in, where like the dogma of the Jedi is so ingrained that she can't see beyond the institutional framework she's been taught, which is that there is a light and a dark side of the Force. Not that they're of the same continuum, but that like once you cross that line, you can never go back. And she is trapped in herself, right? Like she's trapped in this teaching and she can't escape it to realize and forgive herself. And so she never touches the Force. It's like a trauma response, right? She's like, but this is the one thing you're not supposed to do. And I did that. Therefore, I've lost myself, failing to realize that in doing so And like what she wants, right? Her want is to atone for this mistake she made, this transgression. What she needs to do is forgive herself and be forgiven. And those are really interesting ideas when put in tension with the Jedi Order for me. And this game is thinking about that stuff. Boy, if it doesn't like completely make itself about that in the sequel. Like this is the text of the second game is this stuff. Like it's the most interesting, for me at least, it's the most interesting thing you can do with the Jedi as a concept is be thinking about those questions. And I think Clone Wars gets into a lot of that, especially with Anakin and Ahsoka's relationship, where you get to see them ping off other Jedi Masters who have other philosophies and frameworks. And you kind of do get the impression that they are outliers in their conception of what the Force means and how it ought to be used. And I think you're absolutely right. Like, it's kind of really compelling to me that you've got this character, Cere, who very well could have become an Inquisitor, who kind of panicked and went, if I just shut all this shit off, then it'll never be a problem. Like, if I just don't touch it, it'll never be a problem. And then you've got Cal kind of going like, I need you to mentor me and teach me and help me on this journey, kind of being afraid that, they're both kind of afraid that maybe she's the wrong person for the job and like maybe she might color him with her mistake. Do you know what I mean? Like that to me is kind of interesting. Whether they get there or not in this game is another question entirely, but I think you're right. I do really like that.
The thinking about the game is the more interesting part of the game.
Yeah, that's why I chose this format.
That's like Star Wars in general, though. It's like so much of my favorite parts about it are not in the movies themselves. It's what the movies set up as possibilities.
Well, that's what you get when you take a classical story that you can put anywhere and put it in an interesting, well built out universe.
Yeah. Yeah. I mean, we kind of said it already. So yeah, he chops off a hand, Force pushes her off a cliff, basically, and then hitches a ride with the bird back to the ship. And then they have the conversation, which we've already litigated a little bit about Cere and that sort of thing. And then we're off to Dathomir.
We did skip something that's probably worth mentioning just because I found it so iconic, which is like the first interaction with her. The bird winds up like tackling her ship to try to like save you. And the ship is like shooting you while you're going down all these mudslides and stuff. And you got to jump and hit on the floating flowers that shoot you up in the air. And then you go down another mudslide. And I love that whole section. And then you meet the bird and force pull the thing out to heal it and have your bonding moment. There's a lot of cool stuff in this level that I really enjoyed, even if the main story was lacking in all the places that we've mentioned.
Yeah, I agree. Okay. Any final thoughts before we wrap it up?
So if you're playing the game at home, next time, play until you defeat 2 big bosses and return to the Manus, planning a return trip.
Yeah, so basically, do Dathomir is the next session. You guys will probably notice the point where you could have got the double-bladed lightsaber, and I think it will make for an interesting discussion around what the fuck they're doing with this stuff, because some of these choices are wild. And yeah, I mean, we're kind of running up to the big building tension of the game, right? So this is us sort of, in theory, we're going to Dathomir because this is where Cordova stashed the location of the holocron. The first time he went to Dathomir, when he went to that first temple. And so we should, when we go to Dathomir, learn of where it is, and then we'll go find it, and then that will be kind of the big climax will then happen. So yeah.
So he chose to hide the secrets of the Jedi children on the planet of the Night Sisters.
Listen, sometimes your evil, sexy cult of witches, they got it on lock. They know what's up. Like sometimes you gotta go to the baddies and be like, hey, you hide this for me? And you know Jedi, some Jedi be having some relations, right? Like that's
And this,
Jedi Knight sisters, they got that like lovers to they got like hated, rivals to lovers energy.
and
There's
this
a
is
story
after
waiting to be written there, and probably already has in some deep dark
already
fan
has.
fiction.
Yeah.
But this is after Clone Wars, right? Is that, and that's canon where like everyone's murdered, so there's no more Night Sisters there, right?
Well,
isn't in Ahsoka? Isn't there a Night Sister there? She's a Night
not
Sister,
all
right?
of them.
They were all on a different planet, so they're going back to Dathomir at the end of Ahsoka. And the assumption was that all of those things that were in the boxes were like frozen Night Sisters, so they're going to repopulate Dathomir. But at that point, everyone should be dead besides Asajj.
Well, I don't know what you're talking about. I never actually finished Ahsoka.
Yeah, well, so if you read, what have I become?
Right?
Mm-hmm.
If you read the Asajj book, it explains it.
See, you've got to push the glasses back on your nose before you say that.
Fuck
Actually, David.
I hate myself. It's fine. Yeah, it is explained. It's basically like there's like different sects of the Night Sisters, and you will get a partial answer in this level too. The game does try to address it. Kind of loses its grip on reality a little bit as it does so, but it does try and get there. I gotta go. Goodbye.
Merry
Next
Christmas.
episode.
Happy New Year.
Dathomir. Yeah, next episode we'll be recording in the new year. But Dathomir, that's next. Go do that. All right. Darth, take us out with the classic Star Wars outro.
Hello there.
No,
that's
and
not.
may the Force be with you always.
Always. Love it. All right, y'all. We'll catch you next time. I figured this would be a relatively short recording, depending on Darth's hijinks, so we can do some planning off the back of this one.
There's always a bigger fish.
In 3, 2. Welcome back to Always a Bigger Fish, our Star Wars podcast, answering questions you didn't think to ask, continuing our coverage of Jedi Fallen Order, a name which is impossible to remember unless you write it down. We are once again talking, so we were supposed to be doing Dathomir plus Ilum, but because my notes are incredibly confusing, I think we're just doing Dathomir Part 1, which is fine. It turns out play until you defeat 2 big bosses is not a very clear instruction if you have several levels where there are multiple bosses. My bad. I don't want to point any fingers, but
Yeah, I was I wasn't sure because like when you get to you get to his master, I'm like, is that what he meant? Is that the second big boss? Is that what he meant by second big boss? And then I went to Ilum because I texted y'all, I'm like, are we supposed to do Ilum? And y'all didn't answer me right away, so I was like, I'm just gonna keep going unless I think that I'm wildly off the mark here. And then when I defeated I wouldn't necessarily call them big, but there were 2 of them.
they're physically quite large.
And then I get back onto the Manus and it's like, return to Dathomir. And I was like, okay, that's definitely the stopping point that he meant.
Planning a return trip, right?
Mm.
Yeah.
Yeah, that part threw me, but I decided not to question it. I was also questioning, like, you fight the flying big old creature twice, and I was like, I wonder if that counts as 2 or if that counts as 1.
Oh God. There's a really easy way to confirm that. We have a chat.
I could have asked.
In any of the 75 messages we sent this week. Well, there's one thing for sure. This is the worst. This is a podcast with the worst communication on the internet. So we are just talking about Dathomir Part 1, and then we will bundle Ilum, the Return to Dathomir, and then the other thing next episode, and then we will play the final mission of the game and wrap up our coverage of Cal Kestis' Grand Adventure. Rye, would you do us the honors and read us the summary, please?
Let's see. All right. So the crew arrives on Dathomir, discovering a planet of crimson rock decorated in ancient glyphs. Wild vines and strange creatures appear to have reclaimed whatever civilization used to thrive here. Cal and BD1 are confronted by a Night Sister who warns him to leave. You want me to read the whole thing, or just go through it?
Yeah, I mean, we can do the next paragraph, and then we'll we'll break and talk about it.
I like how you put this. After murdering a few local Night Brothers, Cal finds a wanderer, or a wanderer.
You can't even tell I'm sick. A robed wanderer.
A robed wanderer who claims to be studying extinct cultures. The wanderer opines on the ancient nature of the runes, the Night Sisters' demise, and a great power beneath the temple.
Excellent. So, the first thing I've got written in my notes here is Darth has once again self-reported his idiocy. What happened? As you will recall last time, my first note was Darth is an idiot and must explain what happened, and so here we are again. This could be a regular segment.
Yeah, as we've mentioned, we do have a text chat, and that was quite interesting.
Yeah.
Keeping up with his progress.
Actually, yeah, we should. Okay, there's a few things I want to clarify from a process perspective. So, like a lot of the long form study I've been doing, this is obviously not anywhere. This isn't academic at all, but same form, I guess, like disciplinary wise, is we're playing through each section, and one of the hysterical things is that the guys have had two diametrically opposed experiences. Rye is like, this combat is trash. I hate it. I'm bad at it. Seems to effortlessly breeze through the puzzles. And then Darth is just like, I can't. This corridor is confusing. It's like, I mean, I get it. Darth Vader is a very, very strangely designed level, but it's just extremely funny every time that we break for a session. It's just like 2 weeks of Darth being like, I don't know where the fuck I'm going. Where am I going? Why I'm lost again?
Keep that in your mind. I do have some comments on it, but like I would genuinely love to hear what happened.
Yeah, what happened?
So multiple things. There were multiple instances of that same thing where like I have no clue where I'm going, and then I would message David like 10 minutes later, and I'm like, okay, I figured it out, but I don't know what I did, and I couldn't replicate it for the life of me. But I found the cave I was supposed to be searching for, and I don't know how I did it. That happened multiple times, but to start off the level, I was like, okay, David's been playing this whole entire thing on like hero mode, and I've just been noobing it on story mode. And I feel like that's one reason I'm not as gripped by it. Doesn't feel challenging to me. And obviously it's not, because I'm playing on story mode. So I'm like, okay, I want to bump it up to hero mode. So I bump it up to hero, and the first thing that you fight is this little like demon doggy thingy. And it absolutely destroyed me time after time after time after time after time. And then I was like, okay, I can't do hero mode. I'm going to bump it down to the next level down, just like Jedi Knight or something. Destroyed me again and again and again. And then I'm like, okay, I'm going to bump it down one more level to like Padawan. And it destroyed me again and again and again. And then I was like, okay, I'm a weakling. I have to do story mode. And that's when I realized, wait, I don't know any of the mechanics of this game. I literally don't know how to block and counterattack. I like in the game footage you see, like I'm not even locked onto him. Like,
yeah, that's the main mechanic.
Yeah, the most basic fundamental mechanics of the gameplay I never learned because I was just like running through it, and I didn't have to learn them. So it's like impossible for me to play this game on any high level difficulty without completely relearning. So like when I realized that, like 30 minutes into the level, I just stopped and faced a couple Night Brothers and like relearned all the mechanics of how do you play this game. And so, yeah, that's my stupid moment. It took me until like the last third of the game to realize, oh, these are the core mechanics of the game.
I literally, in our first recording session, I was like, you have to learn how to parry.
Yeah.
You have to learn how to dodge. Roll the tape back. In the edit, you will hear me say it to you and you go, okay. No one listens to me anymore.
Well, it's funny because you said that in my mind at the time. I was thinking, no, you don't. I don't have to do any of that stuff, and I'm still getting past the level.
You're like, I'm good. I'm good actually.
No, it was definitely episode 1 or episode 2. I think it was when we were talking about Kashyyyk.
Yeah.
And I was complaining excessively about the combat and how that was right. Because that was the moment where I was like, no, I'm going to story mode. I don't care anymore.
Right.
And you correctly described this as a parry-based game, which is what it is.
Yes, I mansplained Dark Souls to both of you, I think is what happened.
I also discovered dodging is a thing. Like, I knew you could dodge roll, and that's all I ever used, but then I was like, wait, if you just tap it once, then you nicely dodge their attack? Oh, that's helpful.
Yeah, there's a whole
This is-
separate
this is
mechanic built around
watching
that.
David have an aneurysm live.
Slows time. It's. I guess you wouldn't realize that if you never locked on.
Darth,
Yeah.
he's a sick man.
Jesus.
That's the pity.
I mean, speaking of the slowing time thing, I also literally never use that function, even though I'm sure it's massively helpful. Yeah.
I
I'd
think it's
never
a trash
do it.
mechanic. I don't use it. It's for cowards. It's for cowards. Just slow time, more like easy mode. No thanks. It does.
Yeah, force push all the way.
My favorite one is the second you're like the force push and pull. You can like pick someone up, push them off a cliff, and then as they're like flying to their demise, pull them back, and just do that and torture them.
Oh, did you say the second game?
No, yeah. The second
No,
you
you
get
do
those
that now,
powers,
right?
Because I've
Yeah, you
tried
can
that
do
in
that
this
now.
game and I haven't been able to do it.
gotta have impeccable timing, though.
Apparently.
You gotta practice your torture.
Mm.
You're an apprentice Sith, okay? And it's a Sith master skill that you wouldn't. Have you heard the story of Darth Plagueis the Wise?
Not from a Jedi.
Not from a Jedi. That wasn't a bad Palpatine on my own mouth. I've been deep in this. I should say something because we're on the other side of 2023. These will be coming out a little bit later, but I should explain something, which is I obviously am not a big. I was going to say I'm not a big Star Wars.
No.
I found a way to phrase it. I don't like Star Wars, but I am now so deep in the Star Wars that I know more about it than most people. And partially to blame for that is a more civilized age, the Star Wars, a Clone Wars podcast, which apparently was my top podcast last year, of which I was like the top 0.5% of listeners, which is an insane thing to learn about myself, which means that, and I listen to a lot of podcasts and a lot of music. So what I learned in 2023 is that being around you guys for this number of years has ruined me because all I think about all the time is how bad Star Wars is. It's all I've ever I'm just like, I walk around and I'm like, like this week I was like, oh man, like I can't believe they beefed the continuity with the Night Sisters and tried to fix it in that Ventress book that I read. What's happened to me?
That is awesome.
I used to be cool. Well, that was never true.
Yeah,
I used to know less about Star Wars. Okay, so Darth's an idiot. Acknowledged.
The thing I wanted to say about
Yes.
what you said is about how Darth's been struggling with things, and then I'm like breezing through stuff. Like that's not exactly true, but like for whatever reason, like I was the whole time going through Dathomir, I was thinking to myself like, this is like the best level. Like I don't know, for whatever reason, I'm going through there and I'm just like, I feel I should go that way, and that was the correct thing to do. And I just rolled through Dathomir. It was a pleasure cruise of a level. And I don't.
That's so
But I
interesting.
think maybe that was because like I had been reading Darth's horror stories the whole time, and I was paying very close attention to everything. Like, all right. It's like, what do I do? This or do this? I think but no, just naturally, I felt like I felt very compelled to go in a certain direction, and that usually ended up being correct.
I think from a level design perspective, it telegraphs. Here's what I would say. It telegraphs itself in ways that the rest of the game doesn't. So if you come into this level and you've never played the game before, it is quite obvious where to go. I think the issue it has is it functions differently than every other level. So if you're like Darth and you've been struggling with everything else and you're focusing on all the cues the game is giving you in the other levels, which is things like which walls are runnable, which vines are jumpable, those are often the ways forward. This level is like the opposite, where those things are reusable and interchangeable, and they're not the path forward. So if you learn all the lessons from the rest of the game, you might end up confused in Dathomir, and then if you haven't been paying that much attention, you just follow the natural flow of the level, you'll be fine. So it's one of those like, it feels like a real learning lesson for this dev team in their level design, where they take that lesson and they go, oh, we can't have it both ways. We need to like align these two things. And then I think the rest of the game is definitely, as you would have experienced with Ilum, Rye, the rest of the game is very much, you always know where you're going. Like they've figured it out. This feels like a big learning lesson for them. So yeah, I get where both of you are coming from. And I think those two perspectives are why the level doesn't work in the larger whole. But I tend to agree. I think it's the best level in the game as far as like the most interesting to play through.
I will also say that we're not going to, we're going to save most of Ilum for the next time, but the opening part of Ilum really pissed me off. It was like, do you know how you climb the ice wall?
The climbing sequence, yeah.
So I climbed the ice wall. I go up there. I'm at the top. I'm like, what is the point of being up here? There's like an echo that is meaningless, and I don't see what I'm supposed to be doing up here. And like, when I was running around, I got that little examine cue, and I'm like, okay, that's what I'm supposed to be doing up here. But then I couldn't figure out where it was. When I was running, it popped up and then it disappeared. And I'm like, where was that spot? And then I was like, whatever, I'm just gonna kill myself. And so I jump off the cliff, but then I accidentally tagged the ice wall on the way down. So when I hit the bottom, I didn't die.
Incredible.
And then I climbed all the way back to the top, and then I looked down, and then I found the examine thing, and all it is him going, "That's a big blizzard."
Yeah, it's not a.
And then I looked down. I'm like, "Oh, you're supposed to go over there." God damn.
Yeah, the pretty obvious. Yeah, the pretty obvious thing once you see it. It does sometimes feel like there's some parts of this game just need a like BD1 where should I go button. I feel.
Yeah.
Sometimes you have
the hints
that.
aren't helpful.
Like yeah, you have to really futz around.
Yeah, like sometimes when I've been so lost, the game is like, oh my gosh, this guy needs help. And then you can like keep hitting D, like down on the D-pad or something like that, and BD will start telling you stuff. But every time I want it to do that, because I'm frustrated, it won't pop up.
Yeah.
But
I believe there's an accessibility setting that lets you do that anytime. I could be wrong.
I have
I think that was something they added in the PS5.
I have a funny side note to show y'all from something that Rye just said, because somehow I managed to do this.
Okay. It's for the audio listener. That's a clip of Darth is okay. Darth has somehow glitched himself into spawning mid-death.
Yep.
After missing the easiest wall on the planet to grab onto.
Yep. Actually, that was what made me realize, oh wait, there's an auto toggle for climb. So when I turned that on in the settings, then I never missed that jump again.
We talked about this earlier. It's infuriating that isn't on by default. I don't understand what. There's never a scenario where you don't want to climb a wall you're jumping at. Ever. You always want to climb it. It's like, it's one of those like, I don't know. I don't know. I don't know how to justify their decision making there, but it's fucking unhinged.
Does it conflict with you like falling? Because like when I was descending the ice wall, I want to be grabbing it at various points, but like I'm trying to get down it quickly, so I'm just drop, grab. You know what I mean?
It might do, but I feel like they could have sold that the Assassin's Creed way, where if you hold like the drop button, they just don't grab anything, like you do it the other way around.
Yeah. Yeah.
I don't know what Darth is. I don't know what puzzle he's stuck on here. Oh, you don't know what to do with this thing.
No. So sorry. I'd asked. There were multiple things that I had like messed around with, and this was one of them that I found that you could use the Force to throw yourself up on the door, and it would, I don't know where the clip starts, and it would fling you up into the air, and then you could get up on all these like little crevices that you weren't supposed to get up on, just because the force of it throws you up in the air. And so I stayed here for a while just using the Force to throw myself up in the air over. And so every time I found one of these things, I was doing that and seeing where it would let me fling myself up to.
So it's becoming apparent why it takes you 5 hours to play every level. Because you discover one physics mechanic and you're like, ooh.
Or he refuses to do what the game tells him to do. It's like, we need to go towards the beach. No, I'm going that way.
Yeah, I'm going to see what's up. Oh, yeah. I'm going to swim the other direction for as long as I can.
That was actually literally the end of the level, too. Like, you come to the temple, and the door is smack in front of you, and I'm like, I'm going to go to the right. I want to see what's to the right. So I went to the right, and then it's a whole side mission that takes you to a secret chest, which I wasn't expecting. I just wanted to see what was over there. But I thought I was lost because you like go way down underneath and all this other stuff. And I was like, I shouldn't have done this. I should have just gone through the door.
Well, it's too late now. Okay, so a few things I definitely want to talk about. I definitely want to talk about, Cal. So Cal, they arrive on this planet and Cal's like, you know what I need to do? I need to go and I need to get the location of this holocron. You know how I need to do that is by slaying the indigenous population. The Night Sister, you come up and she's like, hey, could you leave though? And Cal's like, I'm here for my, I'm a good guy. And she's like, fine, and you will die like a good guy. And you just kill a bunch of Dathomirian Knight brothers, who are the same models functionally as stormtroopers, as far as like combat is concerned. But like, killing stormtroopers feels fine because they're space Nazis. This felt bad to me this time. Like, I don't know. I think just after Andor, I was like, I was far more conscious of some of the politics Star Wars does, and especially after Clone Wars and the Ventress book, I was like, this feels wrong. You just kill a bunch of them, and like, yeah, they're yelling at you and whatnot, but like, you're invading their fucking land. Like, you're an invader and they're defending their home, and you're just like, just cutting these guys up. Like, it was a, I think as far as the way that the game wants you to think about stuff and the way it's presented, I thought it was interesting that they sort of, when you kill them, I'm not sure what that, like, but the magic or whatever you want to call it, they kind of magic away. They're not just like corpses or whatever. I just think there's like some interesting decision making here happening to make it feel less like you're coming in and slaughtering an indigenous population.
I think a pretty easy fix for that would have been if they had just had, you're not attacking them. Like, she tries to sick them on you, but you're not actively going against any of the Night Brothers that you come across when you're in their village or whatever. So, and granted, the game is not really built this way. I know other games are, but if you just don't attack them, then they stay neutral and just let you pass even though they don't like it. But as soon as you attack one of them, then all of them are now your enemy. Like, that mechanic would make a whole lot of sense for this level and make it feel way less like murdering the Native Americans kind of thing.
Well, yeah. I definitely had that thought that you had, David, but I was like, we're in their space, man. And it was like, all right, like, I'm thinking a little bit about like what Darth was saying there. I think the issue is that you come onto their planet and you're like, hey, I'm going to barge around into the y'all's space looking for this thing, and I'm going to crash through the gate of the village that you definitely don't want me to go into, and then kill everybody there on my way to some ruins. And it was just, it's are we the bad guys?
Oh my god, guys, are we the bad? Are we bad? Is this wrong?
Are we the baddies? Yeah.
Yes,
although,
probably.
Do you know? I was when the Night Sister shows up and she like drops her dead sisters on you, right? I felt like was being set up. I had the feel of a boss battle to it. You know what I mean? Like the lead into it. And she's like, and here's my dead sisters, and like it comes out of the cutscene, and I just force blasted him off a cliff. Or actually, I don't remember if I force blasted him off a cliff, but I hit him with the force blast, and they all died. And I was like, oh,
well, that made it less. Yeah, okay. That took me like an hour. The second they touch you on that hardest difficulty, you're dead. That was just like.
That was actually a note that I had as well for them, that I wish that they had, like, from a villain story structure perspective, like if they had saved that until the very end, so you don't see all the reincarnated sisters until the end of the level when she like raises every sister on the planet to come after you at once. Like if that was the reveal that they exist at all, I think it would have been much more powerful, because like Raya said, yeah, on a harder level it would have been more challenging, but there were also only like 2 or 3 of them or something. It wasn't as powerful as like, oh, zombies exist and there's 1,000 of them.
No, that's right. That's the repeat beat that David hates.
Yeah, that's the double beat. I mean, the other thing you could have, yes, it is. It's, as Dan Harmon would say, no double beats. I think the other thing that you could do there is you could go the Metal Gear Solid route, and you could have her raise all of the Dathomirians that you've killed to get there, and they could come after you all at once. And that would have been pretty cool. Yeah, I think that would have been like, it would be hard to do because they're quite generic, so you may not necessarily like pick that up. But I think that would, if she said, hey, here's everyone you've killed and they're coming, this is your karma or whatever. It is, where do you guys think, okay. I'm trying to think of a way to ask. By the way, this episode, we'll talk about it in the next little chunk, but we're about to learn the thing, which I don't want to spoil here until we get to it. We're about to learn the thing, which means you can start Googling stuff now. Because there's 2 things that happen that every wiki spoils. It's ridiculous. Anyway, one thing I did want to say is like, this character, I think this character of the Night Sister is interesting in the same way that Ventress is interesting, because it is rare. Wow, it's extraordinarily rare in the main canon to the point where it doesn't really exist outside of the cartoons or the books, but it's very, very rare for us to come across Force users that aren't part of the kind of dyad that we're used to, right? The Sith and the Jedi, right? The light and the dark. The Night Sisters have control of the Dathomirian magic, which we're led to believe is some version of Force something. It's kind of unclear. I think in the broader current canon, obviously the extended universe has a bunch of answers, but I think it's interesting that in this game, in what has been so far, the relatively, this is where it's tricky, the relatively grounded context of the Empire era, I think it's interesting that we get Dathomir here and we get the Night Sisters doing magic and stuff. Obviously, it affords some great gameplay mechanics, but I just think from a genre perspective, it makes this feel a little bit more science fantasy than it does hard science fiction, which is certainly what it felt like to me before Kashyyyk. I think after Kashyyyk with the big bird, we definitely entered like science fantasy as a genre. But I think this is them definitely moving much more toward science fantasy, and then they're just going to continue that with the series, which is especially there's a book that happens between this game and the next one, and that very much is playing in the same space. But certainly the Night Sisters represent some kind of a genre switch. I'm interested, like, did you guys find that noteworthy, or are you so Star Wars that you're like, oh yeah, that's just the Night Sisters? Like, did that clock on the radar?
I will avenge my brothers.
I would say no.
I mean, I don't. Go ahead, Ryan. Finish.
I was gonna say I would say no, just because I think maybe that was a feeling that I had back in the Clone Wars. But I definitely do appreciate the feeling that you're talking about of, here is a force that, or that's I guess that is the right word to use. Here is a force that doesn't fit into the force paradigm that we're used to. And that was very interesting. Like, Ventress was one of the most interesting characters on that show.
Yeah.
And then the whole, well, no, that's a different sort of topic, but yeah, no, in this game, no, that didn't really come up as a thought for me. And I think that's probably because of my earlier exposure to the Night Sister.
It was either in like early on in this level, or in watching Clone Wars that I did a very little bit of research and was just like, oh, okay. So the witches they access the Force. They learned to access it in a different way from both the Jedi and the Sith, which makes sense. And then after that, I didn't really care about thinking more about it because it's a different way of using the same power. And then when you really look at like all of the stuff they do, it's all of the same stuff that the Jedi or the Sith do. It's just presented differently. Like Mother, what's her name? Towson. Like she lives on after death, just like Force ghosts. They can jump into other people's bodies and possess them, which is the same thing as Obi-Wan saying these aren't the droids you're looking for. It's like the same idea, but it's presented as spell casting and all this other stuff. So, I mean, once you click that it's kind of the same thing, they just went along different evolutionary lines. It's pretty interesting.
Now, one other thing that I would say is I don't know what compelled me to, maybe because I was actually enjoying this one, but like I read some of the lore bits that BD1 picks up all over the place. Actually, no, I read all of them on Dathomir, but I was not familiar with the idea that it was the Night Sisters that ran the planet, or basically they were the ruling class, and then they had like the different, just basically all the men were like serving them.
You get that in Clone Wars in the episode where you introduce Savage.
Yeah.
In that one I got the feeling that like they were sort of separate, but it was in this in the lore bits that you get from BD1, like it's very specific about like, you know, like the Night Brothers serve the Night Sisters. Mm-hmm. And the Night Sisters rule everything. Yeah, because I guess because they have access to the magic, right? There's something in the same way that some aspect of the Force is inherited. It seems like in their race, culture, ethnicity, that like largely the power is, for whatever reason, gendered. Like females happen to have access to the magic in the way that people that are born male don't. And so like there's something happening there as well.
Something else though,
I think.
Well, yeah, I mean, you do have Maul, and
yeah, but they're the exception. With Savage, like they're the exceptions, right?
No, but Savage specifically is infused with the Force, basically.
Right. Yeah, that's right. Yeah, he's like bred to be a weapon, basically.
So I don't know if the same thing happened with Maul or he's just, you know, naturally gifted. I don't remember his origin story for Palpatine.
Yeah, sure. He supposedly was like bought at a young age by Palpatine to like raise up, and he like raised him from a 5-year-old or something like that. So he must have presented strongly in the Force from that young age.
I mean, I guess that's also the question of, I mean, I guess culturally that's interesting, right? Maybe it's not that one gender at birth has a stronger connection to the Force, but rather like the culture says, hey, if you're born a female, then we're going to teach you all this magic. Yeah. And if you're born a male, you're here to serve, you know, and that's also interesting.
You go fight in the arena and prove yourself.
Yeah. You do punchies, drink beer, etc. and so forth. Football. You get it, men's stuff. It does have some of that happening, I think. But
no, it's an interesting control or political control mechanic that you would. Having a good time, BD? It's one of those things like, you remember we talk about how like you extrapolate an idea of what you would expect to see, and that is what you would expect to see. That the ruling class controls, they have the access to the magic. And they're going to control who gets access to the magic. So remember, because everybody now has access to the Force, according to, I think it was Dave Filoni. We talked about that like last time or the time before. But yeah, just them controlling who gets major access to that is, their way of staying in power.
Which I think is interesting when you put it in conversation with the Clone Wars era and the ways in which Lucas is thinking about Bush era politics and the ways in which the military-industrial complex becomes an allegory for the means of production. And so if you go, okay, if one ruling class, if everyone has some access to means of production, which is to say everyone has some level of ability to do labor that produces value, then who controls who gets to do the most amount and who gets to benefit the most amount is who is in charge. And so in this society, it seems like the Night Sisters have the most means of access to the means of production, and they can kind of restrict and control which Night Brothers get trained properly, which just become enlabored, etc., and so forth. And I think this is where like Star Wars as a, I think particularly in that early 2000s mode, refracting off of the original series, I think that's where it gets really, really interesting for me, because this game isn't about any of that really. Some of it is there with the Night Sister and where some of that goes, but like this is just like this is what I was saying before, like unquestioningly you walk in, you kill these Night Brothers because they're sort of under her control, or you're trespassing, however you want to think about it. But the crucial thing there is like it doesn't seem like they have any say in the outcome. Like it doesn't feel like what Darth said before, where you could walk in and if you don't attack them, they don't attack you. That just doesn't feel like a gear that this game is possible to shift into. It doesn't seem like it has that speed in it yet. Like they haven't figured out what are the other verbs that exist other than kill. They haven't got there yet. And I think it is it's just like, it's the genre of game, right? It's you're either killing or you're solving a puzzle. They haven't figured out other verbs yet. And this feels like the moment where I think this game could have gone from like pretty good to like, this is really going for something if they'd found some other gear they could shift into. And obviously being AAA, under EA, all these other things, there's all these obligations. I mean, that's not necessarily something they could do, but I mean, a similar gear would be what I suggested before, right? If she summons all the dead people you've killed, like there's some other mode they could have moved into here in some way to bring some of this forward in a way that doesn't end up happening, which is
if this was Baldur's Gate 3, that would be enough. You know,
oh yeah,
there would be a way to do. There'd be
to
a way
team
to
up
do
with
that.
the Night Brothers, probably.
Yeah, and like
Overthrow the Night Sisters.
that karma mechanic is just a brilliant idea, because like if let's say you killed one guy in the whole level, and she's like, and now you reap the karma that you've sowed. It's like one guy shows up, and he's like,
Well, that's you guys probably haven't played it, but at the end of Metal Gear Solid 2, you walk through a swamp and it's everyone that you've killed. And in the game, you don't have to kill anyone. You can do the whole game non-lethally. And so all of the times you're like, it'll just be quicker if I just ace this dude. I'll just one to the back of the head with my silenced pistol. And then you walk through this like eerie graveyard of like the 50 people that you killed that you didn't have to. As someone is like, you said you were the good guy. Like what are you doing? Like, this isn't how good people act. And you're like, fuck. Like it, and it hits you in a real way. Like it was the first time like a video game. It was for me one of those formative moments in the same way that the end of Halo 2 was. It was one of those formative moments for me where I was like, oh, this art, like this as a medium, this art form has a particular thing it can do that nothing else can, which is it can take the stuff you've done and it can be like, here, you were complicit. What do you think about that? And it just hits you in a very different way. And this game just isn't, yeah, you're right. It's just not operating in that space. And it doesn't have to. It's a turn your brain off blockbuster game. But I think these things are interesting to bring forward in discussion because they are the best parts of Star Wars, in my opinion.
I'm just picturing all like the innocent dogs showing up with their ghosts. Like, why did you shoot me? I'm just a dog.
All of the fucking animals that Cal slaughters in this game. Oh my god. All little weird rats and shit. Yeah.
My swamp wouldn't be that bad because I just run by everybody.
Yeah, I was gonna say, Rise would be the coward ending, where they're like, couldn't face your destiny, huh? Fled from everything.
Except for those two stormtroopers that I blasted off a cliff, you know.
So back to the Night Sisters, because I had a question that really confused me, because she says it's the Jedi's fault. They're the ones that wiped us out, which isn't true.
Explain yourself.
Well, people can be wrong about stuff.
So is this like, did the hobo dude, the other ex-Jedi, whatever his name was, did he just like lie to her? Did she never know the truth? what made her think the Jedi were the ones who wiped them out. Did they go into any of that in this?
Yes.
Wasn't it in the Clone Wars? Wasn't it?
It was Dooku.
Yeah, I was gonna say it was Dooku and the Separatists that came and did it.
Yes. Okay. All right. Ryan, do you want to read the rest of the summary here, and that'll be a good lead in to me to try to explain to Darth.
Okay. Let's see. Navigating a hidden village under the surface, Cal is confronted by Gerrera, a rather large and hostile bat. Owl bat, I would describe it. Tussling through many ruins, Cal eventually sets the beast away. Then, in a flashback, Cal experiences a warped vision of Order 66, where his mentor batters him, breaking his lightsaber in real life, somehow. You want the rest of it, too?
Yeah, go on.
On the way back to the Mantis, Cal runs into the Wanderer, who reveals himself to be Taron Malicos, yet another fallen Jedi. The Night Sister, frustrated with Taron's betrayal, faces Cal off-planet with zombies. Back on the Mantis, the crew decides to head to the Jedi Temple on Ilum to repair Cal's weapon.
So, this old guy who was really creepy turns out to be not a good guy. Shocker. So to explain your question, Darth, my estimation is that Taron, as a former Jedi, manipulates the Night Sister into thinking, or it misapprehends what happened, or however you want to think about it. There is some aspect of his perception which is duplicitous that he has passed on to the Night Sister, and that is why she thinks the Jedi did this, right? He is in the ways in which he has twisted his perception, and also he's right. Like, the Jedi made Dooku, right? The Jedi made this guy and constructed an order such that he was able to walk away and go and do these other things. So, like, it's one of those things where she's not literally right in that the Jedi did this to Dathomir, but also she is right because the Jedi enabled this to happen, and the Jedi didn't stop this from happening. And that's one of those, like, nitty gritty, subjective life experience media crit things where it's like, depending on how you view the culpability of the Jedi as functionaries of the Galactic Senate, and as this, like, monastic order of enforcers, the extent to which you view them as culpable for raising these warriors capable of these incredible feats of magic and strength and violence, and not being able to control them, or the mechanics under which the order functions, necessarily ejecting people that don't completely adhere to their, like, homogenous requirements. To the extent that you blame the Jedi for that, I think will inform the extent to which you agree with this criticism that the Jedi did this, or you can view it as Taron, I guess, lying to her, or passing on his dark side misapprehension of what happened. But I mean, I personally think he's right. Like, they didn't literally do it, but they are responsible for this, right? They made Dooku.
I really want to fight with that, but that's going to be a very long discussion, I think. So we'll have to
look. Your mileage is it's going to be your mileage is going to vary. So it's just purely subjectivity. Like, well, that's just where I'm at with my politics. That's all. Like, I'm not right. That's just what I think.
Well, what I was going to say is, like, there's two different ways. So that if we're talking about the Night Sister statement, right? Not Taron.
Yeah.
Yeah. So, Darth, I believe, if I remember correctly from the years of discussions we've had, you like to very much take the literal meaning of what somebody's saying or what a character is saying on screen. But there's two different ways that I could or did read this. So the first one was the sort of the indirect responsibility that David's talking about. And then the second one is that she's just wrong. And there's a difference between being wrong and being dishonest, because, you know, that may be her truth. She can still be wrong, and it can still be true to her. So if she doesn't really know what happened, but she thinks the Jedi are responsible, that motivates her character correctly for how this plays out.
You will pay for their death.
Yeah, it was exactly my point. Yeah.
Yeah, so like that, the future part of her story is structured. It's like, I know we're supposed to come back to Dathomir, so maybe all of this will happen, but like, she is normally this character would be told, would somehow figure out, oh, I've been lied to, I've been wrong, and then they would team up with the hero to go defeat the big bad down the line. Like, normally that's how this would happen, and like that didn't occur, so I'm like, what am I missing? And then it didn't click. Oh, you might come back, you might get that story later down the road.
Yeah, that's the next bit we're gonna play, basically.
Okay, so forget everything I said in the past 15 minutes then. It was a complaint that was...
what I would say is, like, the second game is largely concerned with everything you just talked about. Like, this is so hard to do without spoiling anything, but like, these questions that I'm raising around, like, was the Jedi Order good or not, becomes the central question of the second story. And like, what are the throughputs of the rigid, homogenous structures that the Jedi enforce in order to become the institution they are? And what does that mean for the people like this Night Sister on the peripheries of those, like, kind of, if you like, catching strays in that shootout between the Jedi and the Sith, right? Like, what does it mean for the galaxy that there is the possibility of people catching strays? And this is someone caught in those strays, right? Like, she presumably gets lied to, does a bunch of shit that she's going to regret because of this. Because Taron is just like, he's straight up wrong because he's warped by the things that have happened to him as a result of the Jedi Order and Order 66. Like, he's a character who doesn't have access to the same information we do, because he didn't see that the Emperor was a Sith. From his perspective, as he tells you, he's like, my guys just turned on me. Like, the Jedi tried to, like, in his head, he's like, they tried to fucking kill me. Not realizing, of course, that it's the other way around. But I think that's like that's the dramatic irony there, is that we know better than he does. And exactly what you're saying, Darth, we know better than she does as well, if you're well versed in your Star Wars lore. And so I think it produces some pretty interesting questions that if we played all of this in one chunk, you would have the answers to, but I didn't want to because it's a lot of gameplay. And I'm really worried about the next part of Dathomir for both of you from a skill perspective. But if you learn to lock on, we might be fine. We might be okay.
Well, don't forget, I'm still in story mode. So
I can't get out of story
He'll just
mode,
run past everything.
yeah, well, the Gerrera, the owl bat thing.
Yeah,
like that fight was the first part of it, at least, where you beat on them until they leave. Was like I thought it was pretty comical. In that, like, I walk up and I'm just like, against his knee. We're like, and he's just looking at me.
Yeah, he just stares down at you.
What are you doing down there?
Bro.
And then occasionally, like, and then he's like, all right, well, then he like stabs his hook in the ground, and then he does like a couple charges and flies up and blasts the ground a little bit. And I'm taking like no damage from any of this because I'm on story mode, and then I walk up and it was kind of ridiculous. That I think if I were a game designer and I had something on story mode, like I would redo how that works. Like, I would greatly reduce their health. I would keep the damage still pretty high, but I would keep I wouldn't. Don't make me beat on it like that. It was just,
you can do so. This game has sliders that you can adjust on the difficulty, so you can be like damage stays the same, but my health is really high and their health is really you can tweak that all yourself if you want. It's real fiddly though. Okay. This was not my experience with this boss fight. This was the most dramatic shit you've ever seen in your... This was like life or death shit for me, where it was like every time he moved, I was like, parry. I was on one when I was playing this boss fight. This was so fucking hard because he has this little move he does where he digs one claw in and then he wiggles forward like he's going to attack, and it's a fake out, and I would go to parry and then he just boop, he just bopped me. And one bop was enough to kill me most of the time. If I wasn't on a completely full health, that one bop would kill me. So this was an intense one for me. And also I think just like a weird boss for this area. Like I not to be like backseat game designer or whatever, but like I don't. If this level is us going through and killing a bunch of indigenous people, why is the boss fight not also in conversation with that? Like we just kill a big owl guy, a big owl bat thing.
Plus,
it just feels like a missed opportunity there.
All the flying stuff was Kashyyyk, so it didn't fit within like the, I don't know, like genre of the world that we were in.
Yeah.
Although I loved it. Like, yeah, the first half in the cave felt so stupid, even though I loved the lighting and all the stuff like that. Like, it was gorgeous. But when you got outside and you're like flying through the air and trying to cling to its back, I kept dying on purpose just so I could be skydiving around.
It's pretty cool.
Yeah.
It is pretty cool.
That is
I'll give you
such
that.
a Darth thing to do.
I feel like the way that I budget my time for stuff that I have to play or watch for coverage is I'm like, okay, like for example, this week I need to rewatch the Doctor Who specials and I need to watch 2 episodes of Daredevil, and I'm like, okay, Monday night this, Tuesday night that, Wednesday night this, and Darth is like 7 hours. I'm gonna do fun physics, living very different. I feel like you have far more fun than I do. Yeah, it is. That second half is actually kind of dope. I like those big, like extended sequences, the big flashy dramatic stuff. I think it's where the game shines the most for me.
I found as far as like the boss himself, like I think it is a bit of lore building. Again, if you read the BD1 notes about how that was how the Knight brothers proved themselves by fighting this thing. And then of course you have like the dead guy in there. Quick note on that. Did anybody else think it was weird when like he just walks up and starts molesting this dead guy on the ground?
Yeah, I didn't.
Maybe that's the wrong word. I like that was the word that it came to, because I'm like, there's a guy that's like he's lying there dead against the wall, and Cal just comes up and starts yanking his arm.
Yeah, I thought he was the dude was alive, and he was like, oh, let me save this guy because he's stuck in the owl cave and I don't want him to get eaten. Like, I thought that was the logical thing, and then no, he was trying to loot the body. Like,
yeah, loot that body.
I mean, if you think about it, this game is just Tomb Raider. It's just Cal going into a bunch of ruins and being like, let me have all your stuff. So, I mean, it's pretty on brand.
Yeah, and by the way, the climbing things, oh, yeah, best gear piece
the little
ever.
glove things, yeah.
Although he looks so dorky when he's scampering up the wall.
So stupid. Little spider guy. It's ridiculous.
If I didn't have those for the ice wall on Elam, that would have been so much worse.
I mean, you can't do it without the gloves.
Well, I mean, but if it was like a normal, like if he was climbing still at the speed that he was before, that would have been painful.
It feels like they were like, oh, this mechanic is running too long in the tooth. Let's fix it. Which makes you go, guys, maybe you needed to tweak the mechanic. Maybe this wasn't like, I don't know. Anytime a game is like, do the thing but quicker, it's like feels like you should have thought about it more then maybe. Like doing it quicker is not a good remedy.
So, David, I need to break your brain really quickly, although I've already done that twice so far this recording. But I just
remember he's not a well man.
Yeah. Do I want to hear this?
You just joked about 7 hours of playtime for me budgeting. I just added it up from all of the recordings that I've taken, so I know all of the days that I played. 6 different days it took me to go through this level, and I bet at least each day that I played was at least an hour of playtime. So at minimum, 6 hours to go through this level that we're talking about. Bare minimum.
What the fuck? I think I did it in one sitting in an hour while I was stoned.
On hero mode.
While I was stoned on
the hardest difficulty. I think what I did was I know exactly how it happened, which is I did my Daredevil watch. This was in December. I did my Daredevil for our last episode last year. And then I had a couple beers and I smoked a joint, and then I was like, oh yeah, let's do some Star Wars. And I just sat down and I was like hyper focus mode, like one sitting. That's incredible. It took you 6 hours? Jesus. don't know if we can do the second game because it'll take you 1,000 hours.
Yeah,
Well, do you remember? Well, do you remember we were also debating on watching him do Elam live before this because we started recording a little bit early.
Yeah. With what time? We'll be here for like 5 hours. Jeez.
Yeah. Which a bunch of that is like goofing around and doing funny mechanic stuff. If there is a pot on screen, I destroy it. No pot has lived past my going around it, and you're not even look like the pots are destroyable, but so everything that's destroyable gets destroyed. That is a rule for me.
I think we figured that out when you had the clip of you needlessly chopping spears in half.
Yep.
For like 30 seconds.
But now I've unlocked the double arm force push, so now I can destroy a whole room of pots in one go.
Wait till, well, if you'd finish Ilum, you'd have the thing which lets you do even more shit like that. Let me tell you. You get a big area of effect attack.
Well, 3 hours from now, I will.
Yeah. In 10 hours when you finish Ilum. It's the shortest. I was like, it's 30 minutes. It'll be fine. I'm worried.
I was like, no, it's not.
It really is. Finished it between the time it took him to message us, for me to message back, which was like maybe 2 hours, and he finished it. So,
I could go wait if I get in the right mindset, because I play like campaign games in the exploration mindset, where like I am playing it to like find the chest or find the hidden skull or whatever Halo or Destiny game you want to talk about. Like the mission is a side quest to the main quest of finding what secrets the developers hid on the level. So I'm running around trying to find everything first before I'm even looking at the objective that's blinking right there in front of me. So if I completely swap how I play these games, yeah, I could go way faster. It's just listen, follow your process. Like, do your thing. Like, I ain't trying to shame you. It's just like, couldn't be me. But I also want to play more of these games because I've never really played a whole lot of campaigns. And now I'm like, oh, they're really, really fun. I need to get out of my multiplayer mindset and do some of this stuff. But I don't want them to take
narrative games.
Yeah, but it can't take me 50 hours to complete. So I have to change how I game.
No, see, Darth has the mindset of that. I really like it because there's a lot of times where like I'll be like running through a game and everything, and I forget where this happened to me most. We were playing Ready or Not, which is a SWAT game or whatever, and they recently like did an update patch and everything, and we're going through there, and like somebody was like, look at this, look what they did to this room, and you go in there, like the amount of work. They're like some developer or some game developer. This is probably like a week's worth of work that they spent remaking this room. Let's just stop here. There's bad guys in the room next over, but they can wait. Like, let's just stop here and admire the work that this guy did here.
Yeah, exactly.
Now, you, Darth, it would take you, like David was talking about doing the Assassin's Creed thing, it would take you a decade to get through Assassin's Creed Odyssey. Easily.
Yeah, I think we'll be fine until AC4. That's when I think it's going to become a problem. But yes,
Such a good game.
Valhalla would take you 20 years. That game is there's too much stuff there.
I don't think so. Like Valhalla is the amount. Like, well, I mean, I need to go back and play it because I bought it brand new, and there's probably been a bunch of updates to it. But like,
yeah, they've added
Odyssey. You couldn't swing a dead cat without hitting something interesting to do. There was so much in that game. Like Darth talks about the main campaign being a side quest. I'm like, I was on like down in Crete, and I'm like, I don't even remember what we were supposed to be doing right now. I'm off doing something like fighting like the Minotaur or whatever.
Yeah. I mean, they're chasing Witcher 3, right? Which is a game where you're riding a horse through like the middle of nowhere, and someone's like, "Hey, do you have a sec?" And you're like, "Yeah, what's up?" And then it's like 75 hours later, and you're like on a different continent because of this one dude that you talk to. Like that game is like, I mean, to an extent, Baldur's Gate 2 is a bit like that as well, but it definitely has that a priori, like no one thing becomes your priority because you're just sort of naturally flowing through whatever is like taking your attention. The second in this series, there's an area that is like that you could probably spend 100 hours in. So if we ever cover that, I'll have to find a way to structure that sensibly so we don't lose Darth for like 2 months.
It's just so funny that Rye had that same experience talking about that room that you went in. Because I want to say it was Destiny 2, like even in the beta when I was playing something, and like I had climbed up into the rafters on a building and I was like looking at the underneath of the substrate. I was like, look at this here. Look how amazing this detail is. And everyone was like, dude, what are you doing? The boss is this way. And I'm like, yeah, but someone built this. Like some developer had to build this little nut that I'm looking at right here and this bolt right here. Look at the detail on that. Like it almost hurts me for everyone to ignore all of these tiny, beautiful details that some poor person worked to create. You know?
Bringing it back to what we're actually talking about. There was a moment where I got up very high. Like this is another thing that I thought was very interesting about this particular level was it felt very vertical. The whole thing. And there was where I was up very high looking out back towards the Manus or whatever. And I was like, I stopped there and I like spent like a few minutes just looking around. I'm like, this is really, they did a really good job with this planet, I thought. Just the aesthetics of it. Never mind the level design, which I thought was pretty good. But like the aesthetics of it, I also thought were excellent.
It is the strongest visual level, I think. Like, well, I mean, Ilum's pretty good, and then the final level's pretty okay. It's the third best level, but
I don't know about Ilum. Ilum's just white. But
yeah, but it's a change of pace for me.
Kashyyyk is the first planet is probably the worst, I would say.
Definitely. Well, the Zepho.
Yeah, it's like chalky, grassy cliffs.
Yeah, because the fucking scrapyard planet rules, and then you go to this weird grassy thing, and it's like, okay, all right, yeah, it's definitely the weakest. One thing I was going to say, Darth, just on that note, is you definitely need to get into like CRPGs, like computer role playing games, because they are specifically designed around making you make decisions that make you miss content, as a way of like forking decisions. So there are entire like cool, incredible quest developers have put in that you miss because of choices that you made. And then you go back and you play as a different character and you make different choices and you have like a whole different experience. And, like,
we could drag him through Baldur's Gate 3.
Baldur's Gate 3, pretty much any BioWare RPG, the original Fallout New Vegas, like just there's a whole, we've got a whole array.
No, I'm saying we could drag him through
we could literally, physically push him through it. Yes. Strength 18. Let me push my boy.
Because you can replace the NPC characters in your party with actual people.
It's true. Yeah, you do the multiplayer.
One step above NPC. Yep, that's me.
Well, not above. You're on the same level in that case. Well, you technically are an NPC.
Well, the thing about the only issue with replacing the NPC characters for you, if that was your first time playing it, is that the NPC characters are really good. So
yeah, that's so good.
You would be missing out if that was your first game.
Oh my god, we should make Darth play the Dark Urge. That'd be so good.
That was something that was really eye-opening to me, because about how much freedom you have in that game, because I was talking with one of my friends at work and he was like, oh yeah, you know, you can side with the goblins, and I'm like, wait, what? I was like, I didn't think that was an actual choice. Like,
well, because no human would make that choice.
Yes.
It's like, would you like to slaughter a refugee encampment? Yes or no? And people are like, I'm good actually. But then you do your evil run through and you're like, I'll do it. And then your reward is you get to fuck the sexy drow. Like, it's all the way dark-sided. It's fucking awesome. But yeah, I did that as the Dark Urge, and I made some questionable choices. That character basically lets you do all the shit that the main game doesn't, where it's like, hey, you met this person. You just want to kill him? I'm like, yeah, I kind of just want to kill him. It's great. We can't, well, it's a whole different, podcast.
As a segue to get us back on point, because you were just talking about like freedom of exploration, which like quite literally, that's something that bugged me in this one was the amount of places it looked like you were physically able to go, but you couldn't, kept confusing me. And that was another reason that I like, it just didn't seem obvious to my brain, which is so linear of like where you're supposed to go, because like you could slip through any passage that looks like this, you could crawl through, right? So there's all of these gaps and tree roots and all of this stuff. And it looks like, oh yeah, I could probably go through that. But then you get up there and you're bumping into the wall and you're like, oh, I guess I can't go through that. And it wasn't just this level. There are other levels that have had that same issue. But I just noticed it way more here for some reason. And I kind of wish that they had done something different with that mechanic where, I don't know if, I mean, I guess it's usually pretty obvious because they have like outlined like 2x4s straight down to indicate this is something you could crawl through. But like from a realism standpoint, it just bugs me to have gaps that are the same exact width and oh no, I can't fit through that, you know?
Yeah, I mean, it's a casualty of platforming, I think. I mean, other games since have finessed that a little bit more. The first Doom remake, basically like really subtly, if a ledge is climbable, there will be light near it, and you just like start to intuit what's climbable. Control does a really good job of that as well, where particularly toward the later game, things that are where you're supposed to go will subtly have some kind of yellow color on them. I have good news, which is the second game fixes that problem. They find some really elegant ways. But yeah, it is definitely I can see why you got lost, is what I'm saying.
I have two different things that I wanted to talk about. The first one, this will be I guess a relatively quick thing, would be I had the thought while I was in this level, like keep in mind I did say that I felt that I got through this level pretty easily, but I was thinking to myself at one point in there, like, would I enjoy this game more if it was more on rails, as opposed to like this huge open world of, well, you could go that way or you could go that way, but like you're trying to get over here, but how I get over there isn't necessarily clear to me, and there is a bit of trial and error in getting over there. Would I enjoy it if it was more on rails? Do you know what I mean? Like think Uncharted 2. That's probably the best comparison, because there's not you have a fairly wide path, but it keeps narrowing, and you are sort of it's very clear how you get forward, and then you run into a puzzle that you have to solve, and then you progress past that and you keep moving. You know, like Darth, have you played Uncharted 2?
A bunch of these I've watched either brother or roommates play. So I've seen a little bit of gameplay, a little bit of the puzzle solving. But no, I haven't.
If you enjoy this at all, I would highly encourage you to play Uncharted 2.
I would like to play it just from because it's like the vibe is something I really enjoy. Anything that has to do with like old ruins and that kind of stuff, and exploring old abandoned places. Like I adore those kind of stories.
Have you met The Last of Us? Can I introduce you to The Last of Us?
I adored the show. I think we have a bunch of stuff in the chat about that.
I couldn't get
through the game.
No, the game I didn't. The show I got through, yeah, but the game I didn't.
Yeah,
I got to somewhere in the city with clickers and it was just
I have a lot of. I mean, I've said this on so many podcasts, so I'll keep this brief. But that game, or those two games, are the most interesting games to talk about because they are so well praised and so deeply interestingly flawed. Yeah, they're fascinating. They make for really, really, really good podcast content, which is why me and Danielle have talked about. I think we have like 20 hours of podcasts now or something like that, just about The Last of Us as a topic. So do with that what you will.
Or for my original question, what is your feeling on that? Like, would you prefer this better as an on rails experience, or more of an Uncharted level layout, or do you like it the way that?
I think the mechanics they built in this game are stronger in the linear sections. I think this would be a better game if the levels were more linear and then they had one or two play spaces that were open. It feels like they're chasing Dark Souls 1 in a way that they just can't achieve here. I think I'd prefer it if they went down the Naughty Dog route like Uncharted and kind of have the corridors that you can't really get lost in, and then have a few open play spaces. I think would be my preference.
I mean, I had said that same basic thing pretty early on, that I would have loved it a lot more if it were less confusing as to which way to go to complete the mission, because you lose track of so much of the story if you end up wandering in circles trying to figure out where you are, and then you just wind up being frustrated because, oh, it's right there, you're an idiot, and now you're angry at yourself, and what am I doing again? I don't remember. Looking for a little list of children, apparently, which they've all forgotten about because we're looking for a doodad that the Zepho had.
Well,
you reminded me of something. I had a thought somewhere within this episode about the MacGuffin that we're chasing is this list of kids, right? Which is kind of creepy,
Classic.
But whatever. But
you've never invaded an indigenous population and slaughtered them to find a list of children?
Can't say that. I'm not until today, but
so think before you speak, buddy, because you're judging the wrong crowd. All right.
Yeah. Hashtag something. What I was going to say is, so I was thinking about the MacGuffin that we're looking at, because we've talked about it, I think a number of times, how people are not fixed points of space and time, right? Like they move. So I was thinking, like, what if instead of like a list of force sensitive people, what if it was some secret device that allowed the Jedi to be like, that sort of like some sort of force sensitive thing that like directed the Jedi towards force sensitive people,
right? Like a force GPS.
Yeah, a force finder.
Well, I mean, they already have that, which is just the midichlorian blood counter. But they have to prick people to get their blood to do that. So yeah, if you had some kind of scanner that could scan people's blood from, a planet away, then that would be all you need.
Not necessarily blood, but it'd be like, they're in like a sort of like a force compass, like they're in that direction, And then you go to a village and be like, all right, well, direct going towards that house. Line up, kids.
This stuff. Yeah, exactly.
The Jedi coming to scan our kids again. Yeah.
The line between Jedi and fascists is real thin, isn't it?
Oh man. So that ties into the other thing that I wanted to talk about, which was the robed guy. I don't know if
that was the other thing I wanted to talk about.
Yeah, I don't know if you'd said everything you wanted to say on him. The thought that I was thinking about for him was, obviously, I don't know, I shouldn't say obviously, but I'm guessing because we have to go back to Dathomir that we're not necessarily done with that character. But
yeah, he just utterly disappears. Like, she summons all the horde of zombies, and then like I ran away and then went back to try to find him. It was like I ran away, defeated the like 5 that were chasing me, and then went back. I was like, what is he doing? Is he fighting them himself? Is he fighting the big bad witch? What's he doing? But they were just gone. They just despawned.
Yeah. So I was thinking about how he has the potential to be the kind of really interesting villain character of, he was on Team Good, but because of some event or some event or something else, like his worldview has shifted to or been warped such that, he wants to do something that the rational or the good guy, the rational viewer or the good guy would see as a villain type thing to do, but he sees as the right thing to do based on his warped perspective on the world. So the kind of like because what's the thing is that everybody is the hero of their own story. So it's the bad guy who's doing what he thinks to be the right thing. Thanos wiping out half of the galaxy kind of thing because there's too many people, right?
You also get a rather convoluted story for what he did when he got there. Because you said you read all of the little blurbs that popped up so first the dude crash lands on the planet, then he goes around slaughtering all the Night Brothers, then he gets captured by the Night Brothers and put in prison, then he gets taken to talk to the lead Night Sister, then then he gets put in control of all of the Night Brothers, and now he's like their low tier god, just because he's able to beat all of them in combat. So like that was one question I had with him, is like I don't really get his story flow.
I think he's lying. I think he might be I think he might be lying. Is the thing, like his story doesn't add up because his story doesn't add up. Like it's one of those like if you think like if you did what Rye did and you read all the notes, you go, sounds like the stuff he's saying sounds like bullshit. That's not how this culture works.
That's funny because that didn't flag when I was doing it, because I was reading all of the notes and then the dude gave all his dialogue and I guess I didn't really look too closely at them, probably because they're so separated. Like I may have read the initial notes about him getting captured like 2 weeks before I actually got to the part where you meet him and do the dialogue with him and that kind of stuff.
That probably would. Yeah, having that actual time separation.
Yeah.
I mean, it'll click for you when you come back to Dathomir, I think. It's one of it. I think you've hit on an interesting thing that can happen though, which is like, not to repeat myself for the umpteenth time, but I think it is interesting to note, right? Which is like, part of the reason why I'm so wary of phenomenology as a discipline is what you just said is like a perfectly valid way of experiencing the story, right? Which is like, I played this bit, I went away for 2 weeks, 3 weeks, a month, whatever it is, and they came back. And so these two things they weren't in conversation with each other in the way that the text is trying to put them in conversation with each other. Just perfectly valid. You can be like, hey, this was confusing. That's why, like, I think there's something about video games where, because you're participating, I think it's a lot easier. I'll say for me personally, I think it's a lot easier for me personally to often miss stuff because I'm focused on, like, because it's mechanic based. So because this is like the 5th or 6th time I'm playing this game, a lot of this stuff for me is like the mechanics are I can just do them, right? I'm not thinking about the game. I'm not thinking about the gamey parts of the game. I'm thinking about the game as like a whole work, right? And I think stuff like that's kind of interesting to me, because I think next episode, you're either going to come back and be like, yo, this worked for me 100%, or you're going to be like, they dropped the ball on this one. And I'm really, really curious to see where you end up on that, because this character, there's two spoilers here that were the reason that you couldn't Google anything before we got to this level. The first is Taron's reveal. I don't know why, but that gets spoiled in tons and tons of wikis. And the second is the Night Sister as a central character, I guess. Until we play the next, I guess until she gets named, you can't really Google it, because it's one of those things where you Google it and you're like, Jedi Fallen Order, Night Sister, and then like it'll be like a YouTube video of the most spoilery shit as the first result because of SEO. But yeah, I mean, I guess I'm curious where you end up landing, because for me, the first few times his character didn't land. But then I did what Rye did, and I played the level where I read everything and then went through and I went, oh, this guy's full of shit. Like the second he starts to explain himself, I'm like, this guy's lying. Like, I know enough about this culture to know he's on one and he's trying to get one over on me.
One interesting thing about like Rye's whole point about how like these fallen characters are so interesting, which I totally agree with, but at the same time, I'm also getting so tired of the trope, because it's like always that. Like, you almost never have the fallen hero who's like, I survived it. I'm fine. I'm still mentally stable. I am still a good person. I didn't go around murdering people, and I still do hero stuff, and I just try to keep on the down low so the government doesn't find me. You know? Like, it seems like it's pretty much always the broken hero trope and never the survival hero, you know?
I would disagree with you in the sense of the broken hero trope is Luke. What I was talking about is this is a warped same
thing.
Let me back that up. So, well, I guess, but like if you were to describe like a broken hero, it's like this is somebody who's been defeated and their worldview is very negative, but instead of being sort of an active participant in events, they've retreated, which is basically what Luke's done in TLJ. But
one in the first one.
Yeah. But whereas what I'm talking about is like you have a warped character with a warped worldview in that he's still taking an active role in things. It's just what he sees as what needs to be done is he sees it as the right thing to do, but like your outside third party character is who hasn't gone through the things that he has been like, no, dude, you're on the wrong path now. Does that make sense?
Yeah, and that's what
So, I mean,
like that's also like Dooku. Like you're also describing like other characters, and it's just and like I'm agreeing that yes, they're interesting, but I'm saying that I think there's too many of them because you just don't have as many. Because that character who still has agency to me is the same as a character who was broken. They still are heroes who broke, and you just so rarely have heroes who don't break. And that's what I would like to see more of in these type of stories.
I mean, that's just.
Those are good guys, though.
Yeah, I mean that's. I think it's two things there, right? That's largely a symptom of like coming out of the 90s, early 2000s postmodernism, right? Like structuralism went away, formalism went away. It was all postmodernism. It's hot. It's hot. I think it's. This is going to be a big generalization, but I think it's probably largely true. The last 20 years, it has been difficult to write optimistic stories about things because of the way the world is going, and which is part of why postmodernism took off in such a big way. And I think, you go back to those stories of modernism, the 40s and 50s and your kind of picaresque stories and things like that. And those characters exist, but they always ring a little bit hollow because they lack the sophistication of the postmodern kind of movement. And so where we're at now is like this meta-modern movement where it's all storytellers telling stories about what it's like to tell stories, right? There's this like third layer that's happening. But I think a big part of it is just like a lot of artists feels like the world's ending. It's really, really hard to just write people that are functioning well. And also like, if you think about what happened in the 60s and 70s with the French and Russian philosophy movement and things like that, it's also increasingly hard to not imagine people as deconstructible or being able to disassemble into constituent parts and have interior psychologies of characters, which often lends to what you're talking about, which is like you can't just have a good guy. It has to be a good guy plus or a good guy minus or a good guy but. And the second thing I would say is those stories still exist. A lot of the Spider-Man stories tend to be like that, where Peter Parker never really changes and he's just kind of a good guy. But I think they're pretty. Superman is probably a good example of that when done well, which hasn't been on film for a long time. Absent maybe Superman Returns, but that's pretty sketchy. Those stories exist. You're right. They're just not popular in the. They're not going to be your big blockbuster stories. They're not going to be your big franchise stories. They're going to be your A24s, your art house films and things like that are probably a bit more experimental in that space, ironically experimental in that space, because everything is, as Felix would say, the homogeny of media genders towards passivity. And one of the things about passivity is this question of creating these characters who behave and feel like they've lost their agency, and exactly what you said, which is like they once had agency and that agency is gone. And that's because it feels like in the world, people have lost their agency. There is a general passivity that the media creates that infantilizes people into that passivity. And it's like, there are stories out there that do that, but unfortunately you have to go looking for them. They're not going to be your popular media.
So an interesting...
I have a question to clarify what you're trying to get at, Darth, is when you're saying you're tired of these kinds of characters, are you saying as antagonists or as the eventual outcome for protagonists?
I think maybe I just mean as it could just be an additional character. Like it's fine to have the Dooku who falls. So like a really good example I just came up with is in the beginning of the Obi-Wan series, when the Inquisitors are in the bar and they throw the knife at the woman, and the Jedi, whoever the unnamed Jedi is there, he stops the knife. He does the hero thing. He's still a hero. He saves the woman at the cost of his own life and is immediately executed because the story does not want a hero to remain a hero. They want to examine the broken hero, the fallen hero. And that is what I would like to see that character continue on. Like the epic scene we have of his master, like later on, like as a flashback, like find a Jedi like that who's hiding out in the wilderness and is successfully defeating the stormtroopers who come after him, who is successfully continuing to help people, who can successfully help the protagonist through their journey. Like you never get stuff like that because it's...
So I would say the argument at the beginning of Obi-Wan that you're talking about is I think it's what's it, Reva, or is it the Grand Inquisitor that's speaking during that? But I think whichever one of them is speaking is saying we can find and defeat these Jedi because they are unable to stay hidden. And like the point that Obi-Wan's making, like when the guy comes, he's like, oh God, it's you, it's Obi-Wan, and you know, I finally found you. And Obi-Wan's like, take that shit, bury it in the desert, and that's the only way you're gonna stay alive. And the guy doesn't do that, and he ends up dead. So I think what you're talking about is the Inquisitor's argument. There is, we will find you. If that's the hero that you are, we will find you and we will kill you.
Yeah.
Eventually, yeah.
There's so many ways you can think about it. I mean, I think the simplest argument, or the most distilled version of like what that is getting at, is like individual people can't defeat like a fascist empire. Like it takes systems and revolution and rebellion, heroism manifested that way doesn't get the job done when the thing that, like, when the threat is at such an existential level. So I get what you're saying, and I appreciate what you're saying. I think you would have to set your story in a very different, if you wanted to do a Star Wars story, for example, you have to set it in a very different time and place. I just think under the Empire, it doesn't engender itself to those types of characters because the Empire is such an existential threat. Like they control reality, right? Like they are in charge of everything. But yes,
so like if you were a Jedi, like the whole reason that they're there is like we heard that there was a Jedi here. So if you were the kind of character that you're talking about who, fought back or stood up for people or, did all the Jedi stuff or continued to do the Jedi things and won, if you did that on this planet, you would have to leave because they would send everything to come to find you and kill you. And then you would be on some different planet and you would do the Jedi thing there and people would hear about it and they would send, again, you would have to leave because again, they would send everything to come and kill you. So in the context of, or in the universe or the system that Star Wars has at the height of the Empire, that kind of character is, the only way that they survive is to be Obi-Wan or Yoda or
you
Cal, which is to go dark.
Yeah. Yeah. You're either a dead protagonist or you have to walk away. Is those are your two up. And like those things, those stories, Rogue One is a story like that where it's like, yeah, it turns out like doing this is going to get you killed probably. Like, or like Luthen and Andor, like there isn't a good outcome for these people. And like, I really just think it's like a symptom of the times, honestly. Like
It's kind of funny because a really good example of what I'm talking about, which is also a really bad example, is the Ahsoka show. Because it was not done great, but Ahsoka is what I'm talking about. She went through the trauma, was not traumatized, continued to do the hero stuff. Whether or not she's eventually like, I'm not talking about like the one person taking down the entire empire or anything like that. I'm just talking about like you were a hero, you don't break, you stay a hero. Like that's the basis of what I'm talking about. And
yeah,
pretty
that
much
just does it poorly, but you're right. Yeah.
Yeah, and pretty much the whole crew there, even though they made the one girl like broken after I've lost everyone's names. That's just terrible.
Welcome to my world. Talking about Sabine?
Well,
yeah.
For Ahsoka, I would say that she did that she survived the Empire period, but she did that within the structure of the rebellion. She was not lone wolf in it.
Because we learn in
she was Fulcrum.
She was Fulcrum, yeah. So that's right, yeah. So she doesn't survive by being a lone wolf. She survives by being part of the systematic resistance to the existential threat.
And then she just disappears for a while.
Then she goes and does it. I would watch/read just a series of like anthology picaresque stories of just like what a little adventure she got up to when she disappeared. Just her going to, like exactly what Darth wants, her going to random planets, solving problems, having to leave when the Empire's on her tail. That'd be fun. I'd be here for that.
If you want to get back on, because I feel like we actually have a lot to talk about still.
I have one more note. So if you have, my main thing is like, we talked about Taron a little bit. What else have you got?
So prior to the ex-Jedi even showing up, we go into the temple, we try to open the door, we can't. You go, a meditation point shows up, so you think it's a save point, and you click on it, and then you go into the whole flashback sequence.
I forgot about that.
So you flashback, and you're now a 10-year-old, and this is in your Padawan stage, and I think first you do a training thing where you have to climb up the platform, so it's a little platformer moment, and then Order 66 starts. And your master gives you instructions for where you're supposed to run. So you start running away while he just goes off and starts butchering stormtroopers because he's awesome.
He's pretty rad.
Yeah, I adored how they wrote him. And I kept feeling like that whole sequence was in the wrong spot. Like I felt like it just totally detracted from where I was supposed to be in the story. And that whole thing should have been like at the beginning of the game, or more towards the beginning of the game, like when he's trying to remember all of his force powers and stuff. Like I don't understand the purpose of having it here. I didn't feel like it actually taught you anything. And the little story bits that came out of it that Cere referenced when they were talking later, I didn't understand at all how it tied in with her stuff, because she was saying, look, I understand how you feel. You feel responsible for not saving your master because you couldn't save him, even though he was a child and couldn't literally save him. And she was like, as a comparison, I use the dark side to murder all of these people. So I know how you feel. I don't understand what this flashback was supposed to do to tie in the message of what they were trying to do.
Yeah, I think they just fire a shot and it misses the bow, I think is what happens there. The idea is that he feels responsible for not saving his master, and Cere feels responsible for not saving her apprentice. Cal's passivity and not taking action, or inability to take action, like you said, is what gets his master killed. And Cere's choice of action is what ends up pushing Trilla to the dark side. They're trying to run parallel track there between those two ideas, and I don't think it lands. But that's the idea.
Ironically, one thing that makes earlier gameplay make more sense to me is that the kid was way younger than I would have anticipated. So him forgetting all of these things actually makes a whole lot more sense after going through all of the trauma and only being 10 years old or whatever age that he would have been. And I was thinking that he was like 15, 16 or something. I don't know why, but I guess that's what you kind of see a lot of apprentices. You tend to see them be older when you're talking about Jedi stuff for some reason.
Don't forget, Yoda thinks that Anakin's too old.
He's too old. And he was right. It turns out he was right.
They were all right.
There's so many bad jokes now about the Jedi liking the children young.
Yeah.
I mean, it's a homogenous monastic religious order. Let's not. It's almost like stories are about things. Boy.
So, Rye, what did you think about that whole flashback?
There were two main things. The first one was, I agree. I don't know what the right word is, but like I always my inner thesaurus isn't that great. So I always just think of like the incongruous feeling of like what he's saying and me going, I don't really get that. Like what you're talking about at the end. And then the bigger than that for me was the Order 66. This led me off into like a whole wild train of thought, but like Order 66 happens and like his master, what is this master's name?
Jaro T'Pol.
T'Pol? Okay. Oh, from Enterprise, T'Pol. And
I don't know, that's what I got it.
So like the Order 66 comes in and T'Pol just murks the guy. And just before this, that guy had been helping in Cal's training, and Cal had been like, "Hey, good morning, guys," and everything. He was like, "Hey, man, you're off to training early or whatever." Like, that led me down the train of thought of, I think only in the Clone Wars, the last episode of the Clone Wars, did you actually get to see that, like, from the real betrayal that there was with, like, they were clones, but they had personalities and names, and that differentiated them from other people, and they built relationships with these clones. And for T'Pol just to get, like, I don't know. To me, I feel like it says a lot about the Jedi. It says a lot about how they feel about the clones and everything like that. That he just, like, no thought at all, just kills them, and then is just like very stoic. Like doesn't for a second go, what the fuck was that? You know?
Well,
like, oh my god, I just had to kill Commander Cody or whatever.
Yeah.
Well, because they don't view them as like, for the most part, the Jedi don't view clones as people. Anakin and Obi-Wan, the way I sometimes think about it is Anakin and Obi-Wan, particularly in the Clone Wars series, they are like the A-team. They are the superstars of the Jedi Order. And it means that they get to do things differently and behave differently without certain consequence. Everyone else, I mean, and they still do to an extent, but everyone else treats the clones like droids. They aren't people. They're clones, right?
Yeah.
Anakin and Obi-Wan have a different relationship to them because of the type of people they are, and because Qui-Gon, they sort of inherit Qui-Gon and Dooku's lineage there.
Ahsoka too, yeah.
Ahsoka, yeah, and Ahsoka by proxy, of course, yes. I think what's interesting is, I can't remember which episode of the Clone Wars it is, but it's early on. in, I want to say season 2 maybe, where one of the clones is like, yeah, like obviously this is how you kill a Jedi, and is able to like explain it without he just knows how you kill a Jedi. And there becomes this question of like, and I wish the Clone Wars was more interested in this. It feels like something Filoni just can't quite find, but like, is this always something that's within them? Is this, yeah, like we want to ace the Jedi, or we always know how to if we need to at the drop of a hat, and then vice versa. Are the Jedi always waiting for the other shoe to drop with this army? Is there some aspect of the Jedi where, because they don't treat them as people, and because there is something about this that's too convenient, they're at once always ready to take action and kill these guys? And that, the dichotomy of those two relationships, in that the Jedi have to trust and rely on these people in order to help them fight this unwinnable war, and this sense of like commander and troop might seem to be prepared to turn on each other at any second, is why they don't win, right? Because the other side has the droids, and the droids just always do what you say. And so there is this like, I mean, obviously it's a proxy war, and there's a whole other conversation to be had about the parallels to Vietnam and things like that in Afghanistan, but like, there's something there, and I can't access it in this story because like Darth said, this just doesn't fit.
Well, you're right. It's also not interested in that. But
yeah,
but just to be clear, like I wasn't saying that like it was wrong. What I was saying, or it was like it, like you just said, it says something about their relationship, or the Jedi relationship to the clone, or rather, in this particular instance, this specific
this scene,
Jedi is really, because you guys, I think in that one scene talked about how like the Wookiees are being like, or they see Yoda just murk the two guys, and they're just like, geez, what the hell was that, you know? And because they don't know what's going on,
yeah,
but they just accept it when Yoda just kills them like that. But it's a little bit of the same thing where, like, I can understand. I don't know, what am I trying to say? No, I think to me, I sort of tied the two ideas together of the broken robed guy, quote unquote broken robed guy, or warped robed guy, or however you want to call him. I forget his name, Tamron, something like that.
Taron.
And how like T'Pol kills not that guy, but then kills the guy behind him, and then a whole bunch more clones, like in a Darth Vader-esque hallway kind of manner. Right out of Rogue One. He's brutal in his like killings of these guys, and he kills a bunch of them that he may or may not have had a relationship with. And so to me, or what I was thinking of, like when I was thinking of how this robed guy has sort of a warped view on things, is what does that do to your psychology that you were betrayed by potentially this group of subordinates that you trusted and maybe had good relationships with. And I think a lot of people give crap to the Clone Wars for the chip thing, because that didn't exist before. But I find that as a very plausible, realistic explanation of how you get around that relationship problem. Right?
Part of what's then interesting, I mean, this is like, we can talk about this for literally hours, is there are clones that they read the room and they see what's happening even before the chip is activated. There's something in the clones as people, and maybe it's because of who they're cloned from and they inherit some aspect. Like, there are so many questions of agency when it comes to clones, because some clones seem to know that Jedi are the bad guys. Like, that is a thing we get in Clone Wars. And yeah, I mean, it's just like it's the most interesting part of that whole era, is like the things that Clone Wars keeps reaching for and then backing away from. And yeah, I mean, you're right. This story just it's not interested in that. And kind of won't be, but will instead focus more on the Jedi side of it.
Remember, that's literally part of their training manual. It's like, lock the door when you go outside of it. This is the access code for the blah, blah, blah. and if the Jedi turn evil, then kill them. Like, so they were all literally trained from birth to kill the Jedi if ordered to. So you're exactly right. Yeah, they were always, they had this in the back of their mind, literally. And they were supposed to be like biologically bred to not question orders. So the idea that the chips had to be implemented for it to make sense doesn't necessarily track, because if you're biologically bred to not question an order, then why do you need an extra chip to do something that your body doesn't want to do in the first place? You know? So
what I'm saying is that you start with that argument, but then again, extrapolate or run that thought out, and you have 7 seasons of Ahsoka piling around with Rex, and to imagine that Rex would get an order to kill Ahsoka and not go and just immediately carry it out.
Yeah.
With no other, like, not being like, whoa, hold on. That last transmission was garbled. Do you want to run that back to me again?
Yeah. And that's one really interesting thing that I think they could have done a whole lot with, is that most of the troopers did not have that personal relationship with the Jedi. So it would have been a very, very small percentage of the troopers who would have been loyal to them and would have tried to help them escape or whatever. So you don't need to try to control the whole vast army and put chips in every single clone. You just have to be able to control the ones that are in close proximity and have those relationships. Or just like if he knows he's going to order 66, then he's just like, hey, call in Commander Cody. He needs to come off the line for a little while.
Yes.
You know, put someone else in that is not loyal to Obi-Wan.
God, that's such a good point. I mean, but that's the problem, is that the people that they are going to be closest to are going to be your A-team. They're going to be your superstar Jedi who have superpowers, so we're going to sense it coming. It's like a Kobayashi Maru scenario. If you try and move the pieces on the board, they're going to sense that you're making a play and realize what's coming. And so that's such a good point. God, like, that's an interesting story right there.
Right.
Damn. Anyway, I mean, yeah, look,
so that was my takeaway from the flashback.
Yeah. Flashback mid. That's the takeaway there. Okay, do you have anything else that you want to touch on, Darth? Because I think that was my big point there was, I had just written down clones, huh? That's my last note.
So, well, I loved everything about the flashback except the, like, story connection of it. Like, I adored being in the ship and fighting the troopers and running in the hallways and, like, all this stuff, and like you're going through the grate, you see your master slaughtering the people underneath you while you're running along. I loved everything about it except the story. So, but then there's another flashback, which maybe not flashback, but when you come out of that flashback, then you can go through the door and there you fight the evil ghost version of your master. And again, I don't understand what the point of that was, what they were trying to do, and how that's supposed to tie in to the overall story, and then how he crushed his lightsaber with his human hands.
I don't have an answer for you, because it does. I don't know.
Okay. I just want to know that other people are confused and it's not just me missing something.
No, in my summary, I did say, his mentor breaks his lightsaber in real life somehow. Like it does, I guess the Force or something. I don't know. It's hard to say.
Do you have any thoughts on that, Rye?
No. It was like, story needed it to happen.
Yeah.
Really intense moment.
Did it?
Crushed his lightsaber.
Yeah.
It's like they knew that they need his lightsaber to be broken and they didn't have a way for it to happen. So they're like, we have to write a way for it to be broken. So let's do this.
Okay. Question for you. How many of you, two of the two of you, how many of you, when the zombie apocalypse happened at the end of the mission, how many of you took a swing at the zombies before realizing you didn't have a lightsaber anymore?
Yeah.
David?
I played this. boys, I've played this game too many times. I'm on another level. I was out the door before they even looked at me, man.
So I would see like that part. I was like, I took one swing and I'm like, oh, okay. But I'm like, oh, I'll just do this how I normally do it. And I just ran and force pushed.
Yeah.
So one thing is that I wish that they had more of them, because there were only actually like 5 that spawn up there that are chasing you. So immediately I was like, okay, the only thing I could do is force push them off of the cliff. So I ran to the left when you come out of the doors, and there's like a rock wall tunnel thing that goes over. So I like jump over the dude that's shooting you with the crossbow, and then I try to force push all of them as they're coming towards me over the rock thing, and then they all fall off and die, and I'm like, okay, I win. What now? And then I went back and looked for the dude, and he had despawned and the woman had despawned, so I was like, okay, I guess I go back to the ship now.
Oh, so you really ruined the dramatic tension for yourself.
I did, yeah. That's why I wish there had been more of them that had like just swarmed me too much. I mean, I know if I'd played harder levels, they would have one-shot me, but if they had just swarmed me so that I literally had to run instead of just choosing to run because there was nothing else to do.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. Again, another good argument for playing the game, one could say.
Yeah. Now that I've learned the mechanics finally, I might be able to bump up the difficulty a little.
Just as the game gets hard. Yeah, good good timing.
So the very last note that I have, which I guess before getting to that, like running back to the ship and not having your lightsaber was kind of like weirdly eye-opening. It like literally made me feel defenseless in real life, which was very odd. I did not expect that. So that was kind of cool.
Yeah, this video games, man. It's one of those like it's ludology right there. The game made you feel a thing by giving or taking away a way of engaging with it. It's good stuff.
So there's one I was going to talk about it, and then I realized this is actually part of the Ilum thing, but I'm going to have to say it now because I'll probably forget by the time we get around to that. But do you know how like the Night Sister red attack is to grab or at least on story mode?
Yes.
I think they do. They do like a grab like this.
Yeah, they grab, and you have to like quick time event to get out of it. So the do you remember like the K2 robots? The battle droids that the Empire has?
Yeah, they do a grab.
So there was a room full of them on Ilum that I went into, and there was a moment where I had defeated all of them except for 3, and they were all on top of me at the same time, and they started to chain their red attacks, which is they grab you by the throat and shake you around and then throw you into the ground. And so it was incredibly annoying / hilarious because like I'm on story mode, so they're not really doing that much damage.
Yeah.
But like it's basically this robot like grabs me, throttles me by the neck, and then throws me into the ground, and then I get up, and then the next one grabs me by the neck and throttles me and throws me to the ground, and then I get up, and the next one grabs me by the neck. It did this for like minutes. Yeah. And I was like, let me out of here, Jesus.
just being punished.
Yeah, just pummeled by these robots.
If only you just unlocked a skill that was specifically designed to deal with groups of enemies.
Well, I mean, I had done that, but like the problem was at this point where like it was the chaining effect. Like it was effectively a chain stun. I couldn't do anything.
Yeah,
except stand up and get throttled.
Listen, that'll happen. That's a classic Dark Souls scenario. Just getting ganked by a bunch of dudes and not being able to stop it. So that's the true experience.
So last note that I had on this level was we already had touched on was you have this big moment of exposition with Cere, where she says, I used the dark side, I murdered everyone except Trilla, and I let her live. Which I guess as a side note, all of these stories have that same theme where the master lets their apprentice live, and then the apprentice just keeps going on slaughtering people. And I'm just like, can we just kill the bad people? and instead of being kind to them, because it doesn't work.
Well, and Trilla was already an Inquisitor.
Yeah,
which is why she killed everybody.
Well, so this is the paradox at the heart of the Jedi, right? Which is masters take on apprentices, but one of the core tenets of the Jedi Order is like no connections, don't form connections. That's going to be a problem. You want to like separate yourself from the physical world. At the same time, raise this person as your surrogate child. And it's like that dichotomy is like what creates that problem.
Which is something that's something that a lot of the fans were so upset about with how the sequels were handled, because Luke completely redid the Jedi Order because you cannot operate like that. Like humans, quote unquote, cannot operate without an emotional attachment. And if you know you biologically cannot do this, then reform your religion around what you can, what you actually are going to do. So they rebuilt it where the Jedi can have wives and have families, and they embraced their relationships, and they had to learn to teach themselves, when this person dies, how do I not fall to the dark side? How is this going to be part of my religion, knowing that I am going to embrace relationships because relationships make me stronger. Love is what is going to save Darth Vader. It's, blah, blah, blah. So there's so much more that could have been done with this future story that got just erased when Disney took over.
Yeah.
Well, there's a much like there have been so many hours of podcasts and books and internet arguments of people discussing what the Force is and how it works and what those attachments mean and everything like that. Like the really good ideas from Lucas, or the explanations that I've heard from himself, is like the difference in what he's talking about there, of the idea of pleasure and joy. Have you ever heard that stuff, David?
Yeah.
I don't know if I've heard pleasure and joy. I've heard a couple different things.
So he was what he was talking about is like that's kind of how you think of like the dark side and the light side of the Forces. Pleasure is not like true happiness, because it's temporary, and that kind of attachment, that is the kind of attachment that you do not want a Jedi to have, because the pleasure aspect, it's temporary, and it leads to you want more of it, it leads to selfishness, etc. Whereas joy is that is more on the sort of like love aspect of it, or where you do something nice for somebody and you feel joy or whatever. I forget how he explains it, but he's like, there's a joy is like ever present and pleasure is temporary, and you seek pleasure, whereas like you experience joy.
Yeah, it's a Buddhist thing that he's cribbing on. Like it's you seek pleasure and you discover joy. It's the sort of a different way of thinking about attachment. And that's sort of, I mean, if you read like the Bardo Todol, that's like a big part of Tibetan Buddhism is this quite, I mean, if you think about the Jedi Order playing in the Asian mysticism space in ways in which there's a whole different conversation to be had there, but it's this question of like attachment. Attachment is, life is suffering, and attachment only heightens that suffering. And it's about being stateless, and it's about learning to flow with life and the universe, and not resisting it or putting yourself first, and instead making service of others and service to the universe your priority, and in doing so, discovering joy. And that's sort of, I guess that's where the original conceit of the Jedi sort of comes from. And then obviously Lucas himself pushes that in a different direction with the prequels, right? Like when he attaches them to the paramilitary industrial complex of the clones and America, basically, right, by way of the Senate, That's obviously changing the mode in which that's working. But yeah, I mean, certainly the original series, that's the case.
Well, there was a, I don't remember if this was a line in somewhere in Star Wars. I want to say that it was, but it was a sort of, it was a thing in Game of Thrones, where I think Jon Stark like runs away from the wall or something like that, and the guys come after him or whatever, and I think it might be the Grand Master that's talking to him, the Grand Master of the Black Watch or Night's Watch or whatever. Y'all are familiar with Game of Thrones, right?
Yes.
Yeah. Okay. So I'm pretty sure it's like the head of the Night's Watch that's like, John's like, well, I failed. I went off to Mole's Town or whatever like that. He's like, come on. Like, we swear this oath and we're like, they have a no attachments oath too, right? No families or whatever. It's like, come on. Like, you think nobody sneaks over to the whorehouse in Mole's Town? Come on. Like, it happens all the time, but they may say that, but
Yeah, that's the unspoken thing that's happening with the Jedi, right? And you get that in Clone Wars explicitly, where like Obi-Wan doesn't know about Anakin and Padme, but he knows. Anakin doesn't know about Obi-Wan and Ventress, but he knows. Like there is this double think that is required to make this thing work, and it's unsustainable. Which was Darth's point about like, what do you do? Like, the Jedi fail. Like, they fail and the Empire happens. And the response that Luke has to that, at least in the canon, right, is to repeat the same mistake, to like rebuild it as it was, realize it's a mistake, and then go, fuck, I don't have an answer here. And isn't the guy who has the answer in the story that they end up telling. He just doesn't have it. And they don't seem to know, because it's Disney, because Disney doesn't, Disney's such a broad, but like, because let me say it this way, because the sequels don't have a political view, they are incapable of levying an argument one way or the other about the Jedi Order. Which is your point, Darth, right? They say, yeah, maybe Jedi was bad, or I almost called it the first Jedi, the last Jedi. The Last Jedi is pretty clear that like, hey, the Jedi as a structure wasn't working. But because the closest they can come to politics is this vague gesture at like, ignite the spark of hope, and that's the closest they ever come. That's not even like, but that's it. They just don't have any political view. They can't levy a suggestion, or they can't have characters levy suggestions of what it should be instead. Because say what you will about Lucas and everything that he was doing, but those prequels like deeply, deeply political, and it lets them try and say stuff and gesture toward things and challenge things. And yeah, I mean, those sequel stories just don't, because they don't have a point of view. And they're just absent politics except for that second film. So it is a huge missed opportunity. And weirdly, something that this series ends up becoming about, right? The second story that we'll cover at some point really is about all that stuff. It's all about the stuff that you were just talking about, Darth, which is like, what would a functional Jedi Order have to look like? And what does that mean? And what assumptions would that require you as an existing Jedi to challenge and overcome? And how do you what does attachment mean? And if humans need that, how do you balance that against this disciplinary thing that you've been taught? But yeah, I mean, this story doesn't get there, but is at least dipping its toes in.
It would be a really interesting.
Back, yeah.
It would be a really interesting discussion, and a long one, of what the Jedi Order should be, because a religious order doesn't need to be a police state, but they act as both. Anyway, could be a whole long, interesting discussion, but since you brought up Disney...
6 hours.
It was a really interesting quote that I just saw, which apparently was from back in November, that Disney's CEO Bob Iger had announced in like an interview that they needed to stop focusing so much on pushing agendas and messaging and go back to focusing on stories. And at first I was like, duh, like, that seems so freaking obvious, but can we just get to a point where, like, yes, we're not having to dissect these all of these, different, this video game or this movie or this TV show, we're not trying to go back and reconstruct it. Like, they could just focus on a good story from the get-go. And
so, can I jump in and try to save David from having an aneurysm? So, if I am, my hopeful read of that is like the messaging that Iger is talking about, I feel is different than the kind of storytelling, not necessarily storytelling is the wrong word, but the kind of point of view that Lucas was putting forward in the prequels. Do you know what I mean?
Yes.
So like there's the word of the day is woke, right? So I think that is what he's talking about. And sort of like as opposed, and I don't see those as the same thing as having a point of view, or having a point of view and saying like, okay, you could take this story, and what is that story saying about this thing that we're dealing with? That story can still, or you could take a good story and have it still be a commentary on something that's happening in the real world, but and express a point of view, and that can, I feel that can be separate from messaging. I think.
Yes, it's just a fucking dumb thing to say. Like,
I don't necessarily agree. I am hopeful. I am hopeful that what I'm saying is makes sense.
It's too complicated to unpack. If you're right, that would be interesting. My most generous read is in the rawest form, and I don't mean this in any particular valence other than descriptive. It sounds like, and I don't know the context for the comment, but it sounds like virtue signaling to a particular portion of the audience who have decided what the problem is. And any time that you say, hey, it's going to be stories like the old times, they go, great, because they've already decided what they think the problem is. That's my most generous read of that, is like trying to get people back on board who have decided that the woke thing has happened and that's what makes the stories bad, which is like the opposite is true, right? That's my most generous read. I mean, it seems like one of those like things that you say in order to make people who already think a particular way want to invest in what you're going to do next in the hopes of fixing your bottom line, right? To me, that's a statement about business more than it is a statement about storytelling. Because if it is literally what he means, it's just a fucking stupid thing to say. But anyway,
why he shouldn't be writing anything.
Well, he's not. Thankfully.
Yeah.
Stay in the boardroom. Be quiet.
Hire creative people.
So I guess finishing up, I had mentioned when Cere is talking about how she killed all the people. And I had said like really early on, I didn't get how her story is supposed to make Cal feel better at all about revisiting how he, as a child, couldn't help his master. So.
Well, so all right, you reminded me of something. What I was gonna say is that I think if it would have landed, or him feeling that way would have landed better if he had made a mistake. Like that we've talked about before, the arc of a character of like, you make this mistake, you get punished for it, you learn from that mistake, and then later on you're presented with a similar scenario and you make the right decision based on what you've learned. And there you have a very, very basic arc. I think it would have been more impactful him feeling bad if he had made a mistake. Well, because he was like, "Oh, I didn't listen." Like, when did he not listen?
Well, he dropped his lightsaber.
I could have done more. Like, well, when did you not do more?
You could argue that was the mistake, was he dropped his lightsaber and then his master immediately was like, "You dropped your lightsaber. I warned you about this." Which is just,
that barely
qualifies to hold up your your side of the argument. I don't think he made enough of a mistake for him to feel bad at all about the situation. And even if he had his lightsaber based on the skills that we see him portray, because like he doesn't do anything to show that he's strong until he gets angry and uses, I assume, the dark side to freeze all of the troopers. So like even if he had his lightsaber, I don't know that he could have blocked anything. I don't know that he would have been a help right there when his master was killed.
Yeah.
Is the simple fix you have him run? His master's like, stand with me, and he runs away because he's scared. And that's where we start the game with him, right? Is him in hiding. And then it's him stepping forward and being a Jedi. That is the lesson he's to learn.
That Darth wants him to be.
Well, he's not.
Yeah.
The whole story, he is not suffering with survivor's guilt or anything like that in a way that I've observed. And it's like now they're introducing that he feels so responsible for his master's death, and he's like weeping on the floor when Cere is talking to him because he feels so guilty about it. Did he like suppress that this whole time and he just literally didn't remember?
That is how I would read that, is that he's rediscovering these things.
Okay.
And so he's buried this stuff deep and dark.
The other fix that I would want to do to actually tie it in with the story that she then says is it's got to be something like, is she trying to say, I used the dark side, I killed people, I know how you feel, it's okay? Or is she saying, I used the dark side, I killed people, don't be like me? So either have him like use the dark side to kill the troopers right before his master dies, so his master's last sight is seeing his apprentice turn to the dark side, and then tie that in with what Cere says, and now you could go forward with like actual, but they don't do anything to tie them together in a really good way.
Something else that's also kind of interesting, and I realize that we're running up on our time here, but something else that's kind of interesting is the story doesn't seem to think the dark side is inherently bad. Cere and Cal do, but I think especially with the Dathomir stuff, it's kind of playing in the space of like, you guys might be hung up on a morality system that is no longer relevant. Like, this mattered because the Jedi and the Sith, but like that's done now. Like maybe it's time to rethink your perspective on these things. And you're right, Darth, that would be a really, really interesting lever to pull. Is the disappointment would be his master seeing him turn to the dark side, and Cere having to say like, yeah, you might have disappointed him, but it's different now. Like you have to realize it's different now. Those rules don't apply anymore. Right? And that could be kind of interesting too.
So what you're talking about is it's like nails on a chalkboard to me. The idea of a gray Jedi. Oh, I hate it so much.
I know we can't do this now. I just think to me it would be interesting. I realize that we had this conversation like 5 times, but yes, go on. Explain.
No. Because we have had that discussion. I was just gonna say that right there. Although there is definitely an audience for that. I think, or as an audience for exploring that idea, I think you would find a lot of people interested in that. But my issue with how the dark side, or use of the dark side, is portrayed now is that characters seem to be able to tap into that sort of at will and not really suffer any consequences for it, which is kind of goes against the whole idea of the using the light and the dark.
That's ironically something I really want. Like I just wrote down, David and I need to do a one scene on Grey Jedi because I want to talk so much about it. Because I adore the methodology that Mace developed. Because that would totally be what I would go towards, which I don't know if that qualifies as a Grey Jedi or not, because there's a difference in murdering people and using anger when you're fighting, because that's just biologically making yourself stronger and faster and blah, 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 blah.
The character that I have in mind for you for when we do our role-playing game, basically just described them. It's like, I bet Darth would like to play someone that might cross the line a little bit, but always believes they're doing the right thing. Interesting. Yes, we could and have and will talk about that kind of thing for hours. I think it's interesting. I guess part of my concern with this story and where it goes is we're rapidly running out of runway in the story for these things to land. And so I'm going to be really, really curious in the next session as we kind of come toward, because I guess the next session is going to be like the penultimate playthrough, and then we'll have the finale. I'm kind of interested to see where you guys land, because I don't know that the story is yet interested in the stuff you guys are talking about, right? Like, I'm not sure it has quite figured out the themes it's interested in, other than the kind of trauma and the survivor's guilt that Darth just explained, right? That kind of sneaks up on Cal, right? He suppressed that in some capacity.
Were you have more?
No, you go.
Correct me if I'm wrong, but right there at the end, doesn't Cere pull out her old lightsaber and hand it to him?
Yeah, he needs the Christ.
I haven't done any of Ilum yet, but I thought she was just letting him use hers while he went off to find his own crystal or whatever. But
I think hers is broken too.
No, okay. I don't think she gives him her lightsaber.
She hands him something, and it looked like a lightsaber.
I think it's just the lightsaber that he has.
He had his in his hands because he was like cradling it while he was crying, and then she handed him a cylinder of something. I may have a clip of it, but the point I was trying to make was that if that was her saber, it says something kind of interesting about her, that she kept it the whole time, because she seemed to be so cut off from that entire life that she would have wanted to completely get rid of it, you know? So the idea that she kept it, I kind of was going back and forth on.
Yeah.
Oh.
I feel like
y'all gotta giggle at this. I went to try to build my own lightsaber and see if it would still work when you did the light up phase, and it was broken like it was supposed to be.
Yeah. Nice. Gameplay.
I love that. Somebody's like, I bet you somebody's going to try to do that.
Yep.
Yeah. 100%. Like, nah, it don't work, buddy.
I'm that guy.
Okay. I'm that guy. I mean, that's pretty much everything I've got. Should we wrap her up there?
Yep.
Oh. I found the clip.
Oh.
And on.
Easy to fail.
Yeah, that is our lightsaber.
You're still struggling with the dark side, even after cutting yourself off from the Force.
So.
Oh, that makes sense. Because I know where this is going. Because he, you know the unlock you get, right?
It's the choice to keep fighting.
Yeah.
On Ilum. So you use half her lightsaber for that.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
So anyway, that was just an interesting side note. Like, she, in my mind, that signifies she has not given up on being a Jedi. She just needed the call to action to bring her back into the fight, because she was still holding on to that part of her life in the form of having that lightsaber. Although that analogy is kind of like ruined when she just hands it away willy-nilly. So it's like she was keeping Excalibur to hand to the next person, and she wasn't keeping it for herself, maybe?
She's the wizard, not the knight errant, right?
Yeah, she's not worthy of it anymore.
Yeah.
In her mind.
Well, that's a sad note,
stuff.
Okay.
Yeah, what a grim note to end on.
On that
disappointment.
Yeah, it's time.
Next session we'll be covering Ilum, and then there's no way to say this without spoiling it. Basically, you're going to play until you learn the location of the holocron, and you'll come back to the ship, and characters will be like, "This is it, our final destination." So we're basically playing up until the final mission starts. So it's not a lot, but I imagine it'll take Darth quite a bit of time. So learn where the holocron is, and when the characters start to tell you that, hey, this is it, this is the end game, is where we'll be playing through till. Pluggables, Darth, what do you got? Where can people find you? YouTube, Darth'd, go find it. Star Wars essays.
Yep.
What do you got coming up? Anything fun?
I don't know about fun, but I'm working, which I may have said last time, but I've been working for a while finishing up the last big part of my wasted character sequence.
Yes.
And it's currently right under 7 hours long.
Nice.
Yeah.
So really shooting for some David length, huh? 7 hours.
Yeah,
Jesus.
that has hurt me. It has hurt to edit because like you zoom out on the timeline and you can't even see the work that I've been doing for weeks. So
yeah, you gotta start nesting files is what I've started doing for my Walking Dead thing. I'm up to like, yeah, I don't even want to think about it. Yes, I mean, go check that out when it eventually comes out. I'm sure it'll be very, very good. You can also go find that one scene. We will definitely have to do a pickup of
Grey
the
Jedi.
clone stuff. It's Grey Jedi clone stuff.
When are we going to talk about Rebel Moon?
Oh my god, yeah, we got to do that. At some
Have you
point.
seen that yet, Darth?
I am putting it on my watch list right now.
God. Me and my brother just sat there the whole time, and every third scene we were like, "Oh, it's from this other film." There's like a who's who. It's like, "Oh, that's Matrix 2 on the bridge with Morpheus." Oh, look, that's Thor Ragnarok. That's ridiculous. Yes, we have to talk about that absolute train wreck of a film. Anyway, Rye, you got anything? Ryebold on YouTube.
Yep, Ryebold on YouTube. Nothing new.
Go check it out. Go watch all of them. Go watch the hyperspace one. That's one of my faves. It involves maths, which is something I would simply never do. As always, you can find everything we do at zeroindent.com, and you can find all of our merch and books at underink.press. That'll do it for this one. We'll be back for our penultimate episode, playing until we learn where the holocron is and begin the end game. Thanks so much for watching or listening, wherever you find it. You guys know the drill. Do the engagement stuff. It helps more people find the show. And we will catch you next episode. And as we always say, boys, what's the famous Star Wars outro?
May the Force be with you always.
Goodbye there.
Nice. Goodbye there. Fuck off.
That's the outro right there.
Yeah. What do you think? 25? Not too shabby.
I had a little panic moment there, and I'm like, I got 2 seconds to clap. Can I pull it off?
I did the same thing. I was like, shit.
Y'all really trying to get some performance anxiety going on today. You got 2 seconds ready.
I'm suddenly tilted or something. I don't know what.
There's always a bigger fish.
Welcome back to Always Bigger Fish's coverage of Jedi Fallen Order. This is our finale episode. We are talking about Chapter 5, Part 3 and 4. Which is Return to Dathomir, and then the Vault on Bogano, and then we're talking about the conclusion, Chapter 6, which is the great big fortress and the duel to come. Now, we kind of crunched these together just from a production perspective because I realized I didn't have a lot to say about much of this, unfortunately. To get us started, though, Rye, would you please read us the summary for Chapter 5, Part 3, which is the Return to Dathomir?
Okay. Back on Dathomir, the planet is mostly abandoned, save for a few Night Sisters. At the entrance to the temple, Cal defeats Big and Revictor, 2 bounty hunters. After more puzzles, Cal enters the Nightmare Ruins, only to come face to face with Night Sister Merrin. She agrees to help Cal, and the two duel Malicos. In a tense battle, Merrin ultimately buries Malicos in the tomb. With the Astrium in hand, Cal can now enter the vault. Merrin joins the crew, seeking a greater purpose, and the crew sets their sights on Bogano and the vault.
Any bets on what horrible thing will happen this time?
It's a weird thing to come back to the planet and just like have it basically be kind of empty, which I thought was like an interesting choice, especially compared to the first time where it's just like tons of wildlife and everything's trying to murder you and stuff like that. Sort of eerie, just working your way through and kind of like, I think from a tone setting perspective, that's kind of cool.
Well, you already murdered everything. So
Yeah, you did fully kill all the guys, I think is the sitch.
Or you were like me and you just ran past them.
I can't believe. So for you, it was empty as well.
I don't remember it being empty, but I think because to get where you need to go when you get there this time, it's a much more direct route. So you're not like winding through all kinds of different stuff. But the wildlife is still there, if I remember.
Maybe you weren't winding around. Like,
Did you get lost again?
Yeah, maybe for you.
Did you? Darth, it's like 2 left turns.
Yeah.
Again, to give people some insight, in our little side chat where we talk about stuff when we're not here, Darth was asking how much time to budget for the end of the game, and I think we said 45 minutes to an hour, and so he said, "Okay, gotcha, 3."
I said 3 days is what I said.
Yeah, 3 days. I just don't understand what is going on in your head.
Oh, I can show you some clips. I got a lot of things that will fully explain to you. Like I've figured out that the force pull and force push animation are actually the same, but in reverse. So you could go and I just sat there and did that for like 5 minutes straight because it was funny to me.
You can also do that with dudes, so you can like push them off a cliff and then pull them back, and then push them off a cliff.
I still have not managed to do that.
It's very funny. It takes a bit of practice, but it's extremely good when it works. And they're just like screaming the whole time, just torturing some poor stormtrooper. Look, here's the problem with this section is the interesting stuff is honestly the stuff with Merrin and then the boss fight, right? But talk us through getting lost again somehow, because it is fairly like I don't want to oversell how straightforward it is to work out where to go this time compared to last time.
So
like, where did you run into issues?
The first bit was just getting to the place where you were supposed to be going. Let's see. It was like this opening bit where you're wandering around and then you have to like climb up to the top of this mountain.
Well, it's not even the right planet.
Yeah.
Yeah, we're talking about Dathomir.
This is like before we get back to Dathomir. So like I was lost.
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
No. We talked about this. This is where I got lost. Like when I went too far on in the play schedule. And like, yes, I climbed that wall like 3 times. I'm like, what are you supposed to be doing up here?
Yeah. And then you're supposed to like jump down to the right or something after you leave it. And it took me forever to figure out that anyway. So that was the first spot of getting lost, was on Ilum. Wasn't even getting to Dathomir.
So you were like, you hadn't even got to the airport. Before you couldn't find a terminal. You were like, I can't even work out where the cab rank is to get a cab to get to the airport.
Yeah, he's not even at the like car rental return or anything.
I think what I'm gonna have to do is just make like a video compilation of all of the minutes of me running around lost, and because I tried to record like every 5 minutes throughout this, so I've got tons of footage. So I'll just speed it up and put some circus music behind it.
Each time you cut between a clip, it's like the SpongeBob meme of like 2 hours later.
Yep.
Do you think that has hampered your experience of the game or improved it?
It definitely has. Because I'd made the same statement before regarding the end of the end of this episode when they have the dialogue and it's something like important and you're supposed to say, this means XYZ, but then you have to spend 20 minutes figuring out how to get back to your ship and then you forget whatever the dialogue was. So it's very much the same thing. Like if I'm supposed to go from point A to point B and she gives me, Merrin gives me this talk at the beginning of it, and then I get to point B and I'm like, what was I supposed to be doing? Like I was frustrated and running around in circles just because I didn't see the crack in the wall I'm supposed to slip through. And now I'm just angry and annoyed. And what am I doing here? And so I just run around and murder whoever I find until I figure out what I'm supposed to be doing.
To add on to that, I think there's a very thin line between challenge and difficulty and tedium. And I think there were a couple different spots where like I just got stuck and I was just getting pissed off. And it's like either it was because I had no idea what I was supposed to be doing or where I was going, or I did know what I was supposed to, well, actually, no, that was, no, I think I did know what I was supposed to be doing. I just didn't know how to do what I was supposed to be doing. And I think that was the way that we played this. Like, I think like I forgot, like when you pick up like a cable, like how do you drop it? Like that, I actually had to on Elam when you're trying to shift the
light thing.
The crystal, and I couldn't figure out. Like I knew I needed to drop this one particular thing, but I couldn't figure out like what do I do or what's the key to hit to drop the thing. So I actually had to. I was like, screw it, and I went back and I reloaded from an earlier checkpoint just to go back and do it again, and then I figured it out. But have y'all ever played the We Were Here games?
Yes, I did. I played the first one when it first came out, I think.
There's like 5 of them now, and they're all excellent. But like, there's a couple levels in there where you run into that, or at least I run into that sort of brick wall of, I don't know, I just don't understand what I'm supposed to be doing here, and then it just becomes boring, or you know what I mean?
Yeah. Tedious is exactly the right word that you used earlier.
I think it's a big challenge that comes with, I mean, like, so what's kind of interesting about this game is it's chasing, I've said this before, it's obviously chasing Dark Souls and things like that, but it's also chasing Metroidvania style level design where you come to an area, like say Dathomir, right? So you come to an area, it's like, I don't have the power to get there yet, or the tool to get there yet, so I'll come back later. But unlike a Metroidvania 2D game, where it's really easy to choreograph that, one of the biggest challenges this game has is because it's Star Wars, there's only so much they can kind of do from a choreographing the world perspective before it starts to feel really like unrealistic, or like it feels like a video game. And I think part of what becomes really difficult is, like you said, like the way that we're playing this is generally pretty linear. Like I'm saying, okay, next time, go to this planet next, do this thing next, like we're following the story directly. You can imagine how playing this like freehand, so not really having a sense of direction, that question of like, where do I go next, what do I do, is only exacerbated by the fact the game doesn't have like a good... The only way to know where to go and what to do next is to go back to the map room on the ship, right? That's like the only way to really know the next path. And so I think in a lot of ways it suffers because there isn't like, I don't know. It feels like there should be a button to be like, hey, BD, just remind me what we're doing here. Or like, you know what I mean? Like someone on the radio or someone with you to kind of keep the conversation going, to remind you of what it is that you're doing. And I said last time that like the second game does this, where it basically every level it puts a person with you. And so that person is constantly talking to you and giving you advice of where to go and what to do, and reminding you of the context of why you're there. And it just like, I don't have that frustration because I've played this game like, 5 or 6 times. But I'm curious if, because one of the ideas of this section in particular is you kind of make your way back to Dathomir from where you've got your lightsaber. It's a pretty direct path. You have a boss fight with 2 guys that's kind of challenging, and then you have a boss fight with Malicos that's really challenging. And the idea is that it's sort of a reward for having navigated all these levels to get to this moment, to have such a direct sequence of combat. And if you're not enjoying the combat and you haven't found it a direct path, I could imagine that it's just like this doesn't hit as like a cool kind of penultimate climax. It's just like frustration on top of frustration. Is that kind of the experience that y'all had?
Depending on how badly I was lost for how long, yes. There were multiple times that like I would finally get to the boss, and it was like I wasn't in the moment. I wasn't happy. I wasn't enjoying the story. There was none of that. It was just like I am frustrated so that I'm not enjoying this anymore. Because I feel so stupid, because I was like, you didn't climb the tree. You were supposed to do, it was so simple and you missed it every single time you ran past it, So then you're frustrated at yourself and you don't enjoy the rest of that level. But then the other times where I like just magically find the right direction and I go the right way and I get where I'm supposed to be and I find the boss, then I'm like, I'm in it, I'm enjoying it, and it's lovely. So I don't really know if I could blame the game versus just blaming myself. Or if they just, maybe they made a few of the levels, designed in such a way that it is overly difficult to find where you're supposed to be going.
This is the first one of these you've played, right? Like you haven't played like a Dark Souls or anything like that.
No, most of my, aside from, actually, Destiny is my biggest like campaign gaming experience because mostly it's been Halo or COD, like multiplayer stuff. So in Destiny, most of the time you can just pull up your ghost and it'll like pinpoint where you're supposed to go, unless you're doing like a raid or something that's on a harder difficulty. And that's much more what this felt like, where everything is raid mode and there's no indicator of where you're supposed to go. So yeah, I'm very unfamiliar with that because I never did a whole lot of the raids.
Gotcha. Yeah, interesting. I suppose then, I mean, the initial, the two bounty hunters aren't really anything to write home about.
I completely forgot that they were there.
It's silly.
I'm like, oh yeah, that did happen.
It's a silly moment that's just kind of fun. But I mean, the real meat and potatoes here is, so you run back into Merrin, who's the Night Sister that you kind of, that sort of thought you were responsible for all of this last time as you kind of fled the planet. And she kind of has come around and she's like, hey, maybe you're not so bad and we should take out Malicos together. And she kind of helps you out. She does some spells and stuff, but ultimately you have to sort of figure out a way to defeat Malicos, which on the hardest difficulty, this boss fight is grueling, but it is just, you have to get really, really, really good at parrying, basically, for this to be anything on that difficulty. I'm curious, how do you guys feel about Malicos? I mean, he's straight up just like an evil Sith guy now. He's sort of fully tilted to the dark side. He's got the sick red lightsaber. He has the tattoos and shit. He's a cool looking villain, even if he doesn't really believe anything.
Yeah, that last sentence is what I was about to say, is how I'm kind of tired of these type of characters, in that they don't have anything more in depth than join me and we'll be stronger together and then we could do something. And I don't really have a plan because I'm kind of crazy and I'm living out here in the wilderness. But you should totally join me because we'll be better. And it's like there was no concrete thing. Like if he had said, yes, I will help you rebuild the Jedi Order and I will teach you how to do that using the dark side because it's more powerful, or something, whatever. Give him actually something that Cal would want to have him even think about joining, because as it stands right now, there's nothing for the audience even to think Cal would entertain this for a second.
I suppose in comparison to maybe the way that Merrin is positioned, where like she is as much a victim of circumstance as he is in some ways, like in the same way that Cal is. And it
Something terrible happened here.
Hang on. There's someone at my door.
Massacre. They killed their own kind.
So
this is the part where we vamp for a bit.
This is actually a really weird like fear that I have, is like someone breaking into a friend's apartment while we're doing a video chat and I can't do a thing to help them except watch while they're murdered.
Oh, it's even worse is that he's in Australia.
Yeah. So literally nothing that we could, like, I don't know his address. I just call the Australian police and be like, hey,
there's a guy in Australia.
Yeah.
Oh man. Well, I guess what I would say about Malicos, or I think, to sum it up very basically, I would say to me he was entirely forgettable, and I think a lot of that has to do with the reasons that you articulate. It's just that he's kind of cliche, he's kind of boring, it's kind of been done. He's not really bringing anything different to the table. and it's not really anything compelling. So it just ends up being like, I don't even remember his name. The only thing I remember about him is Merrin burying him in the rocks. And the other thing that I would say is that I was much more interested in Merrin in this whole part than I wasn't him. I don't even remember, like, what was his. Did he have any sort of offer for us?
I think it was just join me and I will train you kind of thing. I don't think he actually even. I think he did frequently make boasts about how powerful he was, and that was something else too. Is there was no real there was no draw for Cal to want to join him and turn to the dark side. So if, for instance, he had fought Vader, been totally overwhelmed, and seen like Cere and his other friends like get killed, and then he meets Malicos, and Malicos is like, I could teach you how to defeat him if you let me train you, then we would have something more interesting. But as it stood, Cal was pretty much like on the same level remotely with Malicos when he meets him, because we never see Malicos do anything extra powerful. So if we see that Malicos like can easily defeat Cal in the way that Vader just defeated Cal, then Cal would be like, oh, so you could train me because you're super strong, so now you could train me how to defeat Vader. So if they had done something like that, then yeah, this may have
shifted the order around.
Yeah.
Well, you bring up something that I've been thinking about, like the times when a character gets like a quote unquote good character, or somebody on Team Good gets a compelling offer from somebody on Team Bad, and it's there's two instances that I want to talk about that I'll bring up here as a point of comparison. Like when Kylo is making his pitch to Rey in The Last Jedi, like I'm in there. I remember watching this in the theater, and I'm thinking to myself, like if she accepted that, I would buy into it totally. Like for that character, or I mean, where I say for her, for that character, her background, everything about her, the offer that he makes her is really compelling for her, and the fact that she just straight up rejects him makes like it to me really moves the needle towards the Mary Sue argument, in that it's just she's just too good or too pure or whatever to accept that. Like what was the quote that I had from what's his name, the guy who made the first movie, JJ? She's innately powerful, innately moral, innately good. Like doesn't have a great background, but she's just innately good. That's just her thing. And so she would never accept that because she's innately good, even though it really makes sense for that character to accept that. Like that is a compelling offer. Now the other one, which I was so happy with in Ahsoka, where you had the old guy, I forget his name or whatever. I think the actor died or whatever, and he's like, "Look, you want to find Ezra? Like the only way that's happening is if you come with me. So give me the thing."
Balin, I think his name was.
Yeah. And so he makes her a really compelling offer, and it makes sense for her. You know, that's an offer from Team Bad and Team Good, and it makes sense for this character on Team Good to accept that offer. And she did. And I was so happy with that. Like that was, unfortunately, the rest of the series didn't carry my interest, but like that particular moment, I was really happy about that that they chose to go that route with her.
Yeah.
And I think that's something that's really missing in a lot of villains. Like even Darth Vader to Luke, join me and together we can. It's not really that compelling,
Same thing with Dooku trying to get Obi-Wan to join him, and he's just like, I worked closely with your master, and we're like family sort of because I trained your master.
Okay.
Yeah, he doesn't like actually pitch it in a way that like the way that Balin pitched it to her was he was actually like empathizing with her and making a connection with her, because he wasn't necessarily a bad guy. He was like solidly in the morally gray area where he's still like to some extent like loved and respected his opponents. So I think that also probably has a really deep connection with that character's ability to seduce a good character to make a bad decision. Because if it was his apprentice, which I don't remember her name, but the girl that was
Crazy Eyes.
Yeah. So if she was making that offer to Sabine, I don't think Sabine would have ever taken it, because she, whether it's a trust issue or what, but because Balin was making it, and because he has that personality where he wasn't trying to trick her. He was like, legitimately, I'm not going to just kill you later like Crazy Eyes would have done. He was like, legitimately, we will try to help you find Ezra. Then we'll kill you later, but still we'll get you what you wanted.
Yeah. Yeah. You'll get what you want, but we'll kill you after.
Yeah.
No, like I said, it was one of those moments I was really happy with, because it's not something that you see, that most shows, most movies, most authors will not go that route. Like a completely different topic, but same idea of like something that I always really want to see in a movie or a book, but rarely ever happens, where so often a really weak conflict is just born up by people not communicating. And or just not saying what you really want them to say. Like, and this happens in or what I want to see happens in Rogue One. Where, do you remember when like they're having the council meeting and they're like, we need to attack, we need to what is it? She's trying to convince them, the Death Star is real, it's a big threat, and we need to go do something about it. Or I think it was like, we need to go. What's the planet that they go to?
Whatever the planet does to steal the plans, and then they didn't want to do it, so they had to sneak in to steal the plans.
Yeah. So, God, I can't remember. I don't remember.
Scarif.
Or I can't believe I don't. Scarif. There we go. Thank you. So that would have been stuck in my head all night. Yeah. So they're like, she's trying to convince us like, we need to go to Scarif or something like that, and they're arguing back and forth about like, I don't remember exactly what they say, but they say, or it's like, we don't have, it's like the people, the politicians that are arguing are like, we don't have something or like that. And I'm like sitting there in the theater, I'm like, I really want her to say, you don't have a choice. You have to do this. And she goes, we don't have a choice. And I was like, yes, thank you. Oh man, it was a beautiful moment. One of the reasons I love that movie.
See, another reason I was so excited when you started talking about that idea that characters not saying something, because that's one of my biggest gripes with stories like Harry Potter. There are like so many instances of the trouble that they get in are because they don't tell an adult about danger. And that's similar with whatever other story you want to talk about, whether it's like Percy Jackson or whatever story, especially when it's kids that are like the main characters, they refuse to trust in people that they actually trust. Like, why would you not tell the people who are supposed to be taking care of you, hey, Voldemort's doing XYZ. It's not like Dumbledore wouldn't listen.
Yeah, Dumbledore of all people, he's gonna believe you.
Yeah.
No, there was one of my long list of scripts back in the day. It's still somewhere, maybe on a computer that I've unplugged and have replaced, but or maybe I've saved that on my. Hopefully, I've saved that to my Google Docs. But like, there was a script that I was writing about easily avoidable conflicts. And how they're like, how I hate them, and how you account for that. Oh yeah, I think it was part of the "why didn't they just" thing that we've talked about this before. But the example that I like to use to highlight like how you solve for the "why didn't they just" is that you make them do it. And the example that I go to is like in the original Hocus Pocus, where the thing happens that you were talking about is you're going, this crazy stuff's happening. Why wouldn't they go get an adult? And the answer is they do go to get an adult, and their parents get like their parents are at the dance party or whatever, and they all get like hypnotized, and it's a great dance number. And so then they run out of there, and it's like, okay, well, they went to their parents and that didn't work. Would they go to the police, or wouldn't they go to the police? And they do. And they go to a motorcycle cop. The motorcycle cop is like, buzz off, kids, or whatever. And so they run away, and then this chick walks out in like a sexy nurse costume, and it's like he's not even a cop. It's just a costume for Halloween. But you've accounted for the why didn't they just problem by like making them do it, and then those options not working. All right, so we're probably gonna have to like do some sort of a cut here to bring you back in, because we've been way off topic here.
I'm really glad you're not. I'm really glad you're not murdered. That was
yeah.
I told him.
Is that a concern?
Yeah, that is an unnatural worry. It's like a deep fear that I have that I will be on a video chat with someone, and then someone will break into their apartment. And it's not like I can call the Australian police and just be like, "Hey, go find David."
Yeah, your options for recourse are basically like somehow get in touch with Pat. That's kind of it. Like, yeah. No, I'm fine. No one killed me, so I'm good.
Yeah,
it's just a complicated exchange. Anyway, it's fine.
All right, I don't want to get into it. That's a good lead back in. So what you missed is to tie into what we were talking before we got way off topic. I don't know. That might be a whole separate video that we can cut in here at some point. But like, what the main thing that we were talking about as it relates to Jedi Fallen Order was the offer that Merrin has is just not that compelling.
Malicos.
Malicos.
That was I mixed up the names. You're right. That's what I said what I said when you were here. The other thing I said was my description of this guy is forgettable. I don't even remember his name. I don't remember. I was like, did he even make an offer that was like compelling at all? Because all I remember him is that he gets like crushed in the rocks, and that's it. Like he was not that interesting of a bad guy to me.
My suspicion is, and this is a thing that you sometimes will see, right? Is my suspicion here is this exists more as a primer for the Trilla boss fight than anything else, which is like, hey, just like try and get your eye in on dueling a guy with a lightsaber again, because you're going to have to do it, but harder, pretty soon. And instead of sort of finding interesting ways to write that, like you said, it just kind of feels like he's here because he has to be, and then it's done, right?
Which also makes
just like a missed opportunity.
It also makes no sense now that you've kind of mentioned that, because Cal already defeated her once in the last level, and so we could assume at this point that he is like a step ahead of her in training. Yet the next fight, and then he fights Malicos, so now he's a step further because he has experience fighting someone who's theoretically as powerful or maybe more powerful than Trilla, and then you get to Trilla and she is suddenly stronger than she was last time. You could make a dark side argument making her more powerful, but
yeah, the pacing's just off is I think what it comes down to. And I don't think the pacing's helped anything by the struggles you guys had with the actual literal pacing of like the levels. And this is where like video games in particular, and this is something that I said I didn't want to talk about in too much detail, because I mean it's sort of it's kind of passe as far as like media crit and video games, but certainly like if we think about ludology as the way that interacting with the thing is indelible to video games specifically, right? The fact that you have to push the buttons to fight Malicos changes your perception of Malicos versus like watching, say, Ahsoka and watching Sabine fight someone else with a lightsaber. The fact that you have to do it completely changes the context under which you process the information that's in front of you. If you absolutely ace Malicos with no difficulty, it is going to change your perception of the thing in the story that moment is trying to do, right? If for you this fight with Malicos is an absolute breeze, and then you come across Trilla next and she fucking kicks your ass, it's like, what does that mean? Because in theory, Malicos and her are sort of similar power levels, if you want to think about it like that. And it could just simply be because one of them fights in a way that you find easy to beat, and one of them fights in a way you find harder to beat, right? It could be as simple as one of them requires you to do a parry and one of them requires you to do a dodge, and you might be just more mechanically inclined or more physically able to do one versus the other. And so that's the difficulty, I think, with this game in particular is your options for dealing with these situations. Like, there isn't a lot of lateral like options in these fights. You can force, push, pull, throw your lightsaber, parry, dodge, and hit. It's kind of it, right?
And most of the force powers don't work on them either.
Right. So that's the other thing they start to do. Is,
it kind of just interrupts them, basically.
Yeah, you do a little bit of posture damage, basically. That's kind of it.
Oh, I don't remember if this ever came up previously, but one of the things that I absolutely love about Dathomir is when you force push the Knight Brothers, instead of like getting knocked back, they do like a backflip, like superhero landing.
Yeah.
I love that. I mean, well, I hated it, but I love it at the same time. Like that's my go-to move, just blasting people off a cliff.
Yeah.
Yep.
You get to do that in the next game. You get yourself a little backflip.
So I have backing up. I have a question that we may need to do like an entire different episode about, and that's to do with the crystals and rebuilding your lightsaber, because the way that they presented it, I've really wanted to argue with, because it used to be that yes, there was this thing where the crystals were like, they were part of the Force in some fashion, but now it's like literally Excalibur calling you, and you have to get the crystal that calls to you, and you can't take any other crystal, and no other crystal will work for you. And his crystal broke, but it's okay, even though it wasn't okay at first because it was broken and unusable, but then it was okay and he could use both halves of it. But any other person could pick up his lightsaber and use it, so it doesn't have to be the crystal that called to you, and you don't even have to be a Force wielder in order to use a lightsaber, so why does it matter that the thing calls to you?
I have
an answer for you. Okay, well, I want to hear yours, because I have an answer that pertains to, it's made to video games in the early 2000s, and then what Disney did to change the continuity. But you go, Rye. Curious.
Well, so the first thing I would say was that was a major plot point of the Clone Wars, with the younglings.
Yeah, they go to the cave.
I'm pretty sure that's the first time we see the cave on Elam, is the youngling episodes where they have to go in there to get their to get their kyber crystal.
Yeah, and
I feel like that's just a rite of passage. Like they could give him a lightsaber, or whatever. But like I think the fact that it's like your lightsaber like makes it something more special. For this particular thing, I think it was. I would say that he has to go find quote unquote the right crystal on Elam, because where else is he going to get one?
Yeah, but it wasn't that either. It was like literally only that particular one had a bond with him. So it's like Lucas originally wrote this all to be, yes, it was a wizard magic thing, but the laser sword was just a piece of technology. And it has transformed from just a piece of technology that the crystal was just the focusing part for the laser. Like that's all it originally was. When whatever nerd figured out the design for the inside of the lightsaber. But now it has to have that mystical magic connection in order to work. They've transformed it from a sci-fi weapon to a fantasy magic weapon. They've recontextualized how the lightsaber functions. And I don't know at what point.
I was going to say, there's also the additional layer of, and I believe this is again from the Clone Wars, that the way that a lightsaber is like, you have to be a Jedi to assemble or a Sith to assemble a lightsaber, because the only way to actually do it is with the Force. Like you can't mechanically, like you can't get out your welder, walk up to like a desk in the middle of nowhere the way Cal does, and then that makes sense, because he and I think
he uses the Force right here at the end.
Exactly. Yeah, because I was thinking this during this scene. I was like, is he going to walk up to the desk and just fix this? Because that's not how it works. Like you have to use the Force, and then he did, and I was like, okay, that's continuity wise, that follows now.
the dumbest one? Is there like a bright pink?
You are so spot
Yeah.
on.
Yeah. I was like, what's the stupidest color you could pick? Let's see. Does he ignite it? God, I'm good. Either I'm really good or you're predictable, Darth.
I think both are true.
I think this both can be true. Look, I mean, there's a lot happening. We could talk about lightsabers for like literal hours. A lot of it comes back to what Disney decided to excise when they reset the continuity, and the lightsabers being assembled by Force. To my memory, the first kind of canon explanation of that is that comic book panel of Luke assembling his green lightsaber between the second and third films. And originally, and I only know this because I played a lot of the Star Wars video games when I was growing up. Originally, it wasn't a kyber crystal specifically. Kyber crystals were a type of crystal you could use as a focusing crystal in a lightsaber. You could use tons of other materials like a crate dragon pearl or all these other different materials as focusing crystals. And the kyber crystals were just what the Jedi preferred because they happened to have a mine that was nearby, which was where they had a temple, which was Ilum. And so that was how in the past you had the Sith Empire, the ancient Sith Empire. They weren't using kyber crystals. They were using all types of other stuff to make their lightsabers, which was originally why their lightsabers weren't to the traditional colors that were available on Ilum. And they would sort of corrupt and overuse these crystals to get more power out of these sabers. And like you said, which I think this is interesting, right? They used to be like you said, a science fiction tool, right? The way that Lucas talks about them, he does the same mistake I do all the time, which is just get the name wrong. Like you see him in interviews and he just like frequently will be like, oh yeah, the laser swords or the space jewels or whatever. Like to him, the story is more important than the specific lore. And one of the Filoniisms that has happened is when you have fans beginning to take over properties that are important to them, they start to make decisions that prioritize and promote certain modes of storytelling that are interested in things like this, right? Filoni is interested in questions of what makes a Jedi's saber. When Obi-Wan says to Anakin, this sword is your life, don't lose it. And Anakin constantly loses his, right? In the context of what we just talked about, Anakin goes through like 20 lightsabers in about 2 films. So does that mean that there are 20 crystals that call to him and are his? Or is it just any blue saber will do? And then you have the reverse of that,
So he like loses one and he's like, oh fuck, I gotta go back to Evil. God damn it. I gotta climb that stupid wall.
Cave. God damn it. Or do you think because he's the one, he gets like he has an Amazon Prime button in Padme's flat that he hits and a new one shows up?
Yeah, Kyber Crystal of the month.
Yeah. Kyber Crystals monthly. He gets a delivery box.
So an interesting side note, I'm not sure if you've seen it, but there is actually a deleted scene of episode 6 where Luke is building his new saber. And he's like doing his Skype thing, talking with Darth Vader. And Vader's still like trying to seduce him after last time. And he's like, Luke, come join me, son, and blah, blah, blah. And Luke's like, hold on, Dad, I'm putting together my new lightsaber. And then 3PO and R2 are going into the, Jabba's palace there.
That's very funny.
Yeah.
You're like, Dad, I can't talk right now. I'm in the workshop.
That's a deleted scene?
Yeah.
Wow, I've never seen that.
That's crazy.
Yeah. I mean, it's not anything like massive. It's just like, because the voiceover
there's a couple different levels of massiveness there, like the whole like force communication over long distances, like that people had issues with in Last Jedi. Like that's right there in episode 6. If you include that scene,
that is true. It's not in episode 5 where you see that happen. They're in relatively close proximity. So yeah, in episode 6, Vader would have had no clue where Luke was. And still been able to talk to him. That may have been one reason why they decided to cut it.
Huge issues with Force Skype on Last Jedi.
Checkmate, Star Wars fans.
Well, it didn't happen, so it's not whatever. But so bringing it back to this game, the thing that I probably wanted to talk about the most, and it was so my friend Va, who you both met, she watched me play all of this part, and I played through 2 sections of what we were supposed to do, because like this part actually, like I blew through it actually pretty quickly, and I missed the stopping point that David had assigned. So I played through like the whole rest of the game. And so she was watching me play all of this, and she was very interested in the character Merrin. There's a different Star Wars project that David is setting up that she may be involved in. And her original idea of a character for that was, I will say, not that interesting. I can say that because she'll never hear that. But like, so when she's watching Merrin interact with Cal, she's going like, all right, well, what is this Night Sister business? And I explained that to her and everything, and I think that's what she wants to be, some sort of variation of that. And I was like, well, here's a Wikipedia page, get to it. But when we were looking at or watching the cutscenes or whatever, immediately when they have their first talk, and it's like both of us are like, we want them to team up, and then we want them to bone, like, it was, and then so when she comes back and like in the fight and like finishes off Malicos, and we're like, yes, and then she agrees to. This goes to the discussion that Darth and I were having when you were away earlier. The compelling offer to somebody, and he's like, you're all alone here. Why don't you come along with me? Like, we have similar backgrounds. We can vibe together on the ship. Let's go.
Yeah, we can vibe out. It's cool. Yeah, they do have crazy chemistry too. Like, there's something about these two people who are kind of closed off, who have been so closed off for so long, kind of like connecting in this way that is also really compelling. Yeah, she's a great character, and yeah, it does rule when she comes in and she fucking owns him.
Their interactions and their chemistry throughout this and the rest of the game is, aside from something that we'll get to later on in this discussion today, there was like that was the big thing that we latched onto as being the most interesting part of like this whole section. Not Malicos, but like them,
which is unfortunate for because you could imagine how much more interesting this would be if Malicos was interesting, and dynamic.
Or if Merrin had more to do in the story.
Yeah.
Yeah, if they had recruited him to go and help fight Vader, which was my biggest gripe with her, was that she went to help and then literally did nothing aside from making the ship invisible. Like, she could teleport, and she didn't teleport down to help him fight Vader, which was what she was there to... Ostensibly, that was what she was there to do, was to help him fight the big bad. That's why in most cases, that's why this character would go with the hero, is to help him fight the big bad, and she just stays on the ship. So I thought that was a really odd...
Yeah, I think it's an unforced error, just like at a storytelling level, but also canonically, she can't leave the ship because she's the one keeping it cloaked the whole time.
But then she does to save them.
No, Cere goes down to save him.
No.
What game did you play, Ryan?
We're not there. We're not there yet.
What are you talking about? Okay,
we're not there yet.
Yeah, look. I don't know what the fuck you're talking about. We gotta go to Bogano. Let's go to Bogano. Look, yeah, I think Merrin's really interesting. Like you said, I think she's underused here. Will not be a problem in the second game.
I want to say something that'll make you laugh first. You know how you said once that they build stuff just because people like Darth are going to try to do it? You can't attack her. As soon as you get close, you automatically put your lightsaber away and you go into like whatever story mode. If you're in this circumference around her, you see how the camera shifts? As soon as you get close to her, the camera shifts. Even though there's nothing for you to talk about anymore because you've already done all your dialogue bits.
That's how strong their chemistry is.
Yeah, that's right.
Meant to be.
That's the
camera shifts when he's around her.
Yeah, the camera shifts. That's how you know it's true love.
All right, you ready for Bogano?
Yeah, let's. I will also just say Merrin's whole fit, like her look, is sick as hell.
Oh,
like the white hair,
we were talking about like the cosplay. That'd be she's got an outfit for that.
I wonder.
they have to think about that stuff when they're designing these things, right?
I mean, it's probably tertiary to like making something sick to start with, but yeah, I'd imagine so.
Well, I mean, if you think of some of the other Night Sisters that you saw depicted in the Clone Wars, like this one is much more attractive. So they definitely did some specific designing when they did her compared to, you know, the other ones who you're supposed to be more scared of and everything. But this one, you're like, you want the audience to empathize with her and you want to see her hook up with the hero.
Yeah.
Yeah, and I guess part of that is that she is so young and has not been indoctrinated through this thing that happens to everybody else that kind of makes them into what they become. And so there is some kind of positionally, there is something happening with her character rejecting that kind of destiny towards some foregone conclusion that she would be kind of indoctrinated into, and maybe in some senses that is why she and Cal bond, because he is doing the same thing. You know, he is grappling with the realization that like maybe the Jedi as writ, the Jedi as laid out before the fall, maybe that isn't something that like Cal necessarily thinks is productive or holistically good. And maybe that's something that he is going to struggle with. And obviously something that Cere has been struggling with. And, you know, frankly, something Trilla has completely rejected. And so you can feel like schematically all of these characters in a similar framework asking similar questions of different parts of the systems they're in, at different processes of leaving those systems or questioning them or rejecting different components of them. And to me, that's why Merrin is so interesting here, because she's like, what if you got to the moment where they're like, hey, you need to come into the caves and we'll give you the lightsaber crystal. And you went, actually, I'm good. Like, I think I'm gonna go work at the grocery store. Like, maybe I don't want to become a monastic warrior. I might actually want to go have a life. And she's kind of making that choice, and Cal is starting to ask himself those questions. But yes, let's go to Bogano, right?
All right.
Reminder, read the summary for us.
Yeah, sure. Cal delves into the vault on Bogano. In a Dagobah-esque vision, Cal must confront visions of his own darkness. Trilla ambushes Cal and swipes the holocron. Back on the Mantis, the crew set their sights on the Fortress Inquisitorius, with designs of tracking down Trilla and finishing things once and for all.
I just want to say this so that I don't get this comment. Fortress Inquisitorius is a fucking dumb name. You can't just put Latin stuff on the end of a normal word and be like, yes, good. Because like this implies that Darth Vader, I guess it is Anakin Skywalker, like the ultimate himbo, being like, how do I name my fortress something intimidating? Ooh, Latin. Extremely funny to me.
Well, also because it's an English word paired with a Latin word. Like if they made it Castellum Inquisitorius, that would be something else. But no, it's English and then Latin. You know,
it's very funny. Fortress Inquisitorius. Ugh. God bless Anakin Skywalker.
Well, I mean, it is 100% of a Lucas name right there.
I think it's just like he just is. He is history's biggest himbo. Like that is just truly Darth Vader's issue at this point. Like, okay, but let's talk about Bogano, because we kind of get we get the classic Star Wars moment where you go into the ancient place where the Force is, and you have the vision. Right, you have to confront your darker, the dark self, the inner self. In Luke's case on Dagobah, it's he cuts off Vader's head, and then it turns out that it's his head. Metaphors. And Cal has sort of a vision of himself, but what if he was sort of captured and became an Inquisitor? And I got to be honest, gang, his like Inquisitor armor and that red lightsaber is sick as hell.
Yeah. Yeah,
like
I want to play
it's
that
dope. That no spoilies, but maybe that's what the series ends up being interested in. You can. I think it's New Game Plus. You can wear that armor and use that saber. I think so. That is what I should have done, because I did have a New Game Plus save. When inevitably we get to the second game, I will definitely be playing with the red saber, because it is a sick look. But yeah, he confronts this, and then as he's sort of dealing with this situation of these visions, and he's going for the holocron, Trilla kind of jumps in and takes the holocron. And like kind of Darth foregrounded, just like pretty handily takes it and runs too. Like Cal doesn't really have much going on here.
If I recall, he bests her in battle, like without very obviously he is the victor. She does not have the skills to beat him is the way that it plays out in the animation. And as soon as he grabs her saber and takes it away from her, she is now dead, except because of his unique force power, he now goes into flashbacks of everything that saber did. And so then he goes back and he has the flashback of Cere and sees her tortured and all this other stuff. And that's when Trilla makes her escape, which I loved how I hated that she left him alive because the villains always do that and leave the hero alive when they're vulnerable. But I love that they set it up in a way for her to escape that actually like worked with the rest of the story. I thought that was pretty cool.
Yeah, and that one power that Cal has been using this whole time to kind of, figure out what's going on in these places that he's visiting, and he connects with her saber, and it's like just the shock of it and the trauma, right? Like he just can't deal with this in this moment, which speaks to like where she's at, right, in her headspace, which is like she's been through all of this, and so suddenly that thing Cal can do that makes him kind of a unique and interesting character. And perhaps the thing that you often talk about with Luke as well is like he has this ability to like empathize with these like people that have done truly horrible things. And in this moment, perhaps he sees a path back for her as he's kind of going back to the Mantis and sort of thinking through what's happened. And maybe in some ways, this is that moment where he might think to himself, okay, maybe there's a chance for atonement for this person and perhaps redemption. Like if we just get her back on Team Good, we might be able to fix this, if fix is even possible.
Now, there's one thing that, like, structurally I really hated, and that was that the audience accepted her appearing there because we know how to get there, but there's no reason her character would have ever known how to get there. So it would have made way more sense for her to have been able to track him to the planet, but she just waits there like and ambushes his ship. So when he's coming back to the ship, that's where she ambushes him and takes away his holocron. Because like her getting down into the secret tree that he needed all of this other stuff to help find. And then there was also like, is this only a Jedi thing? Like, do you have to be pure to get into the secret access thing? And then how did she get in there? So like I had all of those questions running through my head when I'm like, all the stormtroopers are already up above ground waiting for you. So she could have just been there with the stormtroopers and take the holocron from you there. That would have, in my brain, worked a whole lot better.
How would she not know? To the beginning part of what you were talking about?
So he was led there through all of the recordings that Homeboy had left on the droid, right?
Well, yeah, but he needed he needed a MacGuffin to open the thing, right?
Yes,
that was the point of being on Dathomir.
Yeah, but that was also down inside the vault, and I'm like, how did she ever find the door to know that the vault was there? And then how did she get through the door if you have to be maybe pure to get through the door?
Did you have to be pure to get through the door? I don't remember. Like, well, first of all, I should say, like, I don't remember very much about this part at all. But I don't remember there being any sort of like purity test.
Yeah, I don't know that there is or not. That was just like a question that popped into my head. It was like, if this is like this sacred space, of course, I guess the Zepho built it however long ago. So maybe just me overthinking, but that's what I do.
So as far as what I would say is the rule of coincidences is that it's okay if a bad guy is coincidental.
Yeah. That is generally like, because the assumption is that they have access to means and resources that we don't see. And so the assumption here is that the unspoken rule is like she somehow would have followed, tracked, done something, outsmarted.
Yeah.
Like, you know, like there's something that has happened that we don't see that would sort of self-inform how she did this. I think it would be more interesting for me if they had ambushed the ship or something. Like, I think there's probably more interesting levers the story could pull on here, but I didn't have that same question in my head, I guess. But I see what you're saying and why that might feel inorganic or kind of strange. But it is also like frankly, like it's a heightened dramatic moment to have her in the temple confront him. Maybe that's why he's able to see the flashback, because he's still in this place that runs deep with the Force. Perhaps in a different scenario, he wouldn't get the fullness of this vision. So there's also some other things being kind of thought about there. And I don't think it's a test of like purity, but I think you have to like confront who you are, and that's why Cal sees the other side of himself. And so perhaps she's already comfortable with that. The
mechanics of the level or the room, if I recall, is that like he has to climb an impossibly vertical muddy hill. I do remember at the time when he's climbing up the hill, I was like, this thing is slick with mud that you slide down the other way. The angle that he's climbing, this would be impossible. Like, I don't care how force sensitive you are, you ain't getting up that hill. Not without double jump. But like, you have to, that is probably the purity test. Can you climb the mud hill? And then it's basically you walk through one of those like narrow things, and then you're down in the big room full of water, and then you put the MacGuffin in, and then a door, then the mirror door opens, and then he touches that, and then that's what leads him into the Force vision. So I don't think there was any special thing about the room he was in. It was just he needed the MacGuffin in order to access.
That's right. Yeah. Yeah, you're right. So he touches that's the test that lets him get the holocron.
Yeah,
it's
right
not
there.
Entering the.
So you gotta walk through that. You gotta Darth. You gotta walk through. There you go. You gotta walk through that.
It's like the fourth time that we've gone to this temple.
Hold on. Watch, because I'm doing this on purpose. So that right there is another reason why I think I was saying you had to have this special purity knowledge or something, because like literally if you go through the thing from the wrong direction, it doesn't work. You have to go through it from the front. But I'm sure just reading too much into it at this point.
No,
you would do that.
Yeah.
Yeah, only you would be like,
I don't think it's a purity test. I think that's the game devs going, who's going to go through this from the back?
Yeah, and also like if the point of ingress is down and diagonal, if you came at it from the other way, you'd miss it.
Yeah. Physics.
Like that, just physics makes sense there.
Yeah, I remember talking about it when I first did this level, and I was like, what are you supposed to do in this room? Because you just go through the other side, and y'all were like, no, you go into a cave. And I'm like, no, you don't.
God, it's unbelievable how much video games are not.
Oh, man, so like, there's a lot of times, have you ever played Portal, Darth? My God, you should if you haven't.
I think I've played like a demo. I've played it at one point, but not extensively.
Okay, well, you definitely should, but there's a lot of times in there where you have to sort of remind yourself of what would they logically do? Like, it doesn't make, like, if you're really stuck and you're trying to figure something out, it's like, it doesn't make sense for them to set it up where where this really convoluted thing that I'm thinking of is the solution.
Yeah.
It doesn't make sense that they would set it up that way. So that's probably not it. Yeah.
Yeah.
I love that you did that, Darth. That's great.
It's very on brand for you, I feel. Yeah. There's not really you mentioned the this is another anecdote about something terrible that happened.
Well, this is actually more of a question for David to find out if your boss fights ended up all being this easy or not.
What the hell is that?
That's one of the side bosses. You just pushed him off?
Yeah.
That's Revictor. Interesting.
That's on Dathomir?
No, that's Bogano.
There's multiple.
I don't remember fighting him at all.
No, you have to go back and there's a side room and stuff.
Oh, is that where you have to go through the fans?
Yeah. That was when the Darth was stuck on early on, and then I was like, you have to come back.
I still don't understand that. I'll look through and find it again, but like the purpose of that room still just confuses the heck out of me. was like you jump up, you get the chest, and then you can examine. Oh wait, there's the room. And then you could examine the little ball thing.
This room, I gave up on this room. I was like, nope, I'm not that interested. I could not figure this room out.
I'm not surprised. It's one of those ones that like is mystifying until you figure it out.
But so it looks like you're supposed to pull the ball down or something, but you don't do anything. You could adjust all of the fans. You could like force freeze them. You could go down to the bottom and turn off the fans at the bottom. But like no combination of anything causes the ball to drop. The ball is just up there.
You can. I promise you can.
Okay.
So my
swinging.
My experience in this room is very similar to Darth's of trying to figure out how to make it work, and then Va was making fun of me, etc. And then I was like, I don't need to do this. This is a side quest. Like we've already done what we came here to do, and I want to go to Fortress Inquisitorius, not waste my time trying to drop this ball or whatever the hell I get out of it.
I got to figure it out now because it's probably been like 2 solid hours of me in this room trying to figure out what you're supposed to do with the fans and what order you need to do them in and all this stuff. So
it's not, I will say this, it is something that like, I think the first time I did end up Googling it, I was like, I can't figure this out. So.
Yeah, but someone forbade us from Googling anything, so
I told you after 2 sessions ago you were allowed to Google again because the twist was revealed. So if you're not Googling now, that's on you, I think. Let's not blame the producer for your mistakes, okay?
Who else are you gonna blame? That's how it works.
That's true. That's true.
That's what the producer's for.
Taking L's left and right. Okay, do you guys want to talk about anything else on Bogano, or should we get to the big time conclusion?
I don't think I had anything else on Bogano, no. It was a pretty quick stop.
There was a lot of little dialogue starting off the level, but I don't really remember any of it offhand. This is how I tend to talk to people. I don't know about you guys, but
Darth, you're a menace. You're a menace. She's like, what the fuck is wrong with this kid?
Yeah, I loved trying to see how far I could get their necks to turn around. But yeah.
I was thinking about something that you said earlier. Don't ever play Mass Effect 1. It would take you 5 years to complete that game.
Yeah, 1,000. Frankly, any BioWare game.
Because like that game by itself is easily 40 to 60 hours, and yeah, that for you that would be years to get through there. Very good game. Highly recommend it to anybody except for you.
Except you, yeah. I mean that, or if you ever play KOTOR, if they ever like finish that remaster, which it seems like they won't. If you ever play KOTOR, just be prepared for like that's a game that will reward this kind of nonsense. And there are like entire levels on that where it's like, oh, you're on this like Wookiee planet or whatever, and there's like a critical path, and then you can spend up to like maybe 20 hours doing side stuff. Mm-hmm. And like I guarantee you would just like you would play that game forever.
Well, that's gonna be my life now.
Yeah, it's just Darth playing all of the Knights of the Old Republic games. Like, Darth, what are you doing this weekend? Still playing KOTOR.
Well, you say you played Destiny. Did you ever look into SWTOR? The MMO Star Wars game.
That's the one that's kind of laid out like Age of Empires, right?
No, it's made by BioWare. It's Star Wars: The Old Republic.
Yeah, I gotta line this one up just right.
It's not SWTOR, but we call it SWTOR.
No, I guess I'm not sure.
It's otherwise confusing because Knights of the Old Republic is KOTOR. They should have chosen a different
KOTOR
name.
and SWTOR. Yeah, so Star Wars. So it's like essentially you can choose to be a Sith character or you can choose to be a Jedi character. So it's when the Sith Empire existed. So you have like the 2 different tracks and everything like that. And it's actually it's free to play. Well, not really, but yes. And it's the sort of, yeah. And they're like, it's the most heavily story based MMO that I've ever played. A lot of really good stuff in there, but
It's
anyway.
it's no KOTOR 2, but it's probably like one of the more interesting. Just the volume of stuff there is to go through and how interesting the story stays is pretty cool.
Yeah.
Yeah. Man, we should do KOTOR one day. Just ruin your life. Okay, let's. Could you imagine?
Yeah, I've never
that's
played it.
another
I've
game.
heard all about it. I've never played it.
It's on my list.
Yeah.
And I really want to play
It's
all the
something you can't-
Bioshocks, actually. I just don't know if I'd survive them.
Oh my god, you haven't played Bioshock? Oh, you should play Bioshock. I have a list of games that I want to like play on stream with you guys, and like the Bioshock games are up there.
That was
Damn, that'd be fun.
I think as I've gotten older, like there have been, like when I was younger, I think when I was younger and I didn't have much of a budget, like I would get a game and I would play the shit out of that game. Like the original Medal of Honor, I played that. I could probably log in and probably do that one of those levels with my eyes closed. Even now, I haven't touched that game in like 30 years, but I played so much of that game. And like Bioshock, I think was one of the last games that I actually played the shit out of. That was so good. And the level design in there might be a bit problematic for you, Darth.
Never thought I'd be so happy.
And
That's why I thought we might need to play it together.
they're not linear, but like the first game, oh my god, it's so good. Aside from the boss fight, the final boss fight, it's so good up until then.
And I genuinely think the second one's really, really good too. I don't think it gets enough heat for how good it is.
I own it. I've never played it.
Interesting.
That's true about half of my game library.
That's called being an adult. It's like you just never play anything that you own. Yeah, I mean, and then Infinite is a whole other conversation.
I pre-ordered that Harry Potter game, and it was like months before I actually like sat down and played it. I was very sad about that. Anyway, we want to go on to chapter 6.
Yeah, let's do it.
All right, so Cal and BD dive underwater, deeper into the inky blackness. I like that you put that in there, because the approach to Fortress Inquisitorius, as lame as of a name as that is just awesome.
It's awesome.
Until the Great Fortress comes into view, Cal fights through waves of stormtroopers, commits property damage, and eventually comes to the final meditation point of the game. Do you want to talk about this first before we get to the rest of it?
Yeah. All I'm saying is he does some damage to this here fortress that seems unnecessary to me. He's flooding chambers, he's breaking glass, shattering consoles, destroying machine guns. He's a menace.
So I feel like this level was more combat based than any other, less puzzle based, more combat based, less puzzle based. I had a lot of, as much as I don't like the combat, I had a lot of fun with it on this.
Yeah, I did too.
The absence of puzzles is what works for me. I know that's the whole shtick. I understand that. But the absence of puzzles and just like that it's a straight shot, I think for me makes it one of the more interesting levels.
And I think
they start to do that in the second game as well.
And one of the parts that you left out of your description here prior to when we have the Trilla confrontation is when Cere gets her hallway scene. Only it's we get a horizontal view of her hallway scene.
Oh, she has her badass moment. Yeah.
Yeah. I thought that was
it's cool.
So
she's a cool character.
As a side note, because you just mentioned puzzles, I don't know why, but this thing was like one of the most difficult ones that I've ever had to do in this game. And I knew what to do for a change, and I just couldn't make it happen. I spent so long trying to get this cable and plug it into something. And I couldn't make it stay where it needed to be. And
buddy, good lord. I mean, oh god, okay. I mean, you can see where it needs to go. It's not that. That's not. Also, you've done tons of these before. You know that you plug it in, then you press a button, and you're like, I'll press the button first. Good grief. You're trying the same thing. Why are you trying the same thing? You were so close that time. This is infuriating to watch. Why are you doing the same thing if it's not working? Oh, this is painful. Is he going to do it this time? Thank God.
The bad thing, this was the second recording. I had already struggled with it in an entire different recording for many minutes.
Except the game teaches you this mechanic like a dozen times. You just have not learned that lesson. I staunchly refuse to learn this lesson, game.
Yeah.
Well, see, that's also an instance of where you have to step back and go, they wouldn't design it like this. You know what I mean? Like what I was saying earlier.
Yeah. Yeah, that is certainly an instinct you develop over time.
I think something that we missed is there not a conversation? Well, so prior to diving into the inky blackness, there's a couple of important things that happen. I think, like, first of all, you have Merrin cloaking the ships. Like, that's her whole reason for being there, is to cloak the ship, so that because that was one of the first thoughts that I had. I'm like, there's like 8 billion Star Destroyers around this planet. Like, how the hell are they going to get in there? And of course, she's like, Night Sister magic. And I'm like, okay, that works. But then, I mean, you can even see it on the star map. But then, is there not a conversation where he's like, Cere, now you got to get back in the game? Because prior to this, like, she's made him do all the heavy lifting because she's cut herself off from the Force.
I think that may have been when she knights him at the end of the last game, the last level there. And then it may be there that she says something about, like, I'm going to go with you in this final battle. Mm-hmm. I don't know that she says it here, because it looks like she's already, planning to go with at this point.
Yeah, there's some conversation there, I think.
Yeah, that sounds right. I'm just looking through the transcript now. I mean, they have that conversation about, like, how they're going to get through the defenses and stuff like that. And then Merrin's like, I can help. And she said, I'm trying to find the exact line of dialogue. Cal's like, let's go. And Cere's already making preparations. And Cere says, once we're inside, I'll engage at defense level. And then sabotage the sentence so the Mantis can extract us. You find the holocron. I don't know if they ever have a conversation where he's like, hey, you need to get back in the game.
I'm betting it was
that
here.
May have happened here.
I'm betting it was here in this the end of this scene, because she walks away with such purpose. Granted, I could just turn up the audio and we would know, but that's too easy.
There's no way of knowing, so.
Oh, I mean, I don't think there's anything really more to say about it other than it happened, or I guess, like, what that means for that character.
It's also a really interesting thing I was waiting for us to talk about, because it looks like her mindset was, I'm going back into this, but I'm not going as a Jedi. I'm going to use that anger, which I thought was a really interesting choice.
Was that? I don't think that was her point, though, because, like, her whole thing was that she cut herself off from the Force because she went to the dark side, and she didn't want, like, just like, she's in, Dark Side Users Anonymous or something. Like, she doesn't want to go back in there again. Yeah,
but there were some bits of dialogue when they were going in, and maybe they were just having her come across as intense, but it came across as angry to me, and like the dialogue made it seem like she was saying, don't worry about me, I can take this. And it's like I said, it felt to me like they were setting it up like she was just going to be using the dark side because she needed it.
I don't think so, and the reason I would say that is because of the later scene with Vader where she is using the dark side, and he's like, no, don't do that. And then she's like, oh, shit, I'm using the dark side again.
Yeah, I think perhaps they're splitting the uprights on this, where the idea might be that it's not necessarily that she is, leaning into it or relying on it, but perhaps that she's accepted that whatever that transgression was, like the Force is this thing beyond these questions of like light and dark, and she needs to accept what she's done in order to step back into the world and like rejoin and do her part. And so maybe it isn't so much that like she's explicitly leaning on the dark side or is going to explicitly use the dark side, but perhaps that is no longer a going concern for her because there are more important things than her own kind of internal questions of morality or internal questions of damnation. Like there's something bigger at stake here than herself. That's kind of how I read it. Is sort of that moving past that question and stepping up to the plate and letting that be what it was, kind of thing. That's my kind of reading anyway.
All right, so moving on from there, Trilla, after you go through all of that, property damage and some jumping around, etc., Trilla awaits inside an eerie chamber. Cal and Trilla duel. With her back against it, Trilla unleashes her anger, disappointed by her lack of performance. Darth Vader steps into the room and executes Trilla in an amazing, awesome, iconic fashion. And then, unable to hold his own against Vader, Cal has no choice but to flee the vicious Sith Lord. That's an interesting combination of words. A vicious Sith Lord. Say that.
Yeah, say that 3 times. Yeah.
Just as things look dire for Cal, Cere steps in and fends off Vader long enough for the duo to escape. All right. We'll talk about this for a minute.
Yeah. I mean, do you want to elaborate on do you want to set up the fight and then elaborate on the Vader piece? Because I think there's a lot to unpack there.
You're probably gonna have to talk about the fight because I don't remember much about it other than you got her to a certain amount of I remember getting her to a certain amount of health and then then going to the cutscene. And I think it was one of those situations where I don't think I was thinking ahead of this is where Darth Vader comes in. But the second that it happened, the second you hear the the breathing, I'm like, of course he's here. Makes absolute sense, And so the way that he comes, or I guess to talk about the fight, I remember it being fun. It didn't take me more than one try. Again, I'm on story mode, but I think I was really trying to lean into the mechanics of the combat in the game for this part. So and because this level is so combat heavy, I think I was well tuned up for the actual fight with her, and probably also from the Malicos fight, like you said. So it really wasn't that bad, and I was it was kind of fun. And then now Darth had mentioned they're not really susceptible to force power, so I always just use them as an interrupt because they're effective that way. They charge up one of their red or their blurry attacks and you just hit them with jump and they're just ugh,
Mm-hmm. Interesting. Darth, what about you? How did this fight treat you?
No, I had pretty much the same experience where I've been trying to actually learn the mechanics and use them, and Malicos was the first real attempt at that, and then so fighting Trilla after that felt a lot more natural. I adored the way they did the cinematic, and you just see this look of terror on Trilla's face as Vader approaches because she just knows that she's dead.
When he sort of has her frozen, right? He's sort of holding her in place, kind of thing, is the implication.
Is it?
I think so.
I thought she was frozen in fear.
Yeah, I didn't get him holding her, but there's a right before he comes in, because Cal has her defeated at this point, and he's kind of making making a pitch about you can come back from.
Cere says that she needs to be the one to do it, whether that means just outright kill her or what, but Cere is the one talking to her.
But they really nailed it's an impressive moment in technology that the absolute fear on her face when you hear Darth Vader come in is they did that so well, because I think she's in the middle of saying something and then you hear him coming. And she doesn't say anything else after that except for avenge us.
Yeah.
Yeah, I have let me read you the little transcript here because I think they capture this moment incredibly. Shout outs to this transcript as well. It's incredibly good. It's, Fallen Order, the incomplete official novelization. It's just a transcript, but it's great. So Cere goes, "I failed you. I'm so very sorry." Trilla struggles to her feet. "Trilla, I've carried so much hate for you." Smoke begins to rise from the torture area behind her. There is a loud thump as something lands. A moment of silence that stretches an eternity, and then a heavy, mechanical breath. The sound of steps. A dark shadow emerges from the smoke. An armored man clad in black. Trilla shivers with fear. Cal, that doesn't look good. Cere, it isn't, it's him. The dark shadow jumps down onto the platform behind Trilla. Cere and Cal ignite their lightsabers. Darth Vader, you have failed me, Inquisitor. Trilla, avenge us. He strikes her down, and then they flee. But I like how simple this setup is. You get this you get the kind of the build up, and then it just immediately breaks bad. And yeah, you're right. The fact that she just kind of seizes up completely and she knows she's dead. And that you get that conveyed on her face. And some of that is that we're playing kind of it's not remastered, but this is the post PS4 graphics. They have the much better textures and stuff like that. You can see it a lot more clearly. But it is the acting is sensational here, and the way that they've been able to translate that is incredible.
Now, one thing that really I did not like about this fight was how Cere was handled when she just jumps at Vader and he just and she goes over the edge. Which on one hand, I love that from his perspective, because that's just wicked cool for him to so easily just throw her aside like that. But it also just degrades her competentness so much, which actually kind of takes me back to this room and this fight, which I also wish they would have done differently, because she misses the first 5 shots so badly. They don't even go in, they hit the roof. She is shown to be such a utterly bad fighter here. The throw-in lightsaber it makes one guy fall over. She throws her weapon away and runs directly at 2 of them. Everything about this fight, if I'm analyzing it, I'm I don't think she's a good fighter.
Shooting stuff on the ceiling?
There's nothing up there that I could see. I sat there and looked at this. I'm what would she actually be shooting? What did she throw the saber at? It made the guy dodge, and then she didn't have a weapon against the 2 guys who were flailing at her. She had the gun.
She kills a 4th guy off screen with that lightsaber throw.
Does she?
You hear it connect with a dude, yeah. So I see your point.
But there were multiple things, and then you get to the Vader part, and he instantly defeats her, and I'm these 2 things together now have degraded my opinion of this character. Versus all of the scenes with his master were choreographed extremely well, and show just a different level of competency, which, she's supposed to be retired for however many years.
She's been out of the game for a decade.
Well, so my response to that would be, first of all, don't get caught up in the minutia of where she's shooting in there, because that's not what you're supposed to be looking at. When people dissect the throne room scene, they're not looking at the right stuff. But are you familiar with the trope of Worf getting his ass beat in Star Trek? Not trope, but meme or whatever.
I am.
Yeah. So
Darth's not a Star Trek kid, though.
Okay. Well, are you familiar with Star Trek at all?
I actually am a moderately big Trekkie. But okay. I'm trying to remember. I know he's head of security, and I know he was always going on the ground missions. But I don't know that I've seen him get. Actually, I don't know that I've seen him win a whole lot of battles. Now that I think about it.
Exactly. So the whole idea behind the whole, there's a great YouTube channel called, God, I forget his name. I'll have to text you afterwards. But I haven't watched in a long time. But he had a whole breakdown on this, on the whole idea of Worf is actually a crappy fighter, because he gets on screen, he gets his ass beat all the time, and off screen is where he has all his heroics, where he comes back from the Batleth tournament on Omicron 9. Or something like that, where he finished first master or something like
Omicron.
That. And I don't know. I'm just pulling
that was a Futurama word.
So there you go. So Rigel 7 or something. But no, that's the Pleasure Planet. But
that's one of them. Yeah. That is the Pleasure Planet. That's a fun one.
Yeah. So the point is, like, all his heroics, or at least up until we get to DS9 and then the new Picard series, most of, like, pretty much all of his badassery happens off screen. And on screen, he gets his ass kicked all the time. And the reason that happens is to illustrate how powerful the enemy that he's dealing with is. And that's the point. That's the point of that. It's not to take away from him. It's to build them up. So, like, the fact that, like, Vader could just go like boop and then, like, knock her over, like, that is an illustration. Like, I would say, like, that perfectly leads into how they designed that sequence, which is that it is not a boss fight. That boss fight is you need to run. That is the only way you're dealing with this. And I thought that, like, while that was happening, I'm going, this is so perfect. Because
it's awesome, isn't it?
You can't have a fight with Vader. First of all, because you can't beat him canonically. But how awkward would that be if, like, Cal Kestis beats Darth Vader, like, before, like, 10 years before A New Hope happens.
And then he puts on the armor and he takes the he takes the place.
No, he's like, now, oh man, that would be true. He's like, because that now, Luke, Obi-Wan lied to you. Like, I killed your father. Or no, I did kill your father because I'm not your father.
Boom, bitch. Yeah. We did it. We fixed Star Wars.
Yeah, there we go. No. So, like, I think it plays perfectly into, he's so powerful that he just knocks Cere aside like that, and you can't fight him. You have to run. That's your only option.
Yeah, and, like, I like the way this is reinforced immediately, where, like, he doesn't even bother, like, Cal, immediately after this, Cal charges at him, and he doesn't even, like, bother to deflect him. He just freezes him. Just, like, it's the easiest thing in the world. It's so, and then starts to choke him, right? It's so simple for, this is not even worthy of Vader's attention in this moment. He's just like, if I can recruit this kid, I will. If not, I'll just ace him. Like, he's so disinterested that he goes, what does he say? He says, you'd be wise to surrender and then submit. And then Cal sort of does a little trick by, breaking an exhaust pipe, and, BD manages to help him get away. But it's this, if you haven't played it, you basically then just run the fuck away from this guy who's trying to murder you. And it has that feeling of, like, now, Darth, I'm curious if you did this, because it seems like something you would do. Did you let Cal get murdered multiple times just to see all the different animations?
I ironically did not even think about that.
Oh, it's the one time where they did it just for you. They got you a little treat.
They're like, somebody is gonna try to fight him. So we better animate that.
Yeah, you should. I'm sure someone has, like, a YouTube montage or something. But they've got all these, like, custom animations of Darth Vader slaying Cal in all kinds of different interesting ways. It's honestly kind of sick.
So one of the really cool aspects of this escape sequence is that there's a very, very long flat. Yeah, right here. There's a very long flat walkway to get to this area. And then when you turn around, there it is. And then when you turn around, he's just crumpling the environment in front of you. And it's all being manipulated into the level design that we've had to deal with. Like, this turns into a slide, and then we go into a wall run, then a double jump. And I just thought the way that they did all this was just really, really good.
Mm-hmm. It's a sick moment. Like, this chase is great. And then
there you go.
I don't think you needed to kill that guy.
That's 100%. I did the same thing. And then you go into the lightsaber through the elevator that gets away.
It's great. Vader's so cool here. We talk a lot about the fact that, like, in the original trilogy, part of what makes Vader work is that he's not on screen a lot. And when he is, he's always doing something deeply intimidating or scary. He's sort of he is this larger than life kind of golem that could be in any shadow, right? He could be behind every door that you open. And that's sort of what makes him this intimidating force. And I think they perfectly capture that here. He has 2 lines of dialogue this whole time. 3, maybe, 3, 4, 5, 6, 6. So in 6 lines of dialogue, he is this larger than life character. Purely from them just having him, like, I mean, there's that moment when he first, after he flicks Trilla off the thing, and Cal is just like overwhelmed by just the amount of power that he senses radiating off this dude. Like it just like completely destroys his ability to think properly. There's something really great about the way that's communicated through the performances and how simple the framing of Darth Vader is in this moment. And yeah, that sequence is great. The way that the narrative and the ludology come together, and it's sort of, he's trying to kill you and you have to use those tools that you've learned and kind of perfected to escape. And then you get kind of the confrontation with Cere as well, where she kind of jumps in and helps out. But it's a pretty spectacular sequence.
I thought it was really interesting that your description of Vader there immediately reminded me of Voldemort. Like, for the most part, you only ever heard the characters talk about him, and you rarely ever saw him. And when you saw him, he was doing something incredibly intimidating. And it's just like those characters are so similar in how they were presented.
Well, one of the things that, or one of the reasons why I think you see a lot of people, or you've seen the reactions to, like, there's that the video of the girl watching Rogue One, where she just like burst into tears at the end of the hallway scene in Rogue One. Is because have you never seen this? It's great. I'll send it to you.
I'm
but
not,
like,
I'm not online.
All right. So,
I thought you were about to say, I'm not a Star Wars nerd, and I was about to be.
Well, anyway, I think the reason behind that is, and I think a lot of people that poo-poo Star Wars, or at least the people that latched onto the sequels, but disagreed with the people that didn't like the sequels, who were fans of the original Star Wars. There's the common complaint is like, oh, they just want hallway scenes, and I think they don't understand what was special about that scene, is that Darth Vader's this larger than life figure that you were talking about, and his on-screen time is fairly low in the original movie, and he doesn't really do anything that crazy. But this is the visualization of the stuff that we knew he could do but have never seen, and that's what made it so special, is that you knew he was capable of these things. We'd never seen it happen.
Yeah, it was the same thing with Yoda in Attack of the Clones. Like, we were freaking out. It wasn't so much that the animation was that cool. It was, we are seeing Yoda fight. Like, I vividly remember, like, me and my best friend were like jumping up and down in the theater, standing up and like jumping up and down. And we're like, Yoda's fighting. And it's like, we weren't talking about the CG, we weren't talking about how real it looked. It was just that this iconic character is doing something that we've never seen before.
The part of what makes that moment in Rogue One work is the thing that makes like these villains so intimidating is that it's even the threat of them getting in the ring. It's not them fighting that's the problem. It's even the conception of getting in the ring with them is such a terrifying prospect that, like, they don't have to fight, right? And that's part of what makes Vader so great in those original stories, is until he draws his saber on Luke that first time in that second film, you have no idea what he's capable of. And that Rogue One moment is sort of like, okay, this is why regular people don't get in the ring with this dude. Like, you have to be on not just like another level, you have to be like another species to even compete with this guy in the ring. And that's kind of what I like about this moment too, is it's just reinforcing that same question of Darth Vader. I suppose the corollary to that with Yoda in Attack of the Clones is the difference for me at I'm not saying about the moment and its impact. I mean, sort of at a schematic level with what this is doing from the big bad fighter guy of the goodies and the big bad fighter guy of the baddies, right? The kind of penultimate warriors in these different teams. I think the difference with Yoda is that in that moment, it never feels to me, and perhaps this is only reinforced by the Sidious fight in the film after that. It doesn't feel to me that Yoda fights the way I would expect Yoda to fight. Not the flips necessarily, although partially that. But like, it doesn't feel like he has 3 or 4 moves he can pull out to immediately ace this guy. It doesn't feel to me that there's something about Yoda that he's not doing something no one else can do in this moment. And that's probably where I think it kind of bifurcates from the impact that the Vader scene in Rogue One has, particularly in that story, where Gilroy makes the choice to have everyone in that story be a dude, basically. Everyone is a dude on the ground level trying to get this thing done. And then you have this super warrior come in and just slay a bunch of normal guys. And it feels to me that I would have... That moment with Yoda would have hit more for me if he'd done something and we went, oh shit, no one else is even capable of approaching this thing or doing this move or even conceiving of this move. And instead, like, he just has a forced dick swinging contest and then a lightsaber fight. And like, that's the same thing that happens with Sidious. And it's fun and I like it. It just, I feel like it misses a trick there that perhaps could have been done differently to communicate something unique about Yoda and what makes him powerful, in the same way that the Rogue One scene and this scene communicate something specific about what makes Darth Vader powerful. And so too in Revenge, when is that the right film? Yeah. In Revenge, when Anakin, the second that Obi-Wan gets knocked out, he goes like beast mode and aces Dooku. And it's like, oh, he does have it like this. And then when you see him, fight like that later as Vader, it's like, yeah, like this guy always had this. He just had to hold back because he wasn't supposed to use the dark side. He wasn't supposed to unleash his full power. And I feel like Yoda's missing something in that space that we do perhaps see a bit more in the Clone Wars TV show, I guess. But
I'm going to agree with both of you in that you're both talking about the same scene and the same thing in different ways. And I think Darth is talking about the emotional impact as a fan and the coolness of seeing that moment. And I think you're tapping into why that moment, or at least for me, or like that moment doesn't hit the same way that it does in Rogue One, as part of the overall story, I guess.
I'll make it.
Going back to what we're talking about right here.
Feel you.
After you escape, Vader comes out of nowhere and confronts you. As he's allowed to do because he's a bad guy.
I didn't like it. I still didn't like it. How did he teleport there?
He knows where the elevators are. Never mind him. How did Cere get there? Because just as things look dire for Cal, Cere steps in and fends off Vader long enough for the duo to escape. And this is the problem I have with what's happening right here is this is another example of the way that lightsabers are not fatal anymore. Mm-hmm. Or though at least he got stabbed off to the side. But the thing is, where did she come from? You know?
Yeah. I mean, it's
like bad guys are allowed to do that. Good guys aren't.
And that was one of the issues I had with the way that he quote unquote killed her when he pushed her off of the side and into the lava. And I was like, she's not dead. She's going to come back. Yeah. And so like, I would have preferred that she face him in a different way and he dispatch her in a different way, or even she just escapes alongside Cal, because the fake out of her dying is just a trope that is done in every single story like this. And it's just kind of annoying.
Yeah. There were two thoughts that I had when he did the little flick and like sent her over the side. The first one was like, oh shit, she's like, she's dead like that easy. And I was thinking, and in the story part of my brain is thinking, that seems, on the one hand, that seems just like a really weak, unearned death. for a very important character in the story. On the one hand, on the other hand, this is the illustration of how powerful he is. And then on the third hand, we didn't see a body, so she's probably still alive. And then she comes back. So yeah.
Yeah, there's a thing. Okay, I want to try and explain the difference between a story beat and a story twist, because I think it's probably germane to this issue, right? Something can happen in a story that changes the characters in some fundamental way and progresses the sort of overall thing that's happening. And an actual character death is usually that, right? A character death will often change the characters around. It'll change the question of what's available in the story to solve the problem in front of them. And it will, generally speaking, if it's done well in a story, it will change their protagonist's worldview, or the degrees of possibility that the protagonist is willing to access and use, right? If you think about Gandalf's death at the end of the first Lord of the Rings story, that if you ignore the fact that he comes back, right, that by itself changes the Fellowship. That basically breaks the Fellowship, right? That's when Frodo decides that he's going to leave, and then Sam comes with him, and then everybody else scatters to the wind. That fundamentally changes every character that it impacts, and even changes Gandalf literally, right? He becomes sort of he's elevated to a different level of the mayor. And then if you think about a twist in a story is usually something when you know what it is, it either recontextualizes what happened or takes away some kind of aspect of the enjoyment. So what you're talking about where it's like Cere's death is a fake out, if you know she's coming back, which because we've seen stories before, it just loses any impact it could have had. The second she gets swiped off the board, it's like, oh, okay, right. I think that a different way to make that work is if you don't change anything else, but you maybe have Cal in this moment tap into the dark side or do something in response to this that suggests it has changed him, I think it would sell it more. Mm-hmm. We still probably would suspect she'd come back, but it would at least give it an impact. Instead, it just does what you said, which is the second she shows back up, you're like, well, that's annoying. Like, why even bother?
And there's no like quantifiable reason to explain how he was able to escape from Vader. But if you were able to say, oh, he used the dark side, got a sudden burst of power, and then like pushed Vader back a step or something, and then that let him get out of the door, then everything ties together so much better.
Mm. Yeah, and he would commit the same transgression to save her that Cere committed to save Trilla. And you'd get that nice symmetry of like master, like apprentice, right? If one of the biggest questions of Star Wars is like in the Jedi, the fact that they give these people apprentices is like a fundamental problem. You end up having this kid imprint on you, and all of your mistakes imprint on them, and that's how you get kind of the legacy of Dooku through Qui-Gon, and then Qui-Gon through Obi-Wan, and then Obi-Wan through Vader. That's how you get Darth Vader through this kind of system of the mistakes kind of being, it's inherited trauma, right? The mistakes being passed on. Like in this moment, Cal could make the mistake, but but he could make the wrong choice for the right reason. And that's like a super compelling character question that would then set up all these questions for the next story that you want to tell of like, how does he reconcile with that choice? What conversations might they be able to have about that choice that she made now that he made the same choice to save her? Right? Like those to me are really compelling things in your story that you can put here that would have a great impact and a great conclusion, and then leave room later for you to pick those up and kind of move those in interesting directions.
Yeah, that's interesting because that's one thought that I have about like society, and I assume that everyone has this thought that, XYZ that my parents did, I hate that, and I'm not going to do that, and I'm not going to raise my kids to do that or think that way or whatever. And then I'm like, if everyone has this thought, and so my parents had that thought about their parents, and their parents had that thought about their parents, So how is our society not approaching perfection when every generation is thinking, I'm going to fix this thing that they screwed up? And then our kids are thinking we screwed up, and then their kids are thinking they screwed up. How is it not constantly improving? And that
So, are you you're familiar with the comedy of Patton Oswalt?
comedy of what?
Patton Oswalt? I might have cut out there.
I know the name.
All right. So, well, he did some stuff back in like the early 2000s, and one of the bits that he has is that it's your responsibility as a parent to be boring, therefore you will have a cool kid. And his rationale behind that is that he's like, I grew up in like, suburban Northern Virginia, and my dad was like ex-military, and he was super boring and very strict and all of that. And because of that, I was like, fuck you, Dad, like I'm gonna listen to like this grunge rock and this and all this, and get into all these like artsy cool things like as a rebellion. And that drove him to be get into develop the interest that he had and everything. And then being older, he's like, it's my responsibility to now be boring so that my daughter turns out the same way as me. And because he says like the rationale behind that is that a lot of the other kids that he knew who grew up in that area did not have boring parents. They had parents that would like get high with them and be like, do all kinds of other and be quote unquote cool parents. And so those kids grew up, and he's like so those kids grew up and they ruined everything. Because they grew up and they were real boring parents, like, and took away the fun out of put warning labels on everything and stuff like that. So I think the answer is that like whatever generation comes after you is going to rebel against whatever idea that you have.
David, you got 20 minutes on this topic? I'm just bracing myself.
I could talk about this for like 20 hours. I mean, the simplest explanation is like to pick at the kind of fundament of what Rye is getting at. There's a certain flavor of neoliberalism in America that is what Rye was just describing, which is like, if you're just cool about everything, you demystify everything, then you can start to put constraints on everything in order to protect people from making mistakes with things. And it's like conservatism without regulation, which is like, if we just apportion off everything that could hurt you and make it a known quantity, then like everything will be fine. And then your kids will be fine and they won't make any mistakes and they'll be fine. And then what you get is like a series of people who feel who can't, they're not free to make mistakes because everything is sort of hemmed in, or in order to make a mistake, you have to go so far outside of the bounds of like what is socially acceptable that you're into some whole other problem. I think it's complicated. I mean, I think the truth, if the nitty gritty truth about it is like, if you're making decisions that are reactionary, so if you're saying like, fuck you, I don't want to be like my parents, then you're not making productive choices. And I think it's beholden to an education system to generate a sufficiently educated electorate to understand that, working through those questions of self and identity, and kind of like mental well-being, in order to move from that place of making reactionary choices into making proactive choices that are productive and that are considered, that are for your benefit, not in reaction to something else. It's like, that's how you would in theory move into that space of having, an increasingly perfect society. And that is what you see in a lot of the kind of Scandinavian countries where that has been the name of the game for, 100 years or whatever. And it helps that a lot of them got a bunch of money, post World War II. But, that is the name of the game is if you can move away from that, fuck you, mom and dad space into, okay, well, what kind of person do I want to be? How do I want to shape my life and shape the lives of those around me? That is how you move as a society into that mode of progressive improvement instead of what we're seeing, which is like cyclical regression, right? I was talking to someone at work about this with smoking, right? Where our generation is like, none of us smoke because it's like that was our parents quit smoking pretty much, if your parents smoked, the chances are they quit just after you were born or right around you were born, just time-wise. That was when all of the revelations about big tobacco became well-known and well-marketed. The regulations came in. And now all these kids are reacting to the fact that, like, our generation as parents are like, you shouldn't smoke, it's really bad for you. And now they've got all these e-vapes and this, they've got all these different modes of repeating the same mistake that we saw our parents make and we learned from. And so it's sort of, there are these cycles in certain things that seem inescapable unless you empower the kids growing up to not make those mistakes by like making sure those questions of mental well-being and kind of psychology are part of the conversation and are kind of indelibly part of your education system. And if you want a civic system that functions well as a democracy, there's that old saying that democracy only works if the people in the democracy believe in it. And part of that is believing that democracy exists to make progressively the people in it safer, smarter, healthier, happier, more connected, more educated, more able to make art, creativity, progress the culture forward. And that all comes down to that question of like, what are you prioritizing at a systematic level? What are you encouraging parents to prioritize when they're raising their kids? What is the education system encouraging them to prioritize and promote? Are you promoting critical thinking? Are you promoting banning certain books, right? Felix, talks a lot about this question of like, in a healthy society, those unhealthy urges need to be acknowledged, addressed, and dealt with. If you ignore them and you say, we don't talk about that ever, that's scary, we never talk about that, then you only develop and encourage the manifestation of those desires internally in people. And you only encourage the manifestation of those desires in unhealthy eruptions of violence and unhealthy eruptions of chaos and distress, instead of acknowledging them, talking about them, and developing ways to work through them. And so for me, I think it comes down to, are you willing to acknowledge that there's bad stuff in people, bad things happen to people, people have bad impulses and bad urges. Are you willing to develop systems to deal with that? Or do you just want to, the second something bad comes up, ban it and never look at it? And it seems to me that we are in a mode at the moment where there is kind of two ways of that banning occurring that is influencing that question of like, the fuck you, I'm rebelling. And the first is sort of the conservative instinct to shut down anything you don't understand, right? So it's like, well, I don't understand queer people, or I don't understand trans people, so I'm just gonna tell our schools to never talk about that and never admit that it exists. And then there's kind of the kind of extreme progressive aspect, which is like, well, that person did things I disagree with. We should not listen to them about anything. Which is, I think, for some people, that is like a valid response. You can be like, for myself, because of the stuff they've done, I don't take them seriously as a person. I don't think they're a serious person with serious things to say. Or they've done something that I find so morally transgressive that they have excised themselves from what I think is acceptable in society. But both of those things have like the unfortunate consequence of not dealing with the underlying thing. And if you don't deal with the underlying thing, that's how you get the reactionary, fuck you, I'm going to be this, because you don't understand why that person's doing that thing. Or you don't understand why your parents are that way. Or you're not empowered to understand those things. And that's kind of my general thinking on it. I think unless you experience a lot of trauma early on and you grow up too quickly, you will inevitably end up in that cycle of rebellion, because there aren't tools out there, at least in the contemporary West education system that I think we've experienced, that would help you escape that cycle. And so that's why it doesn't progressively get better. It just stays locked in this kind of endless loop of, you just make the same mistakes a couple generations before you did.
So it's an interesting. So the initial thought was that each Jedi Master is passing on the same issues to the next generation, and that's why Anakin was so screwed up, was because of Dooku and Yoda before him. But it's not just those Guardians who are imprinting on their Padawans. It's also the Jedi religion itself. and the Jedi Council, who are in charge of their guardians. So it's whatever real life religion that you want to pick and look at, and then it's not just the parents influencing the kids, but how is their religion influencing them? How is the school influencing them outside of the guardian? And all of that is combining to form whatever issues the kid might have. That maybe it's not Qui-Gon or Dooku that was the problem. Maybe it was just the inherent tenets of the Jedi Order that everyone was being forced to stick to, and you can't be emotionless. Humans are not capable of doing that, and that's where the problems came from, and which was inherent in their religion and not in their training regimen. So
that's sort of my Vader argument, right? Like that's why, like that's exactly my thinking, right? Is yes, the fact that by the time that they find Anakin and they decide he's the one, the Sith Empire was 2,000 years ago, and they're so scared of it that they won't even say the word Sith outside of the halls of the Jedi. And when Anakin goes to Yoda for guidance, and he's like, I feel this type of way, Yoda fails him every time. Yoda always talks past him. He talks over his shoulder about responsibility and anger and fear leading to the dark side. Like, he never actually engages with Anakin on the things he's trying to deal with, in comparison to Sidious, who says the word Sith out loud, and it's like Anakin breathes out for the first time in 20 years. He breathes out for the first time since he was a slave, because finally someone is saying the thing he's been grappling with the whole time. And you see that throughout Clone Wars, the TV show, which is that for Anakin, in a very real way, Sidious is there for him in a way that only Obi-Wan is to a lesser extent. But they obviously miss each other on the highway all the time because of the ways that they both engage in vulnerability. And yeah, like the Jedi Order, and particularly under Yoda's kind of rule, or however you want to think about what his position is very much like, if you don't talk about it, it'll go away. Like, just don't, if you don't say the word Sith, this problem will solve itself. And they're just in this constant denial of these things, right? They won't even admit to the Senate that they've lost their ability to see the future. That's something we learn in that third film, is like they kind of have to go, hey, maybe it's time we told them, which implies that this has been like an ongoing conversation internally for a while. And the Jedi's mode at the moment is this, if you think about Lucas and the time all of this is happening, right? He's thinking about the ways the US are thinking about themselves and their identities, and the ways in which they kind of conduct this kind of implicit act of secrecy from the populace that they serve, in order to maintain their power and their control, because they're so afraid of losing it. And it is that kind of like system. In their case, it's a weird blend of like a monastic religion plus this other question of governance and peacekeeping, where they've blended them together, right? Which is sort of what America's done. It's like God and guns go hand in hand, right? These questions of religion bifurcate inevitably into this question of governance, where even though they're supposed to be separate, there is something there about like, it's like a divine responsibility to be in charge of the world and be peacekeepers, which is the Jedi as well, right? That's an essay I could write. There's something there, let me tell you.
So, speaking of the apprentices, taking on the mistakes, or learning from the mistakes of, or carrying on the trauma of their masters, back on the Mantis, Cal and Merrin have a moment. Ultimately, the crew decides to stay together, but rather than rebuild the Order, Cal destroys the holocron, allowing the children their own fate, which I thought was great.
At first I flipped out, and I was like, we spent the whole game trying to find this stupid thing, and then you just break it, and I wanted to punch him. And then I was like, yes, from a like story perspective, I appreciate that they did this, and it caught me totally by surprise. I appreciate that in this universe, it makes sense for the Jedi to say, yes, the Force will guide them in the direction they need to go. But at the same time, there's nobody to teach them except this guy and this woman. Like, no one else knows the Force that they're aware of. So how are the kids going to learn this power that might scare them, that might get them killed, that might get them captured and turned into Inquisitors? Like, if nothing else, they could have used the list to help protect the kids and warn them, hey, you know, if you don't learn to control your power, you're going to get turned into an evil person. You know?
So my read on that was, or a couple different things. The first one is the list is that it exists is a problem and a threat to these kids. And so that decision made complete, it made a lot of sense to me. First of all, from the standpoint of you remove that threat if you remove a significant amount of threat to these kids by just destroying the list. The second thing is they don't have, his whole thing is these kids don't have to be Jedi. You know, they can, we're going to give them the choice and the freedom to go and live their own lives. And if they're meant to be Jedi, then the Force is going to bring them to us, you know? And I thought that was really cool. We're going to give these kids a choice that I didn't have, you didn't have it.
Their destiny should be trusted to the Force.
Yeah. And in a way, isn't the holocron the friends we made along the way?
Yeah.
Isn't that the truth?
So one thing I've been kind of keen to talk about is this sequence here, where she taps into the dark side and from what it appears, she totally has Vader, and maybe he could stand up. Okay, so he does stand up. He is struggling.
Such hatred.
And a really interesting quote came out of this that I was talking with someone at work, and she was quoting Brene Brown, who does writing about courage, vulnerability, shame, and empathy. And it was specifically a quote about shame. I don't know why we were talking about that. And the quote was, "If you numb the dark, you numb the light." And I thought that was so poignant because that is one of the arguments that I have against this whole using the dark side thing, because just because you use the dark side, which taps into an immediate burst of power, doesn't mean that you automatically become an evil person and can't control it. There are people who can control using the dark side, and I dislike that Cal just immediately flips. He just loses it when he sees her doing this, and he's like, "Oh no, you're murdering babies." No, she is attacking a bad guy. It's not like she is doing something so wrong, even though I know that it's if a Jedi touches the dark side, it's the worst thing ever. I just wish that were not I don't want that to be the case.
So, do you want to go first?
I'm curious to hear your thoughts, because that's not how I read this moment.
So, I'm not coming at this from a story perspective, but more from the greater philosophical idea of how the Force works and using the dark side, is that we've seen that happen a bunch with good people. Luke does it. I think Obi-Wan does it occasionally in the Clone Wars. Then you have Rey does it all the freaking time.
Mace Windu for sure is pulling down on the dark side constantly.
Yeah. So I think it's not that you can't do it ever. It's the whole the thing of what Palpatine is trying to get Luke to do, or what he's trying to get Anakin to do, and Anakin does.
Between you and Trilla.
And what Vader is also trying to get Luke to do is that, what basically every dark side user is trying to get a light side user to, come on, just have a taste of the dark side, baby, because eventually it will consume you. It's not that you can't use it; it's that if you give into it repeatedly and in a significant way, it will consume you. Is the I don't know what the right word is there, but the philosophy behind it. And then I think that makes sense, because I always think about the line from Dumbledore in the last movie. It's you have to choose between what is right and what is easy, and the dark side is the easy way, and the normal Force is the right way, but it's not easy. And that's my Rey conundrum, is because for what is right is easy. So it's not really a challenge for her. But that's the whole idea. You can't do both, because if you go dark, eventually it will become everything.
Yeah, and that's why Cal specifically says like you still have a choice, right? It's that like if you think about the fact that like she's so scarred by this choice she made previously, she makes the same choice again here, and his point is like, but there is still a path back. If you haven't given into this yet, you can still. There is still a way back, and it's that belief there's a way back, and it's a belief that like you can still do the hard thing. That is what separates these characters from people that might fully give in one day. Now we can see a path for Cal where that could be possible, where he might, under Cere's tutelage, increasingly make the wrong choice and maybe slip further toward that. But it is, and to as much as I dislike Brene Brown for a lot of reasons, but that's a whole other conversation we can have. I think that it's just like so much of it isn't researched. It's just like her opinion. Anyway, one of the things that to me is like really interesting is, you know, dealing with the shame, like dealing with the darkness is hard and is really challenging. And that's part of what makes doing the right thing difficult. Is doing the right thing is like dealing with the fact that you have that inside you and that you're capable of that. And in not dealing with it, it has the possibility to consume you. And tapping into it, it will absolutely consume you. And that's what happens to Vader, right? Is like everyone around him is like, don't feel it. Just don't feel it. Just ignore it. And he keeps ignoring it until it's so overwhelming that the second someone gives him permission to use it, it just completely envelops him. You know, in that moment with the Mace Windu moment where he's drawn on Palpatine. It's that moment where like Palpatine gives him permission. He's like, save me. And it's like tap into that darkness to do something you think is good. And this is sort of a similar question for Cere, is like, you know, is she going to keep using this thing that could corrupt her? Or is she stronger than that? And she proves in this moment that she is stronger than that. And so I think Cal's concern is more, this is my read anyway, is more to what Ry was saying, which is like, if she does this again to fend him off, this might be that slippery slope for her. It may not be, but it could be. And Cal seems to sense some aspect of that, which is like, if in this moment when you're facing the most fearsome opponent, like the scariest question in the galaxy at the moment, if in that moment you give in to that fear again, perhaps there isn't a way back. You know, perhaps this is the fork in the road for Cere.
Yeah, I mean, it makes sense, but I think maybe it's the situation that they're in that makes it hit so differently. So right in this moment, the only thing that is saving their lives is her using the dark side. So him saying, you don't have to make this decision, you could live without doing this, is totally like not true, because like it is only the dark side that saved them.
But it is though.
But it is true, because they knock a hole. She then knocks a hole in the window, and they get out that way.
Yeah, she basically stopped. Like Vader tries to. She's holding him back, and Cal, rips the wall out, and they get away. So like it does like she can. And that's his point, is that she could have made the other choice before that moment.
Yeah.
Right.
But again, it does go back to, well, there's two things at play here. The first one is the idea that we had previously, which is that you can't fight Vader. Your only option is to run. And the second thing, it goes back to Return of the Jedi, where it's either Palpatine or Vader are like, yeah, strike me down or whatever, because the only way that you can is if you give in to the dark side, and then we have you.
Mm-hmm. Right. Yeah,
so
that's it.
Two things there.
Like, yeah. And it's especially kind of dire for her, because, you know, she's just lost her, you know, Trilla's dead finally. Like, she's finally closed that chapter. And then it's like, will she lose somebody else in this moment? And will she lose herself, right? Yeah, there you go. That little protective force bubble. It's cool.
That's light side right there.
I didn't even catch
that's
that
light
the
side
first
right
time
there.
when I played it. I don't know why I didn't.
Cal rips them all out. Yeah. So that's how making the choice to use the light side instead of the dark side.
The bigger problem there is how did they swim out?
He's got the little rebreather.
No. I mean, we're talking about fluid dynamics here. That's the water
it
rushing
would've
in.
sucked
How are they swimming out? Yeah. Because like he has to use the force to hold the water back right there.
It's a video game, guys. I don't know.
And then Merrin comes in to save the day.
No, I think
that's right. Yeah.
The break is behind where Vader is. So they came out of a hole over here. So the sucking is going this direction.
It should still be pulling
But
them back
still,
to
it should be
water, though.
pulling them in.
Yes, because the area behind them is flooding.
Yeah.
No.
Yeah. You know,
It's
sometimes
still cool. We can let
It's fine.
It's
I'm just
sick.
saying.
Also, Vader holding the water back is kind of dope.
Yeah. So, I mean, if Vader and her can magically show up there at the same time, then, you know,
this
it's all right.
part, I almost yelled at this part, and I was like, now you show up? Like, Vader has been beating us down, and now you show up right when we're just like going for a swim?
If there was ever a time for your hot girlfriend to turn up and save the day, okay, this is the moment.
Oh, I just thought of such an interesting point. Right, do you know what I'm about to say?
I would like to hear it.
How can she swim?
Oh, man. And that's what you get here on There's Always a Bigger Fish, answering the questions that nobody thought to ask.
I'll put the CinemaSins ding in for you.
Yeah, there you go.
If you grew up on Dathomir,
is there
how would you know
water on Dathomir?
That's not true. How would they drink? Come on.
I've actually...
There's got to be water on
Well,
Dathomir.
I mean, that's a Star Wars problem in general, that all planets are one thing.
They're one thing, yeah.
I'd always assumed...
Which, by the way...
Again, I don't know if everyone read like every little blurb, but one of those plants that you scan on Dathomir, it says that it collects moisture from the air and then like pools it inside, and that's how it feeds itself. So I had always pictured that that's how the Knight Brothers and everything lived there, was that they cut open those things and drank like you're cutting open a cactus and drinking the liquid, that kind of thing. But
you can do that? Is that how cactuses are?
Maybe I'm making that up, but I think that's right.
No, that could be right. We just don't really have cactuses here. So I don't really know.
What does verdant mean?
Verdant.
Verdant.
Why? What are you asking?
Well, I'm looking up.
It's just like
Dathomir also had aquatic life. Okay. Aha.
Yeah.
There was water there.
Yeah, really.
Yeah, verdant just means it has plants and grass and stuff.
Yeah, that's what I was thinking.
So there has to be water there.
Maybe.
Yeah.
Not unlike Jakku, where there is no water.
There's no water on Jakku.
No.
And why would you want to go back to Jakku, you know?
That was not true.
So you say.
Darth is fully engrossed in trying to sort out this cactus situation.
I am. But I'm gonna give it up for the moment.
It makes sense, like on paper. I've just never heard that before. Like it conceptually makes sense to me.
What? I missed that part. I was looking up verdant. What's the thing about the cactus?
Darth was like, oh, it's like a cactus where you could cut it open and sort of drink from it. And I was like, is that a thing?
Hunted down by the Empire.
Yeah.
With cactuses?
I might be one of the last of my kind.
I mean, you can't like drink from a cactus, but there's water in it. Or moisture, at least. I think you'd have to like squeeze the shit out of it.
I was only a child when they attacked.
Yeah, I don't know what story that I'm pulling from when I said that. It was probably a comedy where they went and they stuck a spigot in the side of a cactus and then they turn it on and water just comes out.
Yeah. Yeah, it's not like that.
That's a cool idea, though. I like that. I might use that at some point. That's kind of fun.
Then Malicos
It's also weird that Have
you heard of the cactus shortage that they have in Mexico right now?
secrets with him.
the what? The cactus shortage.
So the tequila is a very popular drink, and a particular part of it's, I think it is tequila, but it might not be tequila. It's called mezcal.
Mezcal.
Yeah. So the cactus that it comes from takes like 20 years to grow.
We will need
And so like there is, and there like the demand for mezcal increased by like 700% over the last decade. And so like, they have a significant problem now because the plant takes so long to grow.
Huh. There you go. That's something to think about.
Yeah.
Yep.
Huh.
So, how do we eloquently wrap this up, as it's been a project for so long, and now we have all our characters together, and they're going to be a band of adventurers and go off and do stories and whatnot?
I mean, I guess my question would be like, what would you want from another story with these characters?
I want him and Merrin to smash.
Very mature.
That's what Val wants anyway. Of course, she's still trying to seduce Halson. So,
I mean, I can't think of them doing anything but be like bounty hunter type things, because if he has like definitively said, we are not going to intervene in the lives of other people unless they want to become a Jedi, and then we'll train them. Like that's the idea. So they're not going to be hunting other kids to bring them into the fold. They're not going to be going after Inquisitors because that's just dangerous. So it's either they run and hide and try to live a normal life, which would not make a good story, so that's not going to happen, or they go off and be bounty hunters. Or
I think they could just roam around looking for trouble and they'll find it.
Get into some scrapes and some situations. Yeah, just bebop around the galaxy, you know? Nothing wrong with that. Nothing wrong with that at all. Now, there is a book between this and the second game. I was thinking about this. If we ever do play the second game, which I'm sure we will at some point, I think we should play the game and then read the book, because I was going through my notes when I first read that book and I was like, yeah, this spoils a lot of what makes that game interesting. It's one of those ones where it's like there are all these mysteries kind of set up in the game. If you read the book, you just know the answers. Just kind of weird. But no, I mean, that's interesting. I would also love like just a series of one-shot games where it's just they like bebop to a planet and deal with a complicated problem. Like that would be kind of fun. I wish more stories just were in that picaresque mode. I suppose it doesn't usually make for great franchises, but that is something I long for in an era of franchises. I want more kind of that dime novel, like 40s and 50s kind of instinct. Some really interesting stuff in that space, in the science fantasy genre at the moment. But I kind of wish Star Wars would do more of that. Like, I mean, if you think about Rogue One, while it is deeply connected to the continuity, it is also just its own little thing, and Andor's kind of also its own little thing, in some ways. And so I kind of think that this story, I would like it to do more of that. I won't foreground what happens in the next game, but suffice it to say, like, it's a Star Wars game with a capital S and a capital W. You know what I mean? So make of that what you will.
I kind of want to get it now.
Well, look, we can keep going. It's up to you. Like, I thought we might want to break. We could just I could just produce the next season. We could just go. It's we have that capability, you know?
Well, you've also got to do that other Star Wars project that we talked about.
Oh yeah, maybe we should do that first, because that's going to be a lot of work for me, I feel. Maybe we'll do that and then we'll do
Oh. It's 50% off right now.
Oh, that's not bad. We should certainly acquire it. That's not a big question.
I'm gonna go ahead and do that.
Actually, there was a big bulk sale on Steam, like just maybe after Christmas, and it had like that game. It had like Rogue Squadron and like a couple others all together.
Oh, never mind. I don't need to buy it. I already own it. When did that happen?
Yeah, you're not wrong, Darth. There is a Steam thing you can buy, which is like every Star Wars game ever made.
Yeah, I'm really fighting.
That.
Yeah,
I got mine for like $20 or something on like Ultra sale.
Yeah,
so I just have all the games.
I've tried to play Rebel Assault, and while this is one of the things that I was telling somebody, explaining to somebody about one time when they were like, we don't. Why is it like, you try to do something and you can't do it, and then like you walk away from it, then you come back and then you like boom, do it the first time. And I was like, let me tell you about the canyon run in Rebel Assault.
Oh my god!
How I failed that 1,000 freaking times, and then I was like, screw this game when I was like 8 or whatever, and then I come back to it, and it's the theory behind it is because your brain is analyzing everything that you're doing, and it's going, that didn't work, that didn't work, that didn't work, that did work, that didn't work, that did work. All that stuff that didn't work, all this stuff that did work, let's file that away.
I don't think my brain does that.
That should work. And then
I don't think your brain does that.
and then take everything that didn't work and then forget all of that. We don't need that. Just put that in the garbage can. And then, but that happens when you go to sleep or you walk away, etc. And then so when you come back, you only remember the stuff that worked.
Mm-hmm. Well, I had a similar experience, but I gave the controller to my brother, and I was like, I can't do this. And I watched him do it, and I was like, I'm never going to be able to do this. And I just never tried. I was like, I just know my limits. It's like that fucking second last level on Donkey Kong Country. Like, I just knew that I didn't have it like that, and that someone else would. Like, the only game series where I refuse to let that happen is the Souls franchise, where I'm like, I have played and beat all of them myself, and it's the only series I'm good at, and it's why I'm good at these Star Wars games, because it's the same mechanics, the parrying at least. But like, that's also an interesting question, is because I think we'll do the RPG stuff, and then we'll do the second game, and then it's just occurred to me that there is just an infinite array of Star Wars content to consume. Like, it's an endless void of content.
Yep.
But I wouldn't mind doing some books, because I think that could be interesting. But maybe that's the next season of the Zero In-Dept review, because we're wrapping up Daredevil, and I got to start planning something for the other show. So we could do a crossover season.
We could do. I would definitely do a one-off of Bloodline. That's a lot. I mean, at least half of it has some pretty compelling stuff in it.
Half of what?
Yeah,
now?
I'm still planning
Bloodline. The one, the book.
Oh, the one I hated. Okay.
Yeah. Well, no, I hated half of it, but it was
I'm with you on that.
The action story bit I could not have cared about less, but the parts where Leia and what's his name are talking about the idea of like the Empire and everything, I like that. I was like, oh, this is fun. I have I still have it somewhere, like a page of quotes that I'm like, I need to write that down. I need to write that down. I'm like, that's a really great fucking line right there. Mm-hmm. But yeah. Rebel Assault, in case anybody hasn't played that or whatever, was from the old hardcore school of games where you got 3 lives for the whole game. And that was it. You get to the Death Star trench, you die 3 times, that's it. Back to the canyon.
No level select.
Yeah.
Yeah. Those were the days, eh? Back before all these levels and these 3D models, etc. Yeah. It was all just pixels, baby.
Oh, and I love that game too. That was such a good game.
Well, I mean, overall thoughts on this game? Anything you guys want to kind of... I mean, I think I foregrounded this pretty well going into it. I was like, I don't think you guys will enjoy the gameplay so much, but I think the story will be interesting. Is that where we've landed?
I liked how it ended, and that it ended.
I liked the gameplay more after I figured out how to do it. I just wish that wasn't at the end of the game.
Yeah.
Yeah, in the penultimate recording session where I was like, you might need to be locking on and parrying. That could have been information earlier. But the game does tell you that. So
no, I mean, I figured that. I just didn't. I was like, I've done that before, and I didn't care. I was like, and then once I figured out I could just Dark Souls run past everybody, I was like, yeah, that's okay.
Yeah,
that's what I'm going to do.
Yeah. Well, we'll leave it there then. I think we'll definitely be back. We'll obviously be talking about more Star Wars stuff. I think next on our horizon is our Star Wars tabletop RPG one-shot, which should be really exciting. I've still got a lot of work to do on that, but I have made some decent inroads. And then, at some point we'll play the next game. If there's anything you guys want to see us cover, let us know in the comments. Y'all got anything coming up? I mean, this will be out in June, so you got plenty of runway before this is out. But Anything you guys want to plug? Anything you got coming up? Where can people find you on the internet? You know, the usual outro stuff. You know what I mean?
So I'm Darth'd on YouTube, DARTH''D, and I am still working on finishing up my Wasted Character series because I have recently figured out how easy it is to do AI image generation, and now I want to go back and re-edit the whole 6-hour video because it is so much more fun to be showing the stuff that I'm hypothesizing, and I'm like, you know, if Ray did this and Finn did this, and then I can actually show it, it's just so much cooler. So I've just been loving playing with that generative software. So I might be doing that a whole lot more
For the next 2
stuff.
years.
Yeah.
You'll be re-editing that video.
Well, I don't have anything coming up, but or nothing on the horizon that I can think of. But I am interested in helping Darth with his AI generation because I've done a lot of that. So I would, yeah, it's amazing what you can do now.
Sweet.
Love it. I mean, you guys know the deal. in-dept.com. You can find links to everything we do. Under in-dept Press, you can go buy our merch. You can go find the books that we publish. You can go find my Sherlock book. If you like the way we talk about this stuff, I guarantee you'll like that book. You can also go listen to the Zero in-dept review, which is our main podcast feed. By the time this comes out, Daredevil should be well into the Defenders coverage of that season, which is really exciting. That's pretty much everything we've got going on at the moment. We just launched a bunch of new shirts on our website as well. Some pretty interesting designs, and we will have some hoodies coming up for the winter in this hemisphere. So keep an eye out for that. Otherwise, we appreciate you guys watching, listening, commenting, all that good stuff. What's the thing?
May the force be with you always.
May the force be with you always. Except when it isn't.
Oh, not that. That's the wrong thing. You could also say
what
goodbye.
Is it?
You could also say goodbye there.
Goodbye there.
Yeah, but you shouldn't though, because that felt wrong immediately. Yeah. Didn't that feel wrong to you guys?
100%.
All right. Well, we'll catch you guys in our next piece of Star Wars content.
This is not the outro you're looking for.
There you go. That's the one. Well done.